Hey guys, don't forget to like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook for more fun. Chapter 96. Bai Luo showed up directly. He didn't have time to watch the rookies pecking each other among these children. Although he also wants to see Khalifa's strength, he still wants to take her away as soon as possible. There will be opportunities to get to know each other in the future. Who are you? Seeing a strange big brother suddenly appear, several teenagers looked at Bai Luo with some vigilance. Even Khalifa was a little puzzled, frowning delicately. Don't you guys want to fight one-on-one? I'll fight you one-on-one. Bai Luo had already put away the cloak of justice in advance. He was wearing casual clothes for fighting, so these people didn't know that Bai Luo was a marine. Who wants to single out a stranger like you? How old are you? We are at least a few years younger than you. You don't have to be ashamed to say that. One of the teenagers, who was blind in one eye at a young age, said with some contempt. Hear this. Bai Luo didn't speak, just rolled up the sleeves on his arms with a smile. This posture is to tell the other party that no matter what you say, it is useless. Khalifa also looked at the boy with the eyes of a mentally retarded man. The boys in front just said that they wanted to single out her and bully her, a girl who was several years younger than them. Now it is said that other people are old and bully the weak. Shameless. The faces of the boys' other companions were also a little embarrassed. Just when I was about to pretend to be tough, I was slapped in the face by a stranger. Also let the mentally handicapped teammates assist others. Just when the mentally handicapped boy wanted to say something, he was stopped by the first companion. Who the hell are you? I've never seen you here before. The leading teenager looked at Bai Luo vigilantly and asked. As an old fritter who has been training here all the year round, although he has not officially become an agent because of his age. But he still has the vigilance he should have. Could it be that I have encountered an infiltration that NICE lobby has never seen in hundreds of years? The young man with high vigilance and centrality thought. Me? Just a medic. Bai Luo gradually walked in front of Khalifa, and while talking, gathered a ray of white healing light from his hand, and healed Khalifa. It can eliminate her minor hidden diseases and relieve fatigue. After Bai Luo's treatment, Khalifa felt particularly comfortable and relaxed. The vigilance towards Bai Luo has dissipated a lot. The leading teenager saw Bai Luo's ability, and then looked at Khalifa who was being healed. I knew Bai Luo was right, he was really a medical soldier. It's really a medical soldier. This should be the legendary devil fruit ability. The teenagers looked at Bai Luo, who was not a few years older than them, and cast a healing ability on Khalifa in a friendly manner. Immediately, he regarded Bai Luo as one of his own and no longer doubted it. After all, who would send such a young person with healing ability to infiltrate? Isn't this a waste of talent? Khalifa was also taken aback by Bai Luo's sudden injection at first. Fortunately, the other party was really healing her. Physical sensations don't lie. This person's father is a defector, you don't need to treat her, maybe one day she will defect like her father. After the leading boy confirmed that Bai Luo was one of his own and a demon fruit power, he wanted to establish a good relationship with Bai Luo. In his eyes, those who can eat devil fruit are talented and powerful people. Definitely have a good relationship. Instantly changed his previous attitude. He also spoke ill of Khalifa to Bai Luo. Don't think that these special people don't have their own thoughts. Brainwashing is just to make them loyal to Marie Joyce as much as possible, but it cannot completely change their character and other thoughts. If you want to completely change all the thoughts of a person, it is not impossible. But the resources and costs that need to be invested in that way will increase exponentially. Moreover, after complete brainwashing, it will become a dead brain, which will reduce people's learning ability and fighting ability. That's not what Marie Joyce wanted. What they cultivate are agents who can complete their tasks, not dead soldiers. After Bai Luo treated Khalifa briefly, he ignored the boy's overtures. He raised the hand with the sleeve rolled up, pointed his index finger at the opponent, and hooked upwards. Pfft! Seeing this scene of a hot face sticking a cold butt, Khalifa, who was physically and mentally relaxed, was immediately amused. The teenagers felt hugely insulted. They are all young and energetic, and they can't bear it directly. Go together! Several people immediately set up their formation and attacked Bai Luo from the top, middle, and bottom. Although it is a good cooperation, their strength is still too weak compared to Bai Luo. Their movements were as slow as a turtle in Bai Luo's eyes. Bai Luo took a step back unhurriedly, and his long legs passed over Khalifa's head. With one hammer and one slap, the two feigned attackers were taken away in an instant. Then he looked at the last person who was about to attack him. Bai Luo didn't do it himself, and said to Khalifa, "The last man hit the top of your head." Khalifa looked up subconsciously. Drink. Khalifa reacted faster than the boy, and instantly drew a leg whip to the opponent. Now the boy directly broke the defense. He covered his lower body in pain and fell to the ground. Khalifa didn't even look at the unconscious people, but looked at Bai Luo curiously. She didn't understand how this handsome big brother knew that the last person would attack the top of her head and warned her in advance. This big brother, thank you for your help, but how did you know the opponent's attack pattern? Khalifa 107 asked politely. This is the power of Haki. Haki? Yes, observation Haki. You can predict the enemy's attack in advance. Prediction? It's amazing. Khalifa heard this ability for the first time. Then can I learn it? Khalifa, who was eager for strength, asked with some hope. Of course, as long as you work hard, everyone has the opportunity to learn. Bai Luo said truthfully. As long as you learn observation Haki, you can predict the enemy's attack in advance, which is one of the abilities of observation color. And as long as you work hard and have a certain opportunity, anyone can learn observation Haki regardless of qualifications. So Bai Luo said that as long as you work hard, you can learn the truth. Of course, this is not to foresee the future. Bai Luo has not yet mastered observation Haki of that intensity. After all, predicting the enemy's attack in advance and foreseeing the future are two concepts. One is to predict the next step based on the enemy's emotions, thinking, strength, and actions. One is to really see the future. It is an advanced version of qualitative change. Not the same. Thank you, big brother. Hearing Bai Luo's careful answer, Khalifa, who hadn't been happy for a long time, smiled from the bottom of her heart. There are also some baby fat faces that are full of luster. Chapter 97. Seeing Khalifa, who was still very cold just now, showing such a cute expression, Bai Luo couldn't help reaching out his hand, wanting to hug her. Unexpectedly, Khalifa suddenly changed his face, and took a step back warily. This small step made Bai Luo's outstretched hand nowhere to rest. But Bai Luo doesn't feel embarrassed. What's so embarrassing in front of children? Instead, he also expressed appreciation for Khalifa's sense of self-preservation. Seeing Bai Luo's still gentle eyes, Khalifa felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, it was a subconscious action just now. It's okay, it's a good habit. Bai Luo didn't care about the comparison. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the big brother she had just met would be scared away by her. But this is the habit she has developed since she was a child, not to let the opposite s*x touch her. As long as she could remember, not even her father had touched her directly. It's hard to change. She felt that in order to prevent misunderstanding, it was necessary to make it clear. However, big brother can't touch me, my dad said it's harassment. Khalifa looked at Bai Luo firmly, and said in a serious tone. You're so cute. Bai Luo couldn't help but praise when he saw the little Khalifa seriously explaining. Even if you say I'm cute, you can't touch me. Khalifa blushed, turned her head slightly, and said shyly. After all, she is only a 5-year-old child. Facing a big brother who is so charming like Bai Luo, it is still the big brother who gave her a great sense of security again. Khalifa couldn't bear it any longer. Ever since his father left, she has been living with insecurity. But Bai Luo showed up and helped her for free. To tell the truth, she really wanted to throw herself into Bai Luo's arms right now. But she was afraid that all this was fake. Because she didn't believe that Bai Luo's identity was just a medical soldier. After all, even her father doesn't know how to be that powerful hacky, but the young big brother in front of him is so powerful. The clever Khalifa knew that the identity of Bai Luo's medical soldier must be fake. There is a high probability that it is not someone from CP, not even an ice lobby. Thinking of the hidden identity of the big brother, and the possible other purpose of approaching her, Khalifa became lost. Bai Luo didn't know that the young Khalifa would think so much. But looking at Khalifa's expression, he knew that Khalifa still didn't trust him. This is the situation. Khalifa was trained from a young age and grew up at an ice lobby. In this place full of secret agents, it is normal for her father to teach her to be like this for her safety. Bai Luo's purpose is to take Khalifa away, but Khalifa will definitely not leave with him. You can't just knock her out and take her away. Hit your own woman? As long as the other party doesn't have the character of a masochist, he will never make a move. If she was taken away by force, Khalifa would definitely resist violently. With a living person who keeps calling for help, it is not easy for him to hide himself. If it is discovered, it will cause trouble for Marine. It may also be regarded as a pervert. Then first, Bai Luo thought of Khalifa's father who was still in prison. He was going to use some information from her father to make Khalifa obediently go with him temporarily. As for whether his doing so will make Khalifa distrust him even more, he can't control it. Anyway, after all the dust settles, there will be enough time to dispel her vigilance and let Khalifa see his true colors. Knowing that he did this for a reason, everything was for her good. He can't waste time here now. Thinking of this, Bai Luo squatted down first. Then he felt something was wrong, stood up again, and put away his gentle smile. He originally wanted to be gentle, but he felt that if he threatened her with a gentle tone, Khalifa might not believe him. You're going to be wasting your time again. You can only use the method that will make Khalifa feel compelled to believe it or not. Bai Luo approached Khalifa with a blank expression, standing in front of Khalifa. This time Khalifa didn't back down. She already felt Bai Luo's condescending aura. Is Big Brother going to have a showdown with her? Khalifa waited anxiously. Khalifa, get out of here with me. Bai Luo first directly explained his purpose. What if Khalifa is a face control, would he go directly with him? In this case, he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. It turns out that the purpose of the Big Brother is really me. The Big Brother is under the new head of the CP organization? Want to kill the grass? Even a little girl like me? Or, is there any special purpose? When Khalifa heard Bai Luo's words, she knew her worries had come true. Big Brother. The target is really her, and has an unknown purpose. How can there be so many heroes saving the beauty? All fairy tales are deceptive. Thinking of this, Khalifa retreated a little further, and even stepped on those unlucky teenagers. If it weren't for Bai Luo who didn't have a bad breath and had a handsome appearance, Khalifa had already run away. Of course, the reason why she didn't run away was actually because she was worried that the other party would silence her, and she might also have the assumption that the Big Brother is actually joking with me. But no matter what, she certainly would not agree to such an inexplicable request, and continued to distance the two parties. Seeing Khalifa's increasingly vigilant expression, Bai Luo knew that he would not take her away so easily. Bai Luo noticed that there were some teenagers resting on the training ground around them, and they had already noticed this place. He knew it couldn't be delayed any longer. Khalifa, I know where your father is, if you come with me. He wants to use the news of Khalifa's father to lure Khalifa. Having not seen her father for a long time, Khalifa must, Jian Hao, be very worried about her father's safety. Bai Luo felt that he would be able to take Khalifa away smoothly. Who knows? Dad told me before he left that any news about him is false. Before Bai Luo finished speaking, Khalifa interrupted him directly. And told Bai Luo what her father said. Bai Luo, bitter. Bai Luo was speechless for a moment. Good guy, this dad is really competent. For the safety of her daughter, she directly blocked all her back roads. But there was a turning point soon. Bai Luo caught a hint of worry in Khalifa's eyes. After all, he is still a child, even if he has received special training since he was a child, he cannot abandon these normal emotions. Bai Luo continued to strike while the iron was hot and said. As a daughter, you don't want your father to be imprisoned forever and have a bad life. Chapter 98. As a daughter, you don't want your father to be imprisoned forever and have a bad life. Really? Bai Luo's threat worked, stopping Khalifa from retreating. Some struggled. Reason told her that she could not listen to the other party. But just when Bai Luo thought he was about to succeed, Khalifa would follow him obediently. Khalifa let out a sudden breath, as if completely relaxed. With a relieved expression on her face, she said. My dad said that as long as he didn't write to me for more than a week, he could be considered dead. Anyway, my father is dead, even if he is not dead, I will treat him as dead. After speaking, Khalifa completely relaxed. Bai Luo was stunned by Khalifa's filial remarks. He expressed doubts about Khalifa's father's parenting methods. Is it because the other party has stayed in the CP organization for too long and was not thoroughly brainwashed, resulting in brain problems? Otherwise, normal people would not say such things to their daughters. And judging by Khalifa's acceptance, this kind of thing is obviously often said. Is this normal? This is not normal. He felt that after the birth of his daughter, it is a better reason than Khalifa's father to run away from home directly to avoid suspicion. Seeing Khalifa's reckless appearance, Bai Luo felt a little headache. He didn't expect Khalifa to be so difficult at such a young age. Moreover, his threat remarks 2 times before and after did not play the role imagined. The first time he made such threatening remarks was when he had just revived Aurovia. At that time, Bai Luo said to Aurovia, who was worried about the safety of Robin 127, Madam, you don't want your daughter to be bullied on the warship. He wanted to use Robin to threat Aurovia, but Aurovia couldn't understand what he said at the time. It's a completely bewildered state. This made Bai Luo feel guilty at the time. The second threat speech is this one. But this time, he was using his father's safety to threaten his daughter. Although Khalifa seemed to understand what he said, also hesitated for a moment. 18. In the end Khalifa still didn't take the bait. And he uttered the words of great filial piety. This made Bai Luo feel deeply frustrated. Bai Luo thought that this kind of threat speech would have a miraculous effect. As a result, he failed twice in a row. Forget it. Let's rely on our own charm and strength to achieve our goals in the future. This kind of weird threat speech is not suitable for a gentleman like me. Bai Luo has realized after 2 failures. Fail every time, it means he is not that kind of person. He is a positive energy person. It is better to rely on its own outstanding advantages to achieve the goal. Thinking of this, Bai Luo felt that this was the only way to go. He was ready to resort to the last resort. I can only rely on my own charm. He once again turned on his explosive charm with all his strength. This is actually an ability attached to the purification of the angel fruit. It is comparable to or even surpasses the effect of sweet fruits. It is different from the lethality of sweet fruits to lustful people. His charm is fatal to all women. Whether it's for a pure-hearted woman, or a cold and elegant woman. That's all. Of course, this special attraction is only most effective for those outstanding women. With Bai Luo's charm fully opened, the brilliance of the surrounding environment has dimmed a lot. Khalifa was still thinking about her own safety until she saw Bai Luo. That figure that she liked very much at first turned into the Prince Charming of her dreams in an instant. Just when she was surprised and dazed, Bai Luo moved. This time, Bai Luo didn't shy away from it, and directly took the initiative to take the initiative, and hugged Khalifa very domineeringly. With the blessing of super high favorability, Khalifa will not have any resistance. Really? At this time, Khalifa did not have any resistance to Bai Luo's behavior. She felt extremely comfortable and actively squeezed into Bai Luo's arms. At the same time, she also felt an incomparable sense of security. This is the haven of her dreams. Alas! In the end it all depends on my appearance. Bai Luo looked at the well-behaved Khalifa in his arms, and secretly took a breath. He easily dealt with the vigilant and cold Khalifa. He didn't want that either. But, no way. Who wants him to be handsome? No matter where you are, it's all about your face. Bai Luo felt Khalifa's heartbeat getting faster and faster. Bai Luo turned off his own charm. Otherwise, Khalifa may lose control of his heart rate later. She's still young, so she can't handle it. It needs to be guided slowly, too much is too late. And his purpose has been achieved. Even with his charm turned off, he already has an indelible place in Khalifa's heart. Khalifa has no intention of resisting him now. Just like that, Bai Luo left with Khalifa. The students not far from here don't know what happened here. Even if there was a little commotion, I thought it was an appointment. Basically no one will come to check. They don't mind their own business. It wasn't until the counting of the number of people at night that no one found the fainted teenagers who had fallen to the ground. But it has nothing to do with Bai Luo and Khalifa. It is estimated that at that time, Bai Luo had already taken Khalifa on the warship and returned to the marine headquarters. Stayed on the nice lobby for a while, and waited for Bai Luo to come back, and the warship was ready to return. At this time, there were many people in front of the warship. There are cranes and a lot of marines. There are also agents of the CP agency. Even Spondam is here. Young Spondam is a bit high-spirited. He was having a good time communicating with the relevant personnel of Marine at this time. I was so praised that I couldn't find North at all. But he and the others knew that Bai Luo had gone out, and they were waiting for Bai Luo to come back. The agents next to Spondam saw the returning Bai Luo, and noticed him holding a little girl in local dress. The agent looked at the strange Bai Luo, not knowing his real identity. But the direction Bai Luo is heading towards is the marine warship, which means that it is the marine's people. Agents don't understand why a marine is holding a little girl from nice lobby, and the little girl in her conscious state doesn't resist. The agent did not dare to act without authorization, walked up to Spondam's ear, and told Spondam what he had found. Spondam, who was chatting and enjoying a bright future, was a little unhappy to be interrupted by his subordinates. When he found out that what his subordinates were talking about turned out to be an insignificant little girl, he even scolded the agent angrily. But Spondam wasn't completely stupid. After he finished scolding his subordinates, he still glanced at what his subordinates said. When he saw Bai Luo hugging a well-behaved little girl, he turned around and kicked his subordinates to the ground. Spondam was dying of anger. What did he think it was? The little girl did not resist, which means that the other party is not from Tongfa Island. So what if it's someone from nice lobby? Just an insignificant person. His subordinates are in a hurry first. And also come to bother him and waste his time. The subordinates also dared not speak out, and could only endure silently. The surrounding marines also looked at Spondam in astonishment. Originally talking and laughing, people who don't know think Spondam is easy to talk. Unexpectedly, a big turning point came directly. Say it and do it. And don't shy away from outsiders at all. Expose your own personality directly. The surrounding marines left silently. Bai Luo also returned to the warship smoothly. Spondam didn't calm down until Marine set sail. When Spondam found out that the warship had left, the breath that had just dissipated spewed out again. The people around lowered their heads, not daring to speak much. Wait until Spondam is tired before stopping again. Spondam feels bad, and wants to go to the secret room to see the treasures he has collected to relieve himself. Who knows? Looking at a messy secret room. All the devil fruits disappeared, and the most precious part of the treasure was missing. Spondam was completely outraged. Who is it? He thought it was the people around him who did it. After all, outsiders don't know this. Spondam had no idea that it was Laozi who told Bai Luo about devil fruit and betrayed him. It seems that I am too merciful. Spondam felt that all this was done by his own people. This is completely looking down on him, the newly promoted chief, and not paying attention to him. Soon Spondam launched a purge. Everyone in the CP organization is in danger. No one mentions Khalifa's disappearance. Poor Spondam, Bai Luo who has no idea the culprit is still on the loose. Spondam has completely misfired, and it is impossible to get back his lost treasure and devil fruit. And lost a child with great potential, without knowing it at all. This time Bai Luo won. CP9 lost Hemp. CP9 is a direct affiliate of Marie Joyce. Since he can't do anything for him, then Bai Luo will not show mercy. This is just a small step for Bai Luo to take revenge on Marie Joyce. Chapter 99. Through exceptional currents, the warship is returning to naval headquarters. Khalifa just came to his senses at this moment. She remained quietly in Bai Luo's arms. Looking at Nice Lobby who is gradually going away, I feel a little emotional. This is Khalifa's first time away from Nice Lobby. She didn't expect to leave the place where she had been living like this. Maybe it's because there aren't many good memories. It may also be the reason why Dad, the only relative, is no longer there. She didn't have much regret. More of a relief. At least she's out of the cage of Nice Lobby. As for whether he entered another cage. Khalifa looked up at the big brother who was hugging her tenderly, and felt that even this was not bad. No matter who this strange big brother is, since she is needed, her life will not be worse than at Nice Lobby. Khalifa had it all figured out. Bai Luo sensed Khalifa's state of mind and knew that the end was set. Khalifa has been brought out by him. And accepted it all. He placed Khalifa on the deck of the warship. The cloak of justice has been redonned. Khalifa saw this scene, and only then did he know Bai Tuyu and Marine. She hadn't noticed any of this before. She was very surprised. As far as she knows, Marine belongs to the same camp as Nice Lobby. It doesn't matter if a Marine person goes to the Nice Lobby. He even stole her from Nice Lobby. What's happening here? Khalifa couldn't figure it out. Are you really that important? Don't think too much. Now that you have left there, you can live a good life in the future. Don't worry. I will take good care of you. Bai Luo saw that Khalifa became silent again, worried that she was thinking too much. So he comforted her a little. Then Bai Luo noticed that there were many Marines around, and there were too many people here, which made it inconvenient for him to communicate with Khalifa. And there are still many things hidden on him, which need to be collected as soon as possible. He picked up Khalifa again, ready to leave here and return to his room. Who knows? Don't hurt me. As soon as he picked up Khalifa, he was whispered disgusting. It turned out that there were too many things on him, and it hit Khalifa. No way, he took too much from the CP agency. Hidden all over the body. At that time, Khalifa was overwhelmed by his charm and didn't care about it. Now it's back to normal, and Khalifa is a little uncomfortable. He understands Khalifa. Put down Khalifa, and change to Min who is pulling her. Bai Luo took her to his room. He put his things in the box and put them away. Khalifa silently watched Bai Luo take out some strange things from his clothes. Even jewelry. There are even big fruits hidden in the clothes. Khalifa doesn't know devil fruit very well. She had only heard the legend of devil fruit. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. She also doesn't think these strange fruits are devil fruit. Bai Luo took out 5 large fruits directly from his clothes. It can't be that they are all devil fruits, right? If so, is it worth it? Khalifa thought it was just a normal fruit. She was a little surprised by Bai Luo's behavior. Hiding so many strange fruits in clothes, is it a fruit lover? Khalifa is puzzled. Bai Luo didn't shy away from Khalifa, and took everything out of his body. Then he said to Khalifa, I think you also know Marine, do you want to join Marine? Or be my subordinate? As an aborigine of Nice Lobby, Khalifa has a certain understanding of Marine. There are many Marine soldiers stationed on Nice Lobby. Her feelings for Marine were neither bad nor bad. But it is definitely better than being an agent of the CP agency. It's just that she doesn't understand why the big brother wants her to join Marine. As if seeing Khalifa's doubts, Bai Luo continued. Only by joining Marine, can I protect you better. Hearing Bai Luo's explanation, Khalifa had a sore nose. She wondered if she was dreaming. Otherwise, how could I meet such a nice person? After her father left, she has experienced the warmth and coldness of human relations. In this case, Bai Luo's behavior is many times behind those people. At least Bai Luo never forced her. When he took her away before, she didn't resist. It's completely voluntary. So it's not forced. She also suspected that Bai Luo had some strange purpose in threatening her and wanting to take her away. Now she realized that she had misunderstood. What can she have as a little girl that is worthy of the other party's prying eyes? Yen. How could someone as nice as Big Brother bully her? Thinking of this, Khalifa was completely offended. I do. He agreed to Bai Luo's invitation without saying a word. In fact, she wanted to leave the impersonal place of Nice Lobby a long time ago. Since her father was arrested, her thoughts of leaving have been out of control. But she also knew that her idea was naive, and it was basically impossible to realize it. Who knows, it was really realized in a daze. Not only did he leave Nice Lobby smoothly, but he didn't have to worry about being hunted down. After all, Marine and Nice Lobby are in the same camp. As a child who has not officially joined the CP agency, she transferred to Marine, and the people in Nice Lobby must not care. Maybe she disappeared, not many people care about it. Of course, this is without defection and with a strong backing. If she doesn't have a strong background, and she defected on her own initiative, the end result will definitely not be good. Fortunately, she met Bai Luo. She saw the rank of Bai Luo Big Brother, which is a very high position in the Marine. So she doesn't have to worry that she will implicate Bai Luo Big Brother. And Bai Luo Big Brother will be her powerful backstage in the future. She will never be bullied again. Thinking of this, Fa decided to train hard in the future. Help Bai Luo as much as possible. Because of Bai Luo, she is safe and sound. All this is brought to her by Bai Luo Big Brother. She can never forget. Bai Luo didn't expect Khalifa to agree so decisively, he was still thinking about how to coax him. After all, he had threatened her with her father before. Then he figured it out again. Khalifa should have realized that his previous threat was not his real purpose. And now she is gentle with Khalifa too. Khalifa should be able to sense that he was really looking out for her. Thinking of this, Bai Luo was pleased with Khalifa's understanding. Also save him to explain later. Then Bai Luo seemed to think of something, he got up and said to Khalifa. You rest for a while, I will give you a gift later. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he opened the door. Who knows? As soon as Bai Luo opened the door, he found Rouge and the others at the door. 2, 1, 1 and 3 still kept their ears close to each other. Chapter 100. Watching this strange scene. There are also 3 women who look awkward but polite. Bai Luo felt that it was necessary for them to try their skills. Since they have misunderstood him as that kind of person, wouldn't it be a disadvantage if he doesn't do something? Seeing Bai Luo's aggressive eyes, Aurovia was a little apprehensive. She is afraid that she will be taken care of intensively. Because she took the lead in doing this. Robin saw his mother doing this, and felt that there was something missing in eavesdropping with his ability. So I also learned to put my ear on the door to eavesdrop. Rouge is completely following the turbid flow and eavesdropping. She was worried that Aurovia would not be able to bear it afterwards, so she wanted to help share it. So I followed suit. In fact, she also knew that Bai Luo could not do anything. Just played around a bit. Rouge glanced into the room at 463 and saw that the little girl hadn't been disturbed. Then they pulled Aurovia and the others back a step, and asked Bai Luo to close the door again. Then he smiled and said to Bai Luo, "We are just a little curious about her identity." So, Rouge took the initiative to draw Bai Luo's attention to himself. And Rouge is really interested in this unknown little loli. Bai Luo had previously told her to go to an ice lobby on something. She didn't think much of it at the time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came back, Bai Luo brought another one back. Still such a small child. Several years younger than Robin. Rouge was afraid that so many of them would scare the little girl, so he didn't go to ask. Instead, they are going to wait for Bai Luo to introduce them to them. She didn't understand how Bai Luo knew there would be this little girl on an ice lobby. Is it planned long ago, or is it just to see how cute the other party is? In any case, Rouge already understood that there would be another object of her care in the future. It is necessary for her to find out more about Bai Luo's preferences. There is also some information about the newcomers. Hearing Rouge's words, Bai Luo knew that this was not done by Rouge. It was impossible for Rouge to take the lead in doing this kind of eavesdropping. Then he looked in Aurovia's direction. Aurovia's feet went limp. Almost lost my footing. Lu Mei and Robin helped her in time. Of course, Bai Luo didn't really blame them. He was just playing around with them. Since Aurovia likes to be a little more exciting, he will try his best to satisfy the other party. I have something to say at night. Bai Luo briefly revealed the matter, then looked at Rouge and the others and said. This child is Khalifa, who grew up in an ice lobby, so his personality may be different from normal children. She has no relatives by her side now, and needs you to take care of her. Also, even though she is only 5 years old, she is stronger than the average soldier, and she is a genius with great potential. This time I received a few devil fruits, and I plan to give her one of the paramecia bubble fruits to increase her strength. Speaking of this, Bai Luo said to Rouge, help me get the devil fruit illustration book, I will check and compare it again, so as not to misidentify devil fruit. After confirming that the devil fruit is correct and Khalifa agrees, I will purify the paramecia bubble fruit for her to eat. And she has agreed to join Marine, and she will be your colleague by then. Work together in the future. Do you have any good ideas? Bai Luo briefly introduced some information about Khalifa and what he has gained this time. And some of his arrangements for Khalifa. Then I asked Rouge and the others if they had any good ideas, and they could suggest them at any time. I have memorized all of Marine's devil fruit illustrations, and I can help you confirm. Hearing this, Bai Luo felt sorry for Rouge. He didn't expect that Rouge had already memorized all the devil fruit illustrations. Marine's devil fruit illustration is very comprehensive. Record at least thousands of devil fruit information. Thinking of the thousands of different devil fruit shapes and patterns makes his head a little dizzy. But Rouge remembered it all for him. Thank you. There is no need to memorize all these materials that can be consulted at any time in the future. Trademark. Although you are my adjutant, you are my woman. Bai Luo grabbed Rouge's hand and said seriously. Okay. Rouge felt Bai Luo's warm big hands, did not refute Bai Luo's words, and listened silently. Rouge is worthy of being a competent adjutant. After silently tendering for a while, he continued. Do you have any arrangements for Khalifa's specific duties? She is still too young, although she has a certain combat power, but for the sake of safety, let her start as an intern secretary like Robin. Aurovia and Robin have nothing to add. Rouge put forward his own ideas. Just do as you say. Bai Luo thought of Khalifa, who was 5 years old, and felt that she was still too young. It would be better to start as an intern secretary, so he agreed with Rouge's suggestion. And just right for Khalifa and Robin to be friends. In this way, they will play together when they are young. Once you have a partner, you won't bother him at night. That's right. Do you have stockings? Bai Luo thought of it. Khalifa seems to like collecting stockings and high heels very much. Although Khalifa is still young, he can cultivate this hobby in advance. He can also benefit later. This benefits both Khalifa and him. Stockings? I don't have them in my room, but I saw them at the market at Marine headquarters. If you want, you should be able to go back to the Marine headquarters later, and you can buy it later. What style do you like? Rouge brushed the blonde hair on her forehead with her hands, and she thought Bai Luo was interested in this aspect, so she asked. Seeing Rouge's expression, Bai Luo knew she had misunderstood. He wants the stockings to give to Khalifa. But a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding, anyway, he likes it very much. He didn't ask about the high heels again. When sailing on the sea, you don't even have stockings, let alone high heels. Then go buy it later. 2.5 I'll take Khalifa with me, she should like it, and I'll buy some high-heeled shoes too. Bai Luo revealed Khalifa's preferences to Rouge. Is that so? No problem. Rouge said no problem. I also want stockings and high heels. Robin next to him also thought that his father liked these and wanted to buy them too. Rouge looked at Robin, who was interested, and Aurovia, who was obviously moved, and said with a smile. Don't worry, everyone has it, and you can buy all styles and sizes. Rouge takes care of it directly, after all, these things are not cheap. Bai Luo put all the money on her, she has a house to live in, a boat to drive, all travel expenses are reimbursed, the canteen is free, and there is nothing else to spend. Saving is saving, it is better to buy what they need. Anyway, Bai Luo benefited the most in the end. Chapter 101. Bai Luo heard that Rouge was going to buy it for everyone, and thought it was a wise decision. Awesomely done. Bai Luo gave Rouge a positive look. Of course, he must fully support such a good thing. Just looking at it is very eye-catching. It feels good to think about it. Not only stockings and high-heeled shoes, but also some other clothing he is also very interested in. But he is not in a hurry, he can take his time in the future. While there is still some time to return to the Marine headquarters, Rouge will help me identify these devil fruits first, just in time for you to get to know each other. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he opened the door again. Take Rouge and them into the room. Khalifa, who was sitting quietly in the room at this time, was still looking forward to what gift Bai Luo big brother would bring her. Unexpectedly, the door was opened soon. She looked expectantly at Bai Luo who came in. Then he noticed several women behind Bai Luo. These women are very beautiful. Khalifa became stiff. These people obviously had an unusual relationship with the big brother, and she was worried that they would not welcome her. 19 After all, she is just an outsider. Khalifa has now promised Bai Luo to join Marine and become Bai Luo's person. Coupled with other special feelings, she now cares about Bai Luo and the opinions of people around Bai Luo. Rouge immediately spotted the nervous Khalifa. Glancing at Bai Luo, after Bai Luo's consent, he took the initiative to walk forward and start talking with Khalifa. Rouge needs to appease the little girl first. We will get to know each other conveniently. Rouge is very familiar with comforting children. She had long expected that this situation would appear in the future, so she read a lot of books and materials about it. The theoretical knowledge of comforting children and getting along with other women is close to the full level. It can be said that for the harmony between Bai Luo and this family, Rouge has silently paid a lot. Soon, Rouge became familiar with Khalifa. Khalifa's worries come and go quickly. Still a kid after all. There is not much resistance to a beautiful woman like Rouge who is full of maternal brilliance. Rouge felt that it was almost done, so he signaled to Aurovia and Robin. After seeing Rouge's prompt, Aurovia knew that it was done, and introduced each other with love. Soon the two sides became acquainted and became friends. Before long, Khalifa's attention was on Robin. Robin just showed her the ability of flower fruit. This strange ability made Khalifa very interested. She conceived the idea of gaining the ability of devil fruit. Khalifa quickly shook her head again, she felt that she was too greedy. To be able to safely leave Nice Lobby and become Bai Luo's big brother is already a blessing for her, and she should not expect more. Not to mention the precious devil fruit. Rouge had already left the stage silently and came to Bai Luo's side. Seeing Khalifa's longing eyes towards Robin, Bai Luo and Rouge looked at each other, and they both saw Khalifa's thoughts. Then Bai Luo nodded. Receiving Bai Luo's signal, Rouge came to the box where the devil fruits were placed, and began to help Bai Luo identify these devil fruits. Giraffe form of cow and cow fruit, wolf form of dog and dog fruit, leopard form of cat and cat fruit, normal elephant form of elephant fruit, and finally paramecia bubble fruit. 4 regular zoans, and 1 paramecia. The most valuable of them all is the paramecia fruit. The other 4 zoan devil fruits are also worth a lot. What Rouge said was consistent with what Spandane said before his death, and in more detail. As expected of a ruthless person who memorized the devil fruit illustrated book, not only did he directly see the types of these devil fruits, it also distinguishes its specific form. And based on the devil fruit information recorded in the illustrated book, their value is roughly judged. Gave Bai Luo a reference. Not bad. Bai Luo first praised Rouge, and then continued, these 4 zoans are not needed right now, so put them away first. Bai Luo stared at the last devil fruit, which looked like a cantaloupe and was covered with purple circle patterns all over, and said. As for the last paramecia bubble fruit, I plan to give it to Khalifa. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he looked in the direction of Khalifa. At this time, Khalifa's attention is still on Robin's strange ability. Although Khalifa didn't say it clearly, the longing look in her eyes betrayed what she was thinking. She also wants a devil fruit. After learning about Khalifa's thoughts, Bai Luo came to the bubble fruit, picked up the devil fruit, which looked more oval than a cantaloupe, and prepared to purify it. The wings behind him instantly burned with white flames. Attracted everyone's attention. Even Khalifa looked at Bai Luo's wings curiously. Is Big Brother also demon fruit power? I thought those wings were decorations. Thinking of this, Khalifa felt a little inferior. She didn't expect that not only Robin is an ability user, but Bai Luo's big brother is also an unknown ability user. It made her feel too ordinary. At this moment, Bai Luo's attention was on the devil fruit in front of him. With the improvement of strength, now he uses his full power to purify the ability, and he can quickly and completely purify devil fruit. So Bai Luo directly picked up the devil fruit on the spot and purified it. Under Khalifa's puzzled eyes, paramecia bubble fruit is completely purified in no time. Bai Luo picked up the purified devil fruit, came to Khalifa, and said with a gentle smile. This is my gift to you, a devil fruit. This is the fruit of paramecia bubbles, which can make all kinds of bubbles. There are many good development directions. What do you think of this devil fruit? At this time Khalifa was completely confused. She never expected that Bai Luo made these things that she didn't understand, and it turned out to be a gift for her. This gift is still the legendary devil fruit. She hasn't seen demon fruit power on Nice Lobby for so many years, but she didn't expect to see 2 directly today. And there is a devil fruit for myself. Such a precious devil fruit was directly given to her as a useless little girl. Thinking of this, Khalifa was very moved. I really want to take the devil fruit that Bai Luo has dreamed of. But she can't. Khalifa forced herself not to look at the devil fruit, glanced at Rouge and Aurelia, then looked at Bai Luo and said, "Thank you, big brother, for your kindness. But it's not good for you to take such a precious thing just after I joined." After Khalifa finished speaking, she looked at Rouge and Aurelia with a guilty conscience. Bai Luo saw Khalifa's small movements and instantly understood her concerns. He shook his head and explained, "Take it with confidence, there is no shortage of this one, and they are all demon fruit power." Hearing Bai Luo's words, Rouge and Aurelia showed their skills one after another. Behind Rouge gathered golden flame wings. Looks glamorous. Aurelia has leaves of various colors floating all over her body, which is also very charming. Chapter 102. The dazzling fruit abilities in front of her eyes made Khalifa open her mouth in shock. She really didn't expect that everyone here has demon fruit power, but she is the only one who is not. After all, she was short-sighted. And it's not just the devil fruit in her hand, she clearly saw just now, there are 4 other large fruits with strange shapes. She has never seen those fruits. And it was put together with the devil fruit in her hand at first. Those fruits should also be devil fruit. If so, in this room alone, plus the one in her hand, there are a total of 5 devil fruits. If you add what she didn't see, Big brother may not be short of devil fruit at all. Thinking of this, Khalifa looked at the devil fruit in Bai Luo's hand again. Since she decided to follow Bai Luo in the future, she must show her role to the big brother as soon as possible. With the special ability endowed by devil fruit, she can better help big brother. This time she didn't hesitate any longer, and directly took the devil fruit from Bai Luo's hand. Looking at Bai Luo's half-smile eyes, Khalifa blushed a little. Holding the devil fruit that was bigger than his own head, Khalifa gnawed on it. How about it? After Bai Luo and Khalifa ate the bubble fruit, they asked expectantly. He also wanted to know, after the purification of bubble fruit, in addition to eliminating weaknesses, what other aspects of abilities have been improved. It feels slippery all over the body. This is Khalifa's first feeling about the body after eating the bubble fruit. Then she couldn't help groping for herself. Touching and touching, she rubbed out some bubbles in her hands. After these small bubbles appeared, they floated randomly in the air, shining brightly under the light. Bai Luo couldn't help poking the bubbles floating in front of his eyes with his hand. Bubble was poked by him and bounced back. Did not puncture directly. This made Bai Luo feel a little surprised. How tough is this little bubble? This time he stretched out his hand directly and completely grasped the little bubble in his hand. I squeezed it, but it didn't break. It feels bouncy and slippery. And he felt that part of the strength he exerted seemed to be slid away by the bubble. Bai Luo used a little bit of strength, but this time the bubble couldn't hold it, and it burst directly, making a slight sound. The bubbles around Khalifa are rubbing more and more. Just as she was continuing to test her abilities, suddenly the sole of her foot slipped, she couldn't stand still and fell to the side. Although she tried her best to keep her balance, the soles of her feet were too slippery and she couldn't find her balance. Bai Luo gently supported Khalifa. Then he felt the touch of his palm was amazing. It's like touching bubbles. Bouncy, slippery. And when he touched it with a little force, he would feel that most of the force was slided away. There will also be some small bubbles. After these small bubbles appeared, they were adsorbed on Bai Luo's vigorous fingers. Let Bai Luo's power weaken further. After a simple test, Bai Luo already knew that the bubbles made by the bubble fruit have a strong unloading ability, which can slide away the enemy's attack power. It's kind of similar to smooth fruit. But this is just one of the abilities that bubble fruit has just revealed. The ability of bubble fruit is definitely far more than that. At this time, after a period of adjustment, Khalifa has adapted to her changed body. Her whole body has become like the surface of a bubble. This applies to any part of the sole of the foot. Get extra slippery. So she didn't stand still just now. Now she has initially adapted to her abilities. You can control the smoothness of any part of your body. The more slippery the body, the greater the force of unloading. After reducing the smoothness of the soles of her feet, she regained her footing with the help of Bai Luo. After Califa returned to normal, she broke away from Bai Luo's arms. At this point Robin couldn't bear it anymore. She'd wanted to come and check it out from the start. Seeing the bubbles around Califa disappearing gradually, she approached Califa, imitating her father's movements, put her hands on Califa's skin, and rubbed them together. But this time, no matter how much Robin rubbed, no bubbles were produced. Robin didn't understand why. Could it be that her strength is too small? Or is her hand too small? Robin activated his own flower fruit, transformed into several hands as big as Bai Luo, and continued to rub Califa's body surface. Don't rub it, it will break if you rub it again. Califa felt Robin's curiosity and enthusiasm, and was a bit overwhelmed. Pushing back a step, blocked Luo's handle. Hearing Califa's words, Robin withdrew his ability and looked at Califa very puzzled. Wanted an explanation from Califa. Califa took a look at Bai Luo and found that the big brother also seemed to want to know, so he explained. After I eat this devil fruit, I can become a bubble man. The surface of my body has the characteristics of bubbles, and it becomes as smooth as bubbles. It can increase your own defense and bounce off the enemy's attack. I can control the characteristics of any part of the body turning into bubbles, and I can adjust the degree of lubrication of the body at will. Just after I got used to my own abilities, I eliminated the characteristics of my own bubbles, and I couldn't make bubbles under this situation. After finishing the last sentence, Califa looked in Robin's direction and continued. This time you, good king, use your ability to touch me again. Robin suddenly realized after hearing Califa's explanation, no wonder she couldn't make small bubbles like her father, it was not her reason. Then, according to Califa's request, Robin made a few more hands and touched Califa. But the moment her conjured hand touched Califa's body, Robin felt his hand become strange. She couldn't feel the friction. At this time, Califa said, this is another ability of bubble fruit, which can contact other life or objects, so that it also has the characteristics of bubble and becomes lubricated. In this case, due to the slippery soles of the feet, it is difficult for the enemy to stand still, and the enemy's attack power will be halved. This is the ability I can use at the moment. Having said this, Califa showed hopeful eyes and looked straight at Bai Luo. Chapter 103. Great ability. Perfect for you too. Bai Luo understood Califa's mind and wanted his approval. So he praised Califa without hesitation. Received Bai Luo's praise, Califa raised his head contentedly. Califa's arrogant look made Robin couldn't help but went up to touch her blonde hair. Califa is so cute. Be good, my sister will buy you candy. Robin knows that Califa is now an orphan, which reminds Robin of his former self. Some low self-esteem and worry. In order to let Califa integrate here faster, Robin wants to take care of Califa more because he is older than Califa. Feeling the top of her head being pressed by Robin, and Robin's words coaxing the children, made Califa feel a little uncomfortable. She has been hanging and beating her peers since she was a child, and she has never received this kind of treatment of being comforted by her peers. It was a strange feeling for the first time. Although it feels a little strange, she doesn't hate it. She knew that the other party was for her own good. She shook her head slightly, trying to put Robin on top of her head. There are so many people here, it makes her feel very shy. But Robin was much taller than her. After she resisted for a while, she found it was useless, so she could only accept it silently with her lips pouting. As expected of a child. Soon Robin and Califa played 553 together. Then the two went to the bathroom to rub bubbles together. Khalifa uses bubble fruit to make his whole body look like bubble, while Robin uses flower fruit to transform into many arms. Countless hands rubbed back and forth on Khalifa's body. Countless bubbles were quickly rubbed out. The whole bathroom is filled with bubbles. Under the premise that the surface of the body has the characteristics of bubbles, no matter how much you rub it, it will not hurt you. And you can also exercise your own fruit ability. Robin also exercised his flower fruit ability. The two quickly merged into the bubble bath and had a great time. Just kin play while exercising one's own abilities. Bai Luo didn't expect Khalifa to integrate into them so quickly. A large part of this is because of Robin. As children, there will be more of the same words. Let Khalifa have more sense of identity. Kin quickly find their own position. Otherwise, if there is no Robin, Khalifa will be like Robin in the past, and it will take a period of time to adapt to fully integrate into this family. This saved Bai Luo a lot of effort. If he saves or takes in some little girls in the future, he doesn't have to worry too much. Just leave it to big sister Robin. Robin doesn't have many other things, but he has a lot of hands. You can determine how many hands you want to conjure. It is perfectly possible to take care of multiple children at the same time. And not only the hands, other parts of the body can also conjure many at the same time. With this special ability, children can be guaranteed adequate nutrition. After he has a daughter, Robin can completely take care of and feed the whole family by himself. From an ice lobby back to marine headquarters, under the blessing of special ocean currents, the speed is very fast. It didn't take long for the warship to dock at the pier at marine headquarters. It's already 8 o'clock in the evening. Unlike the 24-hour daytime situation in an ice lobby, the city that never sleeps, the sky outside has completely dimmed. Bai Luo held Robin and Khalifa in his arms one by one, and walked towards the house. Aurovia packed all Bai Luo's items and trophies away. Rouge followed Crane's adjutant to report to the mission. After returning home, Bai Luo let Khalifa and Robin play by themselves. Soon the two little girls ran to Robin's room. After dismissing the two brats, Bai Luo came to the kitchen and locked the kitchen door. Then started learning about Robin and Khalifa, grinding up the bubbles. By the time Rouge came home, the bubbles hadn't come out yet. This let Bai Luo know. People's bodies are different. If he doesn't have that kind of physique, no matter how hard he tries he won't be able to form bubbles. At most, some little foam will come out. I don't know if it will be with Khalifa. Bai Luo quickly shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. After so much effort, it's time to eat. Bai Luo had dinner with Robin and Khalifa. Rouge Aunt and Aurovia Aunt, don't they eat dinner? After Khalifa finished dinner, she didn't see the two young aunts during the day, she asked suspiciously. This made Khalifa think a lot. Don't you want to see yourself? But we got along very well on the warship before. At this time, Khalifa remembered what her father once said to her, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive people. The two young aunts are very beautiful, could they really be? Before Bai Luo answered, Robin couldn't wait to say. I know, they should be full already. Are you full? Khalifa was even more puzzled. That's right. Because they are busy with work, they often don't eat at home. They should go to Aunt He's house for dinner again. Robin explained to Khalifa in detail. This situation has happened to Robin many times. She once asked curiously. Although Robin hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But both father and mother answered this question with her in this way. So that's it, it's really hard work, I hope I can share some of the pressure for them in the future. Hearing Robin's answer, Khalifa was in awe of the two young aunts. At this point, I'm still working hard, and I don't have time to go home for dinner. I paid so much silently for this family. This gave Khalifa even more urgency. And I am even more grateful to Bai Luo. Presumably this family has one more child like her, so the expenditure will be much higher, and life may be even more difficult. At the same time, I feel a little guilty. Fortunately, she suspected that the two aunts had lied to her before, and they didn't want to see her. It turned out that she was thinking too much. They are all for this family. Thinking of this, Khalifa came up with an idea to make money, and wanted to share some pressure for the family. Her current devil fruit's ability is still very weak, and she doesn't have much fighting ability. I can only try to see if I can use bubbles to wash away everything, including the ability to wash away power, to clean the house or street garbage to make money to subsidize the family. Bai Luo looked at Robin's serious explanation and Khalifa's serious thinking, not knowing what to say. He wanted to explain clearly, but he didn't know how to speak. And explained that they probably don't understand. We can only wait for them to grow up and realize it by themselves. Chapter 104. Bai Luo finished his meal silently and prepared to pack his things. At this moment Robin and Khalifa stood up at the same time. The two little girls didn't expect each other to stand up and looked at each other. Robin was the first to say. Dad fought all day today, it must be very hard, let me clean up. I can use my ability to wash all the dishes at the same time. Robin patted his chest after speaking. I can also help to disturb the sanitation, my ability can wash everything away, fast and clean. Hearing that Robin wanted to help, Khalifa also wanted to contribute. When I think of the beautiful aunts, who are so busy with the family that they don't even have time to go home for dinner, I feel admiration for them. Nor can she be idle. It just so happens that my ability can also play a good role in cleaning housework. Looking at the two sensible children in front of him, Bai Luo didn't reject them. This is not a dangerous thing, and it can also exercise their abilities. Bai Luo smiled and nodded in agreement. It happened that he just spent a lot of energy in order to feed Rouge and Orovia, and to grind out bubbles. And he spent a lot of effort today to defeat Golden Lion. Although he ended up taking out Golden Lion with just one punch. But in order to form this strongest punch, he spent a lot of energy to improve his own strength before. Don't just look at the results. Even with his pervert physical strength, he is a little tired now. After Bai Luo agreed to Robin and Khalifa's request, he went straight back to his room to sleep. He hoped tomorrow would be a good day. While Bai Luo was sleeping, two little girls, Khalifa and Robin, were doing housework together in the kitchen. The kitchen counter is not too high, Robin and Khalifa can work smoothly as long as they stand on the special low chairs. Robin does the hand washing and Khalifa does the final cleaning. The two have a clear division of labor and are very leisurely. Sister Robin, what kind of big brother is he, why is he so powerful at such a young age? Khalifa asked curiously while cleaning. She already knew Bai Luo's age now. Although he looked very manly, he was not yet an adult. Dad? Dad is the best person in the world to me, he saved me and Mom. Robin heard Khalifa's inquiry and said without thinking. Then she looked at Khalifa, who was younger than her, and asked. What about you? You were also saved by Dad. Don't worry. No matter how you have lived before, what concerns do you have? Since you've joined the family now, don't worry. Daddy will protect us. Robin proudly said to Khalifa as someone who has experienced it. Khalifa felt Robin's trust and pride in Bai Luo. This kind of emotion from the heart cannot be faked. As for her, she was saved by Big Brother, right? When she was carried away, she didn't resist in her heart, but felt that the embrace of Big Brother was the safe harbor she had been waiting for a long time. He later took her safely out of the ice lobby. And also gave her a legendary devil fruit, so that she can play her own role. All this is given by Big Brother. No matter what the purpose of Big Brother was at the beginning, it couldn't hide the fact that she is living a very good life now and feels very secure. This is enough. That's right. Now we're a family. Take care of me from now on, Sister Robin. After Khalifa figured it out, he used his ability to wash off the foam and water on his hands, and then stretched out his hand to Robin. Robin smiled slightly when he saw this scene. With the third hand, he took a towel and wiped his right hand, then shook Khalifa's right hand. "Take care of me, Sister Khalifa." The two children shook hands like adults. This is Khalifa's thanks to Robin. Also Robin's welcome to Khalifa. After shaking hands, the two returned to normal. Robin happily hummed an unknown song. She feels that she has helped her father, and now she is a competent sister. By the way, Sister Robin, you call Bai Luo Big Brother Dad, I call Bai Luo Big Brother, but I also call you sister, isn't it too messy? Then Khalifa thought of another question, and asked with a worried face. Ask for flowers. Robin was also stunned when she heard this question. She didn't care about these titles at all before. To be exact, I didn't have this trouble before. Then you call Dad too? Robin asked tentatively. Can you call me Big Brother? Bai Luo Big Brother is not yet an adult, so calling Dad will seem too much. Khalifa said with some reluctance. If you call Big Brother, in order to unify the two of us, then I have to call Big Brother. But my mother is with Bai Luo Big Brother now, so my mother and my address are messed up again. Forget it, let's talk about each other. Robin couldn't think of a unified name after much deliberation, so he had no choice but to give up. Oh. Khalifa didn't think of a way, but agreed. Then the two little girls continued to communicate. The first time they chatted, the two sisters seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Chatting and chatting, we chatted on the same bed. Early the next morning, Bai Luo's family of 5 gathered for breakfast for the first time. Daddy, Big Brother. Robin and Khalifa served Bai Luo food at the same time, and Sylvia looked a little strange because of the different names. When she was grinding bubbles in the kitchen yesterday, Bai Luo asked her to call these two names. This made Auravia feel a little embarrassed. Rouge sat upright, watching the scene with a smile. Bai Luo also noticed the title problem at this time. He wanted to ask them if they had any good opinions. But seeing that Robin and Khalifa were not embarrassed at all, they didn't seem to care at all, so they didn't say anything. Since they don't feel anything, he won't bother. For him, as long as it is a normal address, no matter what he is called. After a happy and harmonious breakfast, it was almost time for Marine to go to work, and Bai Luo was also ready to start clocking in for work today. This can be regarded as a benefit of joining Marine. When there is no task, you can clock in at work leisurely, or take a vacation with peace of mind. There is no need to hide every day like most pirates. BA fits very well. Chapter 105. Speaking of vacation, Bai Luo thought of himself. This time he took out the Golden Lion and solved a big problem for Impel Down and Marine HQ. Presumably he will be able to get the Marine's reward soon. Promotion and salary increase is not a dream. And he might get paid time off again. After all he has dealt with the legendary pirate, Golden Lion, Marine will definitely give him a break. Even if there is no holiday, he can apply for it by himself. Defeating a legendary powerhouse like Golden Lion won't hurt too much. Injury leave is reasonable. He had just finished his last vacation yesterday, and he had just finished his mission for the day. I didn't expect to be able to rest again next time. This is the benefit of completing tasks quickly. And after the experience baby Golden Lion, his strength increased greatly. Already able to go out surfing alone. This time, you should be able to leave the Marine headquarters at 460. Because of his strength, Sengoku made Crane temporarily responsible for his safety. As long as he leaves the Marine headquarters, Crane will follow him to protect him from accidents. Let his freedom be greatly restricted. He also knew that his own strength was indeed not enough at that time. Can only accept the protection of the Crane. But now it is different. Although it hasn't been long, his strength has increased greatly. And be able to defeat the Golden Lion. Nothing is more convincing than a solid record. Defeating Golden Lion proved that his strength is enough to protect himself, and he no longer needs to send someone to protect him. He will also be completely free, so he can go to sea alone. As for the first stop after leaving the marine headquarters, Bai Luo had already thought about where to go. That is the Sabayati archipelago not far from the marine headquarters. What fun is there in the boundless sea? Why not go to Sabayati archipelago and have a good time? It's very busy there. Bai Luo has grown so big, he hasn't visited there in a fair manner yet. He really wanted to take a look and experience the most prosperous side of pirate world. Rouge and Auravia took Khalifa and Robin to study in marine respectively. Bai Luo went to work alone. As a commodore, although he is the lowest general officer, he has entered the top ranks. What's more, with the importance of his own ability, he now has a high status in marine. He was therefore assigned a separate large office. It can accommodate 5 secretaries at the same time. There are 6 people including him. Very spacious. Even if you want another bed, it is more than enough. There are still many vacancies. The location is also good, facing the sea, you can see the scenery in the distance. You must know that not every general can have an independent large office. After all, there are many people and few houses. The number of generals in marine is not many, and it is still not enough to deal with the many pirates in the era of great pirates. But it's a lot to say less. Although there is only one marine admiral now, there are many vice admirals and rear admirals. In terms of the number of vice admiral alone, there are nearly 10 people who are still staying at the marine headquarters. After all, there must be a sufficient number of vice admirals ready to accept the call of the buster call. In case there is a buster call signal, the team can be assembled as quickly as possible. Coupled with the command and security personnel reserved at the marine headquarters, the number of vice admiral is even greater. In addition to 1 admiral level combat power, there will be more than 5 vice admirals staying in the marine headquarters all year round. And more vice admiral is out on a mission to sea. As for the number of rear admirals, that's more. So many rear admirals can only have small offices with poor locations. It is completely inferior to Bai Luo, the commodore who opened the back door. Bai Luo leisurely rearranged his large office and changed a desk that is convenient for hiding people below. This will make him more motivated when working. Of course, there are very few things he needs to deal with. Rouge will help him with all matters and reports. Rouge will only notify him if there is something particularly important. Under normal circumstances, he is very leisurely. At this time, it is the time when this desk that can hide people works. With so many secretaries, there must be someone who has the same free time as him. Then you can relax with him. When Bai Luo was fishing at work, a marine messenger interrupted Bai Luo's leisure. Bai Luo Commodore, Sengoku Admiral are preparing for a meeting, and all officers of Vice Admiral and above must attend. Sengoku Admiral specifically asked me to inform you. After the messenger finished speaking, he made sure that Bai Luo didn't stop after hearing it, and left directly after raising his hand. All Vice Admiral and above officers? It seems that my Commodore is very special. This time is obviously another high-level meeting, and Bai Luo can only receive the invitation if he is still a Commodore. Plus this luxurious and spacious office. You can see how high his status is. Bai Luo had attended an important meeting last time and knew the location of the meeting room. After he left the office, he went to the conference room with ease. When he came to the conference room, he found that more than half of the dozen seats in the conference room were already filled. He picked one of the vacant seats at the back and sat down. Looking around, he found that this meeting had more unfamiliar faces than the last meeting he attended, and some of them were no longer here. It may be the Marine Vice Admiral who had the meeting last time. Some of them went out to perform tasks and could not participate in this meeting. In addition, there are several Vice Admirals who were not at the Marine headquarters last time. After returning this time, they took part in the meeting as they should. Many Marines who had seen Bai Luo last time smiled and nodded to Bai Luo after seeing Bai Luo. They know that Bai Luo has extraordinary talent and is a new monster. And they also received the favor of the healing leaf. So it's not surprising that a Commodore to Bai Luo is here. But those Vice Admirals who met Bai Luo for the first time, reacted differently. They were surprised to see that Bai Luo, a Marine wearing a Commodore cloak, was able to attend high-level meetings at 1.2. Very puzzled. But the meeting will start soon, even if they have questions, they will not ask them now. Everything will be discussed after the meeting is over. Bai Luo didn't care about the different reactions of different people. The strength of most of these Marine Vice Admirals is estimated to be inferior to him now. After Sengoku tells the news that he defeated the Golden Lion, there will be no doubts about believing these people. The strength of the record is here, and I am not afraid of any doubts. At this moment, Bai Luo realized that someone was spying on him. This made him frown. In this public place, is there anyone in Marine who is not comfortable looking at him openly? Following the peeping direction, Bai Luo saw a person sitting there honestly. It turned out to be Garp. Chapter 106. Garp. Bai Luo noticed Garp, who was sitting quietly beside Sengoku Admiral. At this time, Garp looked a little abnormal. It's completely different from his personality, who is always careless and has nothing to do with himself in his impression. Neither picking boogers nor eating senbei. The Garp he remembered would not be so honest. Not to mention that the meeting hasn't started yet. Even if the meeting has already started, normally speaking, it shouldn't affect Garp's mentality. It's time to buckle up and eat. Totally disregarding Sengoku and Marine's discipline. This is normal operation for Garp. Of course, this also symbolizes privilege. Where would it be like now, even dare not look him in the eye? Cowardly. Some of the other Marine Vice Admirals also noticed something was wrong with Garp. Today's Garp is extraordinarily honest. In the previous meeting, which time when Kazang was there was not hot and bustling. You can always hear the crackling sound of chewing senbei, or the sound of Garp snoring while sleeping. Even Sengoku Admiral's constant reprimands could not stop Garp from going his own way. This time it was unusually quiet. But even if these Vice Admirals discovered Garp's anomaly, they didn't dare to meddle in their own business. It must be a very serious accident that can temporarily change the S*X of Garp. This is not something they can understand. In addition to these relatively ordinary Vice Admirals, 3 monster Vice Admirals are also present. Among them, Sakazuki and Kizaru are still the same as before. Sakazuki was sitting with a serious face, and Kizaru was cutting his bare nails with a wretched face. As Garp's follower, Aokiji was a little worried when he saw Garp's abnormal appearance. But when Aokiji saw Garp secretly observing Bai Luo, he seemed to understand something. Aokiji thought about what he had learned about yesterday morning. Yesterday Bai Luo was going to follow the crane to impel down. Garp, who had just returned from East Blue, took a few extra glances when he saw Bai Luo Commodore's lieutenant. It doesn't matter if you look at it, the key is that you still look stunned, showing an unbearable fool. It made the people present at that time very confused. Although Bai Luo's lieutenant is indeed very beautiful, he shouldn't stare at him. Does Garp still have such an unknown side? Some people simply misunderstood Garp. Sengoku, for a moment, almost thought so too. Of course, Sengoku must be aware of Garp's personality, and he can't really be a busybody. Garp must have had other, bigger reasons for doing this. But whatever the reason, Garp shouldn't show such disrespect in public. What's more, the opposite is Bai Luo. Sengoku attaches great importance to Bai Luo. Bai Luo has super personal potential, and can change the future of Marine, and has the opportunity to get rid of the healing leaf dominated by Marie Joyce financially. These made Sengoku regard Bai Luo as the future of Marine. Sengoku doesn't want Bai Luo to have a bad opinion of Marine. So when Sengoku found out about Garp's behavior towards Adjutant Bai Luo, he was very angry. Sengoku, who has always been accommodating to Garp, couldn't hold back at that time, and didn't give Garp any face at all. Between Garp and Bai Luo, Sengoku chose Bai Luo without even thinking about it. In front of many Marines, Garp was beaten up directly. This incident was not widely spread, and the ordinary Marines who were present at the time may not have figured out what was going on. I don't even bother to meddle in other people's business. But Aokiji, as the absolute top of Marine, still understands this matter a little bit. It's not that there's a conflict between the two sides, but other issues. After thinking of this, Aokiji shook his head, sighed, and closed his eyes to rest. Aokiji doesn't know the specific situation of Garp and Bai Luo's adjutant. Just don't fight. Aokiji doesn't plan to ask about Garp and Bai Luo. And looking at Garp's guilty look, it should be Garp's fault first. Now Aokiji has no need to comfort Garp. Garp also knew what he looked like, which was very different from his usual personality. But Garp can't help it either. I have to be honest. All day yesterday, he was being educated by Sengoku. Although he usually doesn't pay attention, this time Sengoku is clearly serious. Garp also recognized his mistake. But this is not the end. After Tsuru came back last night, he brought Sengoku to give him a mixed education. For the first time, Garp felt life was bleak. He wanted to refute at first, but Sengoku had already made it very clear to him about the importance of Bai Luo. He is a man who can influence the entire marine structure. This made him not know how to refute. After all, it was his fault first. It's useless even if he cheats this time. Don't offend Bai Luo, let's abandon Marine's future. Although he usually doesn't care about it, when it comes to right and wrong, as long as his family is not involved, he is still very considerate of Marine. Find an opportunity to apologize to Bai Luo. By the way, find out if this Rouge is the Rouge I imagined. Garp thought of what Sengoku and Crane asked of him last night, and asked him and Bai Luo to formally apologize. He secretly glanced at Bai Luo, for fear of being misunderstood by Bai Luo again. For Garp, an old fritter hob, it's not a big deal to just pull off his face and apologize, and he is completely acceptable. But what Garp wants to know more is the real identity of Adjutant Bai Luo. Is it Rouge? If not, he was being abrupt, and it was entirely his fault. Not only will he apologize, but he will also give Bai Luo extra compensation. He still has this measure. But what if? What if he guesses right and the other party is really Rouge? After all, there are too many coincidences. Just at the beginning of 210, Bai Luo also went to the island where South Blue Rouge is located, Badalila Island. Bai Luo came just after Rouge's death. It just so happens that Bai Luo is an angel fruit-capable user with the ability to resurrect. It just so happens that they are both called Rouge, and they have similar shapes and appearances. And they all have long golden hair, with a hibiscus flower on their heads. Everything is such a coincidence. This made him have to remain skeptical. Of course, although there are many coincidences, there are also many unreasonable places, so it cannot be confirmed. For example, even if Bai Luo has the ability to resurrect, it is impossible to have the ability to predict the prophet, know that Rouge is on this island, and know that she died that day. For example, angel fruit can only revive others after the fruit is awakened, and the resurrection conditions are very harsh. And Bai Luo is a rookie who just joined Marine, so he can't be so strong. Even if the opponent is a devil fruit obtained from a young age, it is almost impossible to develop the fruit to awakening under the condition of being underage. And the most important point, after Rouge saw him, he was not surprised, nor did he ask him about Ace's whereabouts. This is also the biggest reason why Garp feels that this Rouge is not that Rouge. After the meeting is over, ask Bai Luo Commodore for clarification. Oh, damn Roger, you've made me miserable. I shouldn't have agreed to take care of your children in the first place. Let me be in a dilemma, inside and outside are not human. Chapter 107. Garp sighed, thinking helplessly. He had nowhere to vent his anger, he could only vent his grievances on the dead Roger. Looks like it's time for me to have a grandson too, just to be with Ace. When the kids grow up, put them all in the marine, PS off Robin the BD. Thinking of this, Garp felt much better. This is also the truest thought in Garp's mind. Whether it is to cover up Ace's true identity or protect Ace's life. Still to anger Roger. Letting Ace join Marine is the best result. Roger made him look like a shit-stirring stick before he died, making the whole sea messy. This made Garp feel very dissatisfied. But there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Who made him agree to Roger in the first place? Promised to do as much as possible. So for Rouge's problem, Garp had to pay attention. And he just sent Ace back to East Blue. Here is what he didn't expect. He can't escape, he can only find a way to solve it. Even if you don't want to face some problems, you have to face them. There must be a break. Just when Garp was thinking wildly and was about to find a time to communicate with Bai Luo also understood the reason why Garp was so strange. It should have been played by Sengoku Admiral and Sister He in mixed doubles. Otherwise, Garp, who is fearless and fearless, would not have become so coy, and others can't control Garp. Bai Luo felt that this was the case. Otherwise, I can't explain it. In just one day, Garp has become like this. Bai Luo glanced at Garp and then looked away. Turned to look in the direction of Sengoku and Tsuru. With the arrival of the staff, the meeting will begin immediately. He hoped the meeting would end quickly. Then head to the Sabayati archipelago early. Buy more of what he wants to buy. For example, more open styles of stockings and high heels. When Rouge came back last night, he bought a lot of stockings and high heels from the town. Bai Luo had a good time. It may be because it is too close to the marine headquarters, and the style of stockings in Marineford town is a bit conservative. High heels are not bright enough. Compared with the stockings and high heels in the town of Marineford, the stockings and high heels in the bustling Sabayati archipelago should be of better quality and more styles. Bai Luo, who had tasted the sweetness yesterday, has greatly increased his interest in these special supplies. He couldn't wait to take them out of the marine headquarters and go to Sabayati archipelago to have fun. Now that the staff is here, let's start the meeting. Sengoku Admiral's voice came, attracting the attention of everyone present. The marine generals all looked in Sengoku's direction. Sengoku looked around, his eyes paused on Bai Luo's body, he pushed his eyes and said. First of all, there is a very important event to tell everyone. Having said that, Sengoku looked in the direction of the crane. Tsuru nodded in response, motioning for Sengoku to continue. With a serious expression, Sengoku said loudly, Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down yesterday. What? How is this possible? Is that a lie? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Is the news accurate? Sengoku knew that speaking out about this matter would have a huge impact. After all, it is the world's largest prison known as the Iron Wall. No one has successfully escaped from prison in hundreds of years. Those present are all big shots of Vice Admiral and above, and they are well aware of Impel Down's protective ability. Even if a fly gets in, don't even think about getting out. Let alone human beings. Now I hear the news that someone has successfully escaped from prison. This made the big shots present not calm. Many people don't believe it right away. Questions were raised. Quiet. Sengoku had expected such a big reaction to the news. He didn't intend to say it at first. Although Golden Lion successfully escaped from prison, it broke the myth that Impel Down is impossible. But he didn't leave that sea area alive, so it wasn't considered a successful prison escape in the end. So there is no need to say it, it is safest to block the news as much as possible. The era of the great pirates has been messed up enough, and Sengoku doesn't want any more trouble. But Crane doesn't think so. After all, the Golden Lion died in the end. The myth of Impel Down is not broken. Moreover, Crane felt that the advantages of publicizing the death of Golden Lion outweighed the disadvantages. Although there may be unknown effects, the benefits are also huge. You can use the death of the legendary great pirate to announce the end of the pirate. This is to combat the arrogance of pirates and prevent some vacillating people from going out to sea to become pirates. Also boosts Marine's morale. And the Crane is going to pave the way for Bai Luo to build momentum. It is Bai Luo's credit to defeat Golden Lion. As Bai Luo's elder, he must seek benefits for Bai Luo as much as possible. It is impossible to agree with Sengoku's idea of wanting to hide the message. Sengoku finally agreed with Tsuru. Decided to tell this amazing news. Sure enough, everyone was stunned. Many people wonder if they have heard wrong, or the news is wrong. Even Kizaru focused on Sengoku, waiting for Sengoku's next message. That's right, you heard me right, Golden Lion has escaped from prison. At this point, Sengoku looked at the unbelievable looks of the crowd, and then changed the subject and said. However, the Golden Lion did not escape successfully. Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, but did not leave alive. The Golden Lion is dead. After Sengoku finished speaking, "Hello, Wang," the voices of the generals became louder. Compared with jailbreak, they, as Marines, pay more attention to the strength of the Golden Lion itself. It can be said that the strength of Golden Lion is a nightmare for many vice admirals present. Such a powerful enemy died suddenly. Who was it defeated by? How is it possible, that is the legendary pirate Golden Lion, who died unexpectedly? Didn't you say that you have escaped Impel Down? Without the restraint of Sea Stone, who can defeat him? Did Sengoku Admiral, or Vice Admiral Garp defeat the Golden Lion? It should be. After all, Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp teamed up and defeated Golden Lion once. This time it should be the same without accidents. Definitely not. I saw Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp at the Marine headquarters yesterday. They didn't leave the Marine headquarters. Chapter 108. That's right, Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp have been staying at Marine headquarters. I saw with my own eyes that Sengoku Admiral locked Vice Admiral Garp in a house. If it's not Sengoku Admiral or Vice Admiral Garp, then who else can beat it? Could it be someone who went down Impel? It's possible. I know the Warden of Impel Down. Although he is old, he is still very powerful. I see. Everyone talked about it, and soon felt that they had found the answer. Since the one who defeated the Golden Lion was not Admiral or the hero Garp with the highest combat power in Marine, it must be the Warden of Impel Down. Although some Marine generals know that Staff Officer Crane and Bai Luo Commodore also went to Impel Down yesterday. But these people don't think that Staff Crane can defeat a powerhouse of Golden Lion's level. As Marine executives, they know best how powerful the Golden Lion is. It is said that pirates are not blown out. As for Bai Luo who was traveling with the Crane, it was even more inconspicuous. Can a Commodore defeat a legendary pirate? Isn't this a joke? If Marine is really that powerful. Not to mention the pirates in the era of great pirates, even the celestial dragons have to kneel down and call Marine when they see Marine. Their Marine will also replace Marijoy's and dominate the world. However, it is not. The Marine is just a violent institution under Marijoy's. This time Sengoku didn't stop the discussion. He also wants to hear the audience's guesses and opinions. Unfortunately, no one guessed right. After a while, the Marine generals stopped talking and all looked in Sengoku's direction. They want to know who defeated the Golden Lion. Is it the Warden of Impel Down? The Warden of Impel Down has reached the age of retirement, and now Impel Down is managed by the new Deputy Warden Magellan. As the current person in charge of Marine, Sengoku is very familiar with Impel Down's employment situation. These few words directly negated everyone's speculation. It's not the Warden, is it the new Deputy Warden? A newcomer? To be able to directly take the position of deputy warden, his strength should be very strong, and he may be the one who defeated him. The current rookies are getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, our marine also has new monsters. Although they are a little younger, they will definitely not be weaker than that Magellan in the future. A Vice Admiral looked in Bai Luo's direction and expressed his emotion. That's right, Bai Luo Commodore was already a Commodore before he was an adult, and he must be able to face a powerhouse like Golden Lion in the near future. Soon other Vice Admirals echoed and praised Bai Luo. Hearing their praise, Bai Lu didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. Happily, the Vice Admirals all felt that Bai Luo had the potential to defeat a powerhouse like Golden Lion. It can be said that this is actually the highest evaluation that many Marine Vice Admirals have given others. Helplessly, the Vice Admirals didn't even think about it when he defeated the Golden Lion. I always thought it was the Golden Lion who was defeated by Impel Down. It seems that no matter where you are, if you are too young, it is easy to be ignored. Fortunately, in this world, you can learn powerful power and show great strength. These are not problems. Bai Luo has not spoken, silently observing every move of the surrounding Vice Admirals. Sengoku also heard the praise of Magellan, including Bai Luo, from the Vice Admirals. But still no one guessed the truth, no one thought of the possibility of Bai Luo defeating Golden Lion. It seems that everyone is not very confident in their own strength. Golden Lion is strong, but they are no longer at their peak. Everyone should have confidence in themselves and in Marine. Sengoku Admiral then said something meaningful. Even a stubborn Garp can understand Sengoku's words. The meaning of Sengoku is obvious, everyone must have confidence in Marine. It also meant that it wasn't Impel Down who defeated the Golden Lion, but Marine. Among the top Marines who went to Impel Down yesterday, there were only 2 generals, Staff Officer He and Bai Luo Commodore. In other words, it was Crane or Bai Luo who defeated Golden Lion. Bai Luo Commodore was less than 17 years old, so he was immediately excluded by everyone. Then all that's left is. Thinking of this, everyone, including Garp, turned their attention to the direction of Staff Crane. Look, Jack, to see the Crane sitting here with a wound. Everyone felt incredible. Took down the Golden Lion without taking any damage. As expected, it is an important pillar of Marine in the same era as Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp. Crane did not respond to everyone's gaze and thoughts. Calmly drank a cup of tea. Sengoku was not surprised to see this. When he learned about the Golden Lion from He yesterday, he was the same as the people at the scene. I was shocked all night. It never occurred to him that Golden Lion was defeated by Bai Luo. After all, Bai Luo has just joined Marine not long ago, and is still very young, so it is impossible for him to have such a strong strength. But it was impossible for the Crane to lie to him. Sengoku adjusted his glasses with his hand, he didn't know the specific situation of the original battle. Crane also only described that she saw a blow that pierced the sky and the earth in the distance, and finally the Golden Lion died. Whether it's that the Golden Lion is really weak, or that Bai Luo is really that strong. In any case, Bai Luo's defeat of Golden Lion was the final real result. In this case, Bai Luo should be given the reward he deserves. Cough. Sengoku coughed, attracted everyone's attention again, and said word by word. Staff Crane didn't fight Golden Lion. Sengoku spoke very slowly, and everyone at the scene heard it clearly. Impossible to mishear. Could it be? It turned out to be. I didn't expect that. What and what? Who defeated the Golden Lion? Can you tell me directly? Also, aren't these people looking at the Crane? Why are they all looking in Bai Luo's direction all of a sudden? This kid is really handsome after a closer look. They wouldn't think it was the Golden Lion defeated by Bai Luo Commodore. No way. No way. What a fool to think like that. I know the strength of Golden Lion best. Not to mention a young man like Bai Luo, even the 3 monsters, Vice Admiral, whose strength is almost fully developed. In a one-on-one situation, it is very difficult to defeat the monster with a hole in his head without injury. Golden Lion at the helm. Is it hard to understand such a simple truth? Why do everyone else look at Bai Luo? Seeing Bai Luo sitting there unscathed, Garp was already confused at this moment, frowning fiercely. As Golden Lion's old opponent, he clearly knows how terrifying the Golden Lion's strength is. No matter how he thinks about it, he finds it impossible. In his heart, Garp didn't think that Bai Luo would be so strong at this age. However, it's impossible for everyone else to be confused. I'm the only one who is sober. In terms of mind, I should not be so strong. This time it should be my problem. Garp is still very self-aware. It's just that he still can't figure it out. Chapter 109. Forget it, I'll continue to pretend to be dead. Garp just couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, he has a big heart, and he doesn't think about it if he doesn't understand it. Garp just received mixed doubles from Sengoku and Crane yesterday, and now he dare not raise his head to ask. Ever since he became Marine Vice Admiral, every meeting he has, hardly listened to. It doesn't matter if you don't listen to it. Anyway, after each meeting, Sengoku would explain clearly and emphasize the things in the meeting again in a fit of anger. This time he listened carefully, but he felt that he was not on the same channel as the others. It seems that I will continue to miss the meeting in the future. Listening carefully to the content of the meeting is not suitable for me, and I can't understand it anyway. Garp gave up completely. He felt that fighting the Golden Lion with fists was much easier than holding a meeting. He would rather go out to fight than listen to the content of the meeting seriously. Then Garp really started to desert, thinking about his grandson. I fell asleep thinking about it. When the other Vice Admirals heard Sengoku's words, they immediately cast their gazes in the direction of Bai Luo. Although Sengoku Admiral didn't say it clearly, everyone still thought of Bai Luo immediately. With so many people staring at Bai Luo, he also wanted to be like Sister He, ignoring other people and drinking tea calmly pretending. But, he has no tea ahead. No wonder the bosses like to drink tea. It turns out that it not only quenches thirst, but also has this effect. Bai Luo feels that he should learn a hand in the future when he has the opportunity. It's better than just sitting here with nothing to do. Useful at critical moments. After the development of Orovia's leaf fruit, it should be able to make tea of different quality. I don't know if green tea is good or not. Bai Luo gradually lost his mind. When he came back to his senses, Bai Luo nodded silently. It's a response to Sengoku's words. Sengoku knew that it was time for him to speak now, and Bai Luo would easily be questioned by other Vice Admirals if he said it himself. That's right, Bai Luo Commodore chased after Golden Lion for more than 10 kilometers after he escaped from prison. After a fierce battle, I defeated the Golden Lion who lost his legs. So the Golden Lion was buried in the sea. Sengoku directly stated that the person who defeated Golden Lion was Commodore Bai Luo. Everyone was surprised, shocked, and some even looked at Bai Luo differently. But there are still more questioning eyes. Just when others wanted to question, Sengoku kicked the sleeping Garp to wake him up. He didn't want to explain to Garp after the meeting. Now kick Garp up and let Garp listen to himself. Seeing Garp looking at him angrily but not daring to speak out, Sengoku felt more relaxed, and then continued to speak in detail. Golden Lion lost his legs in order to escape from prison, but for the Golden Lion with lion fruit, the ability to move is not affected much. After the Golden Lion flew away, only Bai Luo Commodore, who had the ability to fly, was able to quickly pursue the Golden Lion. Bai Luo Commodore fought to the death, and finally defeated Golden Lion with difficulty. This unyielding and bravery in the face of the big pirate is worth learning from every marine present. Magellan, the deputy warden of Impel Down, also called and praised Bai Luo Commodore, and invited Bai Luo Commodore to have the opportunity to visit him. Sengoku said a lot in one breath, just to solve most of the doubts. Many Marine Vice Admirals started talking again. It turns out that Golden Lion's legs are gone, and the price of escaping impel down is really high. Without both legs, the combat power will definitely drop a lot. There is a great possibility that Bai Luo Commodore can defeat the Golden Lion in this state. It turns out that Bai Luo Commodore helped Impel Down defeat the escaped Golden Lion and solved the big trouble of Impel Down. It is normal for the Deputy Warden to call and thank you. Anyway, Bai Luo Commodore can be a Commodore at this age, and he can defeat Golden Lion. I am convinced. That's right, no matter what the process is, Bai Luo finally solved the big problem of Golden Lion, and he is Marine's great hero. Bai Luo can be so brave at such a young age, I admire him very much. Many Marine Vice Admirals thought it was unbelievable, but Sengoku Admiral said so and explained so much, they felt that the explanation was more reasonable, and they quickly accepted it. And some people started complimenting Bai Luo directly. The strength and record are here, and you can't accept it. Ask for flowers. Even the three monsters, Vice Admiral, are interested in profit. You must know that the three monsters, Vice Admiral, are much bigger than Bai Luo. Kizaru, the oldest, is more than twice as old as Bai Luo. Even the youngest Aokiji is more than 10 years older than Bai Luo. The reason why the three monsters, Vice Admiral, can be considered as equals is not only because of their strong talents, but also because they recognized Bai Luo's strength and achievements. Put Bai Luo on an equal footing, instead of a junior with great potential. The most shocking thing at this time was Garp, who was kicked awake by Sengoku. Garp, who couldn't believe the truth the most, had a runny nose and opened his mouth wide, almost dropping his jaw in shock. The real situation is definitely not that simple. 0. Garp is very clear that because Golden Lion is good at using lion fruit and swordsmanship, it has nothing to do with the legs, so the loss of the legs will not affect the combat effectiveness much. Even if it is difficult to use the powerful Conqueror's haki for a long time due to the rudder stuck on the head and the severe loss of physical strength, its strength is not too weak. At least it has reached the strongest Vice Admiral levels besides him and the three monster Vice Admirals. Not much weaker than the current three monsters, Vice Admiral. Thinking of this, Yunpu was very surprised. Incredible. Compared to Bai Luo, Garp would rather believe that he defeated Golden Lion, rather than a small child. If Sengoku hadn't said it, he would never have believed that there was such a monster as Bai Luo. It was he who underestimated Bai Luo. No wonder Sengoku and Crane are so interested in this Bai Luo, it turns out that he has great potential. Garp now finally understands why Sengoku favors Bai Luo. If Bai Luo's potential and strength are really so powerful. He was beaten unjustly in the mixed doubles yesterday. What Garp doesn't know is that Sengoku is not fascinated by Bai Luo because of his potential and strength. With the friendship between Sengoku and Garp, who have fought side by side for many years, Sengoku will not neglect Garp because of his personal potential. And Sengoku didn't know that Bai Luo would have such a powerful combat power. There are other more important reasons why Sengoku values Bai Luo so much. Chapter 110. The reason why Sengoku values Bai Luo to such an extent is that personal potential is only one aspect. The most important reason is that Bai Luo produced the Leaf of Healing, which has a great effect on Marine. For ordinary Marine officers. After the promotion of Leaf of Healing, ordinary officers fighting on the front line will not be afraid of being injured, which is equivalent to improving their own combat capabilities. It is also equivalent to improving the overall strength of Marine. It is of great significance for cultivating new Marine forces. With proper planning, the first Marine supernovae are expected to be produced within a few years. At that time, Marine's new force will strike for the first time, and may even surpass the most powerful new pirates of the Great Pirate Era. This will be an important step to improve the morale of Marines and combat the arrogance of pirates. In the long run, after the Leaf of Healing is popularized in the sea, it will definitely be sought after by pirates and nobles. As a one-time life-saving consumable, it will become a necessity like tobacco and alcohol for modernizations. Provide Marine with a steady stream of Baileys. Let Marine achieve financial freedom and get rid of financial dependence on Marie Joyce. Only then will Marine be truly autonomous. Become an independent and powerful institution. Of course, it will take a long time to achieve this step. The benefits are huge, and the obstacles are sure to be many. Bai Luo also understands this. Therefore, he had already planned to use Marine's power to promote and popularize the leaf of healing in the early stage, and then rely on his own strength to reap the benefits in the later stage. With the improvement of his strength, he has the confidence to solve all difficulties encountered. By the way, he can also use the leaf of healing to gain great reputation from Marine, allowing him to easily control Marine. In the end, after the Marine organization becomes independent, it will become his most convenient weapon. At that time, whether it is to overthrow Marie Joyce or help him manage the entire sea, the Marine institution will play its due role. For the different opinions of many Marine generals, whether they are good or bad, they are sincere or not. Bai Luo didn't have any extra thoughts to care about it. Now he only thinks about the specific benefits he can get. As if seeing that Bai Luo didn't like this kind of atmosphere, he said for the first time in this meeting. Golden Lion's defeat. After the meeting, the news department will publish it to the entire sea, and the next discussion will be about rewards for Bai Luo Commodore. Hearing Crane's words, many Marine generals became quiet again. Garp also came back to his senses, but now he couldn't bear it anymore, and he was ready to move. Now Garp not only wants to know about Rouge's information, but also has become interested in the specific details of the battle between Bai Luo and Golden Lion. Doubt and curiosity tickle Garp, and he can't wait to get this meeting over. Sengoku immediately noticed Garp's little trick. Based on Sengoku's understanding of Garp, he immediately judged that Garp has committed another crime. He gave Garp a warning with his eyes. Garp was warned by Sengoku, looked at the crane that was about to speak again, curled his lips, and closed his eyes again. Soon Garp's big nostrils were bubbling. He fell asleep again. Crane, unmoved by Garp and Sengoku's petty gestures, continued. Bai Luo Commodore defeated the injured Golden Lion, showing that his strength has at least reached the level of the elite Vice Admiral. However, he is still young after all, he has not joined Marine for a long time, and he does not know enough about Marine affairs, so it is not appropriate to be promoted too quickly. And according to the procedure, you should first go to 4 Seas or the branch of the Grand Line to exercise for a period of time. However, in view of the fact that Bai Luo Commodore is too good, we simplify the procedure, save time, and get promoted directly. Finally, it is decided that Bai Luo Commodore's military rank will be raised by 1 level, and he will start from Commodore as the headquarters Rear Admiral. Of course, just raising 1 level of military rank is not strictly speaking a reward. As compensation, I will reward him with 2.4 billion Baileys. Do you have any objections? He asked routinely after finishing speaking. After hearing what he said, the Vice Admirals basically had no opinion on Bai Luo's promotion of military rank. Although Bai Luo is too young and his military rank has risen too fast, he is a genius after all, and he has defeated a person like Golden Lion. His strength is enough, and it is reasonable to be promoted 1 level. But for what Crane said later, Bai Luo Rear Admiral should be rewarded with 2.4 billion Baileys. They thought it was too unreasonable. The reward Bailey is too much. What is the concept of 2.4 billion Pele? If you're lucky, it's enough to buy nearly 10 devil fruits. One can imagine the purchasing power of 2.4 billion Pele. This is not a small amount. If it weren't for these Marine Vice Admirals, they knew what Crane was like, and pursued pure justice. They have long objected loudly. Those who didn't know thought that Crane was using Bai Luo to get money. Staff Crane, is there a mistake in this Bailey reward? How come there are so many Baileys, a total of 2.4 billion Baileys? A Vice Admiral couldn't help asking. This Vice Admiral went through untold hardships, luckily obtained a powerful devil fruit, and climbed to this position today. He has been in power for many years, and he has only embezzled hundreds of millions of baileys. He has never seen so much money. No matter how good Bai Luo was before, it didn't matter to him, as long as he congratulated Bai Luo like other vice admirals. But this time it was different, and it was for his vital interests. Marine directly rewards Bai Luo with 2.4 billion baileys, which means that the funds for the next mission of these vice admirals may be affected. Marine is not rich at all, he has been greedy for many years to squeeze out such a little bailey, which is not as much as Bai Luo's one-time reward. No matter why he worked hard to embezzle, he was not as rich as a kid with good talent. It's just a little devil with good talent, so he shouldn't be rewarded so much bailey. He looked at Bai Luo very enviously. If he didn't know that he might not be able to beat Bai Luo, he would have planned to blackmail him afterwards. Don't think Marine is just. Marine is the most inclusive organization at sea. As long as you are superficially obedient, you can mix into Marine. There is a mixed bag of fish and dragons in Marine, and there are many factions. Even Vice Admiral, there are many people who are vegetarians. In the pirate world, under normal circumstances, combat effectiveness is more important than resourcefulness. This is caused by the environment. So most people are single-minded and seem to have no brains. But this does not mean that everyone in One Piece world is brainless. Crane and Sengoku, for example, are very smart people. Most other people don't have many brains, if any. Like this Vice Admiral. Although the expression of one's own desire is very subtle, a smart person can see it through careful observation. Bai Luo also felt the envy and jealousy in this Vice Admiral's tone. He just glanced at the other party indifferently, and didn't pay any more attention to this weak Vice Admiral. There are too many people like this in Marine. Not only in Marine, but in any organization as long as it grows bigger. No matter the original intention, no matter the character, if there are too many people, there must be someone like this. If he cared very much about this kind of thing, he would be exhausted to death. As long as the other party doesn't really affect his interests, Bai Luo won't waste time and effort trying to mobilize the people. He glanced at this Vice Admiral lightly, and said in a flat tone. Ralph Copperfield, Vice Admiral, this is the reward that Sengoku Admiral and I have already agreed upon. If you still have objections, after the meeting is over, you can question Sengoku Admiral alone. Crane said in a flat tone, completely ruthless. Chapter 111. Crane knows some small thoughts and dissatisfaction of this Marine Vice Admiral. I also have some understanding of the other party's corruption. Every time he performs a mission, he secretly steals hundreds of thousands of baileys or millions of baileys. In fact, there are many such Marines. As long as it is not blatant and does not affect the execution of the task, it will not interfere under normal circumstances. After all, that's what human nature is. Even if there is a new batch of people, it may not be as good as the first batch of people. Moreover, the backbone of Marine, that is, the number of Vice Admirals is not much. As a Vice Admiral, the other party is not worth sanctioning the other party for this little money. But that doesn't mean Marine doesn't care about it at all. After reaching a certain amount, if there is no background and not restrained, Marine will still settle accounts later. It can also be regarded as a means of fattening and cutting leaks. Hearing Crane's merciless tone, Ralph Copperfield Vice Admiral's face was a little ugly. Didn't anyone at 19 raise an objection? He clearly remembered that he had asked who had any objections before. He was just raising objections normally. How could Crane target him like this? Could it be that my corruption has been exposed? Probably not. I'm only greedy for ink every time. Over the years, I've only been greedy for hundreds of millions of baileys. It's far worse than that huge greed. That person has not been discovered, so it will be even harder for me to be discovered. It should be because Bai Luo belongs to the Crane, so I questioned the benefits to Bai Luo and offended the crane. Hey, you still practice pure justice? After all, you're just a layman. Ralph Copperfield thought, very dissatisfied. But that's all he could think about. If you really let him talk back, he won't make fun of himself. As the General Staff Officer, he has a higher status and stronger strength than him, and his network background is even more incomparable. In any comparison, he is a loser. That's why he won't talk back to the crane again. If he was asked to question Sengoku Admiral, he would not have the confidence and courage. He was very guilty himself. In the end, he could only keep silent. With the example of Ralph Copperfield, everyone looked at Sengoku Admiral and found that Sengoku Admiral did not express anything. This is the default. They knew that this matter was a foregone conclusion, and they did not raise any objections. In fact, Bai Luo was also a little shocked by this amount of Bailey's reward. He didn't know why Sengoku Admiral and Crane rewarded him with so many Baileys. This is not a small sum. Does he look like such a poor man? Give me so much money all at once, is it a reward for me to help Marine make the Leaf of Healing? And this amount of Bailey is about half of the Golden Lion's bounty, so it should not be a coincidence. As a Marine, it is my duty to catch pirates, and I cannot directly receive the pirate's bounty. 17. And I didn't hand in the head of the Golden Lion. I didn't expect to get so much money even in this way. It must have opened the back door. Bai Luo pondered some possible reasons why he got so much money. In the meeting room, apart from the sound of Garp's whirring sleep at the moment, it was extremely quiet, and everyone had their own ideas. Seeing that everyone had no other opinions, Tsurumi continued to the next meeting. Next comes an arrangement regarding the welfare of marine officers. This time it's the benefits of combat medical treatment. I think everyone has heard of the Leaf of Healing, even if you haven't seen it, you should have heard of it. When Crane mentioned the Leaf of Healing, many Marine Vice Admirals nodded. They do know that some of them even have the Leaf of Healing through special channels. Crane carefully observed everyone's expressions, and then continued to introduce. I tried it for a while at the Marine Freshman Training Camp, and the effect is very significant. The freshman's training effect is doubled, and it will not burden the body. The effect of the healing leaf is much more than that. If it is used in actual combat, it can instantly recover minor injuries, and for ordinary officers, the effect is self-evident. So Sengoku Admiral and I decided to promote Leaf of Healing, officially popularize it, and apply it to the actual combat king. The initial arrangement is to start with naval headquarters. As long as you are a marine officer in the headquarters, every time you go to sea to catch pirates, you can receive a healing leaf for free. Marine soldiers with combat heroism and penultimate achievements can also be rewarded or apply for healing leaves. Having said this, he looked at the few people in Vice Admiral again. These Vice Admirals, including the former Ralph Copperfield Vice Admiral, are all members of the Marine Logistics Department. Belongs to a major faction in Marine, the bourgeoisie. Of course, although the bourgeoisie has a large number of people, it does not mean that they are the strongest. Now the most powerful faction in Marine is the Dove faction, followed by the Hawk faction and the Bourgeois faction. Crane took a few glances at these bourgeois vice admirals, as if to give them a warning not to use the idea of healing leaves, and then added. In order to prevent the abuse and private sale of the Leaf of Healing, after the mission is over, for officers who do not have the Leaf of Healing on their bodies, their merits for this mission will be reduced accordingly. If this is the case many times, it means that he is too dependent on the Leaf of Healing, and his strength is 343. He is not worthy of this position, and he will be punished or even downgraded. Hearing Crane's pointed warning, several bourgeois vice admirals frowned slightly. With this restriction, the means they can operate will be greatly reduced, the difficulty of corruption will rise sharply, and they may even be demoted. Crane doesn't care what these vice admirals who have other thoughts think, she continued. The effect and basic usage of the Leaf of Healing, as well as some specific arrangements, will be recorded in detail in the manual. Afterwards every officer present, including all officers at Naval Headquarters, will receive a corresponding manual. After Tsuru finished speaking, he nodded to Sengoku. Sengoku nodded in response, then said, "The above is the main content of this meeting, and there are some more." Soon the meeting ended smoothly. Mainly about the Golden Lion and the Leaf of Healing. There is also some normal meeting content. After the meeting is over, wait for the other Vice Admirals to leave. Bai Luo glanced at Garp who was still sleeping in place, and walked towards Sengoku Admiral who was sorting out files next to Garp. There are some privileges that must be won by one's own ability and initiative. Chapter 112. Sengoku Admiral, I want to take a few days off. Bai Luo directly expressed his wishes to Sengoku. Sengoku thought about Bai Luo's leave of absence. Then he looked at the crane that had already walked to the door. After hearing Bai Luo's words, Crane also turned his head to look this way, and nodded slowly. Seeing that he and Tsuru had the same thoughts, Sengoku turned around and said with a smile. "Okay, this time you are fighting against a powerful enemy like the Golden Lion, you really need a few days of rest, so how about I give you a few days off?" "Okay, thanks Sengoku Admiral." "You're welcome, you deserve it." Sengoku Admiral thought of the healing leaf when he said this, and emphasized to Bai Luo. "You made the leaf of healing, don't take the initiative to disclose it for the time being." The leaf of healing was created by Bai Luo, and not many people know about it. Except for the women around Bai Luo. Only a few others know about it. Such as Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr, etc. It was not announced before because Bai Luo did not have the strength to protect himself. But it's different now. Now Bai Luo's strength is now so strong that he can defeat a powerhouse at the level of the Golden Lion. At least have the ability to protect themselves. Sengoku and Crane discussed and decided last night to increase the promotion of Leaf of Healing. It is also one of the important contents of this meeting. In this way, even if someone finds Bai Luo along the Leaf of Healing and wants to cooperate or even control this huge benefit, Bai Luo also has the ability to protect himself. Marine will also have more time to deal with this aspect. Since the Leaf of Healing is ready to be popularized in Naval Headquarters, it won't be long before other people can guess that the Leaf of Healing is related to me. Bai Luo asked suspiciously. Healing Leaf's ability is too similar to his Angel Fruit's ability. Anyone who is interested in investigating for a period of time can confirm that it is related to him. That also takes time, doesn't it? You can hide it for as long as you can. It is still in the early stages of popularization, and all pressures, whether internal corruption or external pressure, allow Marine to help you resist the most violent first wave. After that, you still have to rely on yourself, so don't forget to improve your own strength. Strength is your greatest reliance. And, aren't you planning to go out for a few days? If everyone else knows, you probably won't be able to take a normal vacation soon. Sengoku was afraid that Bai Luo would expose himself because he was young and frivolous, so he explained the pros and cons to him. Don't worry. I didn't take the initiative to promote my ideas, I just think about it now. Cough cough. Bai Luo gave Sengoku a man who knows how to look. It's good to be young. Sengoku sighed inexplicably, and left with Garp who was still sleeping. At this time, there was no one else in the conference room except him. Bai Luo's eyes became cold again. I hope those people don't offend me. Otherwise, whether it's people inside or outside the marine, I won't show mercy. Xiao Luo, why don't you leave? What are you thinking? At this moment, the crane at the door asked. Ugh, I can finally leave Naval Headquarters, I'm thinking about where to go. Bai Luo responded with a smile. He walked quickly to the side of the crane and left with the crane. Xiao Luo, you don't need to have such a big pressure. The internal problems of the marine are actually not a big deal, and the main thing is the external pressure. However, given the strength of marine as a whole, the external pressure is not limited. Crane seemed to know what was on Bai Luo's mind, and comforted him. "Thank you, Sister He, for your concern. In fact, I am not worried about these problems. I am very confident in my natural strength and Marine's strength. What I'm thinking about is the relationship between the major factions in Marine. Will it affect the popularity of Healing Leaf?" At the meeting today, Bai Luo observed the various Marine Vice Admirals and noticed that their attitudes were different, so he thought of this question. "Is it a problem with the faction? You are now Rear Admiral, and you may be promoted to Vice Admiral in a short time. You can already understand this information. Actually, the problem of factions is not a big problem. It is a normal phenomenon. You don't have to worry too much. The various factions check and balance each other to maintain Marine's competitiveness and relative balance. If a large organization wants to maintain vitality and balance, the existence of different factions is a must." Crane first explained that the faction problem is not a big problem, and then explained in detail. At present, there are 3 main factions in Marine. The most powerful faction is the Dove faction, whose overall style is relatively moderate and conservative. The Hawk faction is not weak, and the overall style is tough and radical. There is also a faction that cannot be ignored is the bourgeoisie. Sengoku Admiral is a representative figure of Doves. As the only admiral, Doves is now led by Sengoku and has the strongest momentum in Marine. In this era of chaotic big pirates, the dovish conservative style doesn't seem to be suitable for Marine in this era. Bai Luo interrupted his introduction and asked his own question. "What you want to say is that Sengoku, a dovish leader, is not suitable to lead Marine in this chaotic era of great pirates. In this era, Marine needs a tough hawk to fight against pirates better. This should be you think about it." Hearing Bai Luo's questioning of Sengoku, he was not angry, but asked Bai Luo back. Yet. Bai Luo nodded. In fact, that's what he thought, and he always had this doubt. Seeing Bai Luo nodded, he sighed lightly and continued to explain. "Little Luo, in fact, even dovish people are not all gentle in dealing with things, hawkish people are not all tough in dealing with things." Looking at Bai Luo's more puzzled eyes, he said in more detail. "There are very few absolute hawks and doves, and there are very few such people in Marine. Many people are a complex mixture, that is, hawks and doves have different proportions in themselves, such as hawks and doves, doves and hawks, hawks on the outside and doves on the outside, hawks on the outside and doves, etc. Sakazuki Vice Admiral should be an absolute hawk." Bai Luo asked after hearing Crane's explanation. "Sakazuki?" Judging from Sakazuki Vice Admiral's past style of handling things, he is an absolute hawk. Tsuru said after thinking about it. "I see." With Sakazuki's example, Bai Luo understood Crane's explanation better. The so-called factions have a lot to do with the different justice declared by Marine in the world of One Piece. Continue to explain your question before, about whether Sengoku Admiral is suitable to be the leader of Marine in this era. Although Sengoku Admiral is a representative of doves, he is not an absolute dove. To be more precise, Sengoku is a dove who prefers an eagle, commonly known as a fighting pigeon. So Sengoku isn't a very moderate, conservative guy. And in this era, what the vulnerable Marine needs most is a leader like Sengoku. Facing the huge impact of the era of great pirates, the current Marine can't charge blindly, nor can it just passively defend, it needs to win steadily. Sengoku as a fighting pigeon, no one is better than him. Chapter 113. The outbreak of the Great Pirate Era caught Marine by surprise. Marine is powerless in many cases. Compared with the entire pirate force, Marine is absolutely weak. If there is another hawkish leader at this time, Marine may fall into a never-ending offensive, which will make the already weak Marine even more exhausted. And if Marine is led by a dovish person, Marine will not be able to effectively suppress the rampant pirates. 17. Only a fighting pigeon like Sengoku, or a peace eagle, is suitable to be the leader of Marine in this era. It allows Marine to expand its strength while effectively attacking pirates. Marshal Kong took a fancy to this aspect of Sengoku, so he was more at ease to let Sengoku handle Marine's affairs. When the Marine develops well in the future and the overall strength becomes very strong, it doesn't matter which faction the Marine leader is. At that time, regardless of whether the leader of Marine is an absolute hawk or an absolute dove, Marine will be able to stabilize everything with its strong background and strength. In the final analysis, although leaders are important, the most important thing is the overall strength of Marine. The overall strength is strong, even if the leader is a pig, he can last for a long time. He and Bai Luo explained a lot of things that he didn't know very well before. I see. I didn't expect it to be quite complicated. Bai Luo scratched his head and said. But although Bai Luo said it was complicated, he didn't feel any pressure in his heart. He has the potential to surpass the world without panicking. What's the situation with the bourgeois faction? Bai Luo thought that Crane only introduced him to the Hawk faction and the Dove faction among the three major Marine factions, but did not introduce the bourgeois faction. Are you a bourgeoisie? You don't need to know too much about this. To put it simply, most people are bourgeoisie. When resources are insufficient, many bourgeois people will become doves or hawks. He simply explained. That is to say, if resources are abundant, the surroundings will be peaceful, and everyone will be a bourgeoisie. No, this is just an ideal state. Resources cannot be absolutely abundant, because people's greed is endless. No matter how abundant resources are, they will always gather in the hands of a small number of people in the end. Then there won't be enough resources for other people. So, BJDB, many of them had other ideas and took the initiative to become doves or hawks. When the situation is severe and irreconcilable, chaos and war begin again. When Bai Luo heard his explanation, he immediately thought of those who had resources. Although it is not accurate, it can be understood in this way. Crane was surprised that Bai Luo had such an idea. She didn't want to talk too much about the bourgeoisie because it was too complicated. Crane stopped in his tracks, looked at Bai Luo seriously and said. Little Luo, do you want to be the Marine Marshal? Crane needs to ascertain Bai Luo's true thoughts. If Bai Luo really has such thoughts, she can make corresponding preparations. Bai Luo didn't expect that the few words he said would make he misunderstand that he has the intention of being superior. To be a Marine Marshal, you must first be an Admiral. Bai Luo said. This is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. After becoming an Admiral, he becomes the direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons. He needs to protect the safety of the Celestial Dragons and obey the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Even if Admiral could disobey the orders of the Celestial Dragons, he would feel uncomfortable. After all, Marie Joy Celestial Dragons must be the enemy. He didn't have the idea of being a direct subordinate to the enemy. That's right, it seems that I have too many. Crane knows the identity of Bai Luo Lunaria clan, and Marie Joy's is an interracial hatred. It's just that before Bai Luo questioned whether Sengoku was qualified or not, and said some incredible ideas to her, she thought that Bai Luo had the intention of being superior. In the end, it seemed that she was thinking too much. But regardless of whether Bai Luo's real thoughts are like this or not, he is not very worried. Because Bai Luo has enough potential and strength, he still has the ability to protect himself, which is enough to protect his own safety. I'd better be a Vice Admiral. A free Vice Admiral like Garp. Bai Luo thinks of Garp who can do whatever he wants in Marine, not even Celestial Dragons. Is that so? It's not as difficult as being a Marshal, but it's not too difficult for you. Crane thought of Bai Luo making healing leaves for Marine. Now Bai Luo has said that he wants to be a Vice Admiral like Garp. This requires a huge Marine reputation. And Leaf of Healing is one of the fastest ways to harvest reputation. Thinking of this, he understood everything. It turned out that Bai Luo had this idea from the very beginning. It sounds really unmotivated. With such great potential, but only wanting to be a Vice Admiral, it's too good to be useful. However, Crane also understood that Bai Luo had no other choice because of his grudge against Marie-Joyce. But what Crane doesn't know is that Bai Luo's purpose is not so simple. Becoming a Marine Vice Admiral, who has a huge reputation in Marine like Garp, is just a small step in his plan. After all, people with prestige and strength like Garp sometimes have things they can't do. When Ace was executed, Garp watched his relatives being executed with his own eyes, but he couldn't take the initiative to lend a helping hand. At most, it can only reach the level of releasing water in battle. Even though there are plenty of other Marines who give Garp face and put water in the fight. In the end, it didn't change the ending of Ace's execution. It can be seen from this that even a man like Garp with strength and prestige at the apex of the entire ocean cannot change some things. So becoming a Vice Admiral like Garp is just his first step. His next goal is to control the entire Marine. The ultimate goal is to overthrow Marie-Joyce. Even if a normal person has such an ambition, it is almost impossible to realize it. Because no one in One Piece world can defeat two combined top combat forces at the same time. With this limitation in strength, it is self-evident and almost impossible to overthrow Marie-Joyce, who has ruled for 800 years and has countless trump cards. But it was different for Bai Luo. He has the potential to surpass the upper limit of this world's strength, and the difficulty is greatly reduced. And he knows Luffy, Dragon, et.al. 20 years later. What these guys do in the future will attract most of Marie-Joy pressure for him. Even forced Marie-Joy unknown hole card for him. With these people drawing fire for him, it is impossible for him to fail in the end. Chapter 114. Sister He, why did you and Sengoku Admiral reward me with so many Baileys? Finally, Bai Luo asked the question. With so many Baileys, he couldn't spend all of them. There's really no other reason. You have contributed so much to Marine, and Marine doesn't know what to reward you for. I can only give you some more money and let you spend it. And because of the Golden Lion's death, Sengoku took the opportunity to ask Marie-Joyce for the Golden Lion's bounty. After Marie-Joyce knew about the Golden Lion, she was very satisfied with Marine's ability to prevent the Golden Lion from escaping in time. 2.4 billion Baileys were allocated directly to Marine, which is half of the Golden Lion's bounty. Is it only half? Is it because the other party didn't get the Golden Lion's body? Hearing this, Bai Luo asked suspiciously. He knew there were some bounty hunters who specialized in hunting pirates. If the head of the pirate cannot be taken out, even if the pirate with the bounty is killed, the bounty hunter cannot receive the bounty from Marine. Even if you have the head of a pirate, you can't take away all the bounties, you can only take part of them. Could it be that Marie-Joyce only paid 50% of the bounty because he didn't see the head of the Golden Lion with his own eyes? It is equivalent to directly losing the other half of the bounty. Big loss. If he had known that the Golden Lion's corpse was so valuable, he shouldn't have watched the Sea Kings eat the Golden Lion's corpse. This is a great opportunity to pluck the wool from Marie-Joyce. Although for Marie-Joyce, billions of Baileys are like drizzle, and they are not taken seriously by them. But even if it's just a piece of wool, as long as it belongs to Marie-Joyce, he can't let it go easily. What used to be able to stroke a whole wool, but now it can only stroke half a wool. Forget it, the sheep Marie-Joyce has been there anyway, so it won't be too late to continue plucking it. Bai Luo thought so. Of course not because of the Golden Lion's corpse, that reason is just an excuse to exploit bounty hunters. The other half of the bounty is paid by Marine, so Marie-Joyce only needs to pay half. Crane's words interrupted Bai Luo's thoughts. Of course, the money that Marine pays for the bounty is the money of Marine Finance, and Marine Finance is supported by Marie-Joyce, which is actually equivalent to being given by Marie-Joyce. In this way, it is equivalent to the bounty being paid by Marie-Joyce. It's just part of what Marine needs to spend, and Marie-Joyce has already paid into Marine's finances in advance. The Bailey for you is the part that Sengoku applied to Marie-Joyce before taking advantage of the Golden Lion's death. You don't need to have any pressure in your heart. You can spend what you want, and it doesn't matter what level you are. Crane thought that Bai Luo would feel pressure to get so many Baileys all at once, and he didn't know how to deal with it. So the reason was explained. And support Bai Luo to spend at will. I see. Don't worry, sister I like spending money the most. After hearing his explanation, Bai Luo knew that the money he got was not used for the development of Marine, and it would not have any impact on Marine. It's what Marie Joyce pays extra for. Normally, Marines cannot claim bounties for catching pirates by themselves. This part of the money will be reserved for development. But Bai Luo's achievements are too great, Sengoku doesn't know what would be better to reward Bai Luo, so he directly gives the part of the reward paid by Marie Joyce to Bai Luo. Thinking of this, Bai Luo became even happier. That money should be nice to spend. After all, it is money obtained from the enemy, not in vain. After Bai Luo and he separated, he returned to his office. At this time, Rouge and the others have already started working in the office. Bai Luo told them some of the content of the meeting, and announced to them that there are a few more days off. I'm so happy to be on vacation again. Robin spun around happily. For Robin, who is only 8 years old, the holiday is more attractive. Naval headquarters is almost full of shopping, and there are no good clothes. Orovia was also very happy when she heard that there was a new vacation, but then she thought that there was nothing interesting in the town of naval headquarters, so she said a little disappointed. It's different this time, we can leave naval headquarters and play somewhere else. Bai Luo touched Orovia's head and explained with a smile. For a scholar like Orovia who used to go out to sea for adventure, it is also difficult for her to keep her in a boring place all the time. Really? Where are you going to play? Can I go too? Hearing Bai Luo's words, they all gathered around Bai Luo and asked curiously. Seeking flowers. 0. Although it is not far from here, it is definitely one of the most prosperous places in the world, so we will go there for a few days. Where? Where? Sabayati Archipelago. Don't worry. Everyone here goes. Bai Luo didn't hold back, and directly stated the destination of the trip. Then he said with a serious face. But I have 2 requirements, or tasks. There are only 2 tasks for you this time. Bai Luo stretched out 2 fingers while talking. First, stay by my side and pay attention to protect your own safety, there are many traffickers in Sabayati Archipelago. Having said that, Bai Luo specifically looked in the direction of Robin and Khalifa, wanting them to raise their awareness of safety and not to run around. Seeing Robin and Khalifa nodding their heads excitedly, it seemed that they didn't take human traffickers seriously. 0. Also, the human traffickers are not Khalifa and Rouge's opponents. Bai Luo shook his head amusedly, and went on to the second point. This time his tone was no longer serious, he waved his big hand, and said in a relaxed tone. The second point is, when you arrive at Sabayati Archipelago, you can buy whatever you want, don't save money, it's not bad. Bai Luo thought of the more than 2 billion Baileys he just got. Or the money funded by the enemy. He can't wait to spend a wave now. If it is consumed at naval headquarters, he does not know how long it will take to spend the beans. It just so happened that I went to Sabayati Archipelago this time, so I can spend as much as I want. Of course, Bai Luo also knew that as long as he didn't touch gambling and drugs, he couldn't spend so much money at all. Even if you go to buy devil fruit, you may not be able to spend it all. Because devil fruit is hard to come by. It is impossible for him to be so lucky to meet so many devil fruits for him to buy. Oh, so much money, it's a waste to save it, and you can't spend it all, it's really annoying. Bai Luo thought helplessly. By the way, there should be a lot of expensive items at the auction. Bai Luo thought of the auction. With the auction house as a big seller, his pressure to spend money might be much less. Bai Luo didn't expect that with the support of the enemy, he would realize the freedom of wealth so quickly. And will be troubled because the money will not run out. Chapter 115. Now that the freedom of wealth has been achieved, the next goal is to achieve freedom in combat power. As for how to quickly increase combat power, of course it is to fight against more powerful enemies. Only by constantly fighting can you stimulate your own potential faster and improve your fighting skills. Needless to say, in terms of potential, Bai Luo has great potential, and his talent is stronger than anyone else. In terms of combat methods, due to Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, physical skills have been greatly improved. But these are not enough. Compared with those pirates and marines who have been fighting desperately, his fighting skills and experience are still far behind. Bai Luo himself is very clear. This cannot be achieved overnight. He is only 17 years old, and he still has a lot of time to practice. There is a lot of room for improvement in combat skills and combat experience, so there is no need to worry. The reason why Bai Luo's current mentality of revenge is not so urgent. It is because he knows 637, relying on his own invincible talent and grasp of the general trend of the future. He must be invincible in the world of pirates, and overthrow the rule of Marie Joyce, successful revenge. And as his strength improved, he became more confident. He doesn't feel much pressure now, and there is absolutely no need to train hard. You can take revenge easily, why put too much pressure on yourself? Of course, if given the chance, he still wants to put more pressure on himself. This kind of appropriate pressure can make his strength improve a little faster. But with Bai Luo's current strength, he is not a top powerhouse, so he cannot be pressured at all. Even top powerhouses, most of them cannot cause serious injuries to his current physical strength. And he has the ability to resurrect. Even if you die accidentally, you can still be resurrected continuously. That's why he doesn't have much sense of crisis. He is already pseudo-invincible. But Bai Luo also understands that it is not entirely a bad thing for him to have such thoughts. Marie Joyce wants revenge, but at the same time, she wants to live more easily. Don't put too much pressure on yourself because of hatred. The heart is crushed, and the only one who hurts is himself. Enemies don't feel bad. This is completely putting the cart before the horse. This time, Bai Luo went to Sabayati archipelago for vacation, mainly to relax and celebrate his complete freedom from the protection of Marine. However, if he can meet an opponent, he does not recommend practicing with the opponent. Anyway, he has the ability to revive himself and others, and he can change any bad consequences. I don't know if Rayleigh is in Sabayati archipelago now. If he is, I can have a chance to compete with Rayleigh. Maybe it can make my strength even better. Sabayati archipelago impresses Bai Luo the most, and the strong man who can pose a threat to him, the first impression is Pluton Rayleigh. As the deputy of the former One Piece, the strength of Pluton Rayleigh, who is still in his prime, should not be underestimated. Even if the fleet of One Piece is disbanded, now Rayleigh no longer goes to sea as a pirate. Just an ordinary coater on top of the Sabayati archipelago. It doesn't change the fact that Rayleigh was once a vicious pirate. Of course, most pirates are vicious, and Rayleigh at least doesn't bully civilians for no reason. But Rayleigh is by no means a good stubble. It can be reflected in the title of Rayleigh's Pluton. This Pluton does not refer to the Pluton of ancient weapon. Rayleigh has nothing to do with ancient weapon. His title is entirely based on what he does. Pluton means that those who challenge it can only get a one-way pass to Hades. Rayleigh and Roger received the title shortly after they set sail. It can be seen from this that in the face of the enemy, Rayleigh belongs to the type of killing without blinking an eye. Of course, even so, Rayleigh is definitely good among pirates. After all, he belongs to pirates, and being kind to the enemy is to let himself die. Rayleigh's strength is very strong. As the Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, and with super strong swordsmanship, Rayleigh's strength is much stronger than the severely weakened Golden Lion. Rayleigh, who is still in his prime, is a top player in his prime. Only a powerhouse of this level can put some pressure on Bai Luo. Bai Luo took advantage of his position to give Rouge and the others a vacation. With them and a large sum of Bailey and other money, they took a boat to Sabayati archipelago. This time because it was a vacation, Bai Luo and the others did not wear the cloak of justice. All in casual clothes. Bai Luo was dressed casually, clothing that was convenient for fighting. The main thing is to facilitate the battle, so as not to encounter unnecessary troubles. But even simple clothes can't hide Bai Luo's handsomeness. And it looks even better if a few women wear it. Rouge is wearing a long skirt similar to a cheongsam, with the bifurcations on both sides reaching only to the knees. The exposed calf is black stockings. On the feet are color-matched heels. The whole person looks both dignified and enchanting. This gesture made Bai Luo look a few more times. Aurovia is wearing shorts and black boots, and she also looks heroic. Both Khalifa and Robin are wearing long skirts, looking like little princesses, extremely cute. It looks very seductive. At the same time, Bai Luo understood that this was even more dangerous. Because they are too attractive. What's more, after the improvement of his purification ability, they are now as beautiful as ultimate. Even Rouge and Khalifa, which are not in bloom, are extremely cute. Wouldn't it be crazy if some people with special hobbies saw this? Bai Luo knows that the pirate world is very dangerous for beautiful women, and there are no moral and legal constraints here. Even though Sabayati archipelago is close to Marine HQ and Marie Joyce, it's not particularly safe. On the contrary, it may be more dangerous. After all, it is close to Marie Joyce, the place with the greatest sea rights, and Marine Ford, the most powerful institution. At the feet of these two places, the darkness will only become deeper. In a relatively peaceful area, ordinary people may not be aware of the danger. But for people like Bai Luo and Rouge who don't look ordinary, it's not safe. It is possible to offend anyone casually, and there are high-ranking marine officials and even celestial dragons behind them. Even if you don't cause trouble, if you are spotted by these brats with strong backgrounds, you basically won't be able to run away. This is the truth. As prosperous as Sabayati archipelago is on the surface, it is as dark as 5.1 behind the scenes. This is true whether it is a world where strength is respected or an ordinary world. If Bai Luo and Rouge go to Sabayati archipelago with such a handsome attitude, it will definitely attract some people's attention. After all, the charm of him and them cannot be underestimated. It's easy to get the attention of human traffickers and even celestial dragons. As long as he and Rouge go to Sabayati archipelago, they will definitely encounter this kind of problem. But Bai Luo can't stop coming to Sabayati archipelago for safety's sake. You can't deliberately make yourself ugly. He just dislikes trouble, it will be very annoying, and he is not afraid of trouble. Even if he encounters these troubles, Bai Luo is not worried. Bai Luo now has the ability to protect them. Whether it's human traffickers or celestial dragons, he's not afraid of them now. Chapter 116. Compared with these dark forces who are backed by people behind them, and the brats who are not strong in themselves. Although Rayleigh is currently the most powerful person on the Sabayati archipelago, his threat level may be very small or even non-existent. The current Rayleigh is considered harmless to humans and animals. Even if Bai Luo took the initiative to provoke Rayleigh, Rayleigh probably would not play hard. After all, as a general level officer, as long as Bai Luo didn't touch Rayleigh's bottom line, Rayleigh, who is no longer a pirate, would definitely not do anything to Bai Luo. If you play hard, you will only cause unnecessary trouble. It even attracted Marine's roundup. That's not what Rayleigh wants to see. Of course, Marine will not provoke Rayleigh who is no longer a pirate. Even if he knew that Rayleigh was on the Sabayati archipelago, he would not have captured Rayleigh. It's unrealistic to capture Rayleigh, and now Marine doesn't have the extra top-level combat power to manage someone who is no longer at sea. It can be said that a tacit understanding has been formed between Marine and Rayleigh. That is, no one should cause trouble on purpose. Of course Bai Luo knew this too. His trip to the Sabayati archipelago wasn't for Rayleigh either. Not to mention capturing Rayleigh 19 for Marine. Rayleigh has been in the Sabayati archipelago, almost under the nose of Marine headquarters. In such a situation, there are so many people in naval headquarters that no one came to arrest Rayleigh, let alone make trouble for nothing. His main purpose is still entertainment. Whether he can meet Rayleigh and then compete with Rayleigh is just a secondary matter. Even if he meets Rayleigh, he will only hold a learning attitude and will not think about capturing Rayleigh. Of course, he doesn't have this strength now. Before taking Rouge and the others by boat to Marie-Joyce, Bai Luo had already told he his purpose. And learned some information about Sabayati archipelago, including Rayleigh's situation. Even Crane agreed with Bai Luo's idea of competing with Rayleigh. After all, there are ready-made tools that people don't use in vain. Judging from the fact that Crane agreed so quickly, the current Rayleigh is indeed a lot more restrained, and he is no longer the ruthless character of Pluton. Therefore, Heke was very relieved and agreed with Bai Luo's idea of competing with Rayleigh. The Marine headquarters is not far from the Sabayati archipelago, just a short boat ride away. When the ship was approaching the Sabayati archipelago, Bai Luo and his party stood on the deck. Very clearly saw the side of the Sabayati archipelago. The entire archipelago appears to be composed of many large trees. The ground is made of tree roots. After the ship arrived at the pier, everyone saw that there were still bubbles on the ground of the island. The entire Sabayati archipelago is filled with rising bubbles. This strange scene made Robin and Khalifa hold Bai Luo's hand tightly. They are very curious. If you don't know these bubbles, you dare not get off the boat easily. A bubble floated near Khalifa, and Khalifa stepped back vigilantly. Using the ability of its own bubble fruit, rubbing out a small bubble with hands. After the small bubble collided with Sabayati archipelago's bubble, the two bubbles did not disappear, but bounced off each other. Wow! These bubbles are the same as those made by Sister Khalifa, they won't pop easily. Robin watched the scene curiously. Robin originally thought that only Sister Khalifa could use the fruit ability to create bubbles that would not be easily destroyed. I didn't expect to have a long experience this time. You can directly see the bubbles that spread all over the island and cannot be easily popped. After feeling that the opposite bubble was not in any danger, Khalifa also looked at the bubble on the island very curiously. She doesn't understand why there are so many bubbles with fruit abilities similar to hers. If this is the case, wouldn't her ability be considered a bad street? The point is, her ability is no longer special. Can she still use this ability to help Bai Luo Big Brother? These peculiar bubbles are characteristic of the Sabayati archipelago. Auravia, who was on the side, said after hearing her daughter Robin's doubts, and interrupted Khalifa's worries at the same time. Auravia's words attracted everyone's attention to her. Khalifa, who wanted to know the answer the most, also looked straight at Auravia. Auravia felt everyone's curiosity, and she didn't hesitate. As a scholar who has often taken risks, she still knows a lot about Sabayati archipelago. Seeing everyone's thirst for knowledge, adhering to the attitude of a scholar, she began to explain in detail. The reason for the formation of the bubbles is the special natural resin secreted by the respiration of the roots of the alkaman mangrove, and the resin forms bubbles after the air expands. I see, Mother, what are these bubbles for? After Robin learned the reason for the formation of bubbles, he wanted to know the function of bubbles. At the same time, she also wanted to know the difference between these bubbles and the bubbles made by Sister Khalifa, except for the size, so she continued to ask curiously. As a specialty of Sabayati archipelago, these bubbles have a great effect and are closely related to the lives of people on Sabayati archipelago. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles, bubble culture permeates every place in Sabayati archipelago. Auravia explained the information she knew, and explained to Robin. After hearing that the bubbles on this island are actually so strong and have so many functions, Khalifa looked at the small bubbles he made, and then at the big bubbles all over the sky. Compared with the two, the gap seems to be a bit big. In an instant, he felt that his ability was too weak, and he lowered his head in frustration. The bubbles she can make now are not as strong as the bubbles on this island. And she can't make huge bubbles as many as the Sabayati archipelago. So what's the use of her? Khalifa plunged into self-doubt. Bai Luo, who has been holding Khalifa in one hand, feels Khalifa's body changes. Seeing Khalifa, who bowed his head silently, he could see what Khalifa was thinking. So he held Khalifa's little hand tightly and said to everyone, "Although the effects of these bubbles are good, they are limited to this, and there is almost no room for improvement. And we have Khalifa, not only can it be like the bubbles on the island, but we can also develop bubbles with more powerful functions in the future." Chapter 117. Moreover, Khalifa can easily control all the bubbles he makes. As for the bubbles on the Sabayati archipelago, they cannot be completely controlled by humans. In order to give Khalifa enough confidence, Bai Luo said so. After finishing speaking, Bai Luo felt that Khalifa was holding his hand tighter, so he hugged Khalifa up. Looking into Khalifa's eyes, he said with a smile, "Khalifa should be able to do it. I believe in you." Feeling Bai Luo looking directly at her, the anticipation and trust made Khalifa a little shy. The big brothers believed in her so much, how could she give up on herself? Since Big Brother needs her, no matter if it is useful or not, she has to work hard to improve herself and strive to help Big Brother. "Well, I can." Khalifa was encouraged and nodded to Bai Luo with renewed confidence. Aurovia also reacted at this time, and quickly figured out the reason for Khalifa's emotional change, so she reorganized the language and continued. "Although these bubbles have some functions, they cannot exist forever. If there is no human intervention, they will fly into the sky until they disappear. Because the bubbles are only suitable for the climate range of the archipelago, once the bubbles leave the climate area of the Sabayati archipelago, the resin components will explode because they cannot fully exert their power. So apart from the Sabayati archipelago, it is impossible to play the role of these bubbles in other places. But we are different, we still have Khalifa. With Khalifa, we can always experience and have bubbles like the one on the Sabayati archipelago, and even better, no matter where we are in the future." In order to give Khalifa more encouragement, Oro also analyzed the advantages of Khalifa's abilities. Let Khalifa have more confidence in the development of his own ability. "Okay, it's time for us to go." After comforting Khalifa, Bai Luo took back everyone's thoughts with one sentence. "What about luggage? There are very few personal items, you can take it with you, and it won't affect our actions." "1. But what about those huge amounts of money, Bailey? If it is placed on a boat at the dock, no one is watching, it is very unsafe. Besides, if we don't bring these large amounts of coins, we will not be able to do what Master Bai Luo said before, asking us to spend the money to our heart's content." While Rouge was talking about the problems he encountered, he looked at Khalifa, who was ready to move after hearing her words in Bai Luo's arms. Rouge just saw people in the distance on the island, carrying a lot of luggage in the bubbles floating around them. It should be using the processed bubbles on the Sabayati archipelago to carry things. Since these bubbles on the island can do it, then Khalifa's ability should also be able to do it. Isn't this an opportunity for Khalifa to show his abilities? Rouge soon discovered this and wanted to warn Khalifa. So when Rouge asked this question, he kept looking at Khalifa and gave Khalifa an encouraging look. Khalifa also saw the scene of people using bubbles to load luggage in the distance, and was prompted by Rouge again, so she was a little bit venomous. Now she also wants to test her ability to see if the bubbles she made can hold a lot of money on the boat to help Bai Luo Big Brother. Khalifa lifted his spirits and used the ability of bubble fruit to make the surface of his body the same as bubble. Khalifa in this state is fully capable. It seems that Khalifa has really realized something and has developed a deeper level of his abilities. Bai Luo, who was holding Khalifa, was the first to feel the change of Khalifa in this state. It's like really holding a human-shaped bubble. It made him feel weird. He is also looking forward to what Khalifa can do this time. Soon, under Bai Luo's amazed eyes, a transparent bubble in the form of a human appeared in front of everyone. This bubble is not a normal round bubble, but is exactly the same as a human being. It was Khalifa who used his own abilities to control the shape of the bubbles he made. Make it into a strange human form. Bubbles are transparent. If it weren't for the colorful light of the bubble people under the sunlight, people might not be able to see that there is a personal form of bubbles here. I didn't expect that bubbles could really change into this form. Bai Luo was really surprised this time. It can actually change the shape of the bubble. This effect can be great. The bubble itself feels so good, and it will not be easily destroyed. If you can change shape at will. Human form, beast form, insect form. Whether it is fighting against the enemy or used for other purposes. That should have a surprising effect. Who would have thought that bubbles could take other forms? He stepped forward to touch the bubble man, who also possesses the characteristics of bubbles. And its characteristics are more powerful than ordinary bubbles on Sabayati archipelago. Looking at the radiant bubbles, it is like a work of art, attracting people's attention. Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Bai Luo's very interested expression, Khalifa smiled happily. With Bai Luo's approval, she felt that her efforts were not in vain. Then Khalifa continued to control the bubble man. 2 gaps slowly appeared on bubble man's body. When these gaps are large enough, the bubble man is still not destroyed. Noticing Bai Luo's questioning gaze, Khalifa puffed up her small chest and said proudly. I happened to see the method of using bubble on the island, and I felt something in my heart, so I made this bub lemon. With the blessing of his abilities, this bubble, who got Li, is already much tougher than a normal person's body, and will not be easily destroyed. And I can make openings on bubble man's body at will, and then put some things in it, and control bubble man to walk. After referring to the usage of bubbles on the island, and with the encouragement of Bai Luo and others, Khalifa really felt something and developed her own unique ability. After Khalifa's introduction, Bai Luo noticed what Khalifa said. Without destroying the bubble man, he could make gaps in the bubble man at will, and he could add luggage and other items into it. This made Bai Luo think of some man-made object. But bubble man is much more advanced than him. Clatter. The sound of money colliding brought Bai Luo's thoughts back to reality. He saw that the bubble man in front of him was already filled with money, and his body color changed. Chapter 118. Bubble man exudes golden light all over his body. As a large amount of money was poured into Bubble Man by Robin using the ability of flower fruit. Bubble Man is even more dazzling. It turned out that Robin felt very novel after hearing Khalifa's description of Bubble Man. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZCW NDU4 OJU equals. So he couldn't wait to pour the money into the bubble body. As several empty sacks were casually thrown under their feet, the Bubble Man was finally filled. This 2-meter-tall Bubble Man still has a lot of space in his body, and he holds a lot of money. This money can be exchanged for more Baileys. Then Khalifa made a few more bubble people, and after filling the remaining bubble people, all the money on the boat was finally filled. Before Bai Luo came to Sabayati archipelago, he felt that he could not spend so much Bailey no matter how much he spent, so he only brought gold and silver treasures worth 1.2 billion Bailey. The remaining half of the money has been collected at home. Bai Luo doesn't worry about not having enough money. Even if he doesn't have enough money to spend, he can still steal money from pirates. In the era of great pirates, no matter how lacking other things are, there will be no shortage of pirates. The Sabayati archipelago is also a transfer station between the first half of the Grand Line and New World. There are countless pirates on the island. So Bai Luo is not afraid of not having enough money at all. Okay, the money is almost packed. Bai Luo looked at the few bubble people exuding dazzling golden light in front of 840, and they were too eye-catching. He felt that if he took these bubble people for a stroll, it would probably attract the attention of many desperados. Khalifa, can you change the color of Bubble Man? It's a little too bright. He's here for vacation, not for fishing and law enforcement, so it's better not to make these bubble people look low-key. Can the color of the bubble be changed? Can it be white? Khalifa looked at the bubble man in front of him, and felt that it was too dazzling. It happened that the representative color of Bai Luo Big Brother was white, so she wanted to turn these bubbles into white. Okay, as long as it doesn't look too noticeable. Bai Luo agreed with Khalifa. Then under the control of Khalifa, all the transparent bubble people turned into white bubble people. All other functions and shapes have not changed, only the color has changed. After turning into white, the bubble man is no longer transparent, and the large amount of money in the bubble man's body cannot be seen. Although the white bubble man is still a bit eye-catching, but at most it is just curious. It's not like before, where people can see a lot of golden money inside, and it's obvious to tell others to come and grab it. Okay. Is Khalifa tired? Bai Luo felt that everything was about the same, looked at Khalifa who looked a little tired, and asked with some concern. Receiving Bai Luo's comfort, Khalifa showed a happy smile on her baby fat face, shook her head and said. Not tired. I am very happy to help Big Brother. Looking at Khalifa's appearance, although he is not really tired, Bai Rong obviously feels that Khalifa is still struggling. Just when Bai Luo was about to hug Khalifa all the time so that Khalifa could rest more, Rouge stepped forward. He raised his hand and used the golden fire of nirvana in his body to touch Khalifa's little head. Bai Luo didn't stop Rouge's sudden move, Rouge must have her purpose in doing so. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Bai Luo to feel that Khalifa's condition had completely returned to normal, without any signs of weakness. Now I have some new insights into the power of extinction in the fire of nirvana. Just now, I used the power of extinction to eliminate Khalifa's fatigue. Khalifa is fine now. After Rouge used his ability to help Khalifa eliminate his fatigue, he explained to everyone. It's amazing. It can even eliminate fatigue, this is too foul. Robin couldn't help exclaiming. Sister Khalifa is also very good. After complimenting Rouge, Robin also praised Khalifa. Worthy of being a pair of good sisters. Relax. No side effects. Jaka. Although Bai Luo didn't ask, Rouge also knew that Bai Luo must have this worry in his heart, so he said it in advance, so that Bai Luo didn't have to worry at all. Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction when he got the exact answer. Not only because everyone's abilities have a huge effect, but also because of the improvement of everyone's strength, Bai Luo is more assured of their safety. Although Bai Luo can protect them all the time, Bai Luo hopes that they have strong fighting ability. Except for a few combatants, others must at least have the ability to protect themselves. All of you are amazing. In the end, Bai Luo didn't know what to say, so in order not to be partial, he could only praise everyone. A casual sentence from Bai Luo. Let all the girls feel more joyful, and they can't help showing joyful smiles. But other people were satisfied, and Khalifa was a little reluctant. Rouge though took away her fatigue and made her look good. But at the same time, she lost the privilege of staying in the arms of Bai Luo Big Brother. Now she has no reason to stay in Bai Luo's arms anymore. Otherwise, why should he just hug her and not Robin, who is not much older than her and is also a child? In the past, it was due to the reason of being exhausted, but now it is gone. In the end, as expected by Khalifa, Bai Luo put her down. Bai Luo has his own thoughts, holding Khalifa, although he himself feels very comfortable, but he can't just feel for himself. Think about Khalifa and Robin too. Bai Luo didn't intend to do this, just to let them play to their heart's content instead of staying in his arms. In the future, there will be opportunities to stay by his side, but now it is better to be free. He wanted Khalifa and Robin to be like other kids, more lively. Instead of always thinking about staying in his arms. Children should act like children. It's okay to be mischievous in the end. He can stand it. Bai Luo and his group walked to the island, and these bubble people with a lot of money also took action under the control of Khalifa. These bubble people are not walking step by step, more like gliding on the ground. It looks like a ghost walk. This strange scene attracted the attention of many people. A very unremarkable person in the crowd, after seeing Bai Luo and his group, noticed the strange white bubble figure behind Bai Luo and others. These various eye-catching features made his eyes gradually warm up. Chapter 119. This unremarkable man is the eyeliner of a certain faction on the Sabayati archipelago. The eyeliners of these major dark forces are specially stationed at various piers entering the Sabayati archipelago, or at important entrances and exits. See if you can find good stuff. If there are precious items that can be seen, and the target is not guarded, they even dare to rob blatantly on the street. Moreover, this cargo does not only refer to valuable items and possibly intelligent life. Those rare races, even high-quality humans, are the goals of these people. They are all on the trading list of the dark forces. Clearly priced sale. In the eyes of these dark forces, no matter whether it is a person or an object, as long as they are targeted by them and the price is right, they can be traded forcibly. Robbery and human trafficking are the most familiar businesses of these forces. It is also their main source of income. But these dark forces are so rampant, but no one dares to control them. Neither the local security guards nor the marine will bother. After all, human trafficking is covered by celestial dragons in this place, and no one dares to control it. At present in this world, no one has the ability to manage. Of course, this is just the dark side of the Sabayati archipelago. For most ordinary people, this kind of thing may not be encountered in a lifetime. The most crimes encountered by ordinary people are caused by pirates. This eyeliner who paid attention to a certain force in Bai Luo's group, after observing Bai Luo for a period of time. It was found that Bai Luo was not equipped with weapons such as swords, and there were no guards besides a few beauties of all sizes. It means that there is not much threat to him. This made the desire in his heart stronger. At this time, Bai Luo and his party were already lambs waiting to be slaughtered in his eyes. What's the situation with those strangely shaped bubbles? Why is it a human-shaped bubble? Is it a new product on the island? Forget it, I don't understand, just grab it later. It's the first time I've seen those handsome men and women, and they shouldn't be nobles on the island. Although it's only a human being, it's the first time I've seen such a handsome person. It should be a rare commodity and can be sold for a lot of money. While watching Bai Luo and his party, this eyeliner waited for the support of other companions. Although Bai Luo and his group didn't look like ordinary people, he didn't worry about it. To be precise, he doesn't need to worry about these. On the Sabayati archipelago, his organization is the leader of the local snake, and there are big people behind it, so there is nothing they dare not do. However, he himself was not on top, nor was he dazzled by the huge benefits in front of him. He still planned to wait for the support of his companions first, and then decide whether to grab or not with the consent of the leader. As one of the many eyeliners who organize walks in the Sabayati archipelago, he doesn't take it lightly. He only needs to report the valuable information he has observed. Things that require judgment are decided by the leader. The efficiency was very fast. While Bai Luo and his group were still strolling to observe the surrounding scene, several menacing-looking people appeared around. It is the thug who supports the eyeliner. Compared with the unremarkable eyeliner, these can be seen at a glance and are not easy to mess with. Some civilians around thought they were pirates and stayed away from these people. Bai Luo also noticed these people, but he just glanced at them and didn't pay attention to them anymore. Because he didn't feel the danger. Explain that these people did not pose any threat to him. They are all small people, and it is estimated that even Khalifa can't beat them. Not worthy of his attention. When the leading thug came nearby, he immediately saw Bai Luo and his group walking towards the island not far away. It's not a nobleman on the island, and there are no guards around. It's a fat sheep. As before, we pretended to be pirates, and then robbed directly. All items, including people, were taken away. The lead thug quickly made a judgment. The advantage is mine. Directly on. It seems that this kind of thing has been done before. He. Pirates are doing business, and idlers wait to get out of the way. A group of vicious thugs, pretending to be pirates, began to rush towards Bai Luo. Asking for flowers, 0. When the people along the way heard that the pirate was going to attack, they ran away one after another. Okay. Bai Luo sensed many malicious eyes looking at him. He followed these gazes and looked in the direction of the group of people. Looking at this group of people does not seem like a good person. A group of people on the other side hadn't changed direction when they were 100 meters away from him, and were still running towards him. Bai Luo decided to do it. It doesn't matter whether the opponent is a pirate or not, and it doesn't matter whether the opponent's goal is to hurt him or not. He wanted to nip this trouble in the bud. Bai Luo gently raised his arm, pointing his index finger at these thugs. Baiu bia baiu. Puff puff. Several inaudible sounds came from Bai Luo's index finger. 0.0. At the same time, the thugs who were 100 meters away were all pierced through their chests and fell to the ground. Who? Bai Luo put his index finger in front of his face, and gently blew a breath, blowing away the white smoke that had not dissipated on the index finger. Fly finger pistol. It was the physical skill that Bai Luo had just launched. After Bai Luo put down his arms, he looked at a group of people who were lying on the ground. Rouge and Aurelia also heard the movement and looked in the direction of those people. Big brother, did you hear that obscene laughter like hey just now? Khalifa asked curiously while controlling his bubble man. I seem to have heard someone say that pirates are coming. Robin, who was still concentrating on admiring the surrounding scenery just now, also touched his head and said doubtfully. The two little girls still don't know exactly what happened. Because the distance between Bai Luo and those thugs was 100 meters. And there are many civilians among them blocking the view. The short Robin and Khalifa didn't notice this at first. As for how Bai Luo's attack can bypass the civilians and accurately hit the thugs in the crowd, it is because he took advantage of the power of the entanglement of knowledge and knowledge. Wrapped around the flying finger pistol, which is full of knowledge and knowledge, it can automatically avoid obstacles, track enemies, and shoot where it points. After this small test of skill, Bai Luo felt that the combination of flying finger pistol and knowledge-colored winding was not bad. Talent. Chapter 120. As one of the extension skills of finger pistol in the 6 forms, flying finger pistol has a strong penetrating power. The attack distance can also be long or short. In addition to being powerful at medium and short distances, it also has good lethality at long distances. The effective lethality can reach several thousand meters, or even 10,000 meters. At the very least, those who have not mastered armament haki, or those who do not have Zoan Devil Fruit, will find it difficult to easily resist this move head-on. And the concealment is also good. The people around probably didn't know that it was him who did it. After all, he didn't move around the whole time, but raised his hand slightly. Coupled with knowledge-colored winding, his flying finger pistol can hit the target through obstacles. Concealment is even stronger. It would be difficult for those without knowledge to discover his attacking routine this time. Sure enough, the surrounding civilians were all looking in the direction of those pirates at this time, and there were not many 150 people looking at him. As these few people fell to the ground, a lot of blood flowed out quickly on the ground. Ah! The surrounding civilians reacted from the panic and retreated further. Terrified and wanted to escape from here. Although some areas of the Sabayati archipelago can be chaotic, robbery and fights are commonplace. But this is not a chaotic zone. It belongs to the periphery of the tourist area and specialty area. Apart from celestial dragons, there are very few people who dare to blatantly kill people on the street. After all, the important industry in this area is tourism, and it is still necessary to maintain a beautiful surface to a certain extent, in order to attract more tourists. But this time is different. With the accidental death of several thugs, there are mostly tourists around. I've seen such battles there. It is completely different from the freedom and beauty imagined. One click of Baiu, someone was shot to death by a black gun. Many tourists hurried back to their boats for fear that they would be hit by stray bullets. As many passengers fled, there was a lot of chaos at the scene. Khalifa and Robin also looked there after hearing the sound. But due to height, no matter how much you jump, you can't see it. Seeing this scene, Rouge and Auravia smiled and hugged Khalifa and Robin one by one. I want Khalifa and Rouge to be able to see into the distance. They are pirates. Why were they beaten to death without making a sound? This place is so dangerous. Robin saw the scene in the distance, thought those dead thugs were pirates, and said with some lingering fear. What are you afraid of? It's just some little pirates, laughing so wretchedly, damn it. Khalifa already had the potential to be a queen at a young age, and she didn't care about the deaths of several pirates at all. Well, it has nothing to do with us, we should sell it. Bai Luo didn't explain anything to the two little girls, he and they came on vacation to cultivate their relationship. Not here to discuss these dead thugs. Since these thugs have done this business, they must have the consciousness to kick the iron plate at any time. Bai Luo is that iron plate. Or the one with diamonds. Not only the thugs can't kick, but the forces behind them can't kick either. Bai Luo is now very confident in his own strength, and he also has the backing of Marine. He is not afraid of the revenge of these dark forces. It really doesn't work, but he has the ability to resurrect. And Rouge has a golden phone bug on him. Push him to the brim and start Buster Call directly at the Sabayati archipelago. Even a nice lobby, Marine, one of the three major agencies under Marie Joyce, dared to launch a Buster Call to clean it up. Not to mention the Sabayati archipelago. At that time, unless the five elders come forward to stop it, it will be difficult for anyone to come. Gilyalu. Robin's stomach made a protesting sound, interrupting Bai Luo's thinking. Bai Luo looked at Robin, who was a little embarrassed, and felt that it was time to take them out of here. At naval headquarters in the morning, I asked for leave before the end of the class. It's time for dinner now. Bai Luo thinks that not only Robin, the others should be hungry too. Little Robin's stomach is protesting, let's find a place to eat first. Yeah. Hearing Bai Luo's words, not only Robin, but even Khalifa nodded fiercely. It seems that because of making and manipulating the bubble man and constantly using her abilities, she has exhausted a lot of physical strength, and she is really hungry. Now we are in District 41. Number 40 to number 49 are mainly tourist areas and specialty shops. Continue walking inside to see if there are any special delicacies. Bai Luo glanced at a huge tree in the distance, marked with 41. It means that the place where he is now is number 41. Just when Bai Luo left here with everyone, preparing to have lunch. The eyeliner who spotted Bai Luo's group at the beginning was already slumped on the ground with a terrified expression. As someone who has been paying attention to Bai Luo, he saw Bai Luo pointing his fingers at his fellow fighters. Then his companions, including the leader, fell to the ground, leaving a bunch of bloodline behind. He didn't dare to go forward to check the specific situation, for fear that Bai Luo would notice him. However, judging from the situation of his companion lying motionless and bleeding profusely after falling to the ground, probably already dead. Although he couldn't figure out what method Bai Luo used. But he was sure that his companion's death had nothing to do with anyone else, it must be Bai Luo's doing. Although he has no proof. At this time, he was already stunned by this inexplicable force, his body was limp and unable to use his strength. He could only try his best to shrink his body, for fear that Bai Luo would find himself. It wasn't until Bai Luo walked away that he came back to his senses. With lingering fear, he glanced at his accomplice's body, and ran away without even daring to step forward to check. He doesn't want to stay here for a moment now. It's scary. He didn't stop running until he completely left that area and ran into the illegal area of Sabayati Archipelago. Glancing at the vicious fellows around him, his heart finally eased down. 3.8 After the heart calmed down, the eyeliner felt that he had been humiliated. He has been in Sabayati Archipelago for so many years, and he has never been so embarrassed. Even in the face of big shots, he just bowed his knees. When had he ever escaped like this? Now the more he thinks about it, the more angry he becomes, and his heart is extremely unbalanced. Want to vent but have nowhere to vent. The hatred can only be placed on Bai Luo. As for Bai Luo's weird ability, this is not what he needs to worry about, and he doesn't need to do it himself. He believes that his forces can easily solve it, and that's enough. Even if it is demon fruit power or a country princess, his faction has been auctioned. On the Sabayati Archipelago, his power is one of the most powerful snakes, but he has never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 121. As the eyeliner of a big power, he doesn't need to worry about whether Bai Luo will be caught by his own power now. He is very confident in the forces behind him. That is the existence of Shangda Tianting. As long as he is spotted by his power, don't even think about escaping, being caught is inevitable. What he needs to worry about now is himself. Because he escaped just now, if other people know that he was scared away, he will be punished by the forces behind him. Whatever the reason, escape must be punished. Even if he is not a combatant. This is the rule. If you report the information directly to the supervisor, you will definitely be fined heavily. However, if you conceal the report and find out later, your life will definitely be worse than death, and I don't understand that man. I feel uneasy. The horror of Bai Luo has made this eyeliner unable to feel at ease. Trough. If you are punished, you will be punished. Recalling the strangeness of Bai Luo's abilities, as well as the humiliation in his heart. Thinking of the horror of the forces behind it. He struggled for a while. In the end, he decided to continue to attack Bai Luo. Otherwise, if he doesn't take the initiative to show his cards, not only will it be easy for others to find out that he has concealed the truth, but it will also make him live in fear. He felt that it was better to confess on his own initiative. Thinking of this, the eyeliner hurried to find the supervisor in charge of human trafficking. Hey? You said that person killed several thugs in an instant through many civilians. In a luxurious room in District 1, a middle-aged man with a round body was squeezed on the seat like a big meatball, looking at the younger brother in front of him and questioning him. Yes, 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 yes. The younger brother nodded and bowed in response to the supervisor's question. Demon fruit power? An ability I've never seen before. If you auction it, you should be able to buy it for a lot of money. To be able to kill people through people, it must be a special demon fruit power. The head of the traffickers decided so. And became interested in Bai Luo's ability. Although the auction price of the human race is very low, it is very different from other races. But if there are other special blessings, it may not be impossible to fetch a good price. It just so happened that there was an important auction in the past few days, and his old opponent got a few white leaves from somewhere, and said that this leaf could restore any injury. Let's not talk about whether the other party has bragged to him, but if the leaf is well publicized, it will definitely attract many people. He can't be at a disadvantage either. A slave of demon fruit power must be very eye-catching. Surely there will be a lot of interest. Maybe celestial dragons will be generous. Thinking of this, the supervisor became more concerned about Bai Luo. Not the nobles on the Sabayati archipelago. The supervisor finally confirmed again. In the eyes of the supervisor, as long as he is not a nobleman on the Sabayati archipelago, or a royal family of a member country, he dares to attack. Because the Sabayati archipelago where he is located is the place closest to Marijois, and the background is the largest. Even ordinary nobles in other places, as long as the interests are large enough, the status of nobles is not easy to use. But the local nobles can't do it, even the smallest nobles can't act rashly. Who knows which behemoth is behind this little nobleman? After all, it is too close to Marijois. If the minor noble happens to be the dog of the celestial dragons, he is guilty of the crime. This is very crucial and cannot be ambiguous. He has to make sure. Absolutely not. As an eyeliner, it doesn't need to be strong in other aspects, but it still has sharp eyesight. It was impossible to get it wrong on such an important matter. He remembered all the nobles on the island, even the pets of noble families. That's okay, you continue to observe them first, don't act rashly, I will send someone to guard his boat. If the other party enters the illegal area, quickly report to the relevant fighters and arrest them. If the other party does not go to the illegal area, wait for them to set sail before doing anything. The supervisor said his own arrangement. Then he waved his hand and let the eyeliner go down. After the eyeliner left the room, the supervisor waved back. Soon the man in black whom he loved appeared beside him in an instant. The supervisor didn't make any other movement, but just said to himself, "Send someone to follow him and confirm the identity of the target." The man in black nodded, and then disappeared in an instant. "Are you sure the group of people you photographed are the targets of that eyeliner?" Not long after, the supervisor was holding a photograph in his hand. Above is a scene of a group of Bai Luo eating. Because they are not familiar with Bai Luo's strange ability, the photographer dare not get too close to Bai Luo, so the photos are a bit blurry. Only the outlines can be seen clearly. But it was this blurry photo that made this fearless human trafficker tremble all over. A lot of cold sweat broke out on my head. BD. Go and throw this eyeliner to me to feed the fish, and don't send people to follow them, let alone get close to them. Although the photo was blurry, the trafficker supervisor recognized Bai Luo's identity at a glance. As a supervisor of human traffickers, the information he collected can be described as multi-variety 8-gate, with many types. Not far from here is Naval Headquarters, and he also knows a lot about some news in Marine. Among them is some information about Bai Luo. It seems to be a Commodore. Forget about 060, the key point is that Bai Luo is an angelic fruit ability user of the phantom beast species. And with great potential, it can be said that he is the core figure of Marine. The core characters in Marine, except Marijoi's celestial dragons and lawless pirates, who would dare to provoke them easily. Thinking of this, the trafficker supervisor became even more frightened. While he has celestial dragons behind him, Marine also has Marijoi's behind him. Moreover, Marine, as the most powerful violent institution in the sea, is not something he, a mere human trafficker executive, can touch. The supervisor hoped that all this was a dream, but he was wrong. So I looked at the photos carefully. But he found that no matter how he looked at him, he looked more and more like Bai Luo. In fact, just looking at the blurred face in the photo, he might not be able to tell that it was Bai Luo at a glance. But the white wings behind Bai Luo are too obvious. Others might think it's an ornament. After all, no race in the pirate world has white wings in this form. Even the people of Sky Island, although their wings are white, their shape is completely different. So people who don't know think that the wings behind Bai Luo are decorations. But the executive did, using information from Marine. Those are angel wings. It is a kind of Bai Luo Tian's fruit-making ability. Allows the ability user to stay in the flying state. Chapter 122. When the trafficker supervisor knew that Bai Luo had such a strange ability, he was very envious. I didn't expect to meet the real master this time. Also offended the other party. This frightened him for a while. Fortunately, there is still room for maneuver. The initiative is still on his side. I don't know if Bai Luo Commodore found out that he was being followed, and if I should send someone to apologize. That's not right. I don't know which faction Bai Luo Commodore is a marine. If he is a young man with an outrageous justice value and looks down on us, isn't that just asking for trouble for himself? The executive didn't know that Bai Luo had already defeated the Golden Lion and became the Rear Admiral. Still making judgments based on previous old intelligence. Forget it. It's all for celestial dragons, he has nothing to lose, he shouldn't care, and he probably doesn't know that I did it. The supervisor struggled for a while, but decided to pretend nothing happened. After being worried and frightened at the beginning, he thought about it again. Because it has been quite a while since Bai Luo killed his thugs. But Bai Luo didn't do anything else. The supervisor feels that there is a high probability that Bai Luo does not know the true identities of those thugs. Because when his thugs rob, in order to reduce some troubles, they usually call themselves pirates. Afterwards, the crime can be blamed entirely on the pirates. Many dark forces do this. Letting the pirates take the blame is a routine operation. Thinking of this, Muguan calmed down a lot. Since Bai Luo didn't find anything, just pretend nothing happened. The supervisor quickly decided to do just that. Take back all the eyeliners near Bai Luo, for fear of disturbing Bai Luo. Then start looking for new prey for the auction. He is the head of human traffickers, and his competitor is the head of the item category. His competitor got a few strange white leaves from nowhere. And hype, ready to be one of the finale items of the auction. It has attracted the interest of many nobles and even celestial dragons. He also needs to be prepared to come up with auction items that can fight against it. At this moment, he thought of a human beauty that he had collected for many years. Although it is not a special race, it is just an ordinary human being, and it is just a slave. But this woman used to be the young lady of a big noble family. Both appearance and temperament are perfect. She is a rare maid candidate. He wanted to train her well before selling her to celestial dragons in the near future. Celestial dragons can be sold for a lot of money. But now with the pressure from his competitors, he decided not to wait any longer and directly auction off this beauty. The price that can be auctioned at the auction is not necessarily higher than the price directly given by celestial dragons. But now he can't control so much. He only hopes that at the auction, there will be celestial dragons who can spend a lot of money. Thinking of this, he said to his subordinates. Send someone to inform that the slave named Stella is ready to participate in this auction. Bai Luo and Rouge ordered a lot of special food and ate in a restaurant. Although the activation of observation haki requires a state of concentration, it is usually only activated during combat. However, if he is stared at for a long time, even without observation haki activated, Bai Luo can rely on his own keen perception to detect that someone is secretly filming him. He was eating with a few women at this time, and the other women were far away from him, so he didn't waste time to take care of them. Anyway, during the meeting at Naval Headquarters this morning, Marine had already decided to announce to the sea the news that Golden Lion had been defeated by him. The news that Golden Lion was defeated by him will definitely detonate the sea. He's going to be famous on the Grand Line in a few days, this time it's just a sneak photo, it doesn't hurt. As long as you don't take his photo to change your face. But this also reminded Bai Luo. If you can keep your eyes open all the time, you will definitely be able to spot the other party in the first place. But it's not realistic to be open all the time. It needs to be in a state of concentration all the time, and it will consume physical strength. The body is completely relaxed. Not only knowledge color, but also as long as haki is used. This is also the reason why many powerful characters will be attacked and injured by the weak without paying attention. After all, the physical strength of many strong people still belongs to the category of normal human beings, and the existence of natural steel balloons like the Four Emperors Ant is, after all, a minority. Most powerhouses still need to use the fruit of Zoan, or armament haki for body protection. But no matter how strong armament haki is, it is impossible to focus on driving it all the time. An existence at the peak of armed color like Garp would be wounded by an axe, let alone other people. Other haki is hard to say. But it is not impossible to make the color of knowledge open for a long time. If you can eat thunder fruit under the blessing of radio waves, his knowledge color should be able to use more easily. Greatly enhance the ability and scope of knowledge and color. Thinking of this, Bai Luo decided to get thunder fruit after this vacation. With the help of thunder fruit, his knowledge and color can definitely be improved to a higher level. Like this kind of long-term tracking and taking pictures, no matter how far the other party is from him, and no matter how well he can hide Fang Yin, Danyo Hao, he can quickly find it. And thunder fruit, as one of the most powerful Logia devil fruits, is known as one of the invincible fruits, and the fruit ability is very comprehensive. Perception, speed, attack distance, damage range, and destructive power are all at the top level, and it can also be used for electrotherapy, metallurgy, etc., which is very versatile. The most important thing is thunder fruit's powerful destructive power, which makes up for his lack of attack. Let him completely become a hexagonal all-around man with no shortcomings. As for thunder fruit's Achilles heel rubber, Bai Luo is not worried about this either. Because he has the ability to cleanse devil fruit's weaknesses. The purified thunder fruit will definitely not be restrained by rubber again. Not to mention ordinary rubber fruit, even if it comes from the Phantom Beast Nica fruit, it won't work. Chapter 123. After dinner, Bai Luo and others spent an afternoon shopping in the sightseeing area and specialty area. Bought a lot of things. What to wear and use. There are a lot of big and small bags. But the girls didn't feel tired. All the things I bought were hung on the bubble man. Saved them a lot of effort. The weight of these things does not affect Khalifa's control of the bubble man. And Bai Luo went shopping with them, and he didn't feel bored. On the contrary, I look forward to it very much. Because Bai Luo got his wish and saw the clothes he was interested in. Various colors, styles of clothing, shoes. Both the variety and the quality are richer and better than those on Marineford. He doesn't have to worry about what to choose, he can buy everything he likes. Not bad money. When Bai Luo and others were shopping wildly, they were on the side of the slave trade market in the illegal area. A beautiful woman is sitting quietly in the cage. Women are at the same age as flowers. Has beautiful long golden hair. Like a canary, she has been imprisoned here by human traffickers for several years. Waiting for the human traffickers to arrange her fate. I don't know which day it will be bought by some big shot. She already knew that she was bound to be bought. This outcome cannot be changed. She clearly knew that she did not have the ability to get out of the predicament, nor did she have any background. Can only accept the reality. Even she knew that she might be miserable in the future. But she did not become decadent or depressed. Always maintain an optimistic attitude. No matter what happens in the future, you are still alive now, aren't you? In the days when she has nothing to do, she can also sing and exercise her singing voice. So it's not boring. Some time ago, she met a man named Tizalo. When the man heard her singing, he thought it was great and fell in love with her singing. I often come here to listen to her sing. From Tejulo's mouth, she knew the other's childhood experience. I like to sing and want to be a singer. But because the family was poor, he was rejected by his mother. If you have no money to eat, you can only steal. Even made so-called friends with stolen money. After tasting the sweetness of money, he was betrayed by a friend because of money, and was almost caught by human traffickers. This made Tizalo think that money is omnipotent. As long as he has money, he will not encounter these tragic experiences. Make him obsessed with money deeply. Created an extreme view of money, Ja. Then Tetsalo met her in the slave market on the way to escape. After she learned about Tizalo's experience, she knew that Tzalo's heart was not bad. It's just temporarily blinded by money, and there is still salvation. Just like her, they are hard-working people. So she didn't refuse Tzalo's request to hear her sing. She hopes to warm Tzalo's heart through singing and make Tzalo return to normal. Can't continue to go wrong. But as time went by, Tzalo seemed to have a special feeling for her. Not only do I like her singing, but I also like her as a person. He even said that he would work hard to make money so that she could regain her freedom, and she was determined not to do bad things again. Tzalo's change made her very happy. At least she didn't see the wrong person, she saved a person who was not bad in nature. But she was very distressed, because Tzalo said that he would work hard to make money and redeem her as a slave. Tzalo's idea is good, but not realistic. Because he is just an ordinary civilian. And her fees are sky high. Even if enough money is collected, a commoner brings a lot of money and comes to an illegal area to trade with human traffickers, and accidents are prone to happen. And she knew very well that Tzalo's feelings were more of a kind of gratitude to her. A kind of sympathy. She can see clearly. So she didn't pay attention to Tzalo's words. After staying here for several years, she has seen too much darkness. For ordinary people like Tzalo, the best way to live is to stay away from here. But Tzalo was still too stubborn. I still come here often to listen to her sing. She has no choice but to rely on time to eliminate the other party's emotions. Fast forward more than 2 years. Tzalo is also an adult, so he shouldn't do stupid things anymore. She can also feel relieved. She knew her time was running out. I don't know which day it will be taken away. When Stella was thinking about life, a person's words interrupted her thinking. Stella, tomorrow you will be auctioned as an auction item, prepare well, you are very smart, I hope you don't do unnecessary things. While arranging Stella's ending, the trafficker pointed at the slave collar around Stella's neck and said threateningly. Hearing what this person said, Stella understood that after waiting for several years, it was finally her turn. She didn't know what kind of person her buyer would be. Is it the nobles of pervert? Or the evil dark forces? Or even demonic celestial dragons? But no matter which one, she knew that relying on her appearance, she couldn't live well. Of course, the worst result is still taken by celestial dragons. The thought of celestial dragons scares even her optimistic self. She was once the daughter of a great nobleman in a country. Her country is one of the joined countries of Marie Joyce. Under the protection of Marie Joyce, the country is still prosperous, and people live and work in peace and contentment. However, the country's finance minister was insatiable, regardless of the country's safety, and greedy for a huge amount of heavenly gold. Tens of billions of baileys. The other nobles in the country regard money as their life, and no one has used their savings to fill the loopholes. Due to time constraints, the country was unable to hand in enough heavenly gold. This led to a series of tragedies that followed. At the beginning, she even suspected that the Minister of Finance was a spy of the enemy country. She didn't know the details. It can only be said that some people can do anything for money. Even if the country is ruined and the family is destroyed, I don't care. Marie Joyce doesn't care what your cause is. As long as you can't pay the heavenly gold, you won't be sheltered by Marie Joyce. The asylum was revoked directly, and there was a black hand behind the scenes. Soon, in the competition for the interests of various forces, the country soon declined. She also became a slave. Thinking of what happened to her, she sighed a little. Then silently waited for fate to judge her. For her own future, although she has no expectations, she doesn't believe in any Prince Charming. But she will still face everything with optimism. To live a day is a day. Until death. This is her respect for her own life. It is also the reason why she has not sunk for so long. Chapter 124. The human trafficker who informed Stella nodded in satisfaction when he saw Stella's acquiescence. Stella is good at this, she can see the situation better than other slaves. There will be no pointless resistance. And it looks very seductive. To be honest, he himself was very moved. If it wasn't for the boss who forbade their subordinates to abuse the slaves at will, in order to make the slaves more complete and fetch a better price, he couldn't help but want to make a move. He has been a human trafficker for so many years, and he has never tasted the taste of nobility. The trafficker was thinking about it, and left. He can only think about it at most, and dare not really do anything. In the eyes of the leader, he may not be as valuable as some slaves, so he cannot die. After the traffickers left, some time later, people from the auction house came. The next day there will be a grand auction. So the people from the auction house came over and brought Stella back to the auction house from the traffickers' market, preparing for the next day's auction. Just when Stella's cage was opened, Tetzalo, who was about to come to find Stella to sing, happened to see this scene. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. A small stack of wages from hard work fell to the ground. The blood rushed straight to his forehead, and he rushed in the direction of Stella in an instant. But everything is in vain. He rushed over so obviously that others could see his purpose immediately. The guards easily held him up. No matter how Tetzalo struggled, it had no effect. However, Tetzalo didn't care about it. Like a bison in heat, he was still trying to rush forward. Seeing Tetzalo still struggling, the person in charge of the auction house asked the trafficker next to him suspiciously. "Who is this, one of your people?" The trafficker glanced at Tetzalo and recognized him immediately. After all, Tetzalo often came here. For the sake of Stella's physical and mental health, he would not be suffocated by being unable to communicate with others for a long time, so he didn't care about the communication between Tetzalo and Stella. Anyway, Tetzalo is an ordinary civilian man, and he has no ability to do things that embarrass him. Of course, the main reason is that he wants to cut Tetzalo's vegetables. Of course the traffickers knew Tetzalo's purpose, nothing more than to take a fancy to Stella and want to make money to redeem Stella. He originally thought that when the other party took out the money, he would give it to Tan-Mo privately. Unexpectedly, this kid has been preparing for such a long time, and he still hasn't saved enough money. Stella is about to be auctioned off. Really incompetent. Thinking of this, the traffickers are not angry at all. Came over and kicked Tetzalo hard. Knowing that Tetzalo was just an insignificant passerby, the person in charge of the auction house prepared to ignore Tetzalo and take Stella away. Seeing this scene, Tetzalo resisted the pain of being attacked by traffickers in his abdomen, and shouted heart-piercingly. "I beg you, please give me some more time, I have already saved most of the money, and in less than a year at most, I will be able to make up the expenses." However, the person in charge of the auction would not stop to listen to the words of a commoner. When Tetzalo was crying, he had already left with Stella. "Don't go, please, give me some time." However, no matter how Tetzalo yelled, the auctioneers didn't stop. Until out of sight. Stella didn't speak just now, because she was afraid that the people at the auction would dislike her speaking for Tetzalo. Add more trouble to Tetzalo. After all, she is just a vase without the right to speak now. It is useless to say anything, it is better not to say it. Tetzalo is immature, and she can't be immature with her. No benefit to either party. In order to reduce Tetzalo's troubles, Stella didn't say a word until she was taken away. However, Stella seriously underestimated the lower limit of human traffickers. It should be said that most traffickers have no lower limit. After the people in the auction house left, the traffickers did not intend to let Tetzalo go. He turned his gaze back to Tetzalo, who was a little dazed. "You have saved a lot of money in the past few years. Take it all out, and I can forgive you once." The human trafficker looked at Bailey, who was scattered all over the place behind Tetzalo, and said greedily. Although he failed to harvest all of Stella's ransom. But Tetzalo had already saved most of the ransom. If he can get all of them, he is not too bad. But how could Tetzalo listen to the words of the trafficker at this time? At this moment, he has fallen into deep confusion. The goodwill accumulated in my heart for the past 2 years was completely shattered. Asking for flowers. And even more blackened. He hates himself so much now. Hate myself for being just an ordinary person. Hate yourself for not having endless money. I hate why Stella is so ruthless to him. In the final parting, Stella didn't even look at him, nor said a word to him. As long as Stella gave him a little response, he wouldn't be so helpless and sad. This deep sense of loss and frustration constantly harassed Tetzalo's mind. He hates himself so much now. But I hate Stella even more. He felt that Stella had cheated on him. He is like a clown. Self-deception. Stella's words are all lies. Say money is not important. It's all a lie. If money is not important, why would Stella obediently follow the auctioneer? Do you know that you will be photographed by rich people? He has worked so hard, why not give him a little response? Tetzalo was now in a frenzied state of mind. Everything seemed unreal to him. No, there is one more thing that is true. That's money. Only money will not betray him. He needs money. Too much money to spend. Boom. The human trafficker looked at Tetzalo showing a rash expression, ignored himself without saying a word, and didn't know what he was thinking. Thinking that Tetzalo was not convinced, he punched Tetzalo hard again. Tetzalo woke up with a sharp pain in his abdomen. At this time, there is no longer light in his eyes, but full of coldness. Now only money can give him a sense of security, but first of all he has to live. The first thing to do is to solve the immediate crisis, for which his expression became flattering again. In just a moment, Tetzalo's personality completely changed. He has become more mature. If Tetzalo gets the golden fruit of Paramecia in the future, maybe he will become a more powerful golden emperor. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Bai Luo also took a fancy to Jhin. Although Bai Luo now has more money than he can spend. However, he would not give up on the golden fruit, a devil fruit that can continuously generate money and has strategic significance. Several. Chapter 125. When Tetzalo heard the threat from the trafficker, his expression changed a bit, and finally he showed a flattering expression, and said to the trafficker. I'm sorry, brother, I'm going to get the money right now, but I'm being held up and unable to move, look. While looking at the guards on both sides, Tetzalo flatteringly said to the trafficker. Yo! You kid can change his face so quickly. You were dying just now, why did you become like this now? Like a dog. No, it's not even as good as a dog. I hate being a stranger to me. Yes, I'm just a dog. If you don't mind the villain, I will honor the money to you right away. Hearing the traffickers insulting and belittling him, Tetzalo was not as angry as before. He has become a little numb. At this moment, he just wanted to live and get revenge. The target of revenge includes not only the human trafficker in front of him, but also the auctioneer and the one person who bought Stella. He will not let go of Stella himself. Tetzalo trusts no one now. Hatred and helplessness made Tetzalo seriously blackened. There is only money and hatred in my heart. As long as he can make money and get revenge, he will do whatever it takes. Therefore, he no longer cares about the humiliation of the traffickers. And still licking his face, complimenting the traffickers constantly. The huge change in Tetzalo made the trafficker feel very strange. Human traffickers have been trafficking in human beings for many years, and they have seen all kinds of people, so they are well informed. But it was the first time he had seen someone like Tetzalo whose personality had changed so much before and after. This made him feel very interesting. Originally, he planned to let Tetzalo, a little guy, go after Tetzalo gave him all the money. After all, Tetzalo is just an ordinary civilian, thin and ugly, and has no special features. Even if it is auctioned, it is estimated that no one will be able to see it. Don't let him care too much. But now feeling the change in Tizalo, he has changed his mind. Maybe Tizalo can bring him some fun. Thinking of this, the trafficker decided that he not only wanted money, but also Tizalo's personal freedom. The trafficker wanted to see what kind of funny expression Tizalo would show when he knew that he had taken the money but would not let him go. As for whether doing so will cause trouble for yourself? Traffickers don't worry about that. As a commoner, Tizalo couldn't make much waves no matter what. Although he himself is just an ordinary human trafficker. But this is an illegal area, their territory. As long as he speaks, Tizalo can change from a commoner to a slave. There was no way Tizalo could turn over. Tizalo didn't know that the traffickers were making fun of his eyes. Still bowing their heads and waiting for the arrangements of the traffickers. He underestimated the character of the trafficker and overestimated his ability. Traffickers are unreasonable people. In the eyes of traffickers, an ordinary person like Tizalo may really be worse than a dog. Kill or cut as you like. If there is no help from outside forces, Tizalo is doomed to escape this catastrophe. Not even if he is the future Golden Emperor. Moreover, he is destined not to become the Golden Emperor. It is even more impossible to turn over. Bai Luo didn't know that because of him, some people's life trajectory has changed. This change, for some people, may be a good change, but for some people, it may be a bad change. Stella's life is all about changing for the better. If there is no interference from Bai Luo, Stella in the original book will be spotted by celestial dragons in the near future. Will die at the hands of the celestial dragons in a few years. But now everything has changed. Because of Bai Luo's influence on Sabayati archipelago, the head of the human trafficker decided to smoke Stella in advance. Avoid Stella's miserable fate of being bought outright by celestial dragons later. What life could be more miserable than being bought by the celestial dragons? You must know that the slaves in the hands of celestial dragons basically will not have a good ending. Metropolis suffers from inhuman torture, and finally dies miserably. The lucky ones are a minority after all. Therefore, Bai Luo saved Stella indirectly. For Stella, this change is a positive development. But for Tezalo, it was a bad thing. Although in the original trajectory, Tezalo would be taken away and become a slave of celestial dragons because he was dissatisfied with celestial dragons buying Stella. But at least Tezuelo believed in Stella even more in his heart at that time, and there was still a little thought in his heart. And after being captured by the celestial dragons, he will be rescued from Marie Joyce by Fisher Tiger, the hero of the Fishmen Island. Then lucky to snatch the golden fruit from Doflamingo's auction. Although his fate was ill-fated, he finally became the famous Golden Emperor. Pele, who controls 20% of the world, is the richest man in the world. This time, however, Tezalo's luck was not so good. He no longer trusts anyone, and traffickers are interested in him. He is now being targeted by human traffickers. Although he was not captured by the celestial dragons, he also lost hope of getting the golden fruit. Because the golden fruit has already been spotted by Bai Luo. On the whole, Tezalo's fate was even worse. There may be no chance of getting ahead. Can't even pass the level of human traffickers. After all, celestial dragons, who do not treat slaves as human beings, may not specifically target a certain slave, and have the same attitude towards every slave. With luck, you might survive. But for traffickers who like to stare at a person, targeting this slave is one of their few pleasures. So being targeted by people like traffickers may end in an even more tragic end. Those who didn't die from celestial dragons, but got sick from celestial dragons, are talking about people traffickers. Bai Luo didn't know at this time that he just made an appearance in the Sabayati archipelago and killed a few insignificant people, which led to these changes. But even if Bai Luo knew it, he didn't care. He has long been mentally prepared for this. It's normal for some plot to change. It would be strange not to change. 2.7. Although try not to change the plot, it will allow him to grasp the future trend of the world to the greatest extent. It is very beneficial for him to be able to foresight. But it is actually very difficult to do this. Unless he hides on a deserted remote island and trains on his own, he doesn't come into contact with anyone. Only in this way may it not affect the world trend. But he can't do that. With his potential, staying in a deserted place will only waste his talent. And there are so many beauties with great potential in this world, they can't be wasted. It needs to be cultivated as early as possible. And there are unknown challenges, which will make people more motivated. As long as the general direction remains unchanged, he can take it calmly. Of course, the most important thing is personal strength. The strength is invincible, and you can fear everything. Chapter 126. It was almost evening at this time, and Bai Luo had roughly visited the sightseeing areas and specialty areas. It was getting dark. Bai Luo felt it was time to find a place to rest. It happened that after shopping for so long, I saw everything I needed to see and bought everything I needed to buy. Although it is not tiring for his physical strength. But he was a little bored after walking for a long time. If it weren't for the fitting room, he could see Rouge and the others put on various special clothes, refreshing him, and he would almost fall asleep. But let's not say, some clothes are really eye-catching. His head is getting bigger. But this kind of short-term, occasional stimulation came too much, and he couldn't stand it. Now, he desperately needs a place to rest. Is there anything else you guys want to buy? We're leaving this area soon. Although Bai Luo wants to rest, he is not impatient. So he asked for their opinion. See if there is anything left to buy and see if there is anything missing. I lost my father. I bought a lot of beautiful clothes. I have never bought so many clothes. I am so happy. After I go back, I will change one every day. It's just that some clothes have strange shapes and few fabrics, so they may not be able to be worn out. 19. Robin answered Bai Luo's question first, and also shared his joy with Bai Luo. It is also the first time that Robin has seen so many beautiful clothes since he was a child, and he also owns these beautiful clothes. She is very happy now. It's okay, some clothes are fine to wear at home, anyway Robin looks good in anything. Bai Luo praised Robin without hesitation. He, Sister Khalifa and I wanted to give Dad some clothes, so we asked Rouge Aunt and Mom to help us choose a few. I don't know if Dad likes it or not. Robin was very happy to hear Bai Luo's praise, and continued to pull Khalifa to claim credit for Bai Luo. Really? No matter what the gift is, as long as it is given to me by you, I like it. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he kissed each of them. Bai Luo embraced on the street like no one else, enjoying the good time. Passers-by nearby saw this scene and were very envious and jealous. This man is a real man, he dared to hug several women on the street at the same time, and these women did not resist, but enjoyed it very much. Whenever I can do this, it will be great. A strict wife was carrying a large amount of luggage for his wife, while secretly looking in Bai Luo's direction enviously. Enjoy yourself in your heart when you can do this. After thinking about it, I still didn't forget to observe my wife secretly. Just in case my wife finds herself looking at other women. It would be a disaster if found out. Not only him. Men with wives nearby were envious when they saw Bai Luo's behavior. Only dare to look secretly fantasize. I was afraid that my wife would find out. This is the portrayal of quite a few people who have wives. As for the single men nearby, I am even more envious and jealous. He couldn't find a single girlfriend, but Bai Luo occupied several by himself. They get along so harmoniously. Compared with humans, the gap is really bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. This made them very envious. Out of sight and out of mind, they quickly left here. Bai Luo and Rouge are just having normal intimate interactions, not for showing off. After all, this is a street, Bai Luo didn't spend too much time here. While chatting with them, while observing the surrounding situation, he observed for a while, but did not see a suitable place to rest. Passing by a shop, Bello went in and bought a detailed map of the Sabayati archipelago. The information of each area on the Sabayati archipelago is clearly marked on it. According to the tips on the map, Bai Luo decided to go to the other side of Sabayati archipelago. Over there is Area 70. Mainly there are various themed hotels. Whether it is privacy or atmosphere, it is much better than the small hotels nearby. After making the decision, since the area he is currently in is opposite to the hotel area, the distance between them is not short. So he didn't plan to walk over slowly, and was going to fly over directly. At the beginning, Bai Luo prepared to hold Oro and via mother and daughter, Rouge held Khalifa, and the five flew to Area 70 together. As for these bubble people, Khalifa can control them to fly just by changing their shape. Unexpectedly, when he proposed this assignment, both Auravia and Robin said no, they could fly by themselves. After Auravia finished speaking, she showed her green wings. Make use of the wings made of lots of leaves. The wings are several meters wide, green, and very huge. Except for the different colors, the appearance is simply a replica of Rouge's wings. Rouge's wings are made of golden flame wings by Rouge using the golden fire of Nirvana. These are the wings in Rouge's human form. If it is in human beast form, you can use the golden phoenix fruit of the phantom beast to grow wings with golden flames behind you. Other parts of the body also have some golden phoenix characteristics. As for the beast form, it completely turned into a legendary creature like the golden phoenix. No matter which form it is, Rouge can fly easily. With the help of Rouge, Auravia developed the wings made of this leaf. After Auravia spread her wings, she flapped her wings lightly. Easily hang up. Very proficient. It seems that I have practiced secretly, and it is not the first time to fly. Aurovia's leaf fruit has the property of becoming stronger when exposed to sunlight after purification. So Aurovia's strength improved the fastest. Although there is not much combat power of 760, the auxiliary ability should not be underestimated. She made the leaf armor that can block poisonous gas and impel down before. Now they have made leaf wings that can fly. Aurovia's ability and strength have improved rapidly. Seeing his mother's performance, Robin was not to be outdone. Using the power of flower fruit, many arms were made. Then control these arms to intertwine with each other, and soon form the wings. Just because the arms are not too dense, some parts of the wings are still leaking air. Robin flapped his wings vigorously, but could barely bounce. And the posture is not stable yet. Just when Robin was a little bit lost, Khalifa made a shot. She made some small bubbles to plug the gap, and soon Ronan was faintly worried. Although it is still a little unstable, at least it can fly. After Robin flew up, he circled around Bai Luo and Khalifa to familiarize himself with his abilities. It is not only to show off one's ability, but also to express gratitude to Khalifa. Bai Luo didn't expect their abilities to improve so quickly. How long has it been? How come all of them can fly? Then when he reaches the sky, won't he have to devote his energy to taking care of them, and have the opportunity to do some things he wants to do? No, there is one more person who can't fly yet. Chapter 127. Bai Luo realized that there was another person who couldn't fly, and then turned his gaze to Khalifa. At this point Khalifa looks eager to try. It seems that Khalifa is not to be outdone. I also want to show my flying ability like Auravia and Rouge. But Bai Luo is not optimistic about Khalifa. Auravia can fly proficiently, but Bai Luo can't understand it after thinking about it for a while. After all, Auravia ate the purified yai fruit, so she doesn't need to practice by herself. As long as she basks in the sun, she can become stronger. And as long as she is in the daytime, she has endless physical strength. With this, no matter how much Auravia tosses, she can always maintain ample physical strength. That's why Aurelia was able to fly proficiently in a very short training time, which shows that under the influence of the powerful fruit ability, she has made rapid progress. Bai Luo felt that there was nothing wrong with it and could understand it. But what about Robin? She is only 8 years old, so she has enough physical strength to use the fruit ability to make so many arms at once? It's not over yet, Robin still has extra energy to fly. Although Robin is petite and the wings he made are not big, it doesn't seem like much energy is wasted. But even so, it is remarkable. Bai Luo thought it was incredible. After all, after Robin's devil fruit is purified, there is no pervert ability like Aurovia's, which becomes stronger when exposed to the sun. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you have to exercise on your own. In the end, Bai Luo could only attribute this to Robin's powerful talent. Only with strong talent can one's strength improve so quickly. Only then can it explain why Robin has improved so much in such a short period of time. If this is the case, then in the final analysis, his purification ability is still awesome. Without his purification ability, Robin's talent could not have improved so much. It's not just that Robin's talent has grown stronger. The same goes for the talents of Rouge and Aurelia. The reason why each of them has such strong talent is because Bai Luo used the ability of purification to purify their bodies. At that time, he not only purified the devil fruits of the girls, so that their fruits had no weaknesses, but also made their fruit abilities have greater potential. And he also purified the bodies of Rouge, Aurelia, and Robin before. Let their physical talent greatly increase. Under the dual effects of physical talent and fruit talent, they can do this in a short time. Not to mention Rouge, Aurelia can already fly proficiently. Robin also basically learned to fly. Don't look at just a simple flight. How many people can fly freely? Rare. That's why Bai Luo was so surprised. It should be said that Bai Luo underestimated the effect of his purification ability. It seems that after purifying their bodies are not only flawless, but also their physique and understanding have been greatly improved. The improvement of their physique has allowed them to have stronger physical fitness, and their physical strength has grown very rapidly. The improvement of understanding allows them to learn Haki more quickly and effectively and develop the ability of Devil Fruit. It can be said to be a comprehensive transformation. Thinking of this, Bai Luo looked at Khalifa who was about to activate his ability. Everyone else can fly, so can Khalifa, who has not been purified by him, do it? Bai Luo thinks that Khalifa is not good enough. It's not that he looks down on Khalifa, but that Khalifa lacks a huge advantage compared to Rouge and the others. It's not because Khalifa is too young to underestimate her. Instead, the bodies of Rouge and the three of them, Bai Luo, have all been purified. But Khalifa's body has not been purified by using his ability. Before that he just purified the bubble fruit used by Khalifa. He originally wanted to wait for Khalifa to grow up before doing it. Looks like it's time to move up the schedule now. Didn't you see that everyone else, including little Robin, is improving so much? Cleansing the body seems to be done as early as possible. Bai Luo decided to use his abilities tonight to help Khalifa purify his body. Use this to improve Khalifa's talents. Khalifa's own talent in combat is not weak. It is the ranks of geniuses. After purification, it might reach Rouge's level. Really rank among the monsters. Possessing a talent at the monster level will inevitably become a top powerhouse in the future. This is the horror of monster talent. For monsters, if they can get the right devil fruit, they can add to their own strength or make up for their shortcomings. If you only have a powerful devil fruit and no monster-like talent, it is still difficult to become a top powerhouse. So talent is very important. Of course, there is also a gap between monsters and monsters. Just like there is a gap between the top powerhouse and the top powerhouse. Moreover, being invincible in talent does not mean that one's future strength will be absolutely invincible. Like the future Big Mom of the Four Emperors. Her talent can be said to be the most top-notch in the pirate world. However, due to cravings, constant childbirth, and other reasons, although the final strength has reached the level of the top powerhouse, it is not the strongest. A lot of time wasted on improving strength. Even under such circumstances, she can become a top powerhouse. One can imagine how monster her talent is. At this time, Khalifa also wanted to try after seeing Robin successfully fly with her help. Khalifa also took off for the first time. The first is to imitate them and use bubbles to make wings. Under Bai Luo's gaze, she first made a big bubble. First transform the bubble into the form of wings. Then fix it on your back. After manipulating the bubble on his back, Khalifa really took advantage of the bubble's flying ability to fly. Bai Luo stared at this scene steadfastly. Good guy. He still underestimated Khalifa. Khalifa actually succeeded. You must know that she is only 5 years old, and she learned to fly at the age of 5. At this moment, Khalifa hadn't been flying for long, the wings behind her were fine, but the bubble figures on the ground began to crumble. From this point of view, it is still very difficult for Khalifa to control so many bubbles at the same time. She doesn't have much physical strength anymore. Although Khalifa has been exercising since she was very young and has good talents, she is still too young after all. Physical strength can't be too much. Being able to persist until now is enough to show that Khalifa is much better than his peers. Even stronger than most adults. At this moment, Khalifa wanted to prevent the bubble man from getting out of his control, and also to prevent the items carried on the bubble man from being damaged. She focused all her attention on those bubble people. Then she was no longer able to control the bubble wings behind her. Bubbling then detached from her body. She also fell from the sky. Bai Luo has been paying attention to Khalifa's status. The moment Khalifa lost his bubble wings and fell, Bai Luo got up and hugged Khalifa in his arms. Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Khalifa's expression was still normal, and there were no negative states such as depression. It seems that Khalifa is quite satisfied with his display. And it's not like Khalifa can't fly, she just did it. If it weren't for allocating extra energy and physical strength to control those bubble people, maybe Khalifa is still flying in the sky now. After all, Khalifa has developed the ability to fly by using the fruit ability. Just because of insufficient physical strength, it is impossible to fly and control the bubble man at the same time. Bai Luo stroked Khalifa's hair, and encouraged, it seems to have succeeded, I will give you a gift tonight. Bai Luo is going to purify Khalifa's body tonight. In this way, on the second day, the group of them might be able to fly freely in the sky. If you add bubble people, the number will be even more. Hearing Bai Luo's words of encouragement and feeling Bai Luo's warm embrace, Khalifa squeezed into his arms and took a deep breath. Then he raised his head and nodded happily. She is very tired now and just wants to rest in Bai Luo's arms. Finally decided. He flew with Khalifa and Robin in his arms. Because Khalifa could stay in his arms all the time, to be fair, Bai Luo didn't neglect Robin either. Just hugged it together. Anyway, they were just two little girls, which didn't affect his movements and could serve as soft pillows. As for Aurelia and Rouge, they don't have the face to compete for favor in front of their daughters. After all, it is impossible for Bai Luo to hold 4 people with 2 arms. So Rouge and Aurelia are going to follow Bai Luo and fly by themselves. Those few bubble people belong to the bubbles that can fly every now and then. The control in Khalifa can also fly away. Just because there is a lot of money in the bubble, the speed of the bubble man flying is very slow. They couldn't keep up with Bai Luo's speed at all. Finally, Khalifa gave each bubble man a balloon made of bubbles. Gives bubble man an extra amount of buoyancy. It can make the bubble people fly easily. After everything was settled, Bai Luo and his group quickly flew to their destination. Bai Luo didn't fly too high with them. Flying in the air of 100 meters. At this height, he can see large trees in different areas. There are 79 big trees in total. These giant trees, the largest mangroves in the world, group the 79 islands that form the Sabayati archipelago. These big trees are tall and tall, higher than the height of his flight. The area codes of different areas are marked on the big tree. He could clearly see the area code on a nearby tree. Those area codes made it easy for him to find the right location. Flying in the sky, without geographical restrictions, Bai Luo took Rouge and the others quickly found the mangrove in Area 70. After arriving in this area, Bai Luo quickly found a hotel with a beautiful environment in a remote location. Bai Luo chose this place. It was because he observed the surroundings with the color of knowledge and knowledge. The location where he is now is very private. After dinner in the evening, Bai Luo is going to purify Khalifa's body first. He is already familiar with this process. Now he only needs to take one shot to complete the purification. Of course, this is without eating the weak devil fruit. If it's like Robin before, it won't work. Because Robin ate devil fruit at a very young age. Therefore, if Bai Luo wants to purify Robin's body, he needs to purify the devil fruit in Robin's body first. In the case of devil fruit combined with the body, multiple purifications are required. Robin also went through his many purifications before completely purifying his body together with the devil fruit. Fortunately, Khalifa and Robin are not same. What Khalifa ate was the purified devil fruit that had no weaknesses. So Bai Luo only needs to purify Khalifa's body. With his current ability, he can do it overnight. Bai Luo took Khalifa to the side room. Khalifa followed Bai Luo here with her clothes. She knew that Bai Luo was going to give her a gift, which was agreed before. Although Khalifa doesn't know what gift it is. Wang? Zhao, but she is still looking forward to it. Bai Luo saw Khalifa standing there, looking like he was at his disposal, and it was a little hard to say. After all, when he helped Robin purify before, Robin always regarded him as his father. There will be no other random thoughts. But Khalifa is different. He is now Khalifa's big brother, or a big brother he just met. If he asks to purify her now, he wonders if he will be misunderstood by Khalifa. After all, it takes contact to purify the body, well, it works better this way. Seeing that Bai Luo was still thinking, Khalifa felt that Bai Luo big brother should still be preparing. She didn't wait, and first selected a few clothes from the newly bought clothes. It turned out to be black silk and high heels. Bai Luo's attention was drawn to him. Just when Bai Luo wondered what Khalifa wanted to do, Khalifa changed directly. Good guy. I really didn't see him as an outsider. Of course, Khalifa just put stockings on her legs and high heels on her feet. Only then did Bai Luo react, saying, why would Khalifa buy stockings and high heels? She has such a hobby at such a young age? Bai Luo knew that Khalifa had a hobby of collecting stockings and high heels, but he didn't expect Khalifa to have such an interest at such a young age. Was it because of him, or did Khalifa discover his interest in advance? He doesn't know. None of this matters. Most importantly, how did Khalifa buy stockings and high heels that fit her small body? Shouldn't it be one of the busiest places in the world? What a flower! There are even warnings for this type of clothing. Really good. Chapter 128. Soon, Khalifa changed into newly bought stockings and shoes. Not to mention, it's beautiful. Although she is still a little Lolita, these clothes give Khalifa a little bit of charm. After Khalifa changed, she was also very happy to see the admiring eyes of Bai Luo big brother. She knew that Bai Luo liked this type of clothes, and she also fell in love with this kind of clothes at a glance, so she bought a few more. Now she wants to wear it to try the effect. Seeing Bai Luo big brother's concentrated expression, she knew she had succeeded, and the big brother really liked it. Khalifa spun around happily. Let Bai Luo see more clearly. Bai Luo took a few more glances and felt that it was getting late, so he coughed, turned his gaze back to Khalifa's face, and said actively. Khalifa is very cute, but you are still young, some clothes are not suitable for you to wear when you go out, especially this high-heeled shoes. You are in the stage of growing your body, often wearing these shoes will affect your feet. 1. Faced with Bai Luo's praise and reminder, Khalifa nodded in agreement, and responded after Bai Luo finished speaking. I understand, big brother. I like this kind of clothes very much. I plan to collect some and wear them when I grow up. I just wore them to try out the effect. I won't wear them often. It's good that you understand, although high heels are not suitable for you now, but you can choose some color-matching stockings to wear. What color stockings does big brother think is suitable for me to wear now? I think white would suit you. Really? Great, I have white ones here, I'll change them now. After hearing Bai Luo's words, Khalifa thought that some of the stockings she bought were white. Although she prefers black silk and red stockings, since Bai Luo big brother thinks she is more suitable for white stockings, she wears white stockings. You can store stockings of other colors first, and buy stockings of other colors when you grow up. Khalifa took out a white thread from among the many clothes. Then the shoes and the black silk on the legs were replaced. After wearing white silk, Khalifa lost that trace of charm, but looked more pure and lovely. Khalifa's style transformation feasted Bai Luo's eyes. At the same time, Bai Luo feels that Bazi is more suitable for Khalifa of this age. It doesn't look inconsistent when worn out. Khalifa looked at the white silk on her leg, touched it with her small hand, then looked up at Bai Luo and said, Big brother, this one is more comfortable to wear and softer to the touch than the previous one. 197 Really? Let me see. Khalifa took the initiative to sit on the chair and stretched out her calves. With Khalifa's consent, Bai Luo went forward. Just now he was still thinking about how to contact Khalifa, and then use the ability of purification to purify Khalifa's body. Now is the chance. Bai Luo didn't hesitate any longer and started to act. Big brother, okay, it's been a long time. In a flash of light, Khalifa asked. This flame is exactly the embodiment of Bai Luo's purification ability. The dazzling light makes it difficult to see the scene inside. Khalifa felt that her body was always evolving, very warm and comfortable. But a long time has passed. About there. Bai Luo glanced at the time, and it was really late. In the end, Bai Luo stepped up the use of his abilities. Under Bai Luo's full purification, it didn't take long for Khalifa's feeling to change. Somewhat strange. Fortunately, this feeling comes and goes quickly. Sensing Khalifa's brief change, Bai Luo knew he had succeeded. Khalifa's body has been purified. As for Khalifa's last feeling, it was just a sequel after becoming his follower. Everyone goes through it. It's just that Khalifa is still young and doesn't understand. If it's Rouge, Oro, Via and the others, they will have to change their clothes now. Already. This suits you, and you can use it now. After Bai Luo finished speaking, Khalifa tried to use his ability. This time she found that it was different from before. Feel more relaxed. How is it? Bai Luo asked. It feels like the whole person has been sublimated, and the ability to use it is easier. Khalifa responded while sensing the changes in his body. Do you like this gift? In this way, it will be easier for you to control the bubble man. Maybe now you can control the bubble man while flying. Of course I like it. As long as it is a gift from the big brother, no matter what it is, I like it. Khalifa said seriously. She also didn't expect that the gift from Bai Luo big brother would be so special. It can directly change a person's physical talent. But these are not important. As long as the important things are sent by the big brother, no matter what the last gift is, she will be happy. After Bai Luo explained to Khalifa, he left here, and pulled Rouge and Oro Via into his room. He needs to relieve his pressure now. As for Khalifa, although she is cute, she is still young, so he directly asked Khalifa to go to Robin to play. The two children stayed together. He stays with Rouge, Oro Via. Today, when Rouge and the others are flying in the sky, with the blessing of wings of various colors, they are beautiful and beautiful. Gave new inspiration to Bai Luo. At that time, he was thinking about what kind of experience it would be if he went to heaven in the sky. Although it is impossible to actually try it while flying in the sky. But the experience on the ground is also good. The moon is dark tonight, so the timing is just right. The next day, Bai Luo woke up feeling refreshed. Last night, like a dragon knight, he grabbed his wings and soared to his heart's content. He didn't rest until dawn. However, with his strong physique, he will be in full condition after 10 rests. As for Rouge and Khalifa who were still resting, Bai Luo didn't bother them. I plan to let them rest for a while. After washing, Bai Luo saw that Khalifa and Robin had also got up, and both of them were wearing white silk. After Robin learned about Bai Luo's hobby from Khalifa, he followed Khalifa's example and wore white silk today. It also looks very cute. After the three of them had breakfast, Bai Luo took advantage of the time when Rouge and Aurovia were still resting, and prepared to take Khalifa and Robin to handle the luggage. First send the large amount of clothes they bought yesterday back to the ship. In this way, they don't have to carry so much luggage when they play today. Although these luggage are carried by the bubble people. But it's also troublesome, isn't it? After a while, Bai Luo sent all the luggage, including the bubble man, back to the ship. I have almost bought the things that should be bought, and basically there is no special place to spend money. Next, as long as they don't go to places like auctions, a small amount of money is enough for them to use. So Bai Luo put the bubble man with a lot of money back on board. Don't plan on taking the bubble man again. Without the constraints of the bubble man, Khalifa can move more freely. If there are really good things at the auction and it takes a lot of money to get them, it won't be too late for him to come back and get the money. With his speed, it doesn't take much time at all, it's completely in time. But Bai Luo didn't think there were any good things at the auction. Good devil fruits are basically not put up for auction. Doflamingo took out such a very good devil fruit like Paramecia golden fruit just for display and to publicize his reputation in the auction house. Not really intended to be auctioned off. Doflamingo used to be celestial dragons, black and white. So Dover didn't think that anyone would come to snatch the golden fruit with iron without giving him face. So Dover didn't do much security work. Unexpectedly, he met Tezuolo, a stunned young man. Tezuolo, who has no background and values money the most, doesn't care who Doflamingo is, he just grabs it. And let him grab it. In the end, Doflamingo has no choice but the fruit has been eaten by Tezuolo, what else can he do? Jab. I can only retreat and cooperate with Tezuolo. The golden fruit situation is just an accidental event, and it is also a future event that has not happened. Bai Luo didn't think he would be so lucky to meet such a precious devil fruit at the auction. Apart from devil fruit, Bai Luo is generally not interested in anything else. If there is really an item or beauty he likes being auctioned off, he can take it for free. After all, human traffickers are a disgraceful profession, and they are basically controlled by dark forces. There may be Marijoys or even marine executives behind it. But no matter who is behind the traffickers, Bai Luo is not afraid. He can hack the items that the traffickers want to auction without spending a penny. Since you dare to do this business, you must be prepared to be eaten at any time. Although Bai Luo has neither the ability nor the obligation to fight against the entire human trafficker industry. But if he really likes an item in the hands of a trafficker, he still has the ability to snatch it without spending money. So it doesn't matter if you have enough money or not, as long as you have a dark heart, he doesn't have to pay at all. Of course, he was only concerned about how the dark forces industries could do this. He will not fail to pay for ordinary entertainment expenses. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a bully who bullies the weak? He would not be so disrespectful to bully ordinary people. Pack up all your luggage and go back to the hotel. Not long after, Rouge and Aurovia also woke up. What should be bought has already been bought, and the next step is to play to the fullest. When it comes to play, the first thing that comes to mind is amusement parks and other places. Bai Luo planned to take them to the amusement park for a day today. On the Sabayati archipelago, the amusement park is a major feature. Because the amusement equipment on Sabayati archipelago is different from other places, many of them are related to bubbles, which is a major feature. For example, the cockpit of the Ferris wheel is made of bubbles, which is called the bubble Ferris wheel. Sitting inside, you can see clearly in all directions through the transparent bubbles, including the scenery under your feet. Being at high altitude will make people feel more exciting. After Rouge and Auravia were ready, Bai Luo took them into the sky. This time, everyone is flying on their own. Bai Luo buys wings, Rouge's golden flame wings, Auravia's green wings, Robin's flesh-colored hand flower wings, and Khalifa's transparent wings. 5 pairs of wings of different colors fly freely in the sky. Because they didn't fly very high, people soon noticed Bai Luo and the others. There was another exclamation. But ordinary people. With limited eyesight and Bai Luo's flying speed, people couldn't see Bai Luo's face clearly. Many people even didn't see that it was a person flying, and thought it was an unknown bird. In the end, it became more and more evil, and some people even claimed to have seen angels and phoenixes. Later, many people came here, wanting to find out. But at this time, Bai Luo and the others had already flown away and arrived at Area 30. There is Sabayati Land Park in this area. There is a playground in the park, which contains a lot of play equipment. Bai Luo landed nearby, then walked in low-key. Originally, he didn't want to be high-profile, he wanted to play with them quietly. But his charm won't allow it. There are more girls in the amusement park. Even if there are boys, they usually come to play with girls, and dare not look at other women. But these girls don't have so many scruples. Seeing Bai Luo approach unconsciously, they play whatever sports Bai Luo plays. If Rouge and the others hadn't stayed by Bai Luo's side, maybe those girls would have come to chat with him. In the end, Bai Luo left under the resentful eyes of a group of men. In fact, if it was on the street, these women would not do this. After all, Bai Luo didn't have all the charm, and he didn't try to seduce anyone on purpose. But it's different in entertainment venues. Many women are more open. But these girls did not make excessive behavior. Just follow him and look at him from time to time, maybe doing so will make them feel more happy. Fortunately, he did not go to bars and other more open entertainment venues. Otherwise, Bai Luo estimated that he would be blocked by more enthusiastic women. After coming out of the entertainment venue in the afternoon, they were going to find a place to eat. Although I ate a lot of snacks in the amusement park, I was not full. Especially Robin and Khalifa need to eat something nutritious. Soon Bai Luo found a restaurant. After ordering something, he noticed a flyer for an auction inside the restaurant. Bai Luo picked it up and took a look. The auction will be held in District 1. Areas 1 to 29 mainly include sales shops, auctions, illegal areas, etc. It can be said to be the most extravagant and darkest place in Sabayati archipelago. He's in Area 30 now. It's not far from the auction site, so it's not surprising to see a leaflet here. At the same time, Bai Luo noticed that the auction was held at 3 p.m. It's about to start. He doesn't know where to play next now, so he happened to go to this auction to have a look. And Bai Luo noticed that there was a paragraph on the leaflet. The leaves that can heal injuries instantly. Bai Luo froze for a moment when he saw this sentence, and then showed a dangerous smile. Bai Luo couldn't afford to think about it. Another instant cure, another leaf, the answer is self-evident. Obviously, he was going to auction off his healing leaf. What a fun group of people. This auction seems to have to go, he wants to see who is playing tricks. Chapter 129. Bai Luo has never sold healing leaf before. It is impossible for the leaves of healing to flow out so quickly on the market. So where did the auction's healing leaf come from? And the release date of this auction flyer was still yesterday. Marine just finished the meeting yesterday morning, and is planning to promote Leaf of Healing in the Marine headquarters. The speed of implementation cannot be so fast. At present, only senior military officers and freshmen in the training camp have the healing power. And freshmen eat it face to face, it is impossible to keep it privately. So the problem is with the senior officers? Not right. Time is too short. It's impossible for a military officer to come to the auction just after getting the Leaf of Healing. Thinking of this, the result is already clear. It was someone who was in charge of the Leaf of Healing who had a problem. These people include Sengoku, Tsuru, Zephyr, and the Minister of Logistics. There's no way Sengoku and Crane could do that. The two knew that the Leaf of Healing was made by Bai Luo, and if they really needed the Leaf of Healing, they could ask him for it elsewhere. There's no need to covet those healing leaves that are used to grow marines. Zephyr's character Bai Luo is also known, and it is almost impossible. That is the suspicion of the Minister of Logistics is relatively high. He donated a large amount of healing leaf to Marine. Although he did not clearly state his purpose. But Sengoku and Tsuru must have understood his intentions. Even if you didn't know it at first, you should know it by now. That was for him to improve Marine's overall combat power and at the same time increase his reputation in Marine. But raising your prestige is a later matter. After the Leaf of Healing is popularized, it will be better to announce to all Marines that the Leaf of Healing is donated by him free of charge. Since both Sengoku and Crane knew his intentions, they also liked him very much. It is even more impossible to agree to others to take out the healing leaf and sell it. Explain that Sengoku and Crane don't know about what the logistics minister did, otherwise they will definitely stop it and tell him. In other words, the Minister of Logistics may secretly embezzle his healing leaf without telling others, and use it for his own benefit. And the Minister of Logistics seems to have a secret deal with some auction houses in the Sabayati archipelago. After thinking about everything, Bai Luo gently put down the leaflets under his hand. Rouge noticed that Bai Luo's expression was abnormal, and picked up the auction leaflet in front of Bai Luo. When Rouge saw the news about Leaf of Healing on the flyer, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then frowned slightly. Obviously, Rouge also thought of something. Do you need me to use the phone bug to notify Staff Crane? Rouge asked Bai Luo after carefully reading the auction leaflet. She didn't know whether Bai Luo wanted to solve the matter by himself or asked Crane to help. Don't be in a hurry to talk to Sister He about it, let's talk about it when we get back to Naval Headquarters. It's not good if you startle the snake, it's better for me to observe for a while, and finally decide how to deal with it. After Bai Luo thought for a while, he made up his mind and said. The auction has not yet been held, and now he has no evidence. After all, the one who can manage the marine logistics is at least a vice admiral, or the corps vice admiral. It is impossible to trip each other easily. It must be safe to produce evidence. So Bai Luo is going to participate in this auction first. Check to see if the auction house is the Leaf of Healing. If so, it will be convenient for him to carry out the next action. Then find out who the marine is working with this auction house. What if he suspects the wrong person? Anyway, don't rush this. Just a few leaves. If with a few leaves, you can catch the big fish hidden in the marine, it will be worth it. Only by catching the big fish hidden in the marine and spreading the Leaf of Healing to all marine bases in the future can it be smoother. This can be regarded as clearing the obstacles in advance. After eating, Bai Luo took them to the auction house in Area 1. Not long after entering the illegal area, Bai Luo noticed a group of people flying towards the number 1 area on the sea in the distance. A group of people riding on flying fish should be the Flying Fish Knights. Moreover, there is actually a young murloc that was tied up among them, it looks like it should be their spoils of war. Bai Luo used observation haki to clearly grasp the opponent's information. According to the information he knows, the Knights of the Flying Fish is a kidnapping group based in the waters near the Sabayati archipelago. The whole crew rides the flying fish, which is very fast and can fly at high speed for a short period of 5 minutes out of the water. High mobility. It has a deep cooperative relationship with dark forces such as human traffickers and auction venues. Bai Luo didn't intend to pay any attention to these kidnappers. Unexpectedly, after they saw Bai Luo, they actually delivered it to the door by themselves. For the Flying Fish Knights, they were lucky enough to kidnap a murloc in the nearby waters today. Although murlocs are not as valuable as mermaids, they are much more precious than ordinary humans. So they were overjoyed. This ticket is sure to make a lot of money. It just so happened that an auction was going to be held in Area 1 today, and they were going to send the loot they just got to the auction in an attempt to sell it for a good price. This way they can earn more. Just as they rode Flying Fish to the auction site, several flying creatures in the distance caught their attention. "Boss, look over there, there are some flying unknown creatures." Due to the distance, a younger brother still couldn't see what the creature was, but the younger brother was sure that this was the first time he had seen it. The boss of the Flying Fish Knights also looked in Bai Luo's direction when he heard his younger brother's reminder. But he couldn't see what species it was. After all, the wings of Bai Luo and others are much larger than the body, and the colors are also different, making it difficult for people to distinguish what is at a long distance. Since Bai Luo and their destination are the same, the distance between Bai Luo and this group of people is getting closer and closer. As the distance drew closer, the boss of the Knights finally confirmed that the species in human form was flying. The younger brothers also became short of breath when they saw this scene. Today they were lucky and kidnapped a murloc. I didn't expect to meet an unknown human form race that could fly again. If you can tie it up and sell it, you will be able to read a lot of prices. Maybe even more valuable than a mermaid. The boss of the Knights obviously thought of this too. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then commanded the team to slightly deflect the direction, chasing after Bai Luo and others. Although they still don't know the situation of Bai Luo and others, this does not prevent them from making a move. As long as it is a rare species, it will definitely be able to sell for a good price. The Flying Fish Knights changed direction and galloped towards Bai Luo. Bai Luo looked at this group of people with a very greedy look, and knew that he was being targeted by these kidnappers. That's right, he and Rouge are flying in the sky with their colorful wings, which must be fatal to traffickers and kidnappers. Bai Luo doesn't feel that he is suspected of fishing law enforcement. If he wants to blame, he can blame them for being too greedy. Without knowing his strength, he dared to bite the bullet and make a move. It can be said that he was dazzled by greed. The speed of the flying fish was very fast, and soon Rouge and the others also noticed the group of flying fish and the kidnapper who was riding on the fish with a bad look. Fish can fly. Robin and Khalifa were amazed when they saw a flying fish for the first time. The people riding the fish seem to be coming towards us. Judging by their wretched expressions, they don't look like good people. Let's just kill them. Khalifa quickly turned her attention from the fish to the Knights, and spoke her mind mercilessly. Then he looked at Bai Luo again. Obviously, Khalifa wants to take care of these people himself. Bai Luo originally wanted to do it himself, but these people are too weak, not much stronger than those ordinary adults. He was a little overkill. It's better to give Khalifa and Robin some practice. Robin and Khalifa are going together. There is a murloc among them. That is the spoil of their kidnapping. Don't do anything to the murloc yet. Be safe. Bai Luo agreed with Khalifa's idea and let Robin shoot with Khalifa. Finally, he reminded them not to hurt the murloc. Okay. Daddy, big brother. Khalifa and Robin responded at the same time, and then started to fight. Khalifa knows that they are fighting in the sky now, and cannot use her bubble slippery characteristics. So she was going to trap these people with bubbles first. These people seem to be very weak, and they should be able to temporarily trap them for a while. Seeing Bai Luo and the others stop in place, the members of the Knights thought they were intimidated by them, and charged forward one by one more excitedly. Ask for flowers. Seeing that they charge faster, Khalifa's abilities are fully utilized. A large number of bubbles quickly appeared on the surface of the body. These bubbles continue to merge, and eventually the bubbles formed become bigger and bigger. Since the bubbles are transparent, the flying fish knights didn't notice the growing bubbles at all. Still rushing in the direction of the bubble, Khalifa made a big hole in bubble, and surrounded them all without them noticing. Seeing this scene, Robin immediately understood with Khalifa. Robin activates the ability of flower fruit, and twists off the steering wheel on the flying fish's back that controls the direction. All of a sudden, the flying fish lost control one after another, and the people riding the flying fish were thrown off the back of the fish. Seeing that the people in front were being attacked, the people in the back turned flying fish's direction to flee in fright, but suddenly bumped into bubble behind them. In the end, under the joint efforts of Robin and Khalifa, the group of people were all killed, and no one escaped. Even flying fish are surrounded by bubbles and cannot escape. After everything was over, Khalifa and Robin ignored the kidnappers at all, and came to Bai Luo to claim credit. Bai Luo does not favor one over another. Everyone kissed. He didn't even let go of Rouge and Aurelia. Then Bai Luo looked in the direction of the murloc in the bubble. As for the other kidnappers, they were all thrown out of the bubble by Khalifa when they fell from the flying fish. 0. The height here is 100 meters from the ground, and those kidnappers are basically ordinary people, so the result of falling from such a high place can be imagined. It is estimated that they were all smashed into mud, and it was impossible to recognize who was who when they were mixed together. Fortunately, this location is relatively remote, and there are no passers-by who hit the ground. Bai Luo looked at the trembling murloc at the bottom of the bubble. This murloc looks like an octopus. And it still looks like a child. Bai Luo looked at it and thought of murloc Zioba. It's just that because this murloc is still a child, his appearance is the same as that of an adult he knows. Zioba is a little different, so he is not sure yet. The murloc, who was watched by Bai Luo, looked at the transparent bubbles under his feet, then at the kidnappers who had fallen to the ground below, and swallowed secretly. I dare not speak at all. Father, what do you think it tastes like? At this moment, Khalifa said something that almost scared the murloc to death. No. I don't taste good. Please don't eat me. The murloc was so frightened that he immediately begged for mercy. It didn't expect the little girl to be so scary. It doesn't matter if you have solved so many kidnappers, but you still want to eat it. It's really scary. I don't mean you, I mean them. After hearing the murloc begging for mercy, Khalifa calmly pointed to the school of flying fish flying around in the bubble and said. Bai Luo was relieved to see Khalifa pointing in the direction of the flying fish. He also thought that Khalifa wanted to eat the murloc at first. Although the murloc's upper body looks like a fish, it can speak human language. He has no interest in eating this species. Fortunately, Khalifa has no interest in this area. After hearing Khalifa's explanation, the murloc breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Bai Luo and the others were not like bad guys, the murloc thanked them cautiously. Thank you for saving me. My name is Zioba. If you come to the Fishmen Island in the future, I will definitely entertain you well. Bai Luo nodded, and then asked Khalifa to release the murloc back to the ground. He is still very interested in the Fishmen Island. No matter if it was a mermaid or a murloc from the Fishmen Island, as long as he didn't offend him, he wouldn't do anything to them at will. And this murloc is really the Xiao Ba in his impression. It's just that Xiao Ba is not yet an adult at this time. He understands Zioba's personality better, and his personality is relatively simple. It's just that he has few brains, trusts others very easily, and has done a lot of wrong things. And if he remembers correctly, Zioba has already saved Pluton Rayleigh once at this time. As for why the powerful Rayleigh was rescued by the 10-week Zioba in front of him, he is not clear. The most likely reason is that Rayleigh's coated boat was in distress in the 10,000 meter deep sea near the Fishmen Island, and was rescued by the Murloc Hachi. Chapter 130. Xiao Ba thanked Bai Luo and left. As for how a young Murloc like Xiao Ba can go back safely, this is not Bai Luo's concern. He still has things to do next, and the auction will start soon. He doesn't have extra time to be a babysitter for outsiders. However, under normal circumstances, Murlocs are safe if they hide in the sea. So Bai Luo didn't think that Xiao Ba would be so unlucky that he would be caught twice in one day. As long as Zioba is careful, or goes to Rayleigh's house to ask Rayleigh for help, it can guarantee its own safety, and there will be no major problems. After Xiao Ba left, everyone looked at the flying fish trapped in the air bubble again. The group of flying fish seemed to be frightened and temporarily lost control, constantly flying around in the bubbles. Bai Luo looked at the group of fish and didn't know what to do for a while. Flying on a fish? Not to mention that he didn't know how to completely control the school of fish. As far as the flying ability of the flying fish is concerned, he is not rare at all. After all, he, Rouge and the others all have the ability to fly. So flying on a fish or something is not very attractive to him. Is it really necessary to taste the flying fish, as Khalifa said? For some reason, a strange idea suddenly appeared in Bai Luo's mind. A group of old men rode flying fish on the sea. After a long time, in order to relieve stress, this group of people and flying fish. Bai Luo quickly shook his head, interrupting this wild thought. At this time, he looked at the group of flying fish again. No matter how he looked at them, he felt that they were beautiful. No, it was unsightly. Dad, the fish that looks like an octopus Babachi is gone. What about these flying fish? Robin asked Bai Luo suspiciously. Khalifa also looked at Bai Luo, waiting for Bai Luo's decision. Khalifa just said that he wanted to eat the meat of the flying fish, just to scare that little Murloc. Not really want to eat. Khalifa has no interest in eating fish that other people have ridden. At this moment, the group of flying fish seemed to have lost the ability to fly because they had been out of the water for more than 5 minutes. Start to slide slowly towards the ground. However, due to being trapped by Khalifa bubbles, this group of flying fish failed to land safely on the ground as expected. Instead, it collects at the bottom of the bubble. A sluggish look, it seems that the water shortage is serious. Aren't we going to the auction? How about auctioning these fish? At this time, Auravia put forward her own idea. Hearing Auravia's suggestion, Bai Luo also felt that it was feasible. It would be a waste to release this group of fish just like that. Anyway, there is no other way, it is better to take it to auction along the way. Auctioning flying fish is a great idea. Is Khalifa okay? Bai Luo agreed with Auravia's idea, and then looked at Khalifa, to make sure that there is no problem with Khalifa carrying so many flying fish with the air bubbles. After hearing Bai Luo's inquiry, Khalifa tried to manipulate the bubbles, but found that the resistance was too great and it was difficult. Then she shrunk the bubble to a large circle, just the size of the flying fish. At this time, she manipulated the bubble again, and found it much easier. Already able to move at a certain speed. After everything was ready, Khalifa nodded to Bai Luo. After confirming that Khalifa was okay, Bai Luo took them ready to go. A group of people spread their wings, followed by a big bubble, and flew towards the auction house. It didn't take long for Bai Luo to see the auction house in Area 1. The building of the auction house is very conspicuous. Compared with most other buildings, it seems to stand out from the crowd. It is estimated that at least several thousand people can enter at the same time. That's a lot already. You must know that most of the people who entered the auction house were nobles or rich people. Where are there so many rich people? So thousands of seats are totally enough. At this time, in the square in front of the auction venue, there were still people entering the auction venue in a steady stream. So it looks like the auction hasn't started yet. Bai Luo and others landed directly from the sky, causing the nearby gentleman to exclaim. Bai Luo ignored the group of people and brought the flying fish to the staff of the auction site, preparing to put the flying fish up for auction. In fact, the activity of human trafficking is illegal even in pirate world. But there are celestial dragons behind the unstoppable auction. Celestial dragons are one of the main consumers of human trafficking. So Marie-Joyce and the army will pretend not to know about human trafficking. Even this auction venue can apply for a legal business license. It is a legal and compliant place of business. It is conceivable how big the background of the auction venue is. If there is trouble here, the troublemaker will even be punished by the so-called law for obstructing the business. Criminals make money in blatant business, while some righteous people will be punished by law. Think how funny that is. But Bai Luo is not surprised by this. This is the case in any relatively peaceful world, let alone a world of pirates infested with pirates. This kind of thing has huge benefits. As long as there are human beings, there will be people to do it. It is impossible to cut off. Bai Luo is well aware of this. Also very self-aware. He doesn't have that much energy and ability to manage these things. All he can do now is protect himself and his family. By the way, let's see if we can get more benefits from the auction venue. The staff at the venue looked in shock at Bai Luo and his party that fell from the sky. Years of sales experience allowed him to judge in an instant that if the man in front of him and the charismatic women behind him could be auctioned, they would definitely be able to sell for a lot of money. But the staff are not stupid, they can see that Bai Luo and his party are not ordinary people, so they must not be messed with. I only dare to think about it secretly, I don't dare to have other acts of death. Just wait a moment and report the information here to the supervisor. Then the auction house staff looked behind Bai Luo. There are schools of flying fish trapped in bubbles. If you don't observe closely, it is difficult to see that the school of flying fish is trapped in the transparent bubble. The more these staff members looked at these flying fish, the more they felt familiar. Especially the equipment on the flying fish was very similar to the equipment of the flying fish knights in their impression. While thinking about Bai Luo's purpose, the staff asked Bai Luo with a smile. "Guest, is there anything I can help you with? Are you auctioning these flying fish here? If they are auctioned, they will all be used for auction." Bai Luo directly stated his purpose. It was taken. It was taken. Anything of value can be taken. But this flying fish is. The staff are not sure about the origin of these flying fish, whether they are the flying fish of the flying fish knights who have cooperated with their auction house. And who is this handsome man in front of him? How did he get these flying fish? These are my trophies, is there a problem? Do you need to know the origin of the items for auction at your place? Facing the staff's question, Bai Luo asked back. No need. Sorry, I was talking too much. The staff immediately changed their attitude and bowed to apologize. It seems that even the staff of the criminal group, no matter what they think in their hearts, they must obey the principle of respecting customers on the surface. Of course, it must be a valuable customer in the eyes of these staff. If it is facing those ordinary people, the staff at the auction venue don't even have to pretend, and they won't show any good looks. "Guests, please follow me." The staff took Bai Luo inside and prepared to go through the auction procedures. The supervisor of the human trafficker who was dealing with affairs inside heard the movement, so he calmed down and raised his head. When he saw his subordinates bringing people in, the supervisor of the human trafficker knew that he was in business again. And people like this who come over halfway will have valuable items in their hands. Then the supervisor put down his work and prepared to receive the guest. But when he saw Bai Luo's unique face, he was shocked. Bai Luo was the first to follow the staff in. As soon as he looked up, he saw the supervisor looking at him too. And what made Bai Luo feel interesting was that the director looked at him as if something was wrong. Seems a little scared of him? This made Bai Luo feel very interesting. Since the other party is afraid of him, they must know him, and not simply know him, they must have a certain understanding of him. But Bai Luo asked himself that after he became a marine, he didn't deliberately show his face to the whole sea. Even if Marine was going to announce to the entire sea that the Golden Lion was killed by him, it was only after the meeting yesterday morning that the decision was made. It is estimated that the newspaper is still being printed urgently and has not yet been uploaded to the Sabayati archipelago. Then it's strange. How on earth did this supervisor know him? And it looks like he's terrified of him. When the supervisor saw Bai Luo's appearance, his eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and his mouth trembled a little. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said cautiously, "This guest." After a brief exchange, the trafficker supervisor learned from his subordinates that Bai Luo came to auction off the flying fish, not to take revenge on him. This made the supervisor breathe a sigh of relief. After all, his former subordinate had clashed with Bai Luo. Those thugs were all dealt with by Bai Luo. And that eyeliner was also sank into the nearby sea to feed the fish. It was to prevent Bai Luo from discovering that it was his subordinates who did it. As soon as Bai Luo came in just now, the moment he saw Bai Luo, he was almost so frightened that his legs limp and fell off the chair. Fortunately, it was finally determined that it was just a coincidence that Bai Luo came here. The purpose is not him, but for auction items. After knowing Bai Luo's real purpose, the supervisor quickly helped Bai Luo arrange the auction procedures, and arranged Bai Luo's auction items at this auction. He doesn't want to see Bai Luo again at the next auction, so he wants to help Bai Luo arrange everything at this auction. Especially when the supervisor arranged everything, calmed down his emotions, and was about to send Bai Luo away. Bai Luo, who had been silent all this time, spoke. "Have we met? You seem to know me." Bai Luo sat on the guest chair and asked with great interest. He was sure that this was the first time he had met the supervisor in front of him. But he asked anyway. Because Bai Luo wanted to see if he could get some useful information from this supervisor. How did the supervisor know about him? Was it the marine executive who was greedy for his healing leaf? Bai Luo's sudden question made the supervisor who had just regained his composure panic again. There is no way not to worry. He can't afford Bai Luo. Yesterday, when he learned that his subordinates offended Bai Luo but were dealt with instead, in order to prevent accidents, he focused on getting Bai Luo's information. Before, I only knew some simple information about Bai Luo. For example, Bai Luo is a newcomer to Marine, and his talent is very powerful. It is the ability user of the angel fruit of the phantom beast species. It is highly valued by Marine. He cannot be easily offended. After getting to know Bai Luo in more detail yesterday, he was even more stunned. Among them, 2 points are the most critical. One point is that Bai Luo is a newcomer under the cover of Staff Officer He and Sengoku Admiral, with a great background. Another point is that Bai Luo is not only a rookie, but also has a strong combat power. He even defeated the legendary big pirate Golden Lion. That's the Golden Lion. He is a human trafficker 2.9 director who is very afraid of existence. It can be said that he grew up listening to the horror legend of the Golden Lion. This kind of legendary character can be defeated by Bai Luo. One can imagine how terrifying Bai Luo is. When he got the news yesterday, he almost packed his luggage and ran away overnight. It's just that he thought about it for the last time. Bai Luo probably didn't find out that those thugs were related to the auction. With this luck, he didn't run away in the end. And after a night of fear, they didn't bother with their auction until sunset the next day. He was finally relieved. Make sure Bai Luo didn't find it. Who knew that Bai Luo didn't come this morning, but came in the afternoon? It made his heart flutter again. For the first time, the supervisor of the human trafficker felt so uncomfortable doing something wrong. But even so, the supervisor did not feel that his behavior was wrong. He just felt that he was unlucky and accidentally offended a big man like Bai Luo. Typical bullying. Whether it's Bai Luo's strong background or his ability to defeat the Golden Lion, the supervisor knows very well that Bai Luo is someone he can't afford to mess with. Don't look at the celestial dragons behind him. Even their auction house has some cooperation with some senior executives of Marine. But that's the backstage of the whole auction. It's not the background of his small supervisor. If Bai Luo found out that he had sold on him, he would definitely be given up by the auctioneer without even thinking about it. So when faced with Bai Luo's question, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Chapter 131. Master Marine, although you don't know me, I know you. The trafficker supervisor forced himself to calm down, and complimented Bai Luo's question. Oh. Looks like I'm famous. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency is the strongest rookie in Marine, the famous Phantom Beast ability user, Master Bai Luo. When I saw Your Excellency for the first time, I recognized Your Excellency. The traffickers blow it up wherever they think, and keep flattering Bai Luo. Since you recognized me, why was your first reaction so tense? Am I so scary? Did you do something to apologize to me, or do you have any illegal business in this auction house? Bai Luo continued to ask pressingly. We are a formal business place with a legal business license. Although the business is a bit extensive, it is all within the tacitly allowed range. As for my performance when I saw Your Excellency, I may not be very good, but it is not nervous, it is an expression of excitement. I didn't expect that Your Excellency, as a senior Marine General, would come to my small place suddenly, so I was a little flattered and behaved a little out of control, please don't mind. Although the trafficker supervisor was really nervous at the beginning, he was professionally trained after all. He quickly adjusted his mood, and while explaining Bai Luo's problem, he continued to brag about Bai Luo, making it impossible to find fault. Well said. Bai Luo wanted to stand up and applaud him when he heard the compliment from the trafficker supervisor. It can really blow. But Bai Luo was unmoved. Actually, other issues are not important, and I don't care about them. What I want to know most is why you recognized me at the first sight. Stop bragging about me, it's useless. I hope you can say something useful and give me a reasonable explanation. Bai Luo posed key questions to the trafficker supervisor. Faced with Bai Luo's question, the trafficker supervisor felt tense again. At first, he thought he was going to get away with it, but Bai Luo raised the question again, and didn't let him brag about it, blocking his way out. 19. As for why he knew Bai Luo's information, of course it's not because Bai Luo is very famous, but he learned about it from a high-level Marine who cooperated with their auction house. How does this make him answer? If you can't come up, just sell that Marine executive. That was a big customer of their auction house. If it is sold, it is estimated that he will not see the sun the next day. Just when the supervisor didn't know how to answer, Bai Luo continued to put pressure on him. I'm still very self-aware. Now my reputation is very small. You, the director of Sabayati Archipelago, can recognize me at a glance. Tell me, who revealed my information to you? Facing Bai Luo's forceful questioning and seeing Bai Luo looking at him with inexplicable eyes, the trafficker supervisor fell silent. The atmosphere became tense. This time the supervisor could no longer pretend to be calm and became more and more anxious. He, who did bad things, couldn't settle down. After all, doing too many bad things does not necessarily exercise your courage. On the contrary, they may be more afraid of people who are stronger than themselves. So in the face of Bai Luo's non-stop questions, he still panicked. The trafficker supervisor didn't quite understand what Bai Luo's constant questioning meant. Could it be that his subordinates dealt with Bai Luo yesterday? Not quite. If exposed, a young and energetic Marine like Bai Luo would not let him go, and probably already attacked him directly. Is it really just because he recognized Bai Luo directly, causing the other party to be suspicious? The trafficker supervisor was thinking crazily at this time. Time passed by every minute and every second. At this time, the supervisor of the human trafficker was sweating coldly, and his clothes were already soaked. The eyes also become erratic. Bai Luo quietly watched the bewildered attitude of the trafficker supervisor. If it weren't for worrying about attacking him, it would be easy to scare the snake. Bai Luo would have done it directly. The trafficker supervisor knew that he could not delay any longer. The longer the delay, the worse it would be for him. He didn't dare to look directly at Bai Luo, so he could only look in other directions. At this moment, he noticed Rouge and the others beside Bai Luo. There are so many beauties. At this moment, the director's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped the life-saving straw. He felt that he already knew Bai Luo's preferences. There are so many beauties around me, and they are of all sizes. Explain that Bai Luo likes beautiful women very much. As long as he can give Bai Luo a high-quality beauty as a gift, maybe Bai Luo won't make things difficult for him anymore. Thinking of this, the supervisor showed a hypocritical smirk, and said amiably, "Master Bai Luo, actually I just heard about your reputation from a passerby. I don't know him at all. What do you want me to say? And do you want to participate in this auction, my lord? I happen to have a treasured female slave here. She used to be the eldest lady of a noble family. She is a grand master of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The key is that the other party is a rare one. Great beauty. I originally planned to auction off the other parties at this auction. Since your lord is here, how about I just give it to your lord?" The supervisor showed an expression that a man could understand, and wanted to bribe Bai Luo through the beauty, so that Bai Luo would stop asking about the previous topic. "Really? What's her name?" Bai Luo asked casually, already impatient. This supervisor really changes the subject, and really doesn't seem to be able to ask useful information. Bai Luo was going to find a suitable place to directly force the opponent. Regardless of whether he could obtain useful information by relying on force, he did not intend to let the supervisor go. Because the other party has been avoiding his questions, he must have a ghost in his heart, so Bai Luo will not show mercy to such an enemy. Her name is Stella. She is just an adult, and the packaging is complete. Hearing Bai Luo's question, the supervisor quickly replied, completely unaware that Bai Luo had already planned to kill her. Stella. Hearing this name, Bai Luo sat up straight subconsciously. The name was familiar to him as soon as he heard it, and he recalled it carefully, and he quickly thought of the general information of the other party. Another blonde. There are already two beautiful blondes beside him, namely Rouge and Khalifa. If one more. Well, hair color doesn't really matter. As long as it looks good, it's not a problem. Seeing that Bai Luo was obviously interested and did not ask him the previous questions, the supervisor was deeply relieved. Although it's a pity to waste a beautiful woman, he planned to auction off Stella to make more money and compete with another executive for performance. But if you can keep your position in life with Stella, it's not too bad. It can only be said that he was unlucky. Think of it as spending money to eliminate disasters. Let me see it first. Bai Luo said. Bai Luo didn't intend to continue to question the supervisor, and was ready to find a place to do it, but he didn't expect that the other party wanted to bribe him with beautiful women. That being the case, don't do it for nothing. It's not too late to wait until you get the benefits. Bai Luo's statement made the supervisor completely relaxed. As long as Bai Luo accepts his bribe, then he will have Bai Luo's handle in his hand. In this way, it is impossible for Bai Luo to fight against him afterwards. Thinking of this, the supervisor completely relaxed, straightened his back, and felt that the air was much fresher. Just a moment please. The supervisor asked his staff to bring Stella here. The staff have long wanted to leave this place of right and wrong. From the moment he brought Bai Luo into this office, he felt that the supervisor seemed to be really afraid of Bai Luo. He was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so he didn't dare to move. After leaving here, the staff quickly went to the place where Stella was held. While Bai Luo was waiting, another staff member from the auction house broke into the office directly. The supervisor, who had just regained his composure, was shocked again. "Do you still want to do it? Don't you know how to knock on the door? Didn't you see that there are distinguished guests here?" The supervisor doesn't care about anything, and just curses when he comes up. The men hit the muzzle completely. The supervisor will not let go of such a good opportunity to vent his emotions. He took the breath he held back from Bai Luo and let it all out on his subordinates. The subordinates were almost speechless after being sprayed, and finally could only shout loudly. "I'm very sorry, but Saint Roswald is almost at the gate of the auction, and it will be too late if you don't greet me." The subordinate finished speaking loudly in one breath, and calmed down the supervisor. Especially when he heard that the celestial dragons were coming, his was almost scared. "You didn't say it earlier." The supervisor came back to his senses, and quickly rolled and crawled out to meet him. "I didn't expect that celestial dragons would come here. It seems that the life of celestial dragons is really leisurely." Bai Luo also heard the other party's communication and knew that celestial dragons were coming. "If I fly celestial dragons like Luffy, I don't know if I will be attacked by Marine Admiral. Is it possible that Sengoku Admiral will come out in person? After all, Marine only has one admiral from Sengoku." Bai Luo began to imagine at this time. Of course, Bai Luo will not act like Luffy. He's not going to cause trouble for Sengoku and the others. If he really wants to beat celestial dragons after seeing them in person, Bai Luo will also use conquerors to clear the field first, and then do it. As long as everyone is in a comatose state, no one will find out that he did it. Just as Bai Luo was planning how to beat celestial dragons, the supervisor was already kneeling at the door of the auction house. In front of him is a male celestial dragon riding a slave mount, wearing a bubble-style hood, and wearing a spacesuit. "Dear Saint Roswald, welcome." Celestial dragons responded flatly, looking down at the trafficker supervisor kneeling in front of her. Is it allowed not to kneel down in the venue? It's not the first time the trafficker supervisor has received celestial dragons, and asked as usual. "Don't worry, otherwise you won't be able to bid." Celestial dragons also knew the rules of the auction, and it also came to participate in the auction to play, by the way, to see if there were any good goods. Therefore, there will be no embarrassment for the traffickers in charge. "Thank you very much. Then welcome to the VIP seat." Seeing that the celestial dragons didn't deliberately make things difficult, the trafficker supervisor breathed a sigh of relief, and humbly invited. Celestial dragons sat in the VIP seats of the auction under the welcome of the honor guards on both sides. "Master Celestial Dragons is here, let's start the auction." The human trafficker supervisor invited celestial dragons to take a seat and then said to another supervisor who was in charge of raking goods. "Master Celestial Dragons can't be kept waiting, let's start." The supervisor also agreed with the proposal of the trafficker supervisor. Then he continued, "This time I got the leaf of healing from Mr. Marine, and I will definitely surpass you in this auction. If you can't, there is an auction for a rare creature like a mermaid, and I will win this time." Facing the ridicule of the director of goods, the director of human traffickers could not refute. Originally, Stella was there to give him the bottom line, but now that Stella is going to give it to Bai Luo, it is even more impossible for him to be better than the item supervisor. "It's cheaper for you this time, and I will definitely surpass you next time." After leaving a harsh word, the trafficker supervisor could only return to the office in despair. With the start of auction 040, the place where the slaves were held became restless. Not only is Stella imprisoned here, but there are dozens of other people, all of whom are goods being auctioned off this time. In addition to ordinary humans, there are some creatures of other races. There are even pirates. Many of these people have not yet become slaves, and most of them caught up with the auction shortly after being captured by human traffickers. It has been treasured by human traffickers for a long time, and Stella is the only one who has long been reduced to slavery. After becoming a slave, there is basically no room for turning over. So when Stella became a slave, her heart was actually half dead. If it weren't for his gentle and optimistic nature, he would have died of depression long ago. Stella sat quietly in her cell, slowly wasting her last free time. Although she has long been a slave, she has not been bought after all. The day when she is bought by someone is the beginning of her real slave life. Take number 1 and number 2 away from the cage. Several auction staff took the list and began to escort the auction items. There was the rattling of chains and the sound of doors opening. A strong pirate in the cell was already trembling and sweating coldly. Unfortunately, he is the number 1 lot. Stop, don't, it's better to be in prison, I will never be a pirate again. Faced with the escort of the staff, this strong pirate began to cry, and was very reluctant to be taken away. I don't want to be a slave. Help me. Someone save me. Call Marine, I'm going to jail, please. Don't sell me. I don't want to be a slave. This pirate obviously knows the horror of the auction. As long as the auction is successful, he will become a slave and cannot stand up. Compared with this, it is more merciful to be caught and thrown into prison by Marine. His cries grew louder and he began to speak incoherently. But for the staff who escorted him, it was of no use at all. A staff member gave him a lot of tranquilizers in order to prevent the pirate from resisting when he was auctioned. Let the pirate forcibly quiet down. The other people who were imprisoned here clearly saw the unbearable scene of the pirate, but they didn't laugh at it. Because it will be their turn later. Stella also saw this scene. Just then, a staff member ran in front of her. I checked the list carefully, and after finding no mistakes, I quickly opened the cell. Then urged, "You are Stella. Come with me. Is it my turn so soon?" At this juncture, even Stella, who has always been optimistic, knows that she is about to walk on a road that will never be bright. A tear spilled out of her eyes unconsciously. Chapter 132. Stella looked at the appearance of the staff anxiously urging her, combined with the pirates who had been escorted to the auction before, she thought it was her turn. The only thing she doesn't understand is that her number is clearly behind the big one, but why is it her turn so early? Isn't the auction held in order of number? But she was only puzzled for a moment. In fact, these are no longer important to her. A little earlier or later can't change her ending. She knew that her fate was already doomed. Running away and crying didn't do anything. Therefore, a tear from the corner of her eye did not fall in the end. Under the gaze of other people nearby, Stella dragged the chain out of the cage. At this time, she was quietly standing next to the staff member, waiting for the other party's fate. In the eyes of others, Stella's emotions are very stable. Compared with the pirates who were taken away before and were dying to live, Stella's performance was undoubtedly much better. The pirate from before was really embarrassing to us men, crying and crying, not even ABCH. In the next cell, a tall and strong man saw Stella's calm performance, and thought of the scene of the pirate before, and cursed to himself. Apparently, the tall, muscular guy is a sexist. For the cowardly performance of the previous pirate, it is not as good as a weak woman expressing great dissatisfaction. Not even a woman. This will make them seem incompetent. Who said it wasn't? That pirate looked vicious at first, but I didn't expect that he was a coward, so he was still a pirate. Even the pirates in my hometown were more fishy than him. Someone next to him heard the strong man talking to himself, and said in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. It's really bad. Hearing the conversation between the two, several people nearby also agreed. In fact, they are also scared to death in their hearts, for fear that it will be their turn next. In order to cover up their own fear and embarrassment, they can only constantly belittle others. In this way, when it is their turn, no matter how bad their performance is, with that incompetent pirate at the bottom, any performance of them will look better than that of the previous pirate. The typical self is not good, and then by belittling others, he forcibly improves himself to make himself appear to be good. That's what contrast does. You don't need to sneer here, some women are not weaker than men. At least in my eyes, this woman is much stronger than all of you present. At this time, in the corner of the cage, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and one eye was obviously scratched, and wearing glasses said aloud. The unceremonious words slapped several other people in the face. After finishing speaking, he took out a jug and took a sip of the wine. With this leisurely attitude, it seems that he doesn't care about his current situation at all. People who don't know think that he is not in a prison cell, but on a leisurely vacation. Who are you? The burly man next to him who started talking heard the middle-aged man's sarcastic words, resisted the urge to get angry, and asked. Intuition told him that the middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. If it's easy, can you bring the flagon in? Human traffickers don't care whether you are addicted to alcohol or not, and they will not let a person come in with extra items like a hip flask. In order to avoid causing trouble, he didn't dare to get angry immediately. I'm just an ordinary person in the coding business. Facing the strong man's question, the middle-aged man showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, and said in a calm tone. After speaking, he took a sip of wine and looked like a drunkard. It's hard to imagine such an alcoholic. Would someone buy it home and serve as a slave? It's just an ordinary human with coding? Then what are you pretending to be? Is there any room for you to interrupt when we are talking? Drink your bar quickly. There will be no chance to drink later. That's right. That's right. It's probably the same thing as that pirate, so I couldn't sit still when I heard us say that pirate was terrible. The non-stop drinking is probably to cover up my inner timidity, but in fact, I am also scared to death. I heard a middle-aged man say that he is just a coder. The other people who just participated in the discussion about pirates couldn't sit still. Everyone verbally criticized the middle-aged man. An ordinary human being is just a coded one, so why pretend? Those who didn't know thought it was awesome. Facing the group ridicule of the crowd, the middle-aged man is the deputy of One Piece, the legendary Pluton Rayleigh, and he will not be indifferent to their abuse. Although he is no longer a pirate, he retired for a while. The inner killing has also dissipated a lot. But that doesn't mean he won't be murderous. The title of Pluton is not just talking, nor is it blown out. It was really done by relying on its own strength and ruthlessness. I haven't done anything for more than a year. I don't know if my body is rusty. It seems that I need to move around. Rayleigh's voice was not low, and everyone who heard his words was stunned for a moment. Then they all laughed. Did you hear that? One of his coders said he was going to attack us. I heard that. He must not have woken up, or maybe he was drunk. He started talking nonsense. Crap. After a long time, it turned out to be a neuropathy. The strong man at the beginning observed Rayleigh for a long time, but he didn't see anything special about him. After hearing Rayleigh's various bragging remarks, he determined that Rayleigh was a bragging alcoholic. I guess I still have some brain problems. That's right. If it's really a master, how could it be caught by human traffickers? And even if his original strength is not weak, he is now trapped in a prison cell and restrained by a collar, so he can't exert his strength at all. The strong man thought of this and completely figured it out. With his nostrils facing Rayleigh, he was just about to taunt with everyone to vent his aggrieved and angry heart. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh didn't give him a chance this time. Rayleigh looked up, a cruel smile on his resolute face. Then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, unleashing a mighty conqueror's haki. Before the strong man opened his mouth, all the people who taunted Rayleigh, including the strong man, were all hit by Conqueror's precision. One by one, they rolled their eyes and passed out. Rayleigh is not a power user like Golden Lion, so these collar cells can't restrain Rayleigh at all. It doesn't affect Rayleigh's strength at all. Therefore, for the ridicule of the crowd, Rayleigh will not be as powerless as the weak golden lion. Do it directly. Of course, Rayleigh is no longer a pirate after all, and he will not easily do anything to other innocent people. So Rayleigh's conquerors are a precise hit on target. Others will not be affected too much. Several people around Rayleigh were knocked unconscious by the conqueror's impact. With their weak strength, they were impacted by such a strong conquerors. It is estimated that even if he does not die, he will become an idiot after waking up. Several people fainted on the ground inexplicably, and the staff couldn't ignore it. These are all one of the items in today's auction, so don't be careless. At the beginning, they heard someone swearing in the cell, but these staff didn't care. He is almost becoming a slave who will never stand up, and breathing out fragrance in the cell is a very normal behavior. But the inexplicable fainting is different. They can't all be terrified, can they? This is the first time the staff have encountered such a situation where many people fainted at the same time. These goods are going to be auctioned soon, so we can't make a mistake. The staff cannot afford this responsibility. They all entered the cell to check. As for the others in the cell, the staff were not concerned about their escape. Because everyone has a collar with a bomb installed around their neck. It is impossible for anyone to escape successfully. The staff came to the vicinity of Rayleigh to check, and found that the status of these people was the first time they had seen it. They couldn't find a solution for a while, and the auction was in progress, and they had to find the reason quickly, otherwise they couldn't afford it if something went wrong. While the staff was trying to solve the problem, Rayleigh still sat there calmly. As if it wasn't him who launched the conqueror's haki. As if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. The reason why Rayleigh didn't continue to do anything, and then left here directly, was because his purpose of coming here today has not been achieved. That purpose is to make money to buy wine. Yes. He has no money to buy wine again. This made Rayleigh miss his old sea life very much. If he had no money or alcohol, he didn't have to worry about it at all. He could plunder at will by virtue of his identity and strong strength as a pirate. How can it be like this now that a penny can't beat a hero? He deliberately let himself be caught by human traffickers this time because he knew that many people who bought slaves were very rich. So he's going to auction himself off and grab the money from the rich guy who bought him. That would give him money to buy wine and drink. From this point of view, Futura really has the potential of an alcoholic. In order to earn money to buy wine and drink, he even thought of selling himself. Truly an out-and-out talent. As for his strength, why didn't he just rob the rich and make such trouble? This is because his female partner, Shuki, won't let him do it. Shuki was afraid that he would do something wrong with his own strength. In order to restrain him, it is stipulated that only when he is threatened can he be shot. So Rayleigh thought of being auctioned off by human traffickers. He was about to be bought into a slave, so it wouldn't be too much for him to rob the money at this time. Rayleigh's idea is good. But because it was his first time to do this kind of selling himself, he had no experience and didn't know how to keep a low profile, so he was still being targeted. A staff member found that everyone around him had collapsed, and Rayleigh was alone, sitting there quietly. This made the staff very suspicious. Start preparing to question Rayleigh. While the cell was commotioning, a staff member had brought Stella to the calendar office of the trafficker supervisor. Seeing Stella with collars and chains on her limbs and neck, Bai Luo frowned, looked at the trafficker supervisor and said, "Undo her chains." Faced with Bai Luo's request, the supervisor did not dare to question, and took out the key to unlock all the chains that bound Stella's actions. Stella was also a little confused at this time. She thought she was going to be auctioned off, but she was brought to this place. It made her unclear what the situation was. Why did that young and handsome young man unchain her? Could it be that she has been directly bought by this man? Down yet? At this time, Stella saw several women behind Bai Luo, and these women all smiled kindly at her. This made Stella a little unbelievable, and even more confused. How could she, a slave, be treated so kindly by a group of such beautiful beauties? Stella, who had been trapped in the cage all this time, was rather at a loss at this moment. Just when Stella was thinking wildly, Bai Luo's harsh words interrupted her thinking. Where's the collar around the neck? Zhao Hao, Bai Luo saw that the supervisor only opened the chains on Stella's limbs, but did not open the collar with the bomb on Stella's neck. Asked aloud. Ah! This, she's just a slave, and this on her neck serves as a deterrent to her, so it can't be removed. If it is removed, she will. Before the supervisor of the human trafficker finished speaking, Bai Luo interrupted him, walked in front of Stella, looked at the collar around her neck and said. Forget it, I'll do it myself. After finishing speaking, Bai Luo supported Stella, who was a little weak, with one hand to prevent her from falling, and grabbed the collar around Stella's neck with the other hand. Stella didn't know what Bai Luo was going to do again, why she had to remove the collar around her neck. Also, don't you need a key to solve the collar? Why did you just get started? She couldn't figure it out, so she could only take it as Bai Luo's special hobby. She was even thinking that this might be Bai Luo teasing her. First pretend that he wants to remove the collar for her, but whenever she shows any expectation, he will laugh at her beauty. Many nobles and rich people like to play with their slaves. Stella thought of this, and seemed to understand Bai Luo's intentions. She could only close her eyes, conceal the moisture in her eye sockets, and wait for Bai Luo's behavior. She didn't expect her master to be like this, wanting to humiliate her as soon as he saw her. The last trace of expectation in my heart is completely hidden. She lifted her head resignedly. Seeing Stella's cooperation, Bai Luo did not hesitate to launch a powerful armed collar, and under the blessing of the purifying fire, he grabbed the collar around her neck. Under the disbelief of the supervisor and staff, the chuckle of Rouge and others, the expectation of Robin, and the astonished eyes of Stella. Crack! The collar was crushed by Bai Luo with bare hands. Chapter 133. Gilu. The supervisor and the staff broke into a cold sweat. The very violent scene just now almost didn't scare them to death. Is this something normal people can do? Such a strong collar was crushed by bare hands. Are you sure it's not their eyesight? But the facts were right in front of them, and they had to believe it. This made the supervisor even more in awe of Bai Luo. A freshman in marine is so fierce, how powerful is the marine behind him? At the same time, the supervisor has a different perception of marine's strength. At this time, Stella was the most shocked and stunned. She always thought that Bai Luo was pretending to take off the collar for her, and after she showed her expectant eyes, she laughed at her 10 slaves. After all, if you really want to unlock the collar, you will definitely use the key to unlock it. Who would believe a man who said he would unlock it for her with his bare hands? But what she didn't expect was that Bai Luo's bare hands are really to unlock the collar for her. This made Stella feel that she had misunderstood Bai Luo. Bai Luo helped her, but she thought guilt, shock, astonishment. All kinds of complex emotions emerged in Stella's heart. At this moment, Stella didn't know how to describe her emotions. She doesn't even know what to do. At this moment, Bai Luo, who threw the crushed collar from the window and flew into the distance, returned to Stella. Seeing the bewildered Stella, Bai Luo took out a healing leaf and handed it to Stella, saying, "We are marine, don't worry, everything is fine." Bai Luo then took out the name of marine. Although marine is an institution under Marie Joyce, for most people, marine still represents justice. Is synonymous with safety. Bai Luo said that he is marine to let Stella settle down quickly. For a woman who has been a slave for several years and is used to the dark world, there is no better comfort than giving her a sense of security. With the release of the collar on her body and the righteous identity of marine, Stella will be able to accept the reality quickly. Sure enough, after hearing Bai Luo's words, Stella, who had just recovered from her guilt, heard Bai Luo introduce herself as a marine, which made her trust Bai Luo even more. However, why would a Navy 497 army redeem her from human traffickers? Puzzled, Stella looked at the trafficker supervisor next to her. Want to learn more about the supervisor's performance? The supervisor who always put on a big picture in the past is not as arrogant as before. Chu Chu showed an embarrassed expression. Don't dare to move, don't dare to speak. Facing Stella's gaze, he showed a polite and hypocritical smile. Seeing the supervisor's funny expression, Stella understood that the supervisor was afraid of Bai Luo. Bai Luo should be a marine who has a high official position and can control the supervisor of human traffickers. This made her feel relieved. If Bai Luo was just an ordinary marine, Stella would still worry that the trafficker supervisor would deal with Bai Luo because of her afterwards. She might cause trouble for Bai Luo. Don't blame her for thinking too much. She has been a slave for several years, and from many other inmates who used to stay together, she knows that the head of the human trafficker is a very evil and unscrupulous villain. Such a person is likely to use Bai Luo's purchase of slaves by a marine as an excuse to blackmail Bai Luo afterwards. She didn't want to bring trouble to this friendly-looking young marine in front of her, and affect his future marine career. However, through Bai Luo's confident and gentle smile, Stella already knew that Zhong Luo's status was much higher than that of the trafficker supervisor. In this case, it will be difficult for the trafficker supervisor to make small moves against Bai Luo. Even if Bai Luo saves her, she will not cause trouble to Bai Luo. Maybe I really met my own Prince Charming. I was lucky to be rescued. Stella thought expectantly. She recalled her past. Although unfortunate, but also lucky. From a daughter of a nobleman, she was impoverished after the country was destroyed and her family was destroyed, and finally became a slave. Life fell from heaven to hell, very unfortunate. After becoming a slave, the trafficker wanted to sell her for a good price, so she was lucky enough to keep her perfect body for several years. Finally, I was lucky enough to meet Bai Luo. Thinking of this, Stella stretched out her hand cautiously, trying to catch a leaf that Bai Luo handed him. Although she doesn't know the function and meaning of this leaf, BJBG, she chooses to believe in Bai Luo. After touching Bai Luo's finger, Stella subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. At this time, Bai Luo would not let Stella withdraw her hand that she stretched out with great difficulty. He wants to give the opponent more confidence. He directly held Stella's outstretched hand with his backhand, and put the healing leaf in her hand. In Stella's shy confusion, she held her hand tightly and explained. This is the leaf of healing. Eat her, and your injuries will be completely healed. From now on, you will bid farewell to the past and face a new life. Hearing Bai Luo's explanation, Stella stared at the pure white healing leaf in her hand, full of satisfaction in her heart. A strange marine who redeemed her and gave her a treasure that could heal any wound. This made her unable to express her emotions. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. She wanted to ask why, but she was afraid that everything was false, and she would lose everything after asking. Eat it. It may also be useful for inner wounds. Under Bai Luo's comforting voice, Stella stopped thinking about it and ate this white glowing leaf. Then her body changed drastically. Surrounded by pure white light. It felt like being burned by fire. After the burning sensation, it is a very warm feeling. It gave her a strong sense of security. The bruises and scars on the surface of the body, the hidden diseases and internal injuries inside the body are all healed. Both physically and emotionally, it seems to have been healed and purified. The whole person feels unprecedentedly comfortable and relaxed. It's like being reborn. Congratulations, Mordai. Under Bai Luo's congratulations, Stella opened her brighter eyes, and she already understood that the feeling just now was right. She has really been reborn. All thanks to that magical healing leaf. She also knew what Bai Luo's congratulations meant. She has now become a person recognized by Bai Luo. Thank you, Lord Bai Luo. After Stella's change was completed, affected by the healing leaf, she no longer hesitated and cautiously as before, and regained her confident and optimistic nature. He took the initiative to reach out and grab Bai Luo's hand, and kissed the back of Bai Luo's hand. After putting it down, he gave Bai Luo a noble gift and said with a smile. Looking at Stella, who returned to normal after being reborn, Sunset nodded in satisfaction. The reason why he gave Stella the leaf of healing was to quickly heal Stella, and by the way, to test the effect of the advanced version of the leaf of healing. Can you bear part of his powerful purification power? As it turned out, he succeeded. Yesterday he noticed that Auravia controlled the leaf wings and could fly freely, so he knew that Auravia's strength had improved a lot. Then the strength of the leaves she made should also increase a lot. The higher the intensity of the leaves, the more effective the light they can absorb. So he used the strongest leaves Auravia could make to absorb his purifying light to the greatest extent. Afterwards, this advanced version of Leaf of Healing was successfully produced. Compared with the original version of Leaf of Healing, which can instantly restore all minor injuries, the effect of the advanced version of Leaf of Healing is undoubtedly more powerful. It can instantly restore serious injuries, including relatively serious unmentionable diseases, and even has the effect of soothing emotions. It can be said that with the use of the advanced version of the Leaf of Healing, no matter how severe a trauma a person suffers, he can basically be healed instantly. Great value. Except that he can't purify and improve people's talents, and can't force others not to betray him. The strongest purification that he purifies Rouge and others is not far behind. Of course, if you really want to compare, there is still a gap. After all, the purification power used to purify Rouge and the others not only improved their physical talents, but also made them unable to betray him. Although it can't directly change other people's emotions, it is equivalent to buying an insurance that cannot betray him. So he can trust Rouge and them unconditionally. And the healing leaf that Stella ate cannot enhance a person's potential, nor can it force others to betray him. At most, it can only make the person who eats the leaves a little bit more favorable towards him. A little favorability is actually not that big or small. If there is really a grudge, this point of favorability is of little use. The revenge that should be reported must be reported. The reason why Stella regarded herself as Bai Luo's person after eating this advanced version of the healing leaf, the slight favor of the healing leaf only served as an auxiliary catalytic effect. The main reason is that she had fully accepted it before. Bai Luo. With nowhere to go, she had already bound her body and mind to Bai Luo secretly. Of course, this level of healing leaf is still no match for his most powerful purification power. Bai Luo planned to use the power of purification to purify Stella again later. Only then will Stella's talent become stronger, and she will truly become his own. Bai Luo is already very satisfied with the experimental results of this advanced version of Leaf of Healing. This is just the first step up. After Aurovia's strength improves again and he can make more powerful leaves, he can also make more powerful healing leaves. There are even resurrection leaves that can be used to bring the dead back to life. Bai Luo is very much looking forward to it. The human trafficker supervisor at the side was about to send Bai Luo away, but he comforted Stella face to face when he was on his way back. That's fine. What surprised and shocked the supervisor the most was that Bai Luo took out a healing leaf. This leaf is very similar to the few leaves that his colleague, the item supervisor, got. No, exactly the same. And the white light in Bai Luo's hand was even more dazzling. The few leaves prepared by the item manager were nothing compared to the one Bai Luo held in his hand. The trafficker supervisor secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only then did he think of a problem. Bai Luo is a core member of Marine, and must have come into contact with most of Marine's core items, and his colleagues. That item is the white leaf obtained through Marine's internal high level. Thinking about it this way, it's not surprising that Bai Luo can take out this white leaf. But now there is another trouble. If Bai Luo finds out that his auction house is going to auction off the healing leaf in Marine, it will definitely bring new troubles to him and the auction house. Place. It is best not to let Bai Luo know that the auction house is going to auction the healing leaf today. But when he thought that the leaf of healing was his competitor, the item in charge of that item. Moreover, the item manager has been arguing with him. When he greeted celestial dragons just now, he even laughed at him. Thinking of this, the trafficker supervisor decided to ignore it, as if he hadn't seen anything. When Bai Luo found out, he found out. Anyway, it's the item manager's fault, so what does it have to do with other trafficker managers? Not only that, but he also wanted Bai Luo to find out that the auction house was going to auction this kind of leaves as soon as possible. In this case, it may be possible to kill the item supervisor through Bai Luo and Marine. Thinking of this, the heart of the trafficker supervisor became darker and darker. As for whether doing so would affect the entire auction, that was beyond his concern. He himself was scared to death by Bai Luo, but he didn't want to offend Luo again because of the healing leaf. Not to mention covering up the leaf of healing for the item manager. He was almost in danger himself. It would be bad if Bai Luo found out that he had made a small move. While the trafficker supervisor was thinking about it, Bai Luo took out the healing leaf and was also observing the trafficker supervisor's reaction. Pretend not to see? It seems that the one who cooperated with Marine Moth is not him, but other people in the auction house. Bai Luo judged that there was another person cooperating with the senior management of the auction house and Marine through the attitude of the person in charge of the trafficker who had nothing to do with himself. It's not the person in charge of the trafficker in front of him. And looking at the person trafficker's supervisor, it seems that he is very much looking forward to him being able to find out. Could it be that that person has a grudge against the trafficker's supervisor? Bai Luo thought of this possibility. Forget it, don't worry about it, after killing everyone in the auction house, you don't have to think about who did it. Anyway, no one is a good person, and you can only be considered unlucky if you meet me. After Bai Luo received the benefits, he no longer planned to investigate. Very troublesome. It's better to serve it directly in a pot, and not let one go. But since he was going to do something, he definitely couldn't bury him directly. If someone found out, he would be causing trouble for himself. Unless he can kill everyone who sees him doing it. It's not realistic. But he Conqueror's Haki. Use Conqueror's Field Clearer to clear out any extras. This way he can move easily. Chapter 134. Bai Luo intends to take Rouge and the others away from here first, and then proceed with the auction. Avoid accidentally injuring your own people after launching the Conqueror's Haki. For example, accidentally injured Khalifa and Robin who were still young. After all, his Conqueror's Haki has not been awakened for a long time, and he is not proficient in using Conqueror's Haki. After he launches Conqueror's Haki, he is an indiscriminate target. Will attack anyone within his Conqueror's attack range. Unable to do Conqueror's precision strikes on specific targets like Rayleigh and Shanks did. Moreover, Stella had just been rescued from the human traffickers by him, so she definitely didn't want to stay in a place like the auction for a long time. Just let Rouge and the others take Stella away from this sad place. At this moment, Rouge and the others are surrounding Stella who just got out of trouble. I don't dislike Stella's slightly shabby clothes. Instead, she was comforting Stella and telling many stories about Bai Luo. Stella listened with a smile while secretly looking at Bai Luo. She didn't expect that all these people who were suspected to be Bai Luo's woman respected Bai Luo so much. It seems that she was really lucky to meet a man like Bai Luo. At this time, Stella resumed her previous conversation as a noble lady, and quickly merged into the topics of the girls. Talking warmly with a few girls made her feel more relaxed than ever. Looking forward to life in the future. Sister Stella, let's leave here first. Rouge felt that the two sides got to know each other pretty much the first time, and it was time to leave here. It is not appropriate to communicate too much here. If you have anything to say, you can go back and talk about it first. She looked at Bai Luo, and Bai Luo nodded to her. After receiving Bai Luo's instructions, Rouge understood that Bai Luo was going to do it himself. This is what she and Bai Luo discussed long ago, and if there is no progress, they will do it directly. The retreat has already been arranged. Although there was an accident with Stella, it was harmless. For Bai Luo, Stella's appearance can even be regarded as a surprise. Rouge knew that they couldn't help here at all, and might even drag Bai Luo down. She was going to take Stella and the others out of here as soon as possible. Stella listens to Rouge's suggestion to leave here. But at the same time, she also discovered the little tricks of Bai Luo and Rouge. This scene made Stella, who had just returned to her normal state and was full of fantasies about Bai Luo and was still very sensitive, think of something. Her eyes turned red. She sensed that Bai Luo might want to stay alone and would do an incredible thing for her. The most likely thing is that Bai Luo will deal with the entire auction house alone for her. Stella fantasizes here and feels that she has observed the truth. Unable to hold back any longer, tears welled up in her eyes. In the darkest moment of the slave period, she didn't cry, even if she was auctioned, she held back her tears. But at this moment, she didn't want to endure it any longer. Because at this time, she has the most important person. The most important person is for him, against the entire auction house, and for her to solve the hidden knot in her heart. How could this not move her? Bai Luo didn't know that Stella was so good at brainstorming at this time. He didn't think much of it at all. However, he also noticed that Stella's eyes were red, and the tears in her eyes swirled, and then drops of tears fell straight down. Seeing Stella crying silently, Bai Luo was a little dazed, but he didn't think much about it. I thought that Stella wept with joy after being rescued. As a woman, Rouge seemed to see something. She hugged Stella and said lightly, "Don't worry." This is an encouragement to Stella and a firm belief in Bai Luo's strength. Let's go. Seeing that Stella had improved slightly, Liu Zhang took Stella and the others out of here. Before leaving, Stella stared straight at Bai Luo with her red eyes open until she disappeared. This made Bai Luo feel that the burden on himself had inexplicably increased. The trafficker supervisor saw Bai Luo's women leaving directly, but Bai Luo himself stayed here, as if there was something else going on. At this moment, for some reason, he felt very bad. The supervisor subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stepped forward cautiously, and asked Bai Luo. "Master Bai Luo, would you like to participate in the next auction? There are actually many good things in the auction, maybe there will be something you like." He didn't know why Bai Luo was still here. But if he was asked to ask directly, he would not dare. I can only ask in another way, wishing to understand Bai Luo's purpose. "What? You want to drive me away so much?" Bai Luo heard what the supervisor meant and asked back. "He. How could it be? I really mean it. Also, just now I saw the white leaves in the hands of the adults. We also have auctions this time, but unfortunately, I don't know much about these leaves. One of my companions got them, and I don't know where they came from." "Got it." The head of the human trafficker first quibbled for a while, then thought about it and felt that he might have been targeted by Bai Luo, otherwise, Luo has no reason to stay here and not leave. Moreover, several of Bai Luo's women have left, but Bai Luo himself is still here. No matter how you think about it, it feels abnormal. It's like getting ready to do it. Does he want to do something to the auction house? No, there are celestial dragons in the auction house. Who would dare to do anything to celestial dragons? Is he going to do something to me? Is it because I didn't behave well? After much deliberation, the supervisor felt that the most likely reason why Bai Luo stayed was because of him. Thinking of this, the supervisor gritted his teeth, and said without hesitation that the item supervisor possessed the healing leaf, and directly betrayed the other party, hoping to divert Bai Luo's attention. "Then do you know who made this white leaf, the healing leaf?" Bai Luo didn't expect the trafficker supervisor to sell his teammates directly in order to clear the suspicion, and then asked while taking out a new healing leaf from his arms. Ah! A little guy, don't know. All I know is that the item supervisor got a few of the same leaves from somewhere. The trafficker supervisor also wanted to draw Bai Luo's attention to the goods supervisor. But what he didn't know was that it didn't work for Bai Luo. Because Bai Luo had already decided to attack the entire auction house. Whether it's the item supervisor or the human trafficker supervisor in front of him, Bai Luo will not let anyone go. Anyway, they are not good people. To blame can only blame them for provoking Bai Luo. Actually, I made these leaves. I also named him Leaf of Healing. Seeing that the trafficker supervisor in front of him was still chattering, Bai Luo gave him a correct answer directly, wanting to see his reaction. Sure enough, I heard Bai Luo's self-report. The trafficker's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Then he stood up again as if returning to the light. It seemed that he was just frightened by Bai Luo's words, but he didn't fully believe it, and forced himself to stand up again. Almost scared me, you really know how to joke. The supervisor of the human trafficker stood up while supporting the table, and said with a smile, licking his face. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. You should know that I'm an angel fruit user of the phantom beast species. An angel fruit has the ability to heal. Don't you think the ability of the healing leaf is very similar to the healing power of an angel? Bai Luo put the healing leaf in his hand in front of the supervisor of the human trafficker, produced the most powerful evidence, and reminded him word by word. How come? This time, the trafficker supervisor couldn't control his body anymore and fell limp to the ground. Now, he finally knew the purpose of Bai Luo's coming here. It's not because of his thugs, nor because of his love of beauty, but because there are healing leaves made by him in the auction house. That's why Bai Luo came here. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized. He knew he was done. The marine executive who cooperated with their auction house may also be punished by marine. After all, the leaf of healing is not an ordinary product at first glance, and it has never appeared on the market, which shows that it is an important product of marine. Privately sold to the dark forces, and was discovered. As long as the marine executives are not the core group of people, they will definitely be punished. And the auction house will definitely not keep him as an ordinary executive. As for the celestial dragons? Celestial dragons don't even care about their life and death. At most, they care about the auction house under their command to prevent others from easily destroying it. Celestial dragons don't care about the life and death of ordinary people. Ask for flowers. Is there anything you want to tell me? If you tell me which marine you are working with, I can consider not doing anything to you. Well, I believe you also know that the auction house can't protect you, so you don't need to hide it for the auction house. Bai Luo asked persuasively. The one who cooperates with Marine is the item manager. I only know that Marine seems to be in charge of Marine's logistics. From time to time, he will give the item manager some rare and precious things. I really don't know about the others. I haven't worked with Marine before. After all, no one in Marine's top management is doing human traffickers. Hearing Bai Luo's words, the trafficker supervisor also felt that what Bai Luo said made sense. Although he knew that even if he confessed everything, Bai Luo still couldn't let him go. But he also knew that if he didn't confess, Bai Luo would definitely take him now. Thinking about it this way, without any hesitation, he directly made all moves. The guy who manages Marine's logistics? Sure enough, it's him. Bai Luo had long suspected that it was the logistics supervisor, because only the other party had this motive and condition. It's just that there is no favorable evidence. Now that there are witnesses, he believes that with his important status Sengoku and Crane will definitely not sit idly by the Marine Logistics Minister. The purpose of Bai Luo is to get rid of such a big greed as the Logistics Minister, pave the way for the full popularization of Healing Leaf, and clear away the big obstacles. 00. As for whether the trafficker gave him false information and deceived him, Bai Luo did not detect that the other party was lying by relying on his powerful perception. In other words, the supervisor of the human trafficker did not lie to him, and what he said was true. Thinking of this, Bai Luo looked at the trafficker supervisor who was begging for mercy, and said with a hidden smile, "Don't worry, I will do what I say, and I won't do anything to you. But if I don't do anything, it doesn't mean that other people won't do anything to you." This is what Bai Luo said in his heart. Now the head of the human trafficker is an important witness, Bai Luo will let him live for a while now. If the target Bai Luo is going to deal with is just an ordinary marine general, Bai Luo doesn't need to make such trouble at all, and he doesn't need any witnesses, he can deal with the opponent directly. However, marine generals at the level of logistics ministers, although their positions are still vice admiral, are not weaker than chiefs of staff like Crane and marine investigation directors like Dark Horse. It's all right marine. Absolutely hardcore. Without important evidence, it is not easy to forcibly settle. On the cell side, Rayleigh remained indifferent to the suspicion and questioning of the staff. But the calmer Rayleigh was, the more suspicious Rayleigh was by the staff at the auction house. After all, everyone around Rayleigh was foaming at the mouth inexplicably and fainted to the ground, only Rayleigh was safe and sound. It looks suspicious no matter what. Facing their questioning, they remained calm and ignored them. It looks even more suspicious. Seeing Rayleigh not only ignoring them, but also taking out the flagon to drink, the staff was completely angry. "You smelly drunkard, where did you get the jug? Also, can't you hear my question?" While cursing Rayleigh, the staff waved the long whip in their hands and slapped Rayleigh's face fiercely. If this blow hits the face of an ordinary person, it is designated that the skin will be ripped apart. "Hey! I just want to grab some money to buy wine and drink honestly. Why are there so many things?" Facing the staff's attack, Rayleigh sighed and said helplessly to himself, "Forget it. Try another auction house next time." Thinking of this, Rayleigh didn't hesitate any longer, and directly opened Knowledge Color and Conquerors. Under the double haki, Rayleigh can clearly perceive everyone in the entire auction house. First use the knowledge color to select the target, and then use different levels of conquerors to attack different targets. Most of the nobles and all the staff in the entire auction venue were stunned to death by haki. A small number of nobles and children who were not hostile to slaves, including the celestial dragons, just temporarily lost consciousness. Using different levels of conquerors on different groups within the same range is exactly the attack that Rayleigh just launched. The use of haki is very mature. And Bai Luo, who was in the auction house at this time, also sensed this conqueror's haki. Inch. Chapter 135. Go to sleep first. Just when Bai Luo was about to launch the conquerors to stun the important witness of the trafficker supervisor, another strange and powerful conquerors directly enveloped the entire auction house. Bai Luo felt that he was within the range of this conquerors, but he was not attacked by it. But the trafficker supervisor next to him passed out stiffly. It can be seen that the person who casts this conqueror's haki is very grandmaster in controlling haki. This made Bai Luo instantly think of someone, Pluton Rayleigh. What a coincidence! Rayleigh is here too. No wonder Bai Luo thought so. There are very few people who own Conqueror's haki, the probability is 1 in a million. There are very few strong players who possess Conqueror's haki and can develop Conqueror's haki to this level. Among the qualified people, only Pluton Rayleigh, who is a coder in Sabayati Archipelago, is the most likely. It's really him. Bai Luo focused, using his knowledge to confirm the identity of the other party. As expected, it was really Rayleigh. Rayleigh was still in the cell at this time, with chains and collars wrapped around his limbs and neck. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo instantly understood everything. He didn't expect that he would be such a coincidence that he would meet Rayleigh's behavior of auctioning himself. It's just that I don't know what caused Rayleigh to stop pretending, and it's a showdown. directly attack the entire auction house. At the same time, Bai Luo's knowledge enveloped the entire auction house, and he noticed that everyone in the auction house, whether it was the staff or the 500 people, had lost consciousness. Some people simply lose consciousness because some of them are foaming at the mouth. In this way, rarely hits conquerors differently with different people. Conquerors with such a large range can be precisely controlled. Should I say it or not, I really deserve to be the deputy of One Piece. Looks like it's time to meet. This level of conqueror's control by Rayleigh made Bai Luo envious. Anyway, Rayleigh is here, why don't we just meet up? See if you can get something out of Rayleigh. If his conquerors could be a step closer to being stimulated by Rayleigh conquerors, so much the better. Thinking of this, Bai Luo walked towards the auction hall with the unconscious trafficker supervisor in his hands. In his knowledgeable perception, Rayleigh had left the cell at this time, violently crushed the chains and collars on his body, then broke through the wall and went to the hall of the auction house. The reason why Rayleigh came to the hall at this time was because he felt that since he had already come and started, if he didn't get anything, it would not be good to just explain it like this. Anyway, they have already started to attack the auction house, so it is better to continue to grab some money before going back. Rayleigh has his eye on the rich people who come to the auction, intending to take some money from them. Breaking through the wall, Rayleigh took a shortcut to the auction hall, and saw that everyone in the auction hall had lost consciousness, slumped near the seats in various postures. Rayleigh saw the celestial dragons fainted in the first row for the first time. As for the guards of the celestial dragons, although their strength was good, they couldn't hold back under Rayleigh's intensive care and passed out. Rayleigh looked at the safe next to celestial dragons, which contained the money that celestial dragons carried with him. Forget it, take other people's money. If Shuki knows that I not only robbed money, but also robbed celestial dragons' money, he will definitely scold me severely, and maybe even be rejected. Outside the door, I will not be allowed to enter the house for 3 days. Rayleigh thought of the agreement between Shuki and him, asking him to restrain himself and not take the initiative. Not to mention celestial dragons. In order not to disturb the secluded life. But it doesn't matter, everyone has lost consciousness, and celestial dragons probably don't know that I did it. Rayleigh thought of this, and felt that it would be no big deal even if he did it. Without hesitation, continue to take money. However, he did not take the money from celestial dragons in the end. Otherwise Shuki knew he would scold him to death. Oh! As a man, once he has an important woman, he can't help himself. Rayleigh sighed, somewhat missing the free life before. But it's just a little nostalgic, he doesn't hate the current life. While Rayleigh kept picking up money, Bai Luo also came here with the trafficker supervisor. As soon as he came up, he saw Rayleigh riding on the body of an elderly male nobleman, and was pulling the other's clothes. Seeing this slightly romantic scene, Bai Luo coughed, wanting to remind Rayleigh to pay attention to his own image. Rayleigh, who had already withdrawn his sense of knowledge and was focusing on collecting money, jumped up from the male nobleman when he heard the movement. When he saw it was Bai Luo, Rayleigh recognized Bai Luo at a glance. When he started the auction, he noticed that Bai Luo was also in the auction house. At that time, in his sense of knowledge, Bai Luo's aura was very strong. Even if he casts Haki with all his strength, it can't have much influence on Bai Luo, so for Bai Luo, he doesn't need to launch conquerors on him. And Bai Luo didn't feel Ling's aura on him, so he should be someone from the auction house, so after the shot, he didn't pay any more attention to Bai Luo. I didn't expect to be careless, and I found out when Bai Luo touched him. Although he hadn't turned on the color of knowledge just now, his perception of the surroundings is still very strong. He didn't notice Bai Luo approaching at the first time. From this point, it can also be seen that Bai Luo's strength is very strong, not much different from him. After all, if the gap is big, he will definitely be able to spot it immediately. Ahem, you continue. Seeing that Rayleigh stopped picking up money, Bai Luo signaled him to continue. Then Bai Luo didn't wait for Rayleigh's response, and looked around. He soon discovers the celestial dragons as well. After all, celestial dragons wear clothes similar to spacesuits, which are very conspicuous. Then Bai Luo found the safe next to the celestial dragons. Is there such a good thing? Bai Luo will not be embarrassed, the treasure is all on his face, and it is the enemy's treasure, so he will be sorry for himself if he doesn't take it. Although I still don't know what is inside, but since it is brought by celestial dragons, it will definitely not be useless, and it is probably a good thing. Bai Luo left the trafficker supervisor Shi Kong shaved and moved to the side of the Wulong people. Kick off the body of the celestial dragons and grab the safe. Bai Luo didn't open it immediately, he was going to talk after he went back. Anyway, the things inside will not run away, so don't worry. Seeing that Bai Luo directly joined the ranks of picking up money after coming here, Rayleigh was also a little confused. Don't even ask him if he agrees. The key is to pick up money, so why pick up celestial dragons items as soon as you come up? Aren't you afraid of celestial dragons? This is too bold. Rayleigh did not stop Bai Luo's behavior. In any case, Bai Luo dared to take things from celestial dragons, in his eyes, it was a good thing. If he hadn't been controlled by Shuki, and he didn't want Shuki to worry too much about him, he would have snatched it without hesitation. At this time, after Bai Luo took the celestial dragon's safe, he didn't pick up other people's money. Rayleigh didn't plan to pick it up anymore. Rayleigh's waist was full of money bags, even if the money was used to buy the best wine all the time, it was enough for Rayleigh to use it for several months. The two of them stopped picking up money at the same time. Let me introduce myself, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Bai Luo, a phantom beast with the ability of angel fruit. Seeing Rayleigh staring at him, Bai Luo introduced himself. It turned out to be Marine, and she is also an angel fruit capable user. Rayleigh was surprised by Bai Luo's identity and ability. But Rayleigh was only surprised for a moment, and then returned to normal, picked up the flagon and drank again, and then said to Bai Luo. The strength is good, but you probably didn't come to catch me. Rayleigh couldn't believe that Marine would send a Marine, the first he'd heard of, to catch him. Although this Marine is very powerful, it is undoubtedly a fool's dream to catch him, and it is impossible to succeed. As long as Marine is not stupid, he will not do this. Of course not, I just happened to be on vacation in Sabayati Archipelago. Bai Luo stepped on Celestial Dragon's head, popping Celestial Dragon's bubble hood, and said to Rayleigh. Rayleigh watched Bai Luo explain, rubbing the face of Celestial Dragons with his feet, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He didn't understand why Bai Luo, a Marine, wanted to attack the Celestial Dragons. And at this time Rayleigh thought of a problem. Originally, everyone in the auction house passed out, so no one would know that he was the one who did it to the auction house. But it's different now, Bai Luo, the Marine, is also sober. And Bai Luo seems to have the idea of letting him take the blame. Otherwise, as a Marine, why would the opponent step on the head of Celestial Dragons? If Bai Luo said that he did it, he wouldn't be able to tell. After all, a Marine, a once powerful pirate. Whether it is strength or motivation, it is obvious that he is the most suspected. Thinking of this, Futura Office slipped away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, Bai Luo's voice reached Rayleigh's ears. Mr. Rayleigh. You don't want others to know that it was you who shot the auction house and the Celestial Dragons. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he stomped on the face of Celestial Dragons again. Feeling the touch of the solace of his feet, Bai Luo felt extremely comfortable at this time. The previous hatred of being wanted by Marie Joyce has eased a lot. Although it wasn't him who stunned the Celestial Dragons himself, Rayleigh got ahead of him, but it didn't matter. No matter who it is, as long as it can teach Celestial Dragons, it is the same for him. And precisely because Rayleigh made the first move, he could also take this opportunity to threaten Rayleigh and make some unreasonable demands on Rayleigh. Sure enough, after hearing Bai Luo's blatantly threatening words, Rayleigh was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he, a legendary big pirate, would be threatened by a little marine one day. If it weren't for the fact that the marine in front of him is very powerful, he wouldn't be sure to win the opponent in a short time, and he would want to kill him directly. I'm just an ordinary coder, how can I help Master Marine? Rayleigh didn't have the ability to kill people, so he could only express his dissatisfaction with words. Don't worry, I just want to discuss with you, how dare I threaten you? Of course, Bai Luo would not offend Rayleigh for no reason, he just wanted to take this opportunity to compete with Rayleigh to improve his strength. So Bai Luo didn't want to push Rayleigh, and his tone became friendly. Really? Rayleigh was a little confused, it's that simple? Of course. Bai Luo responded. Afterwards, Bai Luo, who had been on the lookout, noticed that someone was approaching the auction house, so he continued. Someone is coming. I'll find you at your Shuki's tavern. After finishing speaking, Bai Luo activated the disciplinary light, and coordinated with the knowledge-colored winding, it accurately shot at the staff of the auction house in overalls, including the item supervisor. Punished. The group of people who were attacked by light were all necrotic, and it was impossible to tell from the outside what the 4.5 method was. The person who solves the auction house, on the one hand, he has this plan long ago, anyway, there are no good people in the auction house for human traffickers. On the other hand, it was also to eliminate the evidence that he had been to the auction house. With all the staff dead, no one has evidence that he was here. Even if exposed, Rayleigh is to blame. Seeing that Bai Luo took care of so many people without hesitation, Rayleigh broke into a cold sweat. Of course, Rayleigh is not afraid of Bai Luo's strength, nor is he afraid of Bai Luo's cruelty. In Rayleigh's eyes, these can only be regarded as pediatrics. What Rayleigh is worried about is that the more people die, the bigger the incident will be, and the more likely he will be blamed in the end. And Rayleigh was very worried that Bai Luo would trample the celestial dragons under his feet to death if he didn't pay attention. If it really gets to that point, he will be 100% responsible. So Rayleigh didn't hesitate anymore, and said quickly. Young people don't talk about martial arts. I promise you, don't kill me. Now that you know where Shuki's bar is, I won't repeat it again, I'll slip away first. Bye. Rayleigh disappeared in the same place in an instant. Sensing the soldiers getting closer to the auction house, Bai Luo planned to slip away too. He carried the important witness of the trafficker in charge, and then left here quickly. Boom. Not long after Bai Luo left, the CP agency, which lost contact with celestial dragons for a while, kicked the door and broke into the auction hall. It's over. My lord has been beaten. Go to the marine and ask Admiral to come over. Chapter 136. Seeing the face of celestial dragons swollen like a pig's head, the people from the CP agency were almost scared to death. If anything happened to the celestial dragons, they would probably all be affected. Fortunately, after inspection, celestial dragons just fainted, and the injury was not serious, and they also had room for maneuver. After contacting Marine, it didn't take long for Kizaru to step on the cannonball and arrive here first. Kizaru's handsome and flamboyant way of appearing on the stage made people who are used to the CP organization a little stunned. Seeing that the person who came was only a vice admiral, not an admiral, the people from the CP organization quit and stepped forward to question. Unexpectedly, Kizaru just yawned and ignored it. Then he came to the celestial dragons in an instant, wanting to see if he could find out who did it. But at this time, the celestial dragons have been wrapped into rice dumplings, and nothing can be seen at all. What a hassle! Kizaru said lazily. The popularity of the CP organization that was just chasing after him was half dead. Seeing that Kizaru ignored them at all, the people from the CP agency had no choice but to contact Marine again. I want Marine to send Admiral over. When Sengoku Admiral heard that the celestial dragons were not dead, only injured, Sengoku hung up the phone. Marine now only has one admiral, Sengoku. As long as the celestial dragons are not in danger, he will not be easily dispatched. And Sengoku has already sent Kizaru there. Since Kizaru has the ability of sparkling fruit and has the fastest speed, Sengoku sent Kizaru to check after receiving the order from celestial dragons. Although Kizaru's strength at this time has not yet reached its peak, it has crossed the threshold of the top powerhouse. Coupled with its leading speed, it is enough to face all problems. Sengoku is reassured about this. When Kizaru received the order, he was about to clock out of get off work. Unexpectedly, I received this task temporarily. Huang 19 Yuan didn't want to pick it up either. But there is no way, who makes him the fastest? This urgent errand task has been taken by him by default. But when Kizaru came here, he found that he seemed to have made a trip for nothing. It is impossible to confirm who was responsible for the celestial dragons. Forget it, it's all here, let's move around a little bit. Kizaru didn't intend to go back empty-handed. It happens to be able to catch some pirates in the Sabayati archipelago as a meritorious service, which can not only give celestial dragons an explanation, but also supplement the meritorious service. Kill two birds with one stone. Kizaru's idea is very good, but the pirates of Sabayati archipelago participated. Many pirates docked at Sabayati archipelago ended their pirate careers and were imprisoned before entering New World. Among them are some powerful newcomers. It's so scary. Each one is strong like a monster. When Kizaru sees these new powerful pirates, he will say wretchedly, "How scary." Say the most embarrassing things in the most embarrassing tone. But the strike was merciless. No matter how powerful these newcomers are, they are powerless against a monster like Kizaru. There is no room for resistance. Of course, Grandmaster Kizaru, who is so sophisticated in fish catching, did not do too much. As long as the pirate is not too bad, or has a little background, or looks pleasing to the eye, Kizaru will do his best. It perfectly interprets its ambiguous justice. While Kizaru was in the illegal zone of Sabayati archipelago, he was pretending to be doing Operation Thunder. Bai Luo has already left there. He first returned to the ship with the comatose trafficker supervisor, and handed them over to Rouge and the others. After explaining everything, I rushed to the number 13 area of Sabayati archipelago without stopping. That's where Shuki's bar is located. After Bai Luo came here, he pushed the door open and entered. Although it is a tavern, there are no customers at this time. It looked very deserted. I don't know if this is the reason for the lack of passenger flow, or the reason why he emptied it in advance when he knew he was coming. Ah! Here is a distinguished guest. As soon as Bai Luo entered the door, he heard a woman's slightly surprised voice. Bai Luo looked behind the bar, a black-haired woman in her 40s with a cigarette in her mouth, showing a visibly shocked expression. It seemed that she knew Bai Luo's identity very well, but at the same time she was surprised by Bai Luo's arrival. Seeing that the other party's expression didn't seem to be fake, he knew that Rayleigh hadn't come back yet. Otherwise, after Rayleigh's notification, Shuki will definitely know that he is coming. Excuse me. Rayleigh and I agreed to meet here, but I'm just one step ahead. Seeing that Rayleigh hadn't come back yet, Bai Luo could only briefly introduce the reason for his coming to Shuki to prevent Shuki from suspecting that he had a special purpose. Don't disturb. The strongest newcomer of Marine is here, it's an honor for the store. Shuki didn't answer Bai Luo's words immediately to prevent Bai Luo from setting her up, but welcomed Bai Luo's arrival first. Seeing that Shuki was wary, Bai Luo had nothing to do. He didn't explain anything anymore, and it was probably useless anyway. Just find a place to sit down. It will all be clear when Rayleigh returns. Shuki saw Bai Luo sitting there quietly, as if he was really waiting for Rayleigh to come back. This made Shuki very puzzled. She didn't understand that Rayleigh just went out yesterday, how could he provoke Marine in just one day? She repeatedly asked Rayleigh to keep a low profile. It seems that Rayleigh really didn't take her words to heart. Shuki is now waiting for Rayleigh to come back. If Rayleigh really causes trouble again, she must make Rayleigh look good. Shuki wanted to go back, but the basic etiquette was still there, and she didn't leave Bai Luo aside just because she doubted Yu Luo. She poured Bai Luo something to drink. After returning to the bar, he picked up some intelligence documents and checked them. I want to see if I can find useful information. At this time, Shuki looked at the information while looking at Bai Luo, who was sitting there waiting quietly, thinking wildly about the purpose of Bai Luo's coming. As one of the crew members of the Rocks, although she has washed her hands for 20 years, she is responsible for collecting intelligence and knows a lot of information that ordinary people don't know. She also knows the details about Bai Luo. Among them is the news of Bai Luo defeating the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, as the second-ranked member of the Rocks pirate group after Rocks, its strength is self-evident. And she had the experience of being on the same boat with the Golden Lion, and she had also seen the power of the Golden Lion with her own eyes. It was such a powerful legendary figure who was defeated by the young man in front of her. When Shuki got the information, he thought it was a mistake. She didn't believe it until she got the news manuscript of Bai Luo's defeat of Golden Lion, and even a blurry photo. This made her understand how powerful Bai Luo is. That's fine, the key is why such a powerful marine suddenly came to her bar? Could it be that it was really an agreement with Rayleigh? This had to make Shuki suspicious. After all, Bai Luo is a marine, and Rayleigh was once a pirate, so it's normal to have doubts. Moreover, Bai Luo had just defeated Golden Lion not long ago, and now Bai Luo came to look for Rayleigh, which made it hard for her not to doubt. She even suspected that Bai Luo's real purpose might be to deal with big figures from the old era like Rayleigh in order to improve his merits. Golden Lion is a lesson from the past. The more Shuki looked, the more terrifying. Just when she was thinking about whether to notify Rayleigh in advance, Rayleigh came back. The door of the bar opened. Then came Rayleigh's somewhat drunken voice. Little brother Bai Luo is here so soon. I just went to buy some good wine, so I wasted a little time and kept you waiting. Rayleigh sobered up a little after seeing Bai Luo, and after explaining, he took another sip of wine, and said a word of good wine with satisfaction after drinking. It's been a long time since I drank such a good wine, and Rayleigh couldn't stop it. Didn't see Shuki's darkening face at all. Shuki was very speechless at this moment. Fortunately, she is still here worrying about this and that, the parties are not in a hurry, and they still have leisure time to buy wine and drink. Why is she in a hurry? Of course, although she was a little helpless about Rayleigh's behavior, she was still relieved. Because it can be seen from Rayleigh's performance that Rayleigh knows Bai Luo. Bai Luo really made an agreement with Rayleigh, and he didn't really come to find fault. After thinking about this, Shuki decided to give Rayleigh face in front of outsiders and not reprimand him. After Bai Luo leaves, I will have a good head-to-head with Rayleigh. In particular, where did the money for buying wine come from? Did it go again? Can't you earn money as a coding worker honestly and live a stable life? Of course, she also knows that it is difficult to completely change Rayleigh, who has spent half her life, and she is not an unreasonable woman. So she will give Rayleigh enough opportunities, but she still has to lose her temper, and she can't be used to it. At this time, Rayleigh finally noticed Shuki's unfriendly expression, and his mind was mostly sober in an instant, and he quickly put away the flagon in his hand. Quickly came to Bai Luo and said, "Where to learn? You choose a place. Better hurry." Rayleigh noticed Shuki's expression and knew he had pd him off again. He didn't dare to stay here anymore, and planned to go out and hide for 2 days as soon as possible. It just so happened that Bai Luo invited him to compete in strength, which was an opportunity to go out and escape. The island is definitely not good, too much movement. The nearby sea is also not suitable, too close to the naval headquarters and the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Yes. How about the Devil's Triangle Sea area? After much deliberation, Bai Luo still felt that the Devil's Triangle Sea area was the most suitable. It's not too far from here, and it's not easy to be disturbed. Ugh! Devil's Triangle Sea area? Are you sure you want to go there? Rayleigh felt that Bai Luo's previous analysis made sense, but when he heard that Bai Luo was going to the Devil's Triangle, his face became more serious than ever. Young people are really not afraid of death. There are often ships missing in the Devil's Triangle Sea area, and that's fine. The most important thing is that there are unknown monsters in it. It is said that the 827 monster is more than 50,000 meters high. Even taller. Even the legendary pirates don't dare to make trouble there. Are you sure we're going to compete there? Rayleigh, as the legendary big pirate who has traveled most of the sea area, has also heard the legend of the Devil's Triangle Sea area. Although he has never seen that huge black shadow with his own eyes, it is true that there are constantly missing ships. Combining the two, it's hard not to be suspicious. Hearing Rayleigh's explanation, Bai Luo instantly understood Rayleigh's concern. Bai Luo also understands this. The shadows above 50,000 meters mentioned by Rayleigh do exist. But that tall black shadow is most likely not a real monster, but the projection of Sky Island people. There is a basis for this. The Devil's Triangle Sea area is behind Sky Island, and the people of Sky Island can just project it down. Of course, this is only the greatest possibility, and it doesn't mean that the shadow is really a projection. But whether it is a real projection is not important to Bai Luo. Anyway, he has the ability to resurrect, and he is not afraid of any danger at all. Bai Luo shared his thoughts with Rayleigh. Rayleigh also followed Roger to Sky Island. There are many Sky Islands, so it is not difficult to understand this strange phenomenon. Rayleigh also thinks Bai Luo's explanation is very reasonable. He also didn't think there would be such a big monster in the Devil's Triangle Sea area. Calm Belt is the lair of giant sea kings. It is difficult to have such a large sea kings, let alone a small sea area. And Rayleigh is not for the faint of heart. Bai Luo is not afraid, and he is even less afraid. So the two agreed on the location of the battle. Just in the Devil's Triangle Sea area. As for time, the battle between him and Rayleigh will definitely not end in a short time. Maybe we can fight for a few days and nights. Although his strength is not as good as Rayleigh, but he is fleshy. His physique is much stronger than what Rayleigh has now. And even if he can't beat Rayleigh, he is not afraid of Rayleigh's black hands. Anyway, he has the ability to resurrect. Although Rayleigh now wants to go to the Devil's Triangle Sea area with Bai Luo to compete, so as to leave here and avoid Shuki's wrath. But Bai Luo didn't give him this chance. Because Bai Luo wants to escort the trafficker supervisor to naval headquarters first, and give priority to solving the corruption problem of Healing Leaf. After discussing with Rayleigh, the time was finally set. After a week. Chapter 137. After discussing the time with Rayleigh, Bai Luo left with Rayleigh looking depressed. Rayleigh was extremely depressed at this time. Originally he thought he could take the opportunity to go out with Bai Luo for a few days to avoid Shuki's wrath. Unexpectedly, Bai Luo would not give him this opportunity and agreed to go out a week later. What's the point of going out at that point for him? The daylilies are getting cold. But there is no way, he has a handle in Bai Luo. He was afraid that if he did not agree with Bai Luo's request, Bai Luo would frame him for robbing celestial dragons. He didn't want to take the blame for this. The key point is that if Shuki knows about this pot, it will completely add fuel to the fire. He couldn't even imagine what Shuki would become. Don't want to face Shuki in that state either. If you look at people, they will understand my hard work, but if you look at you again, it's really worrying. Shuki waited for Bai Luo to leave, then asked Rayleigh. With no outsiders here, Shuki doesn't care about Rayleigh's face at all, and can say what he wants. She had too many questions simmering in her heart. At the same time, she has a good impression of Bai Luo. Bai Luo seemed to see that she wanted to reprimand Rayleigh, so he postponed the agreed time for the discussion to a week later. An extra week will give her enough time to communicate with Rayleigh. So she felt that Bai Luo understood women very well, unlike Rayleigh who didn't understand her at all and always wanted to avoid her. He didn't even think about it. If she didn't love him, would she restrain Rayleigh like this? We are now in the early days of the Great Pirate Era, and it is a very sensitive period. The Great Pirate Era was created by One Piece Roger, and Rayleigh was the deputy of One Piece. In this case, if Rayleigh wants to return to a normal life, he must restrain himself and keep a low profile. This is Shuki's idea. Rayleigh's thoughts were interrupted by Shuki's words. Faced with Shuki's questioning, Rayleigh had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain. Rayleigh generally told Shuki about his own auction operation, and the encounter with Bai Luo in the auction house. Of course, Rayleigh didn't mention the celestial dragon's presence. He was afraid of continuing to irritate Shuki. Sure enough, Shuki gave Rayleigh a good education when he heard that Rayleigh had done so many messy things after only seeing him for a day. And that's when Shuki doesn't know Rayleigh has a shot at the celestial dragons. If Shuki knew that Rayleigh also took a shot at the celestial dragons, Shuki would have been further stimulated. Rayleigh didn't want to see Shuki's scary side. Otherwise, he might not even be able to enter the house and would end up living on the street. Bai Luo didn't know about the old couple of Rayleigh and Shuki. The reason why he postponed the meeting with Rayleigh for a week later was not really to make Rayleigh get scolded, he just did it because he needed time to deal with Marine's internal problems first. Bai Luo returned to the boat at the port, and on the way he felt something was wrong nearby. After using the color perception of knowledge, he realized that it was Kizaru who came. As for the purpose of Kizaru coming to Sabayati archipelago, Bai Luo didn't even think about it, it must be the reason why the celestial dragons were beaten. But Kizaru is doomed not to catch the real culprit. Because the real culprit is him. Even if Kizaru finds out that he did it, he will pretend not to see it. No kidding, he, as Tsuru's junior, Sengoku Admiral's fancy marine future, has such a strong background. It is impossible for someone like Kizaru with ambiguous justice to provoke him. With Kizaru's character, if there is no need to fight, even if threatened by a strong person of the same level, or even a weaker person, Kizaru can raise his hand and surrender at will. I don't care about my face at all. After all, when fighting against someone of the same level or weaker, it is difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. It is better to raise your hand and surrender to give the opponent a face. As long as the other party is not stupid, they will not make things difficult for Kizaru. Both parties achieved their goals. Of course, if necessary, Kizaru will still act appropriately, using the fruit ability to make a big move. After a period of contact, Bai Luo can be regarded as getting to know Kizaru. Kizaru is a marine, not an undercover agent of some other organization. The reason why he looks like an actor and an undercover agent is determined by his ambiguous personality. Whether it's position or right and wrong, Kizaru has no clear preference for which side, and is completely in a state of ambiguity. It's a down-to-earth old fritter with strength and confidence. It is not surprising that one day it is biased toward pirates. Kizaru is leisurely hunting pirates in the illegal zone. Even in the face of particularly weak pirates, Kizaru would sometimes stop and let them attack him, and from time to time he would use a lewd tone to surprise that the opponent was as strong as a monster. Give these little pirates a lot of face. It is estimated that after these pirates are caught in prison, they will be very proud to brag with other criminals that they can fight Marine Vice Admiral for several rounds, and they are also praised as monsters by Vice Admiral. Of course, not every pirate Kizaru will give him face. The bounty offered was less than 100 million, Kizaru didn't even bother to talk, just kicked one by one. It made many pirates panic. They left the island one after another and left by boat. There are also many pirates who saw Kizaru's terrifying power for the first time, and they were so frightened that they hurried back home, and they didn't even dare to be pirates. I was frightened by the powerful destructive power of Kizaru kicking a huge mangrove tree. Due to Kizaru's operation, the whole lawless area is in complete chaos. When Bai Luo approached the pier, he found that many pirate ships hadn't docked, so he turned the bow and left. Zhao Li Zhao. I don't know where I got the news from. It is estimated that I saw many pirate ships fleeing in a panic, so I was also scared. Of course, there are also many brave and skilled people who can become pirates. Not only are these people not afraid of this situation, but they are very excited. Go straight up against the current and prepare to be tough. Looking forward to defeating the mighty marine and becoming famous in the sea. It's a pity that none of the pirates who have this kind of idea can succeed. The whole army was wiped out directly. Watching these reckless men give away their heads desperately, Kizaru accepted them one by one. At the same time, the desperate behavior and tragic ending of these people also made Kizaru more firm in his justice. No matter when, you must not be desperate and reckless. As for the face, it doesn't matter at all. Send it directly to you. Chapter 138. Bai Luo's boat docked at the pier is not a warship, but a boat specially used for vacation under the name of Sister He and Sister Jhin. Neither big nor small, and the style is very ordinary. After all, Crane and Jhin seldom take a vacation by boat alone, so there is no need to use a very good boat. This ordinary-looking ship was not affected by other pirates. Still intact docked at the beach. Bai Luo flew in the sky and saw Rouge and the others from a long distance away. They were gathering together at this time, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Not long after, Bai Luo successfully boarded the ship. At this time, it was not Rouge and the others who walked up immediately, but Stella who had just been rescued by him. As for Rouge and Auravia, they smiled knowingly at Bai Luo, and then left here. Robin and Khalifa also left sensible. It seems that they have discussed everything with Stella, leaving the space to Stella. Faced with this situation, Bai Luo seemed to understand something. It seems that I don't need to do it myself now, Rouge and the others can already help me solve all problems. When Bai Luo got acquainted with Rouge and the others before, every time he met someone, he would painstakingly explain it to them, so that they could better integrate into his group 680. But this time seems to be different. Rouge and the others have already handled everything for him, and Stella has integrated into this group with the help of the girls. This time, Bai Luo didn't have to go off in person. This made Bai Luo very pleased. There was a feeling of stability in the rear. Very practical. Stella, who had just taken a shower, went straight to Bai Luo and performed a maid salute. Perfectly showing the beautiful face and graceful posture. The point is, Stella doesn't know who got the maid outfit from. She was wearing this black and white maid outfit, which fit her perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made. And there are black stockings on her legs. Bai Luo couldn't help but take a few more glances. Facing Bai Luo's scrutiny, Stella generously showed her newborn posture. These clothes were bought by Rouge just now. She was lucky to be saved by Bai Luo, so she wanted to repay Bai Luo. She was a little surprised when she learned that Bai Luo, as a high-ranking marine official, had to do his own food, clothing, housing, and transportation without a maid to take care of him. It's no wonder Stella thinks so. After all, Stella was once a noble lady, and the high-ranking officials and nobles she knew all had servants who were responsible for serving them, but Bai Luo, a high-ranking official, did not have one. Moreover, after Stella became a slave, all she saw was the class-clear side, so she subconsciously thought that it was normal for Bai Luo, who would buy slaves, to have servants. She also always thought that Bai Luo bought her to serve as a maid. It's just that Bai Luo is different from other rich people, and he relieved her of all the means of controlling slaves, which moved her very much. It wasn't until after communicating with Rouge and the others that Stella realized that there was no distinction between nobles and slaves at Bai Luo, and she was not bought to make her a servant, let alone treated her as a slave. Hearing this at the time, Stella was moved again, and at the same time rejoiced how lucky she was to be bought by such a good person as Bai Luo. Although Bai Luo didn't intend to make her a maid, Stella disagreed. Now that she has joined this group, she must have her own role. She thought of her abilities first. Stella is very self-aware of herself. He has no strength and cannot help Bai Luo fight on the battlefield. She who only knows how to play piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting can only serve as a vase. She doesn't want to make herself so useless, so she wants to be someone who can serve Bai Luo. That's why she bought a maid outfit. She wants to take care of Bai Luo's daily life and be by Bai Luo's side all the time. Do a good job as a maid. This is, BJ, her positioning for herself. She told Rouge her idea at that time. Rouge did not refute, but let her try. This shows that she has a good chance of success, and it also gives her confidence. Stella took a deep breath to cheer herself up. Then he stepped forward and picked up the coat for Bai Luo. Shibian said softly. My lord, the bath water is ready. Stella has already learned about Bai Luo's habits from Rouge. Knowing that Bai Luo will take a shower and change clothes as soon as he comes back. So Stella arranged everything in advance. Facing Stella's slightly youthful and careful care, Bai Luo was also a little surprised. Didn't expect Stella to do this. The key is Stella's form and tone. Is this an inappropriate maid setting? It doesn't matter if you wear a maid outfit, it's considered sentimental. But this tone of obedience. Why did he leave for a while, and Stella's form is complete? Who gave attention? But, cough cough. Should I say it or not, the feeling of being taken care of when I come up is still very good. And Stella should be taking care of others for the first time, so it feels a little unskilled. Bai Luo thought for a while, but didn't refuse, and took this as Stella's gratitude to him. He readily accepted. Under Stella's guidance, Bai Luo came to the bathroom to take a bath. But Stella was not in a hurry to leave at this time. Instead, there are respectful guards at the door. It seems that he wants to continue to take care of Bai Luo and wait for Bai Luo's instructions. This made Bai Luo feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he is a very healthy person with hands and feet, but he wants others to take care of him like a grand lord. As an outstanding young man, this made him feel that the development of the situation went astray. Lord Bai Luo, if you have any orders, just call me. After Stella finished speaking, she stood quietly outside the door, completely substituting herself into the role she played. In the end, under Stella's serious and responsible attitude, Bai Luo compromised. After all, others want to repay their kindness, so he cannot be a bad person who prevents others from repaying their kindness. That is very inhuman behavior. With the first compromise, there will be a second. Since then, Bai Luo has opened the door to the new world. Only then did Bai Luo understand why some nobles cultivated so many servants. There are people to help you with all daily life, so you don't have to do it yourself. Really luxurious. Bai Luo didn't forget important things. He used the purification power of angel fruit to completely purify Stella. The body and spirit become more perfect, and the talent becomes more powerful. At this time, Stella has completely become his person, and she will never be able to betray her. Chapter 139. Bai Luo takes a long time to shower. Rouge and Auravia took Robin and Khalifa to dinner without waiting for Bai Luo. And because Bai Luo occupies the bathroom, they all use Khalifa bubbles to cleanse. It can be regarded as developing the function of a bubble fruit. At the same time, Bai Luo's strength also delayed their return to naval headquarters. Let the supervisor of the human trafficker, who has not touched a drop of water, wake up thirsty the next morning. On a new day, Bai Luo got up under the service of Stella. Then prepared to sail back to naval headquarters. While on the road, Bai Luo looked at Stella who was following him, thinking about what type of devil fruit to give her. Although Stella doesn't have much strength, he doesn't need their combat power to be so powerful. But at least the strength of self-protection is still there. For anyone, eating devil fruit is a way to quickly improve their strength. It just so happens that Bai Luo can eliminate devil fruit's weakness again. In this way, eating devil fruit by his subordinates can not only increase their strength, but also not increase their weaknesses in vain. Therefore, Bai Luo plans to equip each of his core subordinates with a devil fruit ability. At present, his core team already has 5 people besides Momonosuke Jhin. They are Rouge, Auravia, Robin, Khalifa, and the new Stella. Among these 5 people, Rouge and the others already have the ability of devil fruit, only Stella who joined has not yet. Although Stella regarded herself as a maid in order to repay him, Bai Luo would not look down on her. This is just one form of Stella showing her role. To be fair, Bai Luo intends to give Stella a devil fruit as soon as possible. Although devil fruit is a great secret treasure in the sea, it is very rare and precious, but for Bai Luo, it is not particularly difficult to obtain. After all, there are quite a few ordinary devil fruits. There are all kinds of weird devil fruit. He still has a few devil fruits in his hand that are not used. Most of them are regular Zoan devil fruit. And 2 Paramecia devil fruit. They are Paramecia paper arts fruit and Paramecia lion fruit. Both are very powerful devil fruit, but not suitable for Stella. And Paramecia paper arts fruit he already has a target candidate. It's not time to use it yet. As for Paramecia lion fruit, it is also his choice fruit for Miss Jhin. In fact, for a female swordsman like Miss Jhin, devil fruit is more suitable. It can make up for Jhin's weakness that as a woman, her strength is weaker than that of a man. After all, for a swordsman, a strong physique and strength can give full play to the power of a sword king. So if he can find a suitable Phantom Beast devil fruit, he will use it for Sister Jhin. But Phantom Beast devil fruit is too rare. In the entire pirate world, the number of Phantom Beast devil fruit can be counted with fingers and toes. With such a rare number, even if he could perceive the will of the Eudemon's devil fruit within a certain distance, it would be difficult to find them in a short time. After all, the sea is huge. Unless he specifically looks for it, the speed of finding it may be faster. This is the reason why he has only found 2 phantom beasts until now. A certain element of luck is required. Even if you are lucky enough to find some Eudemon's devil fruit, it may not be suitable for the swordsman Jhin. Just like the raccoon fruit phantom beast that turns into a raccoon, such a phantom beast is definitely not suitable for a swordsman like Jhin. Of course, although the phantom beast is powerful, it doesn't necessarily have to be it. It's just that he wants to give Jhin the best, and the phantom beast is the first choice. Actually a lot of Logia and Paramecia are also very powerful. Just like the Paramecia lion fruit he prepared for Jhin, it was the devil fruit owned by the Golden Lion before. Very powerful, with strategic capabilities. Moreover, Golden Lion is also a powerful swordsman. If Jhin eats this devil fruit, Jhin can refer to Golden Lion's experience in developing lion fruit. So this lion fruit is the fruit that Bai Luo prepared for Jhin. In this way, the 2 Paramecia devil fruits in his hand have candidates. *Yin. There are only a few ordinary Zoan devil fruit left for him to choose from. But Bai Luo looked at the delicate Stella in a maid outfit, and he thought it was better to forget it. No regular Zoan for Stella. As a member of his core team. At least it must be an ancient species or a common Paramecia. As for the regular Zoan, save it for future use when cultivating a fighting girl group. At that time, we will form a girl group with all Zoan fruit abilities, and a girl group that does not have the weakness of devil fruit. Isn't that much better than the half-baked barbarians of the future? And the members of the girl group with various animal forms must be very eye-catching. Lord Bai Luo, is Tao thirsty? Bai Luo thought of all kinds of cat-eared girls and rabbit-eared girls surrounding him, and his throat subconsciously twitched. This scene was seen by Stella who had been following Bai Luo. She thought Bai Luo was thirsty. He poured a glass of water. Looking at the steaming tea, Stella asked Bai Luo in doubt while blowing away the heat in the water for Bai Luo. Facing Stella's meticulous care, Bai Luo coughed, looked at the scene where Stella was pouting and slowly blowing tea, and nodded fiercely. He was actually not thirsty, but he didn't want Stella's efforts to be in vain, so he could only reluctantly accept Stella's kindness. Absolutely no other ideas. After receiving the tea that Stella had cooled down for him, Bai Luo slowly tasted it. Stella, if you can get special abilities, what kind of history do you want to have? Bai Luo asked Stella while sipping tea. After much deliberation, he didn't know what kind of devil fruit Stella was suitable for. And he currently doesn't have a devil fruit suitable for Stella. Rather than thinking for herself, it is better to let Stella choose herself. After understanding Stella's thoughts in this way, he can also find devil fruit with similar abilities according to Stella's needs. Chapter 140. A special ability? Is it a legendary sea treasure? Is it similar to Rouge and the others? Stella asked in surprise. Even though Stella was once a noble lady, she didn't know much about devil fruit before meeting Bai Luo and Rouge. Not to mention the nobles, even the royal family members of a country, there are many people who don't know about devil fruit. For ordinary people, devil fruit is even more legendary. Most people have never even heard of it. Don't look at Bai Luo can get a lot of devil fruit, it's because of his strength and status, backed by Marine, the largest violent organization in the sea. Standing on the top stage of the world all the time, you have the opportunity to touch a lot of devil fruit. For the 593 families in many countries around the world, if they are unlucky, the whole country may not have devil fruit. Therefore, Bai Luo was not surprised that Stella had some short-sighted questions, and he explained what he meant to Stella. Stella had already learned some information about devil fruit and abilities from Rouge before, so she quickly understood what Bai Luo meant. What kind of abilities does Master Bai Luo hope I have? After all, Stella has seen too few capable people, and she has seen the abilities of Rouge and the others. She hopes that Bai Luo can give her a clear goal. As long as it is Paramecia's devil fruit, no matter what ability it is, just speak your mind. In fact, when Bai Luo told Stella about the special ability, he had already limited Stella's choice to the category of Paramecia devil fruit. After all, only Paramecia devil fruit has all kinds of strange abilities, which can be chosen by Stella at will. And he had already decided earlier that ordinary Zoans were used to train the fighting girl group, and core personnel like Stella at least had to start with ordinary Paramecia. As for Logia devil fruit and Phantom Beast devil fruit, there is no way but to rule it out. There are not many Phantom Beasts in the whole sea. Logia devil fruit is also scarce. Except for the Logia ability of several marine monsters Vice Admiral, Bai Luo has never seen other Logia abilities. And no matter what kind of Logia devil fruit it is, even Logia snow fruit or Logia marsh fruit, which looks very weak. After being purified by his ability, the potential of the fruit will definitely be enhanced, and the destructive power of the natural disaster level will be exerted. So don't say he doesn't have Logia devil fruit, even if he does, he will give priority to combatants. Bai Luo told Stella his thoughts. This was a decision Bai Luo had made recently, so Rouge and the others didn't know Bai Luo's thoughts. Of course Stella didn't get this information from Rouge either. I want the ability to keep Master Bai Luo relaxed and happy all the time. Stella thought about it, but she didn't think of any special ability. And she actually doesn't have any desires, and she doesn't really need abilities. But since it was Bai Luo's request, she hoped to get an ability that could help Bai Luo. She knew that she was not talented in fighting, so she couldn't help Bai Luo fight on the front line. So she found another way to help Bai Luo emotionally. For example, the ability to make people feel relaxed and happy all the time. The ability to keep me relaxed and happy. Bai Luo was a little surprised by Stella's choice. This is all about him. From this point of view, Stella really just wanted to be his maid and serve him wholeheartedly. Don't want to gain powerful abilities to fight or something. The ability to make me feel relaxed and happy. Bai Luo thought about it, and thought of black silk and short skirts, and then thought of various uniforms such as maid outfits. No wonder he thought so, after all Rouge and the others bought so many weird clothes recently and Stella also bought maid outfits. When looking at these clothes, although it is just a dress, Bai Luo will feel excited and happy from the bottom of his heart. If you can often see these various styles of clothing, then as long as you are a normal man, you will feel happy. Maybe even women will like to watch it. After all, with these beautiful uniforms, women who love beauty are also willing to wear them and dress themselves up. It's better to be alone than to be alone. If you have this ability, it will not only make me happy, but also make Rouge and the others happy. Thinking of this, Bai Luo has already determined an ability. Seeing Stella's eyes wide open and very curious, Bai Luo didn't make any excuses, and directly mentioned the devil fruit with this ability. Paramecia take fruit. Then Bai Luo continued to explain to Stella the ability to swallow fruit based on the information he knew. Able to transform specified objects such as cloth or leaves. And you can change the design, color, fashion sense, size, etc. of the clothes according to your thoughts. Even equipment, accessories, etc. can be transformed. And you can also add attributes such as defense and softness to clothes. Based on Paramecia's ability to take the fruit and the new abilities that may appear after he purifies the fruit, Bai Luo explained it to Stella in general. Sure enough, Stella was completely attracted by hearing the ability of this fruit. With this ability, wouldn't she be able to change into different clothes every day to serve Lord Bai Luo? Moreover, Rouge and the others no longer need to spend 3.8 hours and money to choose clothes, she can provide them with any style they want. Whether it's Bai Luo or Rouge, she can make them happy. Moreover, the fruit of serving clothes has attributes such as adding defense and softness to clothes. In this way, the clothes will be stronger and can provide protection for those who are not strong in combat. There is also no need to worry about the problem of running out of clothes after the clothes are damaged during the battle. It can be said to serve multiple purposes. Stella decides. For Master Bai Luo and Sister Rouge, she chose this devil fruit. This serving fruit is really suitable for her needs. It's almost like it was tailor-made for her. Chapter 141. After listening to Bai Luo's introduction, Stella felt that Paramecia's ability to swallow fruits was very suitable for her. So she decided to choose this devil fruit. But Stella thought of something at this moment. Devil fruit is very rare. Devil fruit is a precious secret treasure in the sea, which can directly give people magical powers and enhance their strength. Such precious consumables are usually consumed as soon as they appear, so can she choose them at will? Even if Lord Bai Luo is very powerful, would it be too troublesome to find this devil fruit for her? Stella didn't want to add a burden to Bai Luo. Master Bai Luo, in fact, even if you don't take the fruit, as long as it can help you, any fruit is fine for me. Stella was worried that Bai Luo would not be able to get the fruits of obedience, and she didn't want to embarrass Bai Luo, so she retreated and said. She obviously wanted it very much, but she was always thinking about it at the end of the day. Don't worry. I know where the fufu fruit is, and I'll take you there after a while. 19. Bai Luo saw what Stella was thinking, and he wanted it very much, but he was afraid of causing trouble for him. But since he said the fruit of obedience, it is because he knows this fruit better. Also clearly know the location of this fruit. He even knows who the current eater of this fruit is. Qin Yiman of Wei no Kuni. Bai Luo thought of the current fruit subduing ability user. Then Bai Luo thought of the current Wei no Kuni, which is in a special period. Wei no Kuni is in chaos right now. Kojiki Odin is still dancing naked under the tricks of Kaido and Orakai. Although Bai Luo can't remember the specific situation, he still knows the key events of Wei no Kuni during this time period. Qin Yiman, who obeys the fruit ability, is one of the 9 retainers of Wei no Kuni Kojiki Odin. That is to say, he has to deal with Kojiki Odin's subordinates in order to get the fruit of obedience. Bai Luo didn't feel embarrassed about this. Wanakuni's chaos has nothing to do with him, and there's nothing wrong with shooting him for his own benefit. And when he thinks of Wano-kuni, Bai Luo thinks of Momonosuke, a kid. Always showing a wretched look. It makes people want to beat him up. The thought of being able to teach Momonosuke a lesson gave Bai Luo even more reason to go to Wano-kuni. Of course, teaching Momonosuke was just a matter of convenience. His main purpose is actually for those devil fruits in Wano-kuni. It's not just paramecia that takes fruit. Wano-kuni also has many devil fruits that are very powerful. There may be more than 5 phantom beast species devil fruit, Wano-kuni. He only knows 5 of them. They are Kaido's Yuya fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. Momonosuke's artificial phantom beast dragon fruit. Yamato's dog fruit phantom beast species Ogakai true god form. Kurozumi Orikai's snake fruit phantom beast species Yamata no Orikai form. And the 5th phantom beast devil fruit known by Bai Luo Katrina Deppen's phantom beast nine tails fox form. Some of these phantom beast devil fruits have been eaten by humans, and of course some have not been eaten yet. But whether it was eaten or not, it didn't matter to Bai Luo. Even if it has been eaten by someone, as long as the ability user dies in close range, the fruit will reappear on the fruit closest to him. So if he wants, he can get all these phantom beasts. This is still the devil fruit that has appeared in Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni may even harbor undiscovered pseudo-beast species. One can imagine how rich Wano-kuni is. In order to get these phantom beasts, Wano-kuni must go there. There are more and more things to do, so hurry up. Thinking of this, Bai Luo felt that there were more and more things he needed to do. He envisioned what he needed to do now. I have to go back to the marine to rectify the internal problems of the marine. This should be very soon. After all, I have the advantage in terms of background and strength, not to mention that I have grasped the opponent's handle and grasped the evidence. After rectifying internal problems, marine can be more united, and the promotion of healing leaf can be smoother. The next step is to make an agreement with Rayleigh. A week later, Rayleigh and Rayleigh will go to the Devil's Triangle Sea area to compete and improve their combat experience. It is best to improve Haki's water level. Flat. Let's see if we can find Brook and get his underworld fruit. Moria should have just entered the Devil's Triangle Sea area not long ago, and his shadow fruit is also pretty good. After returning from the sea area of the Devil's Triangle, if there is no accident, you can go to Wano-kuni. However, before going to Wano-kuni, it is best to improve your attack methods first, otherwise Kaido is too fleshy to deal effective damage to him. So after sparring with Rayleigh, I took the time to go to Sky Island and get the Thunder Fruit. With Thunder Fruit's powerful attack power blessing, it can make up for the weakness of insufficient attack power, and become a real hexagonal all-round fighter. After you get familiar with Thunder Fruit, you can go to Wano-kuni. Then you will have great strength and you can do whatever you want. 000 But one thing to be careful, Wano-kuni's Tianyu is a paramecia fruit-capable person, be careful this ability, otherwise it will be miserable if you are careless and sent to the future. It would be even better if we could get the fruit of paramecia. Bai Luo roughly planned what he needs to do next. While Bai Luo was thinking, Stella stepped forward, bent down to refill Bai Luo's tea, and said with some emotion. Just don't bother me. Thank you Lord Bai Luo. Now that Bai Luo knows the exact location of the Fufa fruit, and seeing that Lord Bai Luo is clearly confident, Stella understands that getting this devil fruit is not troublesome for Lord Bai Luo. That being the case, she doesn't need to worry about this problem anymore. She just needs to do a good job of serving Master Bai Luo. Then she leaned forward very intimately, and gently wiped the water stains from the corners of Bai Luo's mouth. Faced with this situation, can Bai Luo bear it? He hugged Stella who was close to him with his backhand. Facing Bai Luo's sudden attack, Stella didn't resist, her face flushed slightly, and she didn't have the chance to say anything. Stella also finally realized the taste of the tea she brewed. Very sweet. Also very heartwarming. Chapter 142. Daddy, Big Brother. Robin and Khalifa, who ran to play on the deck, witnessed Bai Luo's bullying of Stella. The two little girls stared at each other with wide eyes. In his hand is also the small safe that Bai Luo harvested from the celestial dragons. Looks like he wants to know what's in the safe. At a young age, curiosity is very strong. Bai Luo came back to his senses after hearing their exclamation, and took another sip of the imported tea calmly. He didn't blame Robin and Khalifa, after all, it was still broad daylight, let alone in a public place. Bai Luo had a thick skin so he remained calm. But Stella was different. At this time, Stella's face was extremely red, and she was a little unsteady in her maid outfit, looking pitiful and charming. Bai Luo asked Stella to go down and change her clothes first. We'll be at naval headquarters later, so it's better to dress normally in a place with a lot of outsiders. The special uniform was only for him to see as a man. After Stella left, Bai Luo coughed to attract Robin and Khalifa to look at Stella curiously. But Robin and Khalifa are smart enough not to be fooled so easily. Facing the curious faces of the two with their bright eyes open, Bai Luo had no choice but to change the subject first. What are you two doing with this safe? Bai Luo saw them holding the safe he seized from celestial dragons together, which showed that they were very interested in it. So Bai Luo brought the topic to the safe. Bai Luo's method was still very useful, and Robin and Khalifa's attention was instantly shifted to the safe in their hands. This is what they found in Bai Luo's room. When they learned from Rouge that the safe was not a precious item, but a loot captured from the enemy, they wondered what it contained. Why put it in a safe? It can't be money. After all, this safe is so small, even if it is filled with gold, it is not worth much. Such a small amount of money is just a drizzle for celestial dragons, and it is not enough for celestial dragons to be stored in a small safe. If not money, what would be good things? Robin and Khalifa are very curious about this. But no matter what they do, they just can't open this sturdy small safe. So they wanted to bring the safe to Bai Luo and ask for help. Bai Luo just remembered this box when he saw them holding the safe. He almost forgot. After all, for the current Bai Luo, unless it is the precious phantom beast devil fruit. Otherwise, even if it is an ordinary devil fruit, he might not be able to see it. It's not worth giving him too much attention. He didn't believe that he would be so lucky to get a phantom beast from this small safe. This distance is the distance at which he can perceive the will of the Eudemon's devil fruit. And since boarding the Sabayati archipelago until now, he hasn't sensed any will of the phantom beasts. So when he got the safe, he had already determined that there were no phantom beasts in the box. So he didn't pay attention to this box. After all, this period of time is both uniform and service. His head is getting bigger. Didn't care about anything else at all. But now that Robin and Khalifa have brought this box to his eyes, no matter what, let's help them open it first. What if it's something else good? Khalifa and Robin held the small box together, and rushed to Bai Luo. Daddy, big brother, open it. Bai Luo took the safe from their little hands and weighed it subconsciously. In fact, judging from the size of the safe, he had already guessed what was in the safe. According to his speculation, there is a high probability that it is a devil fruit. Then he used his knowledge to confirm that there was a strangely shaped fruit inside. Stone hammer, it is a devil fruit. If other people can pick up devil fruit just by picking up a box, it is estimated that they can wake up from their dreams with laughter. But for Bai Luo, it is no longer so attractive. Bai Luo didn't waste any more time, in the expectant eyes of Robin and Khalifa. He used powerful force to forcefully open the strong safe. He didn't even use haki. After all, this safe is only made of steel. In fact, it is not very strong for real masters. You can only guard against those little pirates whose rewards are less than 100 million. But for celestial dragons, it may not need to be guarded at all. After all, who would blatantly rob the celestial dragons? After the box was opened, sure enough, a devil fruit with a strange shape appeared inside. When Robin and Khalifa saw this fruit, they immediately saw that it was not an ordinary fruit, but an unknown devil fruit. Although they are very young, they are all learning some necessary knowledge. Bai Luo does not advocate happy education, otherwise the children taught will not understand this or that, and it is easy to make mistakes. It will be miserable if you eat devil fruit as a normal fruit. So under his request, Robin and Khalifa are still very serious about their studies. Bai Luo didn't know this devil fruit, but at this moment, Robin raised his third hand and said, "I know, I remember this fruit, it is paramecia sweet fruit." Robin and Rouge read the devil fruit illustration book together. Although Robin didn't remember all of them, she just remembered this sweet fruit. This fruit is exactly the same as the sweet fruit she saw in the book, both in shape and pattern. There's no way she'd be wrong. Hearing Robin's swearing speech, Bai Luo didn't doubt it. Although Robin, Mano Zhao, is only 8 years old, he is still a scholar. It is impossible to make such a low-level mistake of admitting to devil fruit. So Bai Luo believed what Robin said. Is paramecia sweet fruit? It's also a good devil fruit. Sweet fruit is here with Bai Luo now, so it can only be considered pretty good. However, from this sweet fruit, Bai Luo thought of the future Empress Hancock. The sweet fruits are here, so will the Empress be far away? No, Hancock is still a child on Nine Snake Island, only 1 year older than Robin, and he is far from becoming an Empress. However, if I help her, I can make her the Queen of Nine Snake Island a few years earlier, and it can also prevent her from being sold to celestial dragons by human traffickers, avoiding a tragic fate. The island of Hydra on the Calm Belt will be full of women and can serve as an important base. Chapter 143. Bai Luo thought of a lot of information about Hancock, including his unfortunate experience of being trafficked by human traffickers. If he remembers correctly, the 3 Hancock sisters were stolen by traffickers 3 years later, in 1503. The 3 sisters were then sold to the celestial dragons together, with the indelible hoof of celestial dragons imprinted on their backs. I was labeled as a slave all my life. They were also forced to eat sweet fruits. Very miserable. As a result, Hancock's character became a little extreme later. But now it's different. The sweet fruit has been chopped off by him in advance. Hancock was also followed by him in advance. It is more important for him to control Nine Snake Island. He will never let these misfortunes happen again. The Nine Snake Island where Hancock is located is in the Calm Belt. The location is very secluded. The people of Daughter Country on Nine Snake Island are all born warriors. And the whole family is female, not a single male. And everyone can use haki. A proper fighting nation. The country's overall strength ranks among the top in the entire pirate world. This is a force to be reckoned with. The key is that all of Hydra Island are women. It would be a good fit for Bai Luo to build a base there. When the time comes, ahem. Anyway, Nine Snake Island is very important. It is even more important for 537 to be the most talented and beautiful future Empress of Nine Snake Island Hancock. Oh! Why is it devil fruit again? Khalifa saw that there was a devil fruit in the safe, and after being confirmed by Robin, Khalifa sighed like a little adult, shook his head and said. Khalifa, who has been staying with Bai Luo all the time, sees devil fruit the most. I've seen Khalifa a lot, so I don't think it's rare anymore. It is normal to have this exclamation. Fortunately, they were all of their own people nearby, otherwise others would probably die of anger when they heard Khalifa's disdain for devil fruit. Listen, is this a human language? Even devil fruit dislikes it. It's really drought to death, waterlogging to death. To Khalifa's exclamation, Bai Luo also nodded subconsciously. Judging from Khalifa's reaction, she is no longer interested in devil fruit. This reflects the certain role of enrichment. Regardless of whether it is on the spiritual level or the material level, there is indeed a certain truth. Khalifa has gained more knowledge, from now on plus, Jag will not be easily tricked by people with precious items such as devil fruit. Of course, with him around, Khalifa cannot be cheated. This is true whether it is Khalifa, Robin, or others in the future. Khalifa looked uninterested, and had no interest in the safe either. After saying goodbye to Bai Luo, I turned to exercise my fruit ability and went to make bubbles. Robin also scratched his head and left with Khalifa. The two of them are used to being together. Not long after the two left, Stella came back in a conservative maid outfit. Continue to serve Bai Luo. At this time, Rouge and Aurelia are interrogating the trafficker supervisor in the utility room, wanting to get first-hand information. Faced with Rouge and Aurelia's torture to extract confessions, it didn't take long for the traffickers to recruit. And he also told the handle of the marine high-level management that he had mastered. Obviously, he felt that he could not survive, and wanted to drag other people into the water together. After Rouge and Aurelia finished recording, they stunned the traffickers and left here. After arriving at the marine headquarters, Bai Luo took everyone back home immediately. Then he contacted Sister He to prepare to deal with the traffickers. After hearing the news of Bai Luo's return from the phone bug, he was very surprised. She didn't expect Bai Luo to come back after only going out for 2 days. But since Bai Luo came back so soon, and went to her directly as soon as he came back, it meant that things were more important. It was inconvenient to talk about things on the phone, so he quickly went to Bai Luo's home. On the way, I met Garp, who was fishing. Garp was puzzled when he saw Crane's hurried steps. It's not time to get off work yet, why is Crane leaving the headquarters in such a hurry? Crane! Is there something important in such a hurry? Although Garp was a little surprised by Crane's behavior, he didn't really care about it. Standing aside, eating senbei leisurely. Asking about Cranes is just a greeting between acquaintances. After all, there is nothing that can make Garp anxious now. With strong strength, he has this confidence. Even if some legendary pirate came to attack naval headquarters, he wouldn't make a fuss. Facing Garp's question, Crane subconsciously stopped, looked at Garp's leisurely and contented appearance. Crane shook his head, and continued to act. But when Crane walked away, he seemed to think of something again, and responded to Garp, Bai Luo is back, he has something important to ask me. The reason why he didn't tell Garp about Bai Luo immediately was because he was afraid that Garp would go to Bai Luo. Garp's rude behavior towards Adjutant Bai Luo before was enough to give her a headache. And Garp obviously still has the idea of looking for Bai Luo, so she has to think carefully. After all, although Garp is powerful, he is really a daredevil in dealing with interpersonal relationships. She didn't want Garp to offend Bai Luo again. But after Crane walked away, he felt that if this matter was not resolved as soon as possible, it would always be a problem. It is impossible for the two sides to live awkwardly all the time. It happened to take this opportunity to take Garp with her, and she was also on the scene to solve Garp's problem together. Hearing Crane's answer, Garp subconsciously stopped holding the senbei. Bai Luo Rear Admiral is back. After the marine meeting was over 2 days ago, he wanted to have a good chat with Bai Luo, but he fell asleep before the meeting was over. When he woke up and wanted to find Bai Luo had already left naval headquarters and went to Sabayati archipelago. This made him wonder if Bai Luo was avoiding him on purpose. This made him doubt again about the things about Rouge that he had already figured out. Before Garp could figure it out, he heard the urging of the Crane in the distance. It's so troublesome. Let's go to Bai Luo Rear Admiral and talk about it. Garp decided to talk to Bai Luo face to face. In fact, Garp himself also looked away. No matter what the result is, he just wants to know a result. After all, Rouge himself doesn't care anymore, so why is he joining in the fun as an outsider? Garp followed the Crane to Bai Luo's residence soon. Chapter 144. After Bai Luo invited the Crane to enter, he also saw Garp behind the Crane. Bai Luo didn't care about Garp's arrival. He didn't invite Garp into the house, though. He asked Garp to wait outside the door first, and he wanted to talk to Crane about Marine's internal problems. Comrades from the same era as Garp will be involved. If you are heard by the big mouth of Garp, you will be easily exposed by him. It would be safer to tell Garp when the net is about to be closed. Faced with Bai Luo's refusal, Garp had no choice. After all, he was at fault first, and he turned his head and gave him a warning look, so he could only wait outside the door aggrieved. After Crane entered Bai Luo's yard, he just wanted to ask Bai Luo, when he saw a strange woman standing obediently beside Bai Luo. Another beauty she had never seen before. And she's wearing a maid outfit. So sentimental. He didn't expect Bai Luo to be so blatant, and every time he went out, he would bring back a beautiful woman. This peach blossom luck is too prosperous. And I don't know how to restrain myself. If this has been the case, it is estimated that in a few years we will be able to form a female marine group. It's also fortunate that Jhin didn't come back, otherwise, if Jhin saw this, he would be depressed for a while. Facing Crane's eyes, Bai Luo led Stella, who was next to him, to the front. We introduced each other. And told Crane about Stella's tragic experience. Sure enough, upon hearing of Stella's tragic experience, Crane expressed great sympathy for her. Soon accepted Stella's existence. In fact, Crane has already acquiesced to Bai Luo's behavior, but she is worried about Bai Luo's body, and she is also worried that Bai Luo will meet a bad woman. However, as more and more women are around Bai Luo, these previously qualified women will also check in for Bai Luo. There is no need for her to worry about these anymore. So the Crane accepted it very quickly. After introducing each other, Crane lifted the topic and asked, "Why did you come back so soon? Strictly speaking, you have been out for less than 2 days. If the round-trip sailing time is deducted, there is very little time to play. This is related to what I want to tell Sister He." Bai Luo responded. Then, under Crane's puzzled eyes, he explained in detail. "I found out that there was an auction house in Sabayati archipelago that was auctioning the Leaf of Healing, so I went to that auction house and grabbed a person's ID to come back." After Bai Luo finished speaking, he motioned to Rouge. After Rouge nodded, she took out the statement she had written from the trafficker and handed it to He. And the human trafficker was still lying in the utility room on the ship. Crane was surprised when he heard Bai Luo say that someone auctioned the healing leaves in Sabayati archipelago. After she roughly read the confession of the trafficker, she was not only surprised, but also angry. From this confession, Crane knew that someone at the top of Marine was selling the healing leaf without permission, and that high-level Marine might be the logistics director of Marine. Analyzing the information at hand, combined with what Bai Luo said, if Bai Luo did not lie, then he has concluded that this Marine senior is the logistics minister. After all, there are only 4 people who can deploy the healing leaf during this period. Besides her and Sengoku, only the Minister of Law and Logistics has this ability. But Zephyr is bound to be impossible. With his character, it is impossible to do so. Then the result is self-evident. Behind the scenes is the Marine Logistics Minister. Oh! It's all my fault, I should have been more careful. He also knew that since the matter had already happened, it was useless to say anything. But Bai Luo believed her so much and handed over the healing leaf to her, but this happened. This made he feel very guilty. Sister He, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, a person's energy is limited, and it is impossible to cover everything. This is the fault of the other party and has nothing to do with you. And this is actually a good thing. Being able to catch the opponent in advance will be more beneficial to the popularization of one of the cures in the future. Bai Luo lost his thoughts. You are right, the most important thing now is how to stop the loss. Crane also quickly thought of the key. However, the Minister of Logistics is a representative of the bourgeois faction. The bourgeois faction is one of the largest factions in Marine and has great influence. If there is only such evidence, it cannot be dealt with seriously. After all, Marine isn't what Sengoku and I are talking about. Crane analyzed rationally. Facing Crane's analysis, Bai Luo also expressed his understanding. Just like Akainu, who will become the marshal in the future, Akainu is such a tough and hawkish marine. Even if he becomes the marine marshal, he will not be able to fully control marine. On the contrary, Akainu has been smoothed out to a certain extent, and has become more considerate of the overall situation. Sometimes there is still nothing to do with the behavior of his subordinates who disobeyed orders. Don't think that marine is all about fighting and killing. There are ways of the world everywhere. Then how is the opponent's strength? Can you secretly? Bai Luo made a gesture of wiping his neck. Since the existing evidence is not enough to kill the other party, it is better to do it secretly. Although the opponent's strength is not very strong, but it is not powerless to resist, and there are guards around the opponent, so don't act rashly. Ask for flowers. Facing Bai Luo's rough idea, Crane shook his head in disapproval. This is the least desirable method. Actually, there is no way. Just when Bai Luo was thinking about how to solve it, the Crane gave Bai Luo good news. What method? Bai Luo asked curiously. Actually, this method still uses the existing evidence to punish the opponent, but if conventional methods are used, this kind of punishment may be painless to the opponent. However, if one of Marine's beliefs stands out at this time, plus me and Sengoku, then the result will definitely be different. Garb. Hearing this, Bai Luo seemed to understand. Isn't Marine's faith the hero Garp? It would indeed be much easier to use Garp's invincible prestige in Marine to deal with the Minister of Logistics. After all, almost all Marines believed Garp's words. 0. As long as Garp is black enough, he can even discredit Admiral like Sengoku. Didn't Garp act very recklessly last time? Just this time I used him once, and I'll take it as an apology to you. Crane finished speaking and looked at Rouge. Rouge nodded, no problem. Bai Luo also nodded accordingly. Since Garp can be used, it is not in vain. Leave the details to me. You don't need to get involved, I will handle everything with Sengoku and Garp, and there will be no problems this time. Even with the blessing of Garp, the marine hero, it will not be easy to completely deal with the deep-rooted marine logistics minister. This involves factional fighting. Bai Luo is still on the rise, so there is no need to get involved. Bai Luo did not refuse Crane's suggestion. It's good to be able to stay out of it. He also had a good time. It's good to be able to solve the problem in the end. As for whether doing so will add more reputation to Garp, Bai Luo doesn't really care. Garp's prestige in Marine had already reached its peak. For Garp, this incident may not only fail to enhance his prestige, but will be hated by some members of the Logistics Minister faction. After all, no matter how high your prestige is, you can't smash other people's jobs. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. This time Garp was the one famous. Will attract the attention of all enemies for Bai Luo, and even for Sengoku and Crane. Garp's pressure is the greatest. But with Garp's strength, Bai Luo is not worried about the other party's safety. Plus Garp's previous bad manners. He feels more at ease about using Garp. Proper tool man. Chapter 145. Crane and Bai Luo left after discussing. Tsuru is in charge of cleaning up the marine. Bai Luo doesn't need to ask any more questions, just wait for the results in a few days. Bai Luo fully believed in Crane's abilities. Tsurika Sengoku, together with Garp, can solve all of Marine's problems. Bai Luo didn't forget Garp, who was still waiting outside the door. After all, we still need Garp's help to clear up the internal problems of Marine, so we can't just leave it alone. He turned around and asked Robin and Khalifa to play nearby, and asked Orovia to take Stella to prepare lunch. Then he took Rouge's hand and said, Garp is still waiting outside the door, he should want to confirm your real identity. Bai Luo saw what Garp was thinking. Although Garp seems to be less urgent than 600 now, it's better to resolve this kind of matter as soon as possible. After all, you are not afraid of being robbed by thieves, but you are afraid of being missed by thieves. Can't keep Garp thinking about it. It's best to cut off his thoughts directly. I'm fine. And now I only have one identity, which is Lord Bai Luo's woman. I don't have other identities. I joined Marine to be able to better follow him. 17. Rouge didn't have much reaction to Garp's arrival, and he didn't shy away from it. He directly expressed his true thoughts. For someone who has already died once, all the previous things have already been put down. What's more, Bai Luo paid so much for her, and gave her the golden phoenix fruit of the phantom beast species, helping her to be reborn from nirvana. She has long regarded Bai Luo as everything to her. Let's go then. See what Garp has to say. Aware of Rouge's dependence on him and not caring about anything but him, he understood Rouge's intentions. Don't care what outsiders like Garp think. Then he has nothing to hide. Bai Luo stroked Rouge's golden hair with one hand, and while Rouge squinted his eyes to enjoy, the other hand pulled Rouge towards the door. He wanted to see what Garp was up to. Feeling Bai Luo's comfort, Rouge embraced Bai Luo's whole arm with a happy face, and snuggled up to Bai Luo's side. She enjoyed the feeling of being favored. At this time, Garp outside the door was eating senbei boringly. Just after the crane came out, he warned him not to make trouble. This made Garp feel a little wronged. Is he such a ignorant person? At first that time was just an accident. After all, who would have thought that a person whom he watched being buried with his own eyes would actually appear alive in front of his eyes? The name is still the same. He wasn't scared at the time because his willpower was strong enough. Otherwise, someone else would be scared to death. And he had figured it out a long time ago, so he wouldn't pester her anymore. After all, he didn't react much himself, so he, an outsider, didn't need to worry about it. He's here now just to make sure. It would be too embarrassing if he really admitted his mistake. If he's not mistaken, he will fully respect Rouge's own choice. Before Garp could think about it, Bai Luo came out with Rouge. Seeing the other party come out, Pu paused while eating the senbei. Because Garp saw that Rouge was leaning on Bai Luo with a happy face at this time, without any sense of disobedience. It's like a couple made in heaven. It made it impossible for Garp to say what he wanted to say. They are such a loving couple. If he has doubts, isn't it just looking for trouble? Just when Garp was struggling to ask, Bai Luo saw Garp's confusion. He didn't expect that Garp would be so moaning, so he took the initiative to say. Vice Admiral Garp, let me introduce you, this is Rouge. My adjutant is also my woman, from South Blue. Bai Luo directly introduced Rouge's information to Garp. Any questions from Vice Admiral Garp? Facing Bai Luo's direct showdown, Garp didn't know what to say, so he smiled awkwardly and introduced himself to Rouge. You. Colonel Rouge. This is Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. I know you, the Marine hero who chased Roger the Pirate King all over the world. Facing Garp's self-introduction, Rouge responded blankly. Then he added honestly, we just met at South Blue not long ago. Hearing this, Garp is completely sure that even if the Rouge in front of him is not the Rouge he knows, it will be related to that Rouge. Otherwise it would have been impossible to see him at South Blue. It's just that the Rouge in front of him seems to be a different person from before, more noble and more perfect. And smile more happiness. It seems that this is your choice. Whether it's from Rouge's calm words, or from Rouge's improved attitude. Rouge clearly expressed her attitude. And judging from Rouge's glorious appearance, Rouge is obviously happier with Bai Luo. It was nothing like the Rouge he'd seen in South Blue before. At that time, Rouge seemed to have reached the limit, like a flower about to wither. No, it is a flower that has withered. He watched Rouge die with his own eyes. That's right, the Rouge in front of me may not be the same as the previous Rouge, at least the mental outlook is completely different. Garp has accepted reality. Although he didn't know how Bai Luo revived Rouge and made it better. But since it was Rouge's own choice, there was no reason for him to intervene. I hope Roger doesn't blame me in the underground. Garp thought of Roger's entrustment to him. Let him help take care of his wife. He watched the former Rouge being buried before leaving, and he fulfilled his promise to Roger 2.6. But, watching the dewdrops reappear before his eyes, radiant with glory, Garp was a little embarrassed again at this point. Thinking of his former friend's wife getting together with his younger generation, Garp felt a little guilty. Although the Rouge in front of him is different from the previous Rouge, he still feels a little strange. Forget it, Roger is such a generous person, he was taken away. Garp shook his head quickly, not thinking about it. Anyway, Garp felt that what he did was authentic enough. At the same time, Garp also understood a truth. Some things, no matter how powerful they are destined to be unavoidable. If you want to live a decent life, you have to be more open-minded. Chapter 146. Fortunately, my wife is ugly. Don't worry about encountering the same situation as Roger. Garp's mind suddenly popped up. After what happened to Roger, Garp sees the charming Bai Luo and feels insecure anyway. Fortunately, her wife is not as young as Rouge, so Bai Luo should look down on her. No, Duolage, a brat who doesn't know where to go all day, also reminds me, I can't let my daughter-in-law be abducted by Bai Luo. Garp was inexplicably worried at this moment. He has initially seen some of Bai Luo's hobbies. Have to guard against. Although his wife Bai Luo probably doesn't like it. But Drago's wife, his daughter-in-law, must be very young. You can't let Bai Luo be abducted. Even if the daughter-in-law has an accident, it is not safe to die young. After all, Rouge who has died once can be resurrected. It means that even if his daughter-in-law is dead, Bai Luo has the ability to resurrect his daughter-in-law if he wants to. In other words, as long as Bai Luo takes a fancy to him, he can't escape Bai Luo's palm no matter what. Unless Bai Luo has been hiding, 19 will not let him find out. Thinking about it this way, Yunpu realized how terrifying Bai Luo's ability was. Angel fruit is so powerful in Bai Luo's hands. As far as he knows, the angel fruit should have the ability to resurrect people after the fruit is awakened. And it's very restrictive. But Bai Luo's fruit ability is obviously different from normal ones. Otherwise, it would not explain why Bai Luo was able to revive Rouge not long after eating the angel fruit. And there seems to be no limit. What a pervert ability! Even Garp, who has seen the big wind and waves, has to admit that the angel fruit has been very powerful in Bai Luo's hands. At the same time, Garp also decided not to offend Bai Luo in the future. Otherwise, if someone offends Bai Luo, with Bai Luo's cheating resurrection ability, it is estimated that the tortured daughter-in-law will die. The dead are directly resurrected, and then continue to be tortured. Repeatedly, no one can stand it. I don't know if Bai Luo Rear Admiral's resurrection ability is too limited. Why don't you let Bai Luo revive Roger? It's time to use Ace to let Roger join the Marine, or let Roger see the current living conditions of his ex-wife. Even revive the powerful Marines of all ages, when the time comes. Hiss. Garp's thoughts became crooked when he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Bai Luo's ability was terrible. Sent a terrifying exclamation. Bai Luo didn't know that Garp's brain would be so big, Yuanran would consider that he would threaten his daughter-in-law. If Bai Luo knew, he would definitely refute, after all, he would not be so hungry. He is still very specific and only likes beautiful ones. Not everyone can be taken by him. Vice Admiral Garp, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Sister, he should have something very important to discuss with you. Garp has already got the answer he wants, and Garp's expression is unpredictable at this time, and he doesn't know what to think of. Bai Luo is not interested in paying attention to Garp's thoughts, and is ready to see off the guests. Oh, all right. Garp, who was lamenting Bai Luo's horror in his heart, came back to his senses after hearing Bai Luo's voice, and quickly responded. Garp also knew that it was useless for him to stay here, he had already got the answer he wanted, and that was enough. And Garp even thinks that Bai Luo is doing a good job. Very good. Garp is actually ashamed of Roger's irresponsible behavior of abandoning his wife and son. If it wasn't because Roger was his friend, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to such a person. Fortunately, Bai Luo did what he was inconvenient to do. Garp left to find Staff Crane, Bai Luo, and Rouge returned home. Rouge is still in the same state, and goes into the kitchen to help Aurovia and Stella cook. Today is Stella's first day officially staying in the family, and the meals are very rich. Bai Luo rejected Stella's idea of feeding him while standing. Although Stella thinks this is what she should do as a maid, it is also her job. But Bai Luo has already regarded Stella as his own woman, rather than a simple maid at his disposal, so there is no need to be so serious about work. Maid outfit is a mood, not a bondage. And he never regarded Stella as a slave, and Stella herself should not consider herself a slave. Under the persuasion of Rouge's daughters, Stella felt the hearts of everyone and treated her completely equally. This caused her to be defeated in the aristocratic education she received since she was a child, and the educational concept of class distinctions. It also completely melted away the heart barrier hidden in her heart during her years of slave life. Stella finally understood at this moment. Not only Bai Luo, even the women around Bai Luo never regarded her as a slave, but a real person. After she figured it out, Stella didn't hesitate, and sat down to eat with everyone. At this time, Stella broke free from the previous prison both physically and mentally, and was completely redeemed by Bai Luo. During the 2 days when Bai Luo returned to naval headquarters, he never went to work at naval headquarters. His vacation is not up yet, and it cannot be wasted. So he had a good time at home. All kinds of clothes were damaged by Bai Luo. Fortunately, they bought a lot of clothes in Sabayati archipelago, and they can last for a while. Unlike Bai Luo's ease, naval headquarters has been full of oppressive atmosphere these 2 days, and everyone knows that there have been major changes in marine. Not only that, many marine generals who were abroad were recalled. Even Tuareg, who usually obeys Marine's orders in an ambiguous manner, and never sees his end, has a serious expression on his face after returning to naval headquarters. This made many middle-level officers do not understand what happened. As for low-level officers and ordinary Marines, it is estimated that they will not feel the changes in Marines. In the past 2 days, it was the combination of Crane, Sengoku, and Garp, using favorable evidence, to bring down a core leader of Marine. A small number of senior generals in Marine also disappeared. It made everyone at the top of Marine feel insecure, but fortunately, this depression didn't last long. The reason why this time went so smoothly, Garp's prestige did play a big role. At least let most of the top management side with the Crane. Seeing that the general situation is over, the other party hardly resisted. This also made the internal purge go smoothly. Chapter 147. From the 3rd day, Marine's internal depression disappeared and returned to normal. Although Marine's manpower seems to be less, it seems to be more energetic. After the overall situation on Marine's side was settled, he immediately brought the good news to Bai Luo. After Bai Luo knew that Marine's logistics chief had been knocked down, he was a little confused. He just played at home for more than 2 days, and everything is over? Why is there no movement? Is there no resistance on the other side? Seemingly seeing Bai Luo, he smiled and explained. At the beginning, the high-level people who supported me and Sengoku only accounted for a little more than half of the high-level people. These are people from me and Sengoku. Most of the remaining high-level executives are centrists. After all, many high-level executives feel that there is no need to go to war over such a trivial matter. A little more than half of the support rate cannot form an absolute advantage, so if you do something about it, you will definitely encounter fierce resistance. Fortunately, Garp stepped forward at the right time. Garp's prestige is still very high, which made many high-level executives feel reassured, and their support rate increased dramatically. And in the end, even Zephyr, who has been ignoring political affairs, came here to express support for Marine's internal rectification. Because of Zephyr's words, many Zephyr students who became high-level students also supported us. As the support rate rises, more and more centrists, even the Minister of Logistics, have joined the ranks of support. In the end, the Minister of Logistics also saw that he had no chance of making a comeback, so he did not resist by force. 17. So that's how it is. After listening to He's explanation, Bai Luo suddenly realized and nodded. Crane's explanation sounds easy, but the situation at that time must not be as light as he said. It's just that Bai Luo doesn't understand. Listening to Sister He's meaning, the downfall of the logistics minister this time was accomplished by a high-level meeting? Shouldn't it be carried out in a sneaky way to prevent abusive actions? Why is the meeting still open? Bai Luo raised his doubts to He. Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. The reason why we put it on the bright side is because we already have the certainty of victory. After all, we are the righteous side with evidence. With the combination of me, Sengoku and Garp, the support rate can reach at least 90% or more. In this situation of disparity in strength, it is better to put it on the bright side. There are more and more people who support us, and many centrists or logistics ministers can clearly see our advantages. In this case, even if these people don't join us, there is a high probability that they will no longer support the lost logistics minister. And after putting it on the bright side, the logistics minister himself can see our huge advantages, and he can also see his people betraying him and joining us little by little. Under such a huge gap and huge pressure, it is easy for him to lose the belief to continue to resist. After all, the gap between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger, and it is meaningless to resist. And if we do it secretly, it will be difficult for the Minister of Logistics to see our huge advantages. If he is more confident in his power, he will easily resist violently and break out a large-scale conflict with us. So under the premise of having huge advantages, in order to avoid large-scale conflicts as much as possible, it is better to directly put it on the bright side. And after this incident, other marine executives must have understood how strong the cohesion between me, Sengoku and Garp is. I also understand the significance of the leaf of healing to Marine, and many high-level executives will not dare to have other thoughts, otherwise the Minister of Logistics will be a lesson from the past. Crane explained the reason to Bai Luo. From occupying righteousness to reducing conflicts, and then to warning significance, there are many factors mentioned. Bai Luo finally understood everything now. No wonder it ended without him noticing anything. I can only blame the Minister of Logistics for pushing the wall down. Even the ability to resist is gone. Then how did the Minister of Logistics deal with it, and is there a suitable candidate for the new Minister of Logistics? Bai Luo is now concerned about dealing with the Logistics Minister. He didn't want the Minister of Logistics to be given a reduced sentence for various reasons. In addition, he is also concerned about who will be the new Logistics Minister. After all, this is about the promotion of his leaf of healing. There is no room for carelessness. Don't worry. The Minister of Logistics has been overwhelmed by everyone, and almost no one has interceded for him. Judging from his crimes and the serious consequences that his crimes may cause, coupled with his strength, there is a high probability that he will be imprisoned on the 4th or 5th floor of the deep-sea prison. As for the 6th floor of Impel Down, the logistics minister's strength has not reached this level, and he himself is not considered a heinous criminal, so it is almost impossible to be imprisoned on this floor. Crane judged the ending of the logistics minister based on experience. It looks like the punishment is not severe. In fact, it was already a harsh punishment. As long as it's a criminal sent to Impel Down. Whether it is escorted to the 4th floor or the 5th floor, it will not be easy. The blazing hell on the 4th floor and the freezing hell on the 5th floor are places with very harsh environments. Not long after many pirates entered here, they might die because they couldn't stand the harsh environment. If they were detained on the 6th floor, they would not have these harsh environments. So the 4th and 5th floors of Impel Down are the most terrifying for criminals. And, good money Zhao, and after criminals enter Impel Down, there is almost no possibility of coming out. Will be imprisoned until death. After hearing the news that the other party will be imprisoned in Impel Down forever and tortured, Bai Luo nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't die, it was probably more uncomfortable than dying. At the same time, Bai Luo also thought that one of his subordinates was still in Impel Down. It was a 28-year-old beautiful pirate he met in Impel Down, named Miss Olib. For his sake, the people in Impel Down probably won't embarrass Miss Olib Island on the 4th floor. And he should also find an opportunity to remind Miss Olibut to take care of the logistics director who is about to enter Impel Down. By the way, help him clear the sewer. After all, living in a place like Impel Down all the year round, it is estimated that the congestion will be serious. Chapter 148. As you mentioned about who will be the Minister of Logistics, Marine currently has no suitable candidates, so I will be acting as the Minister of Logistics for the time being. Crane continued to explain his problem to Bai Luo, pulling Bai Luo's thoughts back to reality from Impel Down. Will it be too hard? Bai Luo frowned and said. Crane himself is already very busy as Marine's staff officer, and now he is acting part-time as Marine's logistics director, so he is probably even busier. No problem, just find a few more people to help me. If you have time, you can let them come to study with me. Maybe they have talent in this area and can be elected as the next logistics minister. Crane said with a smile while looking in the direction of the Bai Luo women. Bai Luo followed the direction of the Crane's gaze, and also looked in their direction. I promise not to leave them, and I will always take them with me when I go to sea. If one of them becomes the head of marine logistics, I probably won't have time to go to sea with me. They won't agree. Bai Luo sighed and expressed their wishes to the Crane. Just want to stay by his side. Joining Marine is also to be more convenient to accompany him, not for promotion and salary increase. But they can't follow you all the time. If you don't want to get promoted to Vice Admiral 483 and above, they will one day reach the same level as you. When the time comes, all of you will be general officers, so it's not appropriate to stay together. Crane told Bai Luo what might happen in the future. A group of beauties Vice Admiral stayed on a boat. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't fit. Sister He, I understand what you mean, don't worry. When one of them has the strength to be self-reliant, I will make other arrangements, and it's not time to separate yet. Bai Luo actually thought about this problem a long time ago. It's actually really easy. When they have the strength to be independent, Bai Luo will arrange them in some important positions in Marine, and help him let Marine break away from the rule of Marie Joyce and let him completely control Marine. As for the issue that they don't want to leave him, all they need to do is look for a devil fruit with teleportation ability. Such as Paramecia door fruit. If you have the door fruit, you can carry out space transfer, and there is no so-called space restriction. No matter how far away the two parties meet, as long as they want to, they can meet immediately through the fruit of the door. Since you have your own ideas, then I won't ask any more. Crane respects Bai Luo's own consideration. Then he changed the subject and said. By the way, this time because of the problem of the Minister of Logistics, many marine generals who were on missions outside were recalled. Jhin was delayed by something, so he didn't come back immediately. However, she has successfully resolved the trouble, so she will probably be back tonight. I'm afraid that when she wants to give you a surprise, she will run into some embarrassing situations if she sneaks up to you. So tonight, take it easy and pay attention, otherwise it will be embarrassing for Jhin to see you doing this kind of thing as soon as you come up. Is Miss Jhin coming back tonight? Don't worry, Miss He, I know it well. Since he already knew from Crane that Jhin would be back tonight, he must have paid attention. Jhin won't let Jhin find out that he is sleeping with him every day. Otherwise, Sister Yuan might not be able to accept it for a while. This kind of thing still needs to be figured out slowly, and it is better to let him accept it slowly. Crane and Bai Luo discussed some things and then left. Now that Marine has been cleaned up, she has many things to do, and she is very busy. Bai Luo has nothing to do. Don't want to go to work either. And tonight, Ji Yuan is coming back. After Miss Jhin came back, if she saw so many women around him, she would probably stare at him. He may not be able to do whatever he wants with Rouge, Fei, in a short time. So, while there was still time during the day, Bai Luo took Rouge, Oro, Via, and Stella to play Fight the Landlord. This time, Bai Luo, who is a landlord, went crazy. A fulfilling day passed quickly like this. In the evening, after dinner, Bai Luo came to his room alone. He sleeps alone tonight. As for Rouge and the others, Bai Luo has already explained the general situation to them. To prevent Jhin from sneaking in and being misunderstood. If Stella, who has never seen Jhin, finds out by chance, it will be troublesome if she is misunderstood as a thief. Bai Luo didn't take advantage of his knowledge, he also wanted to see what Jhin would do. Just when Bai Luo was thinking about when Jhin would come back and whether he would attack him at night, there was finally movement in the yard. Bai Luo closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Not long after, Bai Luo heard the slight sound of the window opening, followed by the breeze blowing from the window, mixed with familiar aroma. Smelling this familiar smell, Bai Luo has already confirmed that Jhin is here. He didn't expect that after Jhin came back, he would really come to look for him secretly. And it came in by climbing the window. Did she think she wouldn't find her that way? Before Bai Luo could think about it, a burst of fragrance hit his cheeks. Jhin has come to Bai Luo's side and is looking down at him. Sniff sniff. There was a slight sniffing sound. Smell from beginning to end. Then he felt the blanket on his body was lifted, and someone sat up. Bai Luo subconsciously opened his eyes, and saw Jhin was looking straight at him with puffy face and pouted mouth. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo had no way to pretend to be asleep anymore, he could only open his eyes, and when he was about to speak, his mouth was blocked. Faced with Jhin's initiative, Bai Luo dared not resist. Jhin actually had no choice, she always wanted to give Bai Luo a surprise. Unexpectedly, as soon as she met, she could smell the fragrance of several women from Bai Luo, which made her very tasty. Obviously she was the first to come. How come everyone surpassed her? This can't work. If this continues, will her position be preserved? She decided she couldn't drag it any longer. So Jhin, who was stimulated, coupled with long-term longing, didn't care about anything, and took the initiative to become an angel knight. Chapter 149. Waking up the next day, Bai Luo saw Jhin looking at him as soon as he opened his eyes. Jhin's eyes were a little shy, but more resentful. Faced with this situation, Bai Luo didn't know what to do. But after communicating with Jhin, he has calmed down a lot. But now Jhin is not easy to provoke, it is better not to discuss things about other women, so Bai Luo changed the topic. Sister Jhin, welcome back, I have prepared 2 small gifts for you. Bai Luo hopes to divert Jhin's attention through gifts. And he did prepare 2 gifts for Jhin. One is the power of purification. It can purify Jhin's body and enhance Jhin's talent. And let Jhin become his believer, share a lifespan as long as him, and stay young forever. This is one of the benefits that every woman who becomes his believer can get. Another gift is devil fruit. He prepared the Paramecia lion fruit and the dog phantom beast 9 tails fox form, and asked Jhin to choose one of them. These 2 are very powerful devil fruit. No matter which one you choose, Jhin will gain powerful abilities. Although he only has lion fruit in hand now, he has not got 9 tails fox fruit yet. But that didn't stop him from speaking out first. What gift? Jun's previous emotions were swept away, and his face changed instantly. He approached Bai Luo with bright eyes, and asked expectantly. Sure enough, no woman can hold back a gift from someone she likes. Seeing Jhin came interested, and got closer and closer to him. Bai Luo had nowhere to go. Jhin has no idea how attractive he is. Still approaching Bai Luo constantly. How can Bai Luo hold back? Give you the first gift first. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he directly used the purification power of the angel fruit to purify Jun's body. It's just that this purification took Bai Luo a whole morning. Originally, with the improvement of Bai Luo's strength and ability, those who exerted their abilities with all their strength could be purified. But Bai Luo didn't want to purify so quickly this time. Just take it slow. During the moment when Jhin became a believer of Bai Luo, in the eyes of Jhin, Bai Luo's instantaneous charm exploded, making her heart beat faster and directly reaching an unprecedented height. After the purification was completed, Jhin completely became Bai Luo's person. Is this the gift you were talking about? This time, Jhin may be due to lack of strength, and after resting for a while before recovering, he rolled his eyes and blamed. Ahem. Sister Yuan, experience it for yourself. Is your body relaxed and more comfortable? It's completely different from before. This is the first gift I give you. It is the purification power of my angel fruit, which can make people's bodies perfect and enhance their natural potential. Bai Luo guided Jhin to experience the purified body, and explained the powerful effect of purification. It seems to be really different. It seems that I have taken off all the burdens, and my body is more relaxed than ever. Jhin sensed her body a little bit, and it changed a lot, and she easily discovered the changes in herself. Exactly the same as what Bai Luo said. Can it really improve my talent? Jhin already feels her body has gotten better, but she's not sure if her talents have really improved. This is very important to her. With the rapid improvement of Bai Luo's strength, although she is very happy. After all, Bai Luo's enemy is Marie-Joyce. The faster his strength improves, the more he will be able to protect himself. But she was also worried that she would not be able to keep up with Bai Luo's improvement in strength. The bigger the gap, the farther she feels from Bai Luo, and she doesn't want to experience this feeling of worrying about gains and losses. She went out to perform the task this time to desperately improve her strength, hoping to catch up with Bai Luo's improvement. But the more she learned from Sister He, the more she knew how powerful Bai Luo was. Even the Golden Lion was defeated by Bai Luo. This made her clearly know that with her own efforts, it was impossible to catch up with Bai Luo. If things go on like this, the gap between her and Bai Luo will become wider and wider. To be strong, she doesn't want to be a useless burden. So she is really looking forward to the improvement of her talent. In this way, she might not be used further and further away by Bai Luo. You can always be by Bai Luo's side. If her talents really improve, then this is the boon and gift she has been dreaming of. Ask for her flowers. Facing Jhin's expectant and worried eyes, Bai Luo nodded with certainty, giving Jhin more confidence. Of course it is true. Sister Jhin, your talent is not weak at all. You are only one step away from the level of monsters. After being promoted, you have already entered the level of monsters. Even in the level of monsters, you are at the top. Exist. Great. Thank you, Xiao Luo. Jhin was really happy to get Bai Luo's affirmation. With her monster talent, she should be able to keep up with Bai Luo. This made Jhin regain his confidence. And this powerful talent she dreamed of was given to her by her favorite person. This made the love in her heart reach its peak. Sister Jhin, as long as she likes this gift, it's not in vain for my hard work. Bai Luo sighed and said pretendingly while holding his waist. But looking at his demeanor, he didn't feel any tiredness. Obviously lying again. But Jhin, whose eyes are full of Bai Luo now, would not doubt Bai Luo's words. While massaging Bai Luo, she said enthusiastically and boldly. You don't move, take a good rest, let me do it. It was like this until the afternoon. After Robin and Khalifa knocked on the door, Bai Luo didn't go out. It turned out that they saw that Bai Luo hadn't eaten in the morning and noon, and they were afraid that Bai Luo would be hungry. Hey? Bai Luo big brother, who is this? Khalifa asked very puzzled after discovering Jhin. Call me sister. Jhin said forcefully with his hands on his hips. The tall figure is very oppressive in front of the smaller Robin and Orovia. Jhin, don't scare them. Jhin was better in front of him, but he was a bit strong in front of others, Bai Luo reminded aloud. Okay. I'm your older sister. I'm also Bai Luo's woman. This time Jhin squatted down, her tone much softer. Then Bai Luo brought Jhin to the table with Robin and Khalifa, and Rouge and Orovia were still sitting on the table. In this way, apart from Bai Luo, a man at the table, the other 5 are all women. There's only one left, and we're all here. Bai Luo didn't forget Jhin's adjutant, Alice, who was also his first woman. Chapter 150. As for the other woman, his maid Stella was still in the kitchen. The 5 women in front of him plus Stella in the kitchen make a total of 6 women. Besides, Bai Luo thought of his first woman, Alice. No one can be left behind. Bai Luo is not a heartless person. He is very possessive when it comes to women. As long as you become his woman, don't even think about leaving him. Soon, Stella was seated. This time, 6 people gathered together, and one of them was missing, which made him feel a little pity. At the same time, he is also very much looking forward to the next time when everyone is together in the same room. If the difficulty is too high, you can start with eating together. Anyway, every time he harvests believers, his lifespan will increase. With more and more lifespans, the last thing he lacks is time. He can wait until that day comes. 613. Bai Luo introduced Jhin to everyone who didn't know her. Although Jhin is very strong, she also knows that it is better to be more harmonious in front of so many women, and not to lose points too much. So the 2 sides got to know each other very smoothly and got along very well. This scene made Bai Luo feel very relieved. By the way, Miss Jhin, Alice should be back too. Is she free today? After Bai Luo finished dealing with the matter in front of him, he began to care about Alice's problem. Jhin didn't expect Bai Luo to start caring about other women before his bench was warmed up, and he still asked her. This made Jhin very uncomfortable. You just called her baby sister in the morning, and you miss other women in the afternoon? But there was nothing she could do. After all, Bai Luo had just given her the best gift, and there were so many other women present, she couldn't be too stingy. Jhin took a deep breath and responded to Bai Luo with a stiff smile. Don't worry. Little Alice is busy today, so she should be free tonight. Would you like me to ask her out for you? No need, Miss Jhin. Let's talk about Alice's affairs after she finishes her work. Let's eat first. Faced with Jhin's half-smiley expression, Bai Luo didn't dare to continue to provoke Jhin. Fortunately, he gave Jhin a gift that she was very satisfied with in advance, which made Sister Jhin very happy, so she didn't get angry. He still decided not to bother Sister Xiwen, and went to find Alice by himself later. Jhin didn't want to say anything, and started to eat. After a few mouthfuls of Jhin, I lost my appetite. It's not that she can't think of anything. She is not so stingy yet. She is really full. After all, Bai Luo gave her a lot of energy when she purified. She is not hungry at all. Robin noticed that Jhin put down his chopsticks after taking a few mouthfuls of her cooking, and obviously lost his appetite. This made Robin feel very strange. Her cooking skills have been recognized by Bai Luo and Rouge, and she tastes good. It won't take a few bites to make people lose their appetite. Is it because she didn't put in the seasoning? But she also ate that dish just now, and she felt that there was nothing wrong with it. So what is the problem? Robin didn't know what the problem was, so he took the initiative to ask Jhin, who had put down his chopsticks and was sitting there rubbing his belly. Sister Jhin, is this dish not to your liking? Faced with little Robin's question, Jhin froze for a moment. She didn't expect this little girl to be caring, and then asked with a smile. You made this dish? Seeing Robin nodding, Jhin continued. No, this dish tastes very good, I like it very much. It's just that I'm full, eat. Jhin is telling the truth, she is really full now. Ugh. You're full after a few bites? Didn't Sister Jhin not eat in the morning and at noon? Robin tilted his head and asked, very puzzled. Faced with Robin's unabashed question, Jhin didn't know how to explain it. After all, it was not a topic that could be explained to children. She could only bite the bullet and explain lightly, there is food in Bai Luo's room, and I eat inside. Don't worry, I'm really full. I see, but Sister Jhin, you should eat less snacks, otherwise it will easily spoil your stomach. Robin said, something concerned. Khalifa beside him nodded approvingly. The two little girls seldom eat those snacks, and Bai Luo doesn't let them eat more, which will affect their physical development. Facing Robin's belief that it was true, Bai Luo didn't know what to say, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear anything, and ate with his head down. There are no snacks in his room, even if they are called snacks by Jhin, they are not something he can eat. Also looking weird are Rouge and Aurovia. Robin is still young and doesn't understand these things. But they know what it means to be full. They've all been there before. It's just that they couldn't explain anything. After all, even if they explained to Robin in private, Robin probably wouldn't understand. It is also possible to misunderstand something, and it is not good to really treat it as a snack. So it's better to let nature take its course. Anyway, when you grow up, you will understand everything. Stella hadn't experienced these either, so she didn't suspect anything. They just kept adding food to Bai Luo. Bai Luo ate his food in boredom. The faster Bai Luo ate, the faster Stella ate. Facing Bai Luo's resentful eyes at the end, Stella smiled happily. She thought Bai Luo was finally full too. In the evening, after Bai Luo's persuasion, both Jhin and Alice moved their residences to his house. This hotel is very good in all aspects, and there are many rooms. After renovation, it is completely enough to accommodate more than 10 people. So it is more than enough for Jhin and Alice to stay. At the same time, tonight was the first time Anne had dinner together. Same as when introducing Jhin in the afternoon, Bai Luo also introduced Alice to those who don't know her. Alice's 1.3 character is not as strong as Jhin. It is natural to integrate into the group. After dinner, Bai Luo arranged the room. Meanwhile, he privately made a schedule. What day of the week, whose room to go to. The arrangement is clear. The moment the form was ready, Bai Luo realized that he was really a genius. You can manage your time so well. Proper time management master. No, it's better to add Misolib. After all, he's mine. Then Bai Luo thought that he would meet Misolib soon, so he squeezed out some time in the future and added Misolib's name. There should be nothing missing now. Chapter 151. Bai Luo didn't go to work, and the work was done by Jhin or Rouge in turn. He continued to fish for a few more days. After a few days of getting along, the girls have gotten used to living together. After everyone has been purified by his purification power, due to the enhancement of talent, all aspects have improved a lot. Everything is going well. During the period, Rouge Vice Admiral visited him once. Due to the popularity of the Leaf of Healing in the upper echelons of naval headquarters, the Rouge Vice Admiral also got the Leaf of Healing. After a simple test, Drago already understood the power of the healing leaf. Although Marine has not announced the source of the healing leaf, Drago thought of Bai Luo immediately. After all, the Yi fruit that Bai Luo obtained was obtained from him. At first, he wondered why Bai Luo, a phantom beast-capable user, would need such a weak devil fruit. Now thinking about it with the leaf of healing, he understood. Bai Luo must have used the ability of his own angel fruit and the ability of Ye fruit to make such a great 19 item as the healing leaf. That's right, in the eyes of Drago, the leaf of healing is great. If he can get the help of a lot of healing leaves, then the difficulty of realizing the goal in his heart will be greatly reduced. So he wanted to get the leaf of healing very much. So he visited Bai Luo. It's a pity that Bai Luo had already seen Drago's intentions. Bai Luo refused without thinking. The leaf of healing is what he uses to gain marine reputation. Before that, he will not let the leaf of healing leak out on a large scale. He will not consider cooperating with other forces until Marine popularizes leaf of healing and announces his achievements, making him Marine's new hero. Then spread the healing leaves to the entire sea and harvest the wealth of the world. After the income is stabilized, Marine's finances can be freed from Marie Joy rule. Prepare for him to take over the entire Marine. All of this was planned by him, and if there were no accidents, he would not easily violate it. So Bai Luo directly rejected the idea of Drago wanting his support. But he didn't completely miss out on Durag. Later he gave Drago a vague answer. Let Durag come to him later. In the end, Drago said that he would have the opportunity to take him to his hometown, Goa Kingdom, to have a look and enjoy the local scenery. Bai Luo understood what Drago meant at that time, and wanted him to take a look at the serious corruption problem in his hometown, Goa Kingdom. I want to win his sympathy and make him change his mind on the issue of the healing leaf. Bai Luo did not respond at the time. Drago could only leave with a serious face, waiting for the next opportunity. www. Except for Drago, no other outsiders have come to him in the past few days. At the same time, the news of his defeat of Golden Lion was also released to the whole world by Marine and other major newspapers. After a few days of fermentation, many big forces and big pirates knew about it. In New World, a huge pirate ship that basks in fishes is floating on the sea. A seagull with a newspaper hanging on its body flew over the ship, dropped a newspaper, and went to the next place non-stop. Seeing a newspaper falling from the sky, a young man with black hair caught it directly. It was Marco in his youth. At this time, Marco was just over 20 years old, and he hadn't dyed his hair to turn yellow. When he saw the news that the legendary pirate Golden Lion was defeated by the new Marine on the biggest page of the newspaper, Marco couldn't calm down anymore. Father! Something is wrong. Marco's exclamation was not too loud. Just scare the other drinking pirates into a cleverness. No wonder Marco was so surprised. After all, Golden Lion is a legendary pirate at the same level as his father. Although the Golden Lion's combat power is no longer at its peak, it is still not an existence that ordinary people can provoke. Such a big man has passed away, and was defeated by a Marine freshman, which made Marco shocked, but at the same time worried. He worries that his dad will be Marine's next target. Although he believed in the great strength of his father, after all, his father was not alone, and he had to protect their group of useless sons. Marco, what's going on? Shouting and scaring us. The other pirates were also very curious about what could cause Marco to lose his composure. Ha la 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 la. Whitebeard's heroic laughter came, making all the pirates look at Daddy. Marco, is there any interesting news in the newspaper? Whitebeard was also curious about the content in the newspaper, whether there was any interesting thing happening at sea. This. Daddy, it's Golden Lion, he was defeated by a Marine freshman. Marco quickly told Dad the main information in the newspaper. What? How can that be? When did this happen? Whitebeard didn't say anything yet, and the pirates around were not calm after hearing the news. Drunk people are directly shocked to sober. Some pirates with low rewards were so frightened that they couldn't help but retreat from the 430 master. In the eyes of these people, Golden Lion is a character on the same level as Dad. Even the Golden Lion has been defeated, so what about their daddy? Will it be targeted by Marine? Can it be spared? Many pirates who had just joined the Whitebeard pirates became worried. Not only these pirates, but even Whitebeard's expression became serious. Golden Lion Shiki. Wasn't that guy caught and thrown into prison by Garp and Sengoku? But no matter what, it's really shameful to be defeated by a Marine freshman. Shiki. Ha la 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 la. Whitebeard's serious expression dissipated in an instant, and then he took a swig from the big wine bottle in his hand, and laughed boldly again. He didn't care about the death of the Golden Lion. Partly because of the mediocre relationship between Whitebeard and Shiki. Another convenience is that he is confident in his own strength and doesn't worry about his own safety at all. Still, Whitebeard became interested in a freshman Marine who could beat the Golden Lion. What's the name of this Marine? The newspaper said that the strongest freshman in the Marine 800 years, the rank of Rear Admiral, the code name is. Chapter 152. Father, this Marine's name is Bai Luo. He's a phantom beast with the ability to possess the angel fruit, and his code name is Bai Feng. Marco reported the important information about Bai Luo in the newspaper to Whitebeard. Bai Luo. Another amazing newcomer in Marine. But it doesn't matter, I still have your sons, I believe you will not be worse than that Bai Luo. Whitebeard has a high opinion of Bai Luo, but he still believes that his sons are no worse than Bai Luo. His sons are his most cherished family and are the best in his heart. Don't worry, Dad. I'm also a phantom beast fruit capable user, I will definitely not lose to this Marine. Marco is a person with the ability to form a phoenix of the bird fruit phantom beast. Like Bai Luo, they are both phantom beast demon fruit power. With the same starting point, Marco is also confident that he will not lose to a Marine. Ha la 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 la. Don't be too serious, Marco. I'm still young, Daddy. Whitebeard looked at Marco's serious look, and said with a loud laugh. Whitebeard just praised his sons, not really comparing them to that Bai Luo, but to express that they are all his own family. In his heart, family is the most important, strength is not important. Anyway, he has great strength. Possesses the power to destroy the world. Enough to protect his family. So Whitebeard didn't ask Marco how strong they should be. From the beginning to the end, there is only one thing Whitebeard wants, and that is to have a family and a group of family members. New World Wano Kuni. Although it is a closed country, it does not affect some people inside to understand the information of the outside world. Kaido, who was in Wano Kuni at this time, also saw the information about Bai Luo. Regarding Bai Luo defeating his former vice-captain Golden Lion, Kaido's first reaction was that the news in this newspaper was another false information. As an intern on the Rocks Pirates, he clearly knows the power of the Golden Lion. How could he be defeated by a Marine rookie? If a newcomer in Marine can be this powerful, then Marine will not only be the overlord of the sea, but also directly dominate the world. He doesn't need to be a pirate anymore, he can just be a Marine. Maybe you can get an admiral position as well. For the news in the newspaper, Kaido remains skeptical. However, among these news, there are still some news that caught Kaido's attention. Kaido, who has always wanted to form an army of Zoan ability users, is very interested in Zoan's devil fruit. And Bai Luo is the Phantom Beast demon fruit power in Zoan. Phantom Beast angel fruit. It's another powerful devil fruit, but unfortunately it's not mine. Although Kaido is very greedy for Bai Luo's devil fruit. But no way. It has been eaten by others, so it is very unlikely for him to get it again. Fortunately, I have recently obtained another Phantom Beast, the dog fruit Phantom Beast Big Mouth True God form. After untold hardships, Kaido finally obtained the second devil fruit besides his own dragon fruit. This made him think much less about angel fruit. It's just that my stupid son Yamato is not fit to eat this devil fruit yet. Kaido then thought of his son Yamato again. He raised his daughter Yamato as his son, so that Yamato can become the general of Wano Kuni in the future. Wano Kuni's generals are an important part of controlling Pluton. And to change the world, he must borrow the power of ancient weapon Pluton. This is also one of the important reasons why Kaido will come to Wano Kuni to develop Beast's pirates. Sadly, his son Yamato is currently making him very unhappy. Master Kaido. I feel familiar with this marine. At this moment, Belle, who was staying next to Kaido, that is, Jhin, also saw the long-distance photo of Bai Luo's side profile taken in the newspaper. This made Jhin feel a little familiar at first glance. Seems like I've seen this guy somewhere before. Hey? You will feel familiar. Could it be that this marine belongs to the Lunaria clan like you? Kaido took a sip of his wine and said casually. It's been a long time since Jhin followed him out of Punk Hazard. During this time, Jhin has been by his side, his right-hand man. If Jhin was the Bai Luo he had met during this time, he would know it too. But it was the first time he met Bai Luo. That is to say, Jhin had met Bai Luo before following him, even before being caught in Punk Hazard's experiments. This gave Kaido a different idea. Being able to meet someone like Jhin who is wanted by Marie Joyce shows that Bai Luo's life experience may not be simple. This, Master Kaido. Before following you, I did meet another member of the Lunaria family, and it was somewhat similar to the one in the newspaper, but the difference was also very big, because the probability was not the same people. The key point is that although the wings of this marine are similar in style and size to the wings of our Lunaria clan, they are completely different in color. The wings of this marine are all white, so it cannot be a member of the Lunaria clan. Jhin tried his best to recall the scene when he met Bai Luo before. But it's been a while, and he can only feel a little similar, and he can't remember some other specific details. But this is not important to Jhin. Because Jhin has already ruled out the possibility of being from the Lunaria clan based on Marine's wings in the photo. Oh? The wings are similar in size? Kaido asked in surprise. Unlike Jhin's certainty, Kaido became suspicious at this time. Originally, Guy didn't care much about the white wings behind Bai Luo. After all, this may be the human beast form that appears when the angel fruit ability is activated. Just like when he uses the human beast form of the green dragon fruit, he will show the characteristics of the green dragon such as horns. But now after Yin's reminder, he suddenly felt that things would not be so simple. After all, there is no such thing as a coincidence. Maybe this marine is relying on this disguise to conceal her Lunaria clan identity. Forget it, it's more important to deal with Odin now, let's talk about other things later. Thinking of this, Kaido is not sure about Bai Luo's true identity. After all, even Kaido didn't quite believe the news that Bai Luo defeated Golden Lion. Everything is in a state of doubt. Just have to wait until later to test it out. His main target now is Kojiki Odin. Chapter 153. Where is Kojiki Odin now? Nothing unexpected happened. Kaido tossed aside the little newspaper in his hand and turned to his biggest rival, Kojiki Odin. The strength of Kojiki Odin made Kaido have to be careful. After traveling with Whitebeard and Roger for several years, Kojiki Odin is several times stronger than before going to sea. Has reached its peak. It also has the title of Invincible in the world. Moreover, Kojiki Odin, as a swordsman, has a super attack power, which is relatively restrained by Kaido's powerful physical body. This made Kaido very afraid of Odin's strength. Additionally, Odin has a loyal and powerful samurai following in Wano Kuni. And Kaido's power is still developing. Kaido's own strength has not reached its peak state. Regardless of personal strength or power, Kojiki Odin is much stronger than Kaido. So Kaido can only use tricks to deal with Kojiki Odin. What Kaido didn't expect was that his plan succeeded very smoothly. Kojiki Odin got hooked up like an idiot, and has been dancing naked on the street for several years since then. Kaido was given several years to develop his power and increase his power. Currently Kaido's beasts pirates are very powerful, with Yin and Qin having 693 boards. And Kaido's own strength has also improved a lot. It is estimated that in less than 2 years, the green dragon fruit will be awakened. At that time, Kaido will have a chance to defeat Odin head-on. Although it is not far away from the fruit awakening, but don't be sloppy. Kaido will not allow any surprises until he attains the strength to defeat Odin. Kaido-sama, Kojiki Odin is dancing in the street as before. Yin has been sending people to keep an eye on Kojiki Odin. Even though Kojiki Odin has been watching dance for a few years now, he doesn't take it lightly. Really? That's good. Are the people around Wano Kuni mocking him? After Kaido saw that Kojiki Odin had no problem, he asked Yin about the attitude of other people in Wano Kuni. Most of the ordinary people in Wano Kuni have been disappointed with Kojiki Odin, but some samurai are still very loyal to Kojiki Odin. Those samurai don't care about them, as long as ordinary people don't trust Kojiki Odin anymore. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Kaido, Bjek, was a little afraid of Wanakuni's spirit of unity to the outside world, but now all of these have been destroyed by the silly Kojiki Odin. Kojiki Odin has lost the popularity of Wano Kuni. In this way, after he defeats Kojiki Odin in the future, there will be a lot of resistance and it will be easier to take over Wano Kuni. It's all thanks to Kaido-sama. Yin has been with Kaido ever since he was rescued from Punk Hazard by Kaido. He clearly saw Kaido's progress. Whether it is one's own strength or influence, the promotion is very important. This made Yin trust Kaido even more. He believes that Kaido can be the one to change the world. Change this ridiculous world. Red Line, Holy Land Marie Joyce. The 5 elders got together and discussed something important. At this moment, an old man with a white beard and his hands in his pockets said. Another powerful newcomer appeared in Marine, and he defeated the Golden Lion, who was full of sabotage. Words of his defeat of the Golden Lion have now spread throughout the New World. Oh? The Marine rookie who can defeat the Golden Lion. What is the origin? According to Marine, this Marine has just become Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. I was an orphan since I was a child, and was adopted by the Marine Staff Officer Crane. Later, I got the angel fruit of the Phantom Beast, and then joined the Marine a few months ago. Marine's own people? No wonder there is such a publicity campaign. It can't be said that, whether Marine is promoting this Marine or not, there is no harm to us. That's right. The New World is very chaotic now. Except for Whitebeard, who is relatively honest, many other big and famous pirates are frantically annexing each other. The countries that joined the New World are complaining about being attacked by pirates. Because the pirates are getting more and more rampant, and there are more and more pirates, we in Marine cannot provide timely and effective protection for these franchise countries. Many franchise countries are very dissatisfied with this, and they are unwilling to hand over the gold in the sky. This is not going to work. Fortunately, this time Marine released the news that Golden Lion was defeated by Marine. At least some of the big pirates can restrain themselves. This way there will be less complaints from these franchise countries. In the final analysis, it was Roger, the BD, who started the era of great pirates, breaking the balance of this world and making it even more chaotic. What women don't have? First of all, pirates cannot be completely eliminated. Without the threat of pirates, those countries will no longer obediently give us money from the sky. If these countries were not located on isolated islands one by one, which is inconvenient to manage and costly, we would have controlled these countries long ago. If pirates cannot be eliminated, then a balance is needed. It can't be too chaotic, otherwise uncontrollable things will easily happen. For example, by default, the most powerful pirates become the emperors of the sea, so that with these few big pirates in charge, at least the sea will not be too chaotic. We only need to keep an eye on these few big pirates, and let the rest of the pirates be suppressed by these big pirates. In this case, will the power of these big pirates grow bigger and bigger? It doesn't matter even if it develops into a country. What we need is balance. Nothing else matters. And we can look for some powerful pirates who have no fighting spirit after defeat, or pirates who don't have much combativeness themselves, and give these pirates the ability to plunder legally, on the condition that they obey our orders. This is equivalent to pulling these powerful pirates into our camp, weakening part of the pirates' power in a disguised form, and resisting those sea emperors for us at critical times. Is this plan feasible? It must be obedient, but also have strong strength and courage to fight against the future emperor of the sea. Can such a pirate be successfully recruited by us? So our main targets are those powerful pirates who are defeated or who don't have much fighting spirit. As for whether it will work or not, you will only know if you try it. Then how do you explain to Marine? Pirates rob legally, I'm afraid Marine won't agree to it. Chapter 154. I believe Marshal Sora and Sengoku are smart people. Since the era of great pirates, the development momentum of pirates has been unstoppable, and Marine alone cannot cope with it. This matter still needs to be considered in the long term. After all, it has not yet reached that point. Now Marine can barely deal with it. Secondly, it's still too early to discuss these things. Now most of the pirates are desperately fighting each other for the so-called treasure claimed by Roger. The overall strength of the pirates has been in a state of internal fighting and constant internal friction. As for more and more newborn pirates, they haven't grown up yet, and they won't be successful in a short time. We'll discuss this issue later. By the way, the man who built the ship for Roger was supposed to be sentenced to death, but he proposed the idea of the sea train, and his trial was postponed. Is that Murloc Tom? He should have the design blueprint of Pluton in his hand. After the sea train is completed, find a way to get the blueprint back. The 5 most powerful people in the world on the surface, 5 elders, in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, express their own opinions and views on some important or influential things happening around the world. It has been nearly a week since Bai Luo returned to naval headquarters. It was the time he had agreed with Rayleigh. Bai Luo planned to go alone this time. After all, this time is to fight. We'll be back in a few days at most. No need to take everyone with you. If the battle is too fierce, causing a tsunami nearby, or other aftermath of the battle, it is easy to accidentally injure nearby people. Rouge and the others also agreed with Bai Luo's idea. But since he came back, he has stayed with Bai Luo, but Jhin, who hasn't stayed enough, is not happy anymore. On the one hand, she is quite confident in her own strength. Although it can't help Bai Luo. But at least he won't be accidentally injured by the aftermath. It will not cause trouble for Bai Luo. On the other hand, after she was purified by Bai Luo, she didn't want to be separated from Bai Luo more and more. In fact, other women do not want to be separated from Bai Luo. But none of them have the strength to protect themselves in the aftermath of the battle of the top powerhouses. Therefore, those who have self-knowledge will not cause trouble for Bai Luo. And Jhin has the ability to protect himself, so Jhin wants to go with Bai Luo. Bai Luo thought for a while and agreed. Jhin's swordsmanship has already reached the peak of Jianhao, and the corresponding body and haki are also very strong. At least self-preservation is more than enough. Just let Jhin also observe, maybe he can learn something from Rayleigh's swordsmanship. After everything was ready, Bai Luo took leave and set off alone with Jhin. This time, Bai Luo didn't take the boat because he was in a hurry. Instead, he took the record pointer and Jhin directly and went into battle lightly. At the same time, Bai Luo made Jhin, who cannot fly long distances, experience the feeling of flying. On an uninhabited island not far from the Devil's Triangle Sea area, a stream of light flashed across the sky in an instant, and finally got over the island. Bai Luo compared the shape of the island. That's right, it was the island he and Rayleigh agreed upon. There was less than an hour left before the appointed time, and he wondered if Rayleigh was here. Exercising observation haki, the small island is only a few kilometers in diameter, and it will soon be covered by all his knowledge. Already here. Bai Luo soon spotted Rayleigh, drinking in the open space on the island. It looks like it has been waiting for a long time. Bai Luo flew directly to Rayleigh. Rayleigh also quickly found Bai Luo, and watched Bai Luo descending beside him with a smile. Rayleigh glanced at the tall woman in Bai Luo's arms, and then turned his attention to Bai Luo. Bai Luo Rear Admiral, no, it should be Bai Feng Rear Admiral. I haven't seen you for a few days, and there is another big beauty beside me. I'm really envious. Rayleigh saw the woman in Bai Luo's arms and said enviously. When he met Bai Luo in the Sabayati archipelago before, although he didn't see the women around Bai Luo at that time with his own eyes. But when Bai Luo first set sail on the boat, he used his knowledge to observe Bai Luo for a short time, and got to know the women around Bai Luo. What Rayleigh didn't expect was that this time he slipped in and brought a new beauty. Obviously they came to fight with him, but they did this. Those who didn't know thought they were taking a woman on vacation. It's really enviable to death. And Rayleigh found that the woman Bai Luo brought was at least 2 meters tall, much taller than both Bai Luo and him. Ask for her flowers. It seems that Bai Luo likes this type. Is it just that it doesn't match? Then Rayleigh saw the wings behind Bai Luo, and thought that Bai Luo was a phantom beast fruit capable person. Oh. That's all right. Phantom beasts can change form, and it is easy to change height and shape. Even a woman with a height of 10 meters can fit perfectly if she wants to. Rayleigh, what do you call me? Bai Feng. Bai Luo didn't care what Rayleigh thought at all, but when Rayleigh greeted him just now, he called him Bai Feng Rear Admiral, which made him feel strange. When did you have such a title? How could he not know? Oh? Bai Luo Rear Admiral doesn't even know? Look at this. 0. Rayleigh was also a little surprised, but he happened to have a newspaper in his hand and threw it to Bai Luo casually. Bai Luo suddenly realized when he saw the content in the newspaper. It was the news of his defeat of the Golden Lion. He hasn't been out much these days, just playing. Plus he already knew Marine was going to announce that he had defeated the Golden Lion. So he didn't care about this newspaper. But it's fine to report this. Why did he fabricate a title out of thin air? Without his consent. Although the titles are taken by others, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not, but no matter how you say it, you have to tell yourself first. Bai Feng? Although it doesn't match well with angels, it's okay. At least it's much better than chickens, dogs, and monkeys. Fortunately, the title Bai Luo feels okay. He also reluctantly accepted. Are you Pluton Rayleigh? Different from Bai Luo's focus, Jhin asked in shock after seeing Rayleigh's appearance clearly. She has never been clear which master Bai Luo is going to compete with. She had guessed many people, but she just didn't expect her opponent to be the deputy of One Piece. Pluton Rayleigh. This had to shock her. After all, Roger, the captain of Pluton Rayleigh, had just been executed by Marine for 2 years, and Bai Luo and her identity were Marine, so Rayleigh didn't overreact. It's fine if you don't respond, and you're kind enough to be Bai Luo's partner? Was Rayleigh kicked in the head by a donkey? Chapter 155. If Roger knew that Rayleigh was talking and laughing with Marine not long after he died, he would probably crawl out of the coffin in anger. As if seeing something wrong with Jhin's eyes, Rayleigh responded helplessly. I'm Rayleigh, yes, but I'm no longer that Pluton, I'm just an ordinary coder now. Rayleigh didn't explain too much. Can't tell what Bai Luo did in the auction house? Even if the key point is said, others will only think that he, the pirate, did it, that he blamed Bai Luo, the Marine. So it's useless to explain anything. It will only get darker and darker. This made Rayleigh feel for the first time that being a pirate wasn't all that great either. At the very least, many people don't believe what he said in this capacity. Unable to wash away their own misunderstandings. Right now, he just wants to finish his discussion with Bai Luo, so that Bai Luo can September 10 shut up his mouth and stop preaching about the auction house. Otherwise, if Shuki finds out, he will really be kicked out of the house and become a homeless man. Oh? I see. You want Bai Luo to help you clear your identity as a pirate and become a film coder so that you can retire and spend your old age smoothly. So you are asking Bai Luo to help you cover as a marine on the condition that you help Bai Luo improve his strength. Jhin heard that Rayleigh claimed to be a coder, and then contacted Bai Luo and Rayleigh's purpose, and came to this conclusion that she thought was correct. Rayleigh. Rayleigh could only give an awkward but polite smile. In fact, Jhin is right in understanding this way. Anyway, Rayleigh was going to spend the rest of his life with Shuki. There is no harm in making friends with marines such as Bai Luo. Sister Jhin, it's almost time. Are you waiting here, or are you going to enter the interior of the Devil's Triangle with us? Bai Luo saw that the time was almost up, so in order not to embarrass Rayleigh, he took the initiative to reveal Jin's guess. Of course I want to go with you, don't worry, I won't disturb you. Jhin has long decided to learn and observe at close range, and of course it is impossible to get cold feet. Even if the opponent is Rayleigh, it can't change her decision. On the contrary, because the other party is Rayleigh, she has to monitor the other party carefully to prevent Rayleigh from playing tricks during the discussion. Even if Rayleigh and Bai Luo had already made an agreement, Jhin would not fully trust Rayleigh. She is very wary of the pirate Rayleigh. Bai Luo took Jhin to the terrible Triangle Sea. And Rayleigh can't fly at high altitude for a long time, so he can only rely on swimming. Not long after entering the Devil's Triangle waters, there were damaged sailboats floating near them. Combined with the fog in the sea area of the Devil's Triangle, it is indeed a bit scary. However, Bai Luo and Rayleigh did not pay attention to these terrifying atmospheres. At this moment, even Jhin, who was a little apprehensive in his heart, couldn't care less about being afraid, and could only choose to stay on a fairly complete ghost ship, preparing to see Bai Luo's true strength. Mr. Rayleigh, don't keep your hands. Bai Luo was ready. Don't worry, my hands are itchy too. Rayleigh had absolutely no intention of letting go. After he learned that Bai Luo won the Golden Lion, he knew that Bai Luo's strength should not be underestimated. And Bai Luo is a phantom beast capable user, his physical body must be very strong, and his recovery power is beyond the charts. Can withstand his attack completely. It happened that he also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Bai Luo a lesson, to let Bai Luo know that honest people are not so easy to bully. This thought made him even less waterproof. So much the better. As soon as the words fell, Bai Luo took the initiative to strike. Clench your fists as hard as you can. The powerful armament haki flows to the fist, and the flowing armament haki greatly strengthens the power of the fist. The fist continues to be covered with disciplinary flames, further strengthening the fist's killing history. The white flames burning on the wings became smaller, and the strength and speed of the body further increased. Physical strength, haki, fruit ability, racial talent. With the blessing of various attributes, Bai Luo moved. The body floating in the low air shot towards Rayleigh like a streamer. The sea surface under his feet was directly crushed by the air. Then as Bai Luo moved quickly, the sea water below him was also divided by the powerful airflow. The nearby sea was thrown up by Bai Luo with huge waves. Jhin, which is far away, can feel the violent shaking of the damaged sailboat under his feet. Bai Luo didn't dare to be careless in the face of Rayleigh, and directly launched his full strength with this blow. Rayleigh was standing on the damaged plank at this time. Despite the turbulent waves around him, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Rayleigh stood firmly on the wooden plank. The control of his body with this hand alone was far behind Bai Luo. Facing Bai Luo's shot, Rayleigh did not evade. He also wanted to try Bai Luo's strength, to what extent it could reach. It is convenient for him to calculate what level of strength he will use next. Earlier he said that it is right not to release the water, but you can't use your full strength as soon as you come up, right? No matter what he said, he was in his prime, and his strength was not weak among the top powerhouses. It is impossible to shoot with all your strength as soon as you come up. Rayleigh is still very confident in his own strength. Even in the face of Roger's full blow, if he was prepared, it would only hurt him a little bit. He didn't believe that Bai Luo's punch could be stronger than Roger's most powerful sword. But Rayleigh wasn't complacent either. Being able to defeat the injured Golden Lion shows that Bai Luo is not easy. Therefore, although he did not evade Bai Luo's punch, but he used defensive means. Crossed his hands on his chest, using the next day's armed color for protection. At this time, Bai Luo also found that Rayleigh had no intention of evading, and seemed to want to force his punch hard. With Rayleigh's knowledgeable attitude, it is possible to dodge his attack if he is prepared. Especially the forward swing of his attack is very long. It is impossible to hide. However, people in One Piece world seem to like to resist the opponent's attack. Rayleigh intends to do the same. This is exactly what Bai Luo planned. He originally wanted to try how much damage he could do to a top powerhouse at his peak with a full blow. 5.9. It just so happened that Rayleigh made it happen for him. Boom! Attack hit. Meanwhile, Bai Luo played Conqueror's Haki with all his strength. More or less can increase the momentum of the attack. Rayleigh smiled excitedly and activated the Conqueror's Haki as well. The moment Haki collided, black and red lightning exploded around the two. The surrounding fog was completely dispelled by the momentum of both sides. It didn't take long for Bai Luo's conquerors to be suppressed. But next moment, the planks crumbled beneath Rayleigh's feet. The sea sinks. In the end, because there was no support point, Rayleigh was punched into the sea by Bai Luo. The strength of the fist punched the sea out of a ravine 100 meters deep. And Rayleigh is still under the gully, nowhere to be seen. Chapter 156. Rayleigh was hit by Bai Luo's full strength and shot into the deep sea for 1,000 meters. Under the strong water resistance, the figure slowly stopped. The strong water pressure around him and the pain in his arms made Rayleigh really feel that all this is not a dream. This is true. He was beaten away by a junior. If it is on an island, there is no resistance from the sea. Maybe he could be sent flying from the east side of the island to the west side of the island. Of course, if he was on an island with a stable ground, he wouldn't be easily sent flying so far. It can only be said that he underestimated Bai Luo. Under the surging water, various undercurrents swept over Rayleigh's body. One can imagine the degree of danger around. This made Rayleigh subconsciously think of his own experience in the 10,000 meter deep sea near the Fishmen Island when his injuries were not healed. If he hadn't been lucky enough to be rescued by Murloc Zioba, his life would have been really dangerous in that deep sea. And the situation he is in now is somewhat similar to the original one. But the degree of danger is much weaker. To be precise, in this kind of sea area just 1,000 meters deep, even undercurrents are surging. 19 When he is in full condition, he can't pose a threat to him at all. The huge water pressure completely overwhelmed him, covering Haki's powerful body. At this depth, he can return to the sea in minutes. However, this does not mean that Bai Luo's punch is not powerful. It can be said that even in the face of the huge pressure of the deep sea, his body did not respond much. But only the arm that was attacked by Bai Luo, even under the defense of the mighty Haki, felt a dull pain. It's the most painful part of his body right now. The surrounding water pressure did not pose much threat to him. One can imagine how powerful Bai Luo's attack is. This blow is not much weaker than my full blow. It has reached the level of a top powerhouse's full blow. No wonder he was able to defeat the weak Golden Lion. Presumably the Golden Lion didn't have the stamina to activate the top Haki at that time, so it couldn't resist this level of attack head-on. If there is no top-level armament Haki for protection, my arms will definitely be broken. However, the top Haki is really exhausting. If Bai Luo has always had the physical strength to launch this level of attack, and I have been passively defending, I may not be able to last for a few days. Rayleigh sighed secretly. Haki, especially powerful haki, are very physically demanding. So even the top powerhouses only use powerful haki when fighting. Normally, I don't even bother to open my eyes. If it is a state of concentration, it also consumes energy. Simply do not open it. And Bai Luo, as a phantom beast ability user, doesn't have much else. Its strength and resilience are particularly strong. Although Rayleigh himself is also very strong, if he really wants to compare his physical strength and resilience with a Zoan powerhouse like Bai Luo, he may not be able to compare. If Bai Luo's phantom beast fruit awakens, then Rayleigh will be even more impossible to match. Rayleigh is also very self-aware. If he fights for a long time, he may not be able to defeat a batch of Bai Luo. So Rayleigh is not going to be passively beaten. Thinking of this, Rayleigh quickly rushed towards the sea. In this deep sea, although there is no threat to him, it requires him to spend a lot of energy every minute. Continuously launch haki to protect the whole body. This kind of consumption is unnecessary, he must return to the sea surface as soon as possible. At this time, Bai Luo was quietly floating on the sea above Rayleigh. Rayleigh was sent flying with all his might, and he wasn't surprised. After all, although his armament haki has not yet reached the top level, it has already stepped into the ranks of masters. Very powerful. Coupled with the blessing of his racial talent for strength and speed. This made the strength of his punch already reach the level of a top powerhouse. And this punch has been tested in actual combat. The original Golden Lion's skull was shattered by his punch. He knocked the rudder off the Golden Lion's head. Although Golden Lion had no extra physical strength to use powerful armed colors for protection. But no matter what, a powerhouse of Golden Lion's level is not so easy to defeat. If this punch didn't reach the level of a top powerhouse, then it wouldn't be possible to directly kill Golden Lion. After defeating the Golden Lion at that time, he also named this punch Bai Yan Po Lion Fist. Just to commemorate that scene. And today is the time to test the power of this punch again. Try it out with Rayleigh in his prime. Just right. Just when Bai Luo was waiting for Rayleigh to come out, Jhin, who chose a place, was not calm. Look what she saw. Oh! God! She wondered if it was the surrounding fog and chaos that made her dazzled. The legendary Pluton, the deputy of One Piece, the top powerhouse in the sea. To be beaten into the air by her underage brother? And it was just a punch. When she flew, she was never so fast. Is this Rayleigh a liar, a fake? No wonder Jhin thought so. Although she also knows how strong her brother is. But you can't knock away the top powerhouses in their peak period with one punch? If she really wants to be so powerful, then she'll be chasing after her, she will never be able to catch up with her younger brother's progress. And Rayleigh is not the kind of top-level powerhouse who is partial to science. In addition to not having the ability of Devil Fruit, Rayleigh is very powerful in physical skills, haki, and sword skills. It can be said that there is no clear shortcoming. How could such a strong man be beaten so embarrassingly? In other words, it can't really be a counterfeit. It's been tens of seconds, why is there still no movement? The other party won't die in the sea. Boom! Just when Jhin was worried that the other party would be beaten to death by his younger brother, a figure rushed out of the rough sea. It was Pluton Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh looked the same as before except for the constant dripping of hair and clothes. No damage can be seen. Come out, it looks like 390 didn't suffer much damage, it should be true. After Rayleigh rushed out of the sea, Jhin observed for the first time and found that the other party seemed to have no injuries. But Bai Luo's fist attack just now affected her even several kilometers away. The ghost ship creaked under her feet by now. Almost fell apart by the aftermath. If the surrounding fog hadn't been blown away, she wouldn't be able to see such a long distance clearly. One can imagine the power of Bai Luo's attack. Since the opponent can withstand such a powerful attack head-on without much injury, then the opponent should really be Rayleigh. Ahem. Sorry Mr. Rayleigh, I made you laugh. Attack power is my only shortcoming, so this level is already my strongest attack method. After seeing Rayleigh come out, Bai Luo couldn't see any injuries on his body. He knew it would be like this. How could Rayleigh, an old-fashioned top player, be injured by his attack power that just crossed the top threshold? Being able to fly the opponent already has a geographical advantage. He doesn't expect to be able to hurt someone as strong as Rayleigh. Really? Bai Luo Rear Admiral is really humble. Hearing Bai Luo's self-defeating words, Rayleigh not only didn't feel that Bai Luo was honest, but felt that the current Bai Luo was very underwhelming. He held back his trembling arms and just clenched his fists. If he hadn't brought the sword with him, I really want to give the modest Bai Luo a sword. Chapter 157. What does it mean that attack power is the only shortcoming? Look, is this a human language? His arm is still aching. Is this belittling yourself, or praising yourself? And also, the attack power of that punch has entered the level of a top powerhouse, okay? Can cause lethality to the top powerhouse. In this way, he even said that his attack power is his shortcoming. Simply inappropriate. If an attack of this strength is considered a short board, how powerful is it in other aspects? Rayleigh did not believe that Bai Luo's haki could be better than him. Judging from the extent of Bai Luo's haki just now, although it is very strong, it has not reached the top level. If you exclude haki, you are still so confident. In other words, Bai Luo is very confident in his fruit and body. This is also the advantage of Bai Luo that Rayleigh can think of. After all, it is a phantom beast ability user. The fruit is strong, the body should be strong. Bai Luo's punch just now obviously did not have the blessing of top haki, but it was able to reach the level of top attack power. It also illustrates this point. Bai Luo's attack has the blessing of fruit ability. Do you have a name for this punch? Rayleigh wondered what the hell was going on with the punch that cost him so much. Yes. It's called White Flame Breaking Lion Fist. Bai Luo nodded slowly. This punch was his final blow to defeat Golden Lion. To commemorate this fist, he named it Biancan. White Flame. Rayleigh looked at the white flame burning on the wings behind Bai Luo. The white flame should be the ability of Bai Luo's fruit. Actually Rayleigh was wrong. The flame behind Bai Luo is the product of the fusion of racial talent and angel fruit purification, and does not belong to the original fruit ability. The fused flame is similar to the healing light, and also has the ability to purify and heal wounds. Of course, the racial ability of the flame itself has also been preserved and improved. As for the full strength punch just now, the flames covering the fist are not only flames, but also his only half attack and half assist ability at present, the light of punishment. His angel fruit has only developed this kind of lethal auxiliary method so far. It is exactly the opposite ability to his healing light that can make people recover from injuries. According to the strength of the activated ability, the healing light can quickly or even instantly recover from injuries of different degrees. And the light of punishment is the ability that can inhibit the recovery of injuries. This is also the reason why a strong man like Rayleigh, despite not being seriously injured, has been shaking with pain in his arms. Retribution light inhibited Rayleigh's recovery. It can be said that with the blessing of the light of retribution, Bai Luo will be able to greatly limit the opponent's ability to recover from injuries with physical strength when he fights with Zoan ability users in the future. And Zoan ability users will be much easier to deal with without the advantage of pervert recovery power. This is an important means for him to deal with Kaido, a phantom beast capable person. Doesn't Kaido have high physical strength and pervert recovery? Directly every move covers the light of punishment, so that its recovery ability is limited. It is difficult to recover from the injury with physical strength. Even if you can use a lot of physical strength to recover from the injury, it will consume more physical strength than usual. However, after a long time and exhaustion of physical strength, whether it is the fruit ability or haki, it is difficult to exert its due strength. Greatly reduces enemy stamina. Although the light of punishment is very powerful, strictly speaking it is still an auxiliary ability, and its own lethality is actually not strong. It can be said that Bai Luo's angel fruit is really a pure auxiliary fruit. Almost no strong attack ability. So Bai Luo is very eager for thunder fruit, a devil fruit with powerful attack power. Otherwise, every time he fights, he can only fight the enemy with his fists. Of course, in addition to the powerful devil fruit, the attack power of swordsmanship is also very strong. But with the bloodline factor that can eat 2 devil fruits, he must give priority to developing and mastering the ability of 2 devil fruits. Now is not the time for him to learn swordsmanship. Learning swordsmanship now will delay the progress of other aspects of improvement. If you want to learn, you have to wait until his fruits are developed to awaken, haki is promoted to the top level, and his strength is temporarily raised to the bottleneck before learning. Learning after the strength has reached the bottleneck will not only not affect the improvement of other aspects, but also add more means of fighting against the enemy. The key is to use a sword to be more handsome. With his purified monster talent, this day will not be too long. This punch is the one you beat the golden lion. After seeing the powerful attack of this punch, Rayleigh expected that this was Bai Luo's method to defeat Golden Lion. Hearing the name of this punch from Bai Luo confirmed his thoughts even more. Lion breaking fist. Isn't it the punch that breaks the Golden Lion? However, although this move is powerful, it is not enough to defeat me. I'm not a passive defensive character. It's my turn to attack. After Rayleigh got the answer he wanted, he decided to take the initiative. It was not in his character to be beaten passively. Moreover, the recovery was slow, and the aching arm kept reminding him that Bai Luo's attack was not simple. He decided to make a quick decision. Come on! Show me what Pluton Rayleigh can do. Bai Luo became excited in the face of Rayleigh's active attack. Not because he's a masochist. It was because he wanted to test how strong his body was. Crack! He stomped on the board and shattered it, flying into the air. Rayleigh galloped at low altitude, just like Moonwalk who can fly into the sky in 6 forms. But Rayleigh's speed is significantly faster than the usual Moonwalk. Boom! Before Bai Luo could react, he was shot into the air by Rayleigh. The sea on Bai Luo's side was overturned by Rayleigh. Set off a wave of tens of meters. Depend on. Bai Luo stabilized his figure, his clothes were a little damaged. The strong muscles of the chest were exposed. He thought Rayleigh was going to blow him away with a punch like he did. He was ready to start defending. But what he didn't expect was that Rayleigh's punch came from a distance away from him. Make him unresponsive. The attack was blasted solidly. An armed colored air attack. The armed color used by Bai Luo to attack Rayleigh's punch before also carried out an air attack. But only a few centimeters apart. And Rayleigh was tens of meters away. Chapter 158. Rayleigh's unreasonable blow was beyond his expectations. Make him unresponsive. Although this strike is a bit far away, its power is not as powerful as that at close range. But even so, Bai Luo didn't have time to prepare. I suffered a small loss. Originally, if he had done a good job of protecting his clothes, he wouldn't be damaged. Now the clothes in front of his body turned into rags because he didn't have time to cover them with haki for protection. This is just a warning to you. Let you know the truth of surprise. Rayleigh looked at Bai Luo's messy appearance, stopped and said with a smile on his face. Rayleigh deserves to have the potential to be a teacher, so he started teaching on the spot. Been taught a lesson. Bai Luo humbly accepts Rayleigh's teaching. This is a boss who has experienced countless battles. Combat experience beat him by several blocks. Of course he has to study hard. Boom! Before Bai Luo finished speaking, Rayleigh's next attack came from above. This time Bai Luo was not fooled. He reacted in an instant, and his arms were ready for protection. Rayleigh's kick from top to bottom obviously wanted Bai Luo to be thrown into the deep sea like he did before. But Rayleigh's calculations failed this time. Although Bai Luo has no footholds under his feet, but he was born with the ability to fly. Flying in the sky is as easy as standing on land. The white flames on the wings behind him are getting smaller and smaller, and the speed and strength of his body are getting stronger and stronger. He struggled to resist Rayleigh's attack. Steady figure, did not fall into the sea. Good. Seeing that Bai Luo was not thrown into the sea by his unexpected attack, Rayleigh couldn't help but praise. What demon fruit power is most afraid of is getting into the sea with its whole body. To be precise, it's not just the sea. As long as it is water, it will affect ability users. Just like taking a bath, if more than half of your body is submerged in the pool water, it will make the capable person weak all over, without physical strength to activate any means. Of course, everyone is different, and it is possible to minimize this effect with special talents or special training. And as long as more than half of the body is not submerged in the water, the impact will not be great. As for the rain, it will not affect the demon fruit power. Because the rain will fall quickly, there will be no flooding effect. Rayleigh's attack was to let Bai Luo fall into the sea, so that Bai Luo could experience the weakness of ability users. Let Bai Luo know clearly that as long as he eats devil fruit, he will naturally give himself a fatal weakness of fear of water. No matter how powerful the devil fruit is, even if it is a rare phantom beast. This is also the reason why many strong people do not eat devil fruit. If you have a super talent and haven't encountered a devil fruit that is particularly strong Yamato, many strong people are unwilling to eat devil fruit. It will only add a huge weakness for no reason. In some cases, this weakness will even restrict the strong from exerting their own strength. Bai Luo has the potential of being a strong person, so Rayleigh wants Bai Luo to understand this weakness as soon as possible. But what Rayleigh didn't expect was that Bai Luo actually blocked his attack. Did not fall into the sea. This prevented Rayleigh from continuing to help Bai Luo experience his weaknesses. Since Bai Luo can withstand the unexpected attack of the top powerhouse, he will not let himself fall into the sea. With the ability to prevent. Then he didn't need to let Bai Luo experience this. Bai Luo didn't know what Rayleigh was thinking, otherwise he would definitely feel weird. Because the devil fruit he ate was purified, without the weakness of fearing the sea. There is no such thing as being weak after falling into the sea. After testing Bai Luo at the beginning, Rayleigh felt that it was almost done, and began to fight formally. Bai Luo resisted with all his strength. Every time Rayleigh's attack went straight to the inside of Bai Luo's body. This is advanced armor color emission. Bai Luo instantly knew that this was a more advanced armament haki. It is the armed internal destruction that he has not yet mastered. It's explained in the haki manual Crane gave him. Emission allows the free flow of armed colors. It can allow the armed color to flow to a certain body part, improve defense, increase strength and hardness, and have functions such as capturing Logia. This is also the level of his current armed color. In the initial stage of emission, already belonged to the ranks of masters. In the final analysis, emission is just the flow of armed colors, a kind of control over armed colors, and it does not have the effect of boosting basic attack power. This does not mean that emission is useless to increase attack power. It can increase the strength, BJCJ, hardness of the corresponding parts, and also increase the destructive power in a disguised form. And if it can achieve internal damage, even if it can't increase the basic attack power, it is equivalent to having the ability to pierce armor. Useful against people with high defense. Internal destruction requires more precise control. It is an advanced application of emission. Obviously, Rayleigh is now using internal destruction on him, which is the high-level armed color emission. It is also Bai Luo's next goal. This level of advanced armed color is also very difficult for people with strong physical defenses. Because it will bypass the powerful defense force on the surface of the body and destroy it from the inside of the body. Very restrained against Zoan ability users. This is one of the methods Rayleigh used to deal with Bai Luo. That's right. Your armament haki should reach this level soon, and now I'll let you experience it first. Rayleigh heard Bai Luo's words, and responded while launching an attack. He wanted Bai Luo to understand that even a Zoan-capable user, no matter how strong his body was not invincible. But what Rayleigh didn't expect was that he continued to attack publicly for a while, but Bai Luo still didn't change his face. Mr. Rayleigh, can you use a little more strength? I feel itchy inside. Bai Luo felt the power of Armed Color's internal destruction firsthand. How should I put it, except that at first I felt a little, itchy feeling. There is no other feeling. It's a bit lax indeed. Armament Color internal destruction is an advanced application of emission, that is, advanced armament haki, which is indeed very restrained to ordinary Zoan ability users. But for Phantom Beast ability users like Bai Luo and Kaido, the lethality is not enough. After all, internal damage is only equivalent to breaking armor, and it does not have the effect of boosting basic attack power. Even if it can pierce armor, if the basic attack power is not enough, the damage to Phantom Beast ability users is also limited. This is how Luffy fights Kaido with the advanced weapon color emission. It's like scraping. Because Luffy's basic attack power is not enough. Only by adding Conqueror's Winding on the basis of advanced emission can it pose a threat to Kaido. Because Conqueror's Coil can greatly boost the base attack power. If the high-level armed color emission is armor-piercing, then Conqueror's Winding is a crit that can double the basic attack power. Both are important. There is no situation where you don't need emission if you have mastered Baitang. Armor-piercing plus crit can exert stronger power. Even Kaido after Fruit Awakening can't bear it. Of course, just because Kaido can't stand it doesn't mean Bai Luo can't stand it. Bai Luo's body, under the blessing of Lunaria's powerful physical talent and purified phantom beasts, is already extremely powerful. And the Lunaria family has a racial talent that can adapt to various living environments. Racial talents become stronger after purification. Even the relatively weak inside of the body, in order to be able to adapt to various harsh living environments, becomes very tough after purification. It can be said that his body has been integrated inside and outside, and there is no internal weakness. Therefore, Rayleigh only used internal destruction to attack the inside of his body, causing him little damage. Chapter 159. Bai Luo Rear Admiral. Are you really okay? Rayleigh heard Bai Luo's unbearable words, and some doubted whether his attack was really watery. It just made Bai Luo feel itchy. Mr. Rayleigh, let's put it this way, the inside and outside of my body are actually almost tough, you might as well just use a more powerful weapon to attack the outside of my body, it's a little easier. Bai Luo felt that this was not an option all the time, so he reminded Rayleigh. Have Rayleigh attack himself with a more powerful haki. I see. Rayleigh also saw this point. He spent a long time just now, but he didn't cause much damage to Bai Luo's body at all. That being the case, there is no need for him to use internal destruction. Next, Rayleigh's momentum became even stronger. A more powerful haki is wrapped around his fist. The surrounding scene is a little distorted. The fog that had receded a long time ago completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo didn't dare to be careless, and used all his haki to protect his body. His current armament haki is in the early stages of emission. Emission can greatly enhance the defense. Coupled with his powerful body, this gave Bai Luo the confidence to face all attacks from Rayleigh. A new round of offensive begins. The aftermath of the battle overturned the surrounding kilometers of sea, and the dark clouds in the sky were all rolled up by the influence. However, no matter how Rayleigh attacks, Bai Luo still looks fine. Even if it is not lightly injured. Bai Luo will soon be able to recover from injuries relying on his strong body and resilience. although this greatly increases the consumption of physical strength. But Bai Luo doesn't have many other things, that is, his physical strength is very abundant. This accelerated consumption is not painful for his sufficient physical strength. In addition to the battle, occasionally he can make a counterattack. And every time Bai Luo counterattacks, he will add the light of punishment to the attack. At the beginning, it was impossible to break through Rayleigh's powerful armored body defense. But over time, Rayleigh's body surface's armed colors weakened. Bai Luo's attack could finally break the defense. Rayleigh didn't want to let Bai Luo break the defense, but he couldn't help it. The powerful armament haki has been turned on for attack and defense, which drains Rayleigh's physical strength rapidly. This is still the case that he has not activated the powerful observation haki, otherwise his physical strength will be consumed even more. On the other hand, Bai Luo looked like a normal person. Although his powerful attack power can cause serious injuries to Bai Luo, every time Bai Luo recovers quickly. This situation has been going on for most of the day. This let Rayleigh know that a quick fix was out of the question. Bai Luo's body is just like a monster. No wonder Bai Luo said before that his attack power was weak. Compared with such a powerful body, the attack power is indeed a bit weaker. Seeing that he couldn't win Bai Luo in a short time, Rayleigh understood that this was a protracted battle. Meanwhile, Rayleigh regretted not bringing his sword. Otherwise, his lethality could be half a notch stronger. On Bai Luo's side, seeing that he had been attacking for a long time and finally broke Rayleigh's defense, Bai Luo knew that the balance was tilting towards him. Although it can only cause a small injury to Rayleigh at most, it is difficult to recover from this injury in a short period of time under the effect of the light of punishment to suppress the recovery power. And the pain will not be reduced. After a long time, no matter how strong a person is, the pain will be unbearable. It would make Rayleigh very uncomfortable. Gradually lose focus. At that time, even opening observation haki will be much more difficult. Soon another night passed. Came to the second day. The fighting movement between the two sides is still massive. The surrounding sea was always rough. But even though Bai Luo's clothes were torn all over, there wasn't a single intact place. The face is not flushed, and I can't see the slightest disadvantage at all. In contrast, Rayleigh, although the clothes are much more complete than Bai Luo. But the whole person's face was flushed, and it seemed that the state was not right. The reason why Rayleigh blushed was because he was suppressed. He has been enduring pain all over his body. Although they are all minor pains, but the amount is large and the duration is long, he also feels very uncomfortable. This made it difficult for Rayleigh to focus on fighting at full strength. Miserable. At this point, Bai Luo has roughly understood his true strength. Facing a top player of Rayleigh's level. Although he can't beat it, he can bear it. And if the opponent doesn't have the means to kill him with one blow, if he fights for a long time, his advantage will become more and more obvious. Rot. Like Rayleigh, who's not in the right shape right now. If he is lucky, he might consume a top powerhouse. Of course, he also knew that if he fought a life and death battle with a top powerhouse, he would definitely not be so easy. The top powerhouses have experienced countless battles, and the combat experience alone has left him a block. And the top players must have their own strong cards. Rayleigh also has. It's just that Rayleigh was competing with him, not a real life and death battle. Rayleigh can't play his cards easily. And Rayleigh has never been full. Because Rayleigh did not use his strongest attack method - swordsmanship. 0. Swordsmanship is one of the most powerful means of attack. As a powerful swordsman, Rayleigh must have mastered powerful swordsmanship that could make Bai Luo feel threatened. It's a pity that Rayleigh didn't bring his own saber this time. Another half-day passed, and it was already noon the next day. Even at noon, the sea area of Devil's Triangle is still hazy and dark. But Bai Luo and Rayleigh have been changed by the powerful aftermath. There is no fog in sight, and even the sun is starting to shine over the area. The sun scattered on Bai Luo's handsome face. Even if he was covered in tattered clothes, he still couldn't stop Bai Luo's momentum and charm. Bai Luo felt the warmth of the sun shining on his body, and suddenly missed the time when he was served by Stella on the deck and drank tea leisurely. Hey! I'm really tired. But this time the harvest is not small. From yesterday to noon today, Bai Luo has been fighting Rayleigh for a day and a night. Although he has been passively beaten all the time, his physical strength is still abundant. But he still felt a little tired. But he also gained a lot. Armament Haki has gone one step further, advancing from the primary level of emission to the advanced level capable of internal destruction. That is to say, my current armament Haki has truly reached a high-level armed color. This is the first high-level Haki in my Conqueror's Haki. Bai Luo felt the flow of Haki in his body. The control of the armed color is more handy. Mouth. Chapter 160. It has only been a few months since he first started to practice until now he has mastered the high-level armed color. The reason why his armed color can be promoted to a high level so quickly. A strong body and talent are very important. At the same time, Rayleigh and his rivalry are also very important. Bai Luo even suspected that the reason why his armed color could advance so quickly was because he was passively beaten. After all, facing Rayleigh, he is still the majority. Even if you have been using armed colors for protection, the body is still constantly injured. Of course, his own injuries will recover soon. Whatever the reason though, his Haki boost is something to be happy about. At least this trip was not in vain. Bai Luo and a strong player like Rayleigh agreed to compete. At the beginning, he had three main purposes. 673. The first is to improve the control over Haki. What he most wants to improve is his control over the Conqueror's Haki. I want to be like Rayleigh, who can use different levels of Conquerors on a group of people. He wanted to learn this precise control over Conquerors as soon as possible. In this way, when facing the enemy to use Conquerors in the future, it will not accidentally injure the weaker ones like Robin. However, now that his armed color is one step closer, then he has completed half of the goal. Let's see if we can take Conqueror's Haki a step further. The second goal is to compare the gap between yourself and the top powerhouses, and observe your true strength. Only when you know your true strength, can you know what step you can do with your own ability. Only then can the next action be more convenient. This goal has basically been achieved. He already knows the gap between himself and a strong player like Rayleigh. He also clearly realized the strength of his own body. The third goal is to die once in battle. Yes, he wanted to die once. Try the automatic resurrection ability of your angel fruit. This is also the reason why he specifically consulted with Rayleigh instead of the internal masters of Marine. The people inside Marine will definitely not make a death move, failing to accomplish his goal of dying once. Besides, Marine's current top powerhouse who can pose a threat to him, except for Garp, everyone else has their own things to do. When it's not particularly urgent, he doesn't want to bother these people. Someone like Rayleigh would be the best fit. But after the battle with Rayleigh, he knew that he had underestimated his strength. With his monster-like physical strength, he couldn't die at all. Not to mention death, even serious injuries would recover quickly on his body, and he couldn't stay for a few minutes at all. This made him understand that this death goal cannot be accomplished this time. And with the rapid improvement of his strength, it is estimated that this goal will become more and more difficult to achieve in the future. It will be hard to die then. After a day and night of fighting, Rayleigh, who continued to activate the top-level Haki, also felt that his physical strength was exhausted. Rayleigh looked at Bai Luo, who was not far away from him, with his expression still unchanged. And he was already panting slightly. This kid is really a monster. No. The monster can't describe his talent anymore, he can only be called a big pervert. Rayleigh doesn't know how to describe Bai Luo's powerful talent. He has been wandering the sea with Roger for so many years, what kind of genius has he not seen? Even Bullet, the little monster back then, was only tied with him by relying on his body and body skills when he didn't use his powerful haki and sword skills. You must know that Bullied was only in his teens at that time, younger than Yura's age. But if you don't compare, you don't know, and you will be shocked when you compare. Compared with Bai Luo's body, Bullied's body trained on the battlefield since he was a child is rubbish. Of course, he is no match for himself. Rayleigh was in no mood to delay the fight any longer. The more you drag him back, the more physical energy you will consume, and the attack power will become weaker and weaker. On the other hand, Bai Luo was still blushing and out of breath. Presumably there will be no problem in fighting for a few days and nights. Thinking of this, Rayleigh felt that there was no need to continue fighting. Even if you play for a few days and nights, it's just scraping Bai Luo. Bai Luo Rear Admiral. Next, I will use my strongest attack besides swordsmanship. Rayleigh gave Bai Luo a hint, ready to use the strongest attack he can use now. He wanted to end this fight as quickly as possible. Come on! Bai Luo is also ready for battle at this time. He also wanted to try how powerful the top powerhouse's full blow was. Is the top arm color plus Conqueror's wrap? If so, how destructive it would be. Rayleigh's attack, with the blessing of the top-level armed color, can in itself cause serious injuries to Bai Luo. Now coupled with Conqueror's coil's crit bonus to attacks, the damage will be directly upgraded to a higher level. This attack is not easy. Even if you are a Phantom Beast user with pervert recovery ability, you may still suffer injuries that are difficult to recover from. Because armament haki has the function of capturing entities, and the top-level armed color can allow haki to remain on the opponent's body for a period of time, affecting the opponent's ability to play. At that time, due to the influence of haki's retention, not only your ability to play will be limited to a certain extent, but also your body's resilience will be affected to a certain extent. Similar to my ability to recover from injuries after you attacked me. Although I don't know why your armed color can suppress my resilience even though it's obviously not at the top level. But the top level armed color is not as simple as I used to increase the attack power. In the previous attacks, I didn't use the 5.0 feature of the top level armed color. Now it's the last attack, and I will launch an attack without reservation. When Rayleigh Equipment launched the final blow, he explained his attack characteristics to Bai Luo. This also made Bai Luo understand that although Rayleigh kept saying that he was going all out, he had never used all his strength. Top armament haki's characteristic? The ability to keep haki on the opponent's body and affect the opponent's ability. It's really similar to how my retribution light can suppress the opponent's recovery power. However, this characteristic of the top-level armed color can affect many abilities of the ability user, and my disciplinary light can only suppress the recovery power. That is to say, the characteristic of the top-level armed color is obviously more comprehensive. And my light of retribution only affects resilience. But Chapter 161. However, although the characteristic retained by haki of the top-level armed color is more comprehensive, it has a certain impact on all aspects. But the effect shouldn't be as strong as the effect of my disciplinary light on the suppression of recovery power. After all, my light of punishment is a special ability that can make it difficult for a strong man like Rayleigh to recover from his injuries and suffer unspeakably. If the effect of the top-level armament haki's remaining characteristics is so powerful, and it has an impact on all aspects, isn't it directly invincible? Although the top-level armed color is very pervert, it is impossible to be so incomprehensible. It can only be said that it has its own advantages and disadvantages with my light of punishment. The specific difference will be known after Rayleigh's attack. Based on Rayleigh's explanation, Bai Luo guessed the difference between his light of retribution and the characteristic retained by the top-level armament haki. At the same time, he is also ready for Rayleigh's strongest hit yet. At this time, Jhin, who was thousands of meters away, was standing on a broken deck. Originally, she was standing on a ghost ship to observe the battle. But after the baptism of the aftermath of the battle, the 19 relatively complete ghost ships have completely fallen apart. Even with a distance of several kilometers, the ghost ship cannot withstand the aftermath of the battle. Under the continuous impact of tens of meters high waves, it was directly turned into countless fragments. Now she has no good place to stay. Can only stand on a slightly larger board. Facing the ever-emerging big waves, in order to continue to observe here, she can only cut out sword waves to flatten the big waves. Fortunately, her strength is not weak, and her swordsmanship is also very strong, otherwise it would be really difficult to face these strong winds and waves. No wonder Rouge and the others didn't come, and Bai Luo didn't let them follow. Otherwise, these terrifying huge waves alone will make it impossible for them to gain a foothold here. Even if they can fly, it is difficult to hold on for too long under the powerful momentum of the battle. After all, I have been fighting for a day and a night now, and I don't know how long I will continue to fight. I also don't see a tendency for the two sides to decide the outcome. Jhin slashed with the kinpara in her hand to flatten the waves that obstructed her observation, while analyzing the battle between Bai Luo and Rayleigh. Although she didn't get to see Rayleigh use his powerful swordsmanship, it was a pity that she couldn't watch and learn. But there are many other benefits as well. Battles of this level are rare. Let her benefit a lot. This is the first time she has been close to a battle between top powerhouses. Let her clearly know how powerful a strong person of this level is. It was just the aftermath that made her almost unable to resist. At the same time, she also understood how fast Bai Luo's progress was. Not much weaker than the top powerhouses. Although most of them are in a defensive state, it also reflects the strong pressure of his body. Otherwise, it would not be able to last so long under the attack of a veteran top player like Rayleigh. Little Luo is getting stronger and stronger, I have to work harder. Even if you can't catch up, you can't hold Xiao Luo back. Jhin already understood that with her own talent, even if it was improved, it was impossible to catch up with a monster like Bai Luo. Even if her current talent is monster level, but compared with Bai Luo, she is nothing. There is also a gap between monsters and monsters. She watched Xiao Luo grow up. Since he started to practice after obtaining the angel fruit of the phantom beast species, he has been able to fight against top powerhouses for days and nights. You must know that the training time given to Bai Luo is only a few months. One can imagine how fast Bai Luo has improved. What a talent! She couldn't catch up. She no longer expects herself to be able to catch up with Bai Luo. Now she is taking the next step, just thinking that she won't hold back Bai Luo. Xiao Luo asked me to choose one from the phantom beast species devil fruit and paramecia lion fruit. Looking at it now, it turns out that the phantom beast devil fruit is stronger. The battle between Bai Luo and Rayleigh made Jhin understand how powerful Bai Luo is. She clearly understood the gap between herself and Bai Luo. At the same time, it also made her realize the comprehensiveness and strength of the Eudemon's devil fruit. Bai Luo's body became so strong under the blessing of phantom beasts. At the same time, Eudemon's devil fruit can also provide various special abilities. This made Jhin even more excited about the Eudemon's devil fruit. Sure enough, Phantom Beast and Paramecia are more fragrant than Phantom Beast. Even this Paramecia is powerful and strategically capable. In the eyes of Jhin at this time, it is no longer comparable to the young beast species. This battle of Bai Luo has thoroughly demonstrated to her the power of Phantom Beasts. After going back this time, I have to work harder. Jhin didn't know how long the battle between Bai Luo and Rayleigh would last. Under the stimulation of Bai Luo, she was ready to work harder when she returned. Rayleigh was now ready to deliver his final blow. Bai Luo has long been ready for battle. Rayleigh has the top observation haki, and this time Rayleigh has no reservations, making it impossible for Bai Luo to avoid the blow. It can only be resisted head-on. Boom! After the collision, the huge Luang struck. Bai Luo didn't fly out backwards. In addition to the powerful destructive power of Rayleigh's blow, it also has a strong control over power. Under Rayleigh's control, most of the force directly impacted Bai Luo's body, not giving Bai Luo a chance to fly upside down to release the force. In order to cause stronger destructive power to Bai Luo's body, Bai Luo's high-level armed color was instantly defeated. The body directly suffers a lot of damage. At the same time, Rayleigh's haki charged directly at Bai Luo's body. When these haki were attached to Bai Luo's body, Bai Luo obviously felt that all aspects of his abilities were affected. The speed of activating the fruit ability becomes slower. The body's ability to recover is also impaired. The whole person seemed to be wearing heavy sea stone handcuffs. Every aspect of physical ability has been affected, but it's not a big problem. Sure enough, my light of punishment is more effective. After Bai Luo experienced the discomfort of Rayleigh's haki attached to his body, he quickly adapted. With his strong body and resilience, this limitation is nothing to him. What's more, he has experienced the powerful attack power of the top haki for at least a day, and he has long ignored it. Even if the recovery speed of the injury is a little slower, he will be able to recover from this injury soon. However, just when Bai Luo thought that Rayleigh's attack was nothing more than that, a stronger force strikes. Wow! The turbulent sea under the feet of Rayleigh and Bai Luo was affected by the powerful momentum of both sides, and it spun directly, forming Uzumaki with huge suction. And the scope of Uzumaki continues to expand. Soon it will reach hundreds of meters. The super strong suction is like a black hole, constantly sucking everything around. Jhin, who was standing thousands of meters away, was quickly attracted to this side. Sea areas with a radius of tens of kilometers were affected. A large number of ghost ships in the Devil's Triangle Sea area began to drift here uncontrollably. But above the giant Uzumaki, Bai Luo and Rayleigh seemed unaffected. Rock solid. The sky, which had long been free of fog, was completely covered with dark clouds. The sound of thunder kept ringing. In the distance, streams of water rushed straight into the sky unreasonably, forming a waterspout that swept everything. The surrounding magnetic field was completely confused. Chapter 162. How about it? Just activate the top-level armed color, or just activate the entanglement. It is probably not enough for a monster like you. However, even if you are a monster, you can't hide the fact that you have just started to become a top powerhouse. Take this blow hard, even if your phantom beast devil fruit awakens. I am sure to leave an indelible scar on your body. With the blessing of Baitang, Rayleigh's top haki's attack is even more powerful. Completely raised a level. Feeling Rayleigh's powerful momentum, Bai Luo's Conquerors was also automatically inspired. Constant collision with Rayleigh Conquerors. A large range of black and red lightning is emitted around. It added an aura of annihilation to the surrounding environment that had long been like a natural disaster. At the same time, with the blessing of Ba-chan, Rayleigh haki's means of survival are even stronger. These haki are constantly attached to his body. Seeing Rayleigh's haki constantly impacting his body like a maggot attached to the bone, Bai Luo immediately felt threatened. As more and more of Rayleigh's haki remained on his body, his recovery was increasingly affected. If he doesn't clear out these haki in a short time, his injury will be affected by the opponent's haki, and he may not be able to fully recover. After the injury is shaped by haki, it will leave scars that cannot be healed. Just like Kaido, who awakened from the Phantom Beast, he was hit by Odin's powerful haki's two-sword technique, leaving an indelible scar. He doesn't want a scar on his body. Even if his angel fruit awakens in the future and has a stronger healing ability and can heal these injuries fixed by haki, he doesn't want to wait until that time. Thinking of this, Bai Luo broke out with all his strength. A large amount of healing light condensed on him. He maximized the healing power of the angel fruit. At the same time, pure white flames burned all over his body. These flames were originally his racial talent, but after being purified, they became healing fires, possessing abilities similar to healing lights. Of course, the healing fire also retains and enhances the original flame's ability. In the end, he tried his best to expend a lot of his physical strength to recover from the injury. At this time, the healing power of the healing light and healing fire is fully activated, coupled with the strong recovery power of the body itself. Under the triple blessing, Bai Luo's ability to recover from injuries was instantly off the charts. Recovery, which had been slowing down under the influence of Rayleigh's top haki, began to pick up speed again. And faster, until it surpasses the peak. The injuries on Bai Luo's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, those wounds affected by haki begin to absorb the flame, healing light and healing fire, on the body. In just a few seconds, Bai Luo's body was completely healed. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh shrank his pupils in shock. Although Bai Luo's injury recovery speed was also very fast before. But when you are seriously injured, it will take at least a few minutes to fully recover. But what is the situation now? Why, under the influence of his haki, Bai Luo's resilience increased instead of decreased? It's fully restored in a matter of seconds. This is the first time Rayleigh has encountered such a situation in his many years. Forget it. Let me see how far you can do it. Rayleigh couldn't figure it out or think about it anymore. A monster like Bai Luo was beyond his cognition. But he didn't stop the fight because he felt that Bai Luo's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when Conqueror's haki is about to ascend. He was going to help Bai Luo one last time. At the same time, he also wanted to see how far Bai Luo's recovery ability could go. Bai Luo did not respond to Rayleigh's words. Facing Rayleigh's continuous attacks, he was fighting with all his might. He felt his body getting hotter, and the flames on his body flickered. The body was impacted by haki, and injuries kept appearing. But these injuries will quickly absorb the flames and recover quickly, as if they have never appeared before. Hurt, recover, hurt, recover. Week after week. In the end, Bai Luo's momentum suddenly rose. The surrounding black and red lightning surged. The sky is full of dark clouds, thunder. The water column flows backwards, and the sea capsizes. His conqueror's breakthrough. But it's not over yet. The flickering flames on his body exploded completely. The whole body is completely covered by flames. Like a little sun. At this moment, the surrounding natural disaster-like environment seemed to be healed. The overturned sea regained its calm. Massive waterspout dissipates. The giant Uzumaki gets smaller and smaller until it disappears. The lightning and thunder in the sky disappeared, and the dark clouds quickly dispersed. At the same time, Rayleigh's powerful attack hit Bai Luo again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. This. Rayleigh was completely dumbfounded at this moment. After his attacks hit Bai Luo, all of them were absorbed by the flames. It would take Bai Luo a few seconds to fully recover from the injury caused by his previous attack. This is pervert recovery visible to the naked eye. But what is the situation now? His current attack hit Bai Luo, and he didn't cause any injuries at all. No, it's not that there were no injuries. But the injuries caused are not as serious as before. This is a manifestation of a substantial increase in body defense. At the same time, these weakened injuries did not stay on Bai Luo's body for a second, and they were instantly healed. Okay, this is the recovery speed that is no longer visible to the naked eye. This also means that Bai Luo's resilience has also been upgraded to a new level. Various phenomena showed that Bai Luo had improved in all aspects, and his attacks were completely useless. Could it be that the fruit of Bai Luo Rear Admiral has awakened? After Rayleigh stopped attacking, he looked hesitantly at Bai Luo, who was emitting dazzling light at this time. No wonder he thinks so. The moment his attack hit Bai Luo, he disappeared completely as if absorbed by something. At the same time, Bai Luo's stronger body defense ability and more pervert recovery ability also reflect the advancement of fruit ability. If it wasn't for the awakening of the fruit, would the body suddenly be so strong? And Rayleigh looked at the peaceful environment around him, as if he had been affected by the awakening of the Bai Luo fruit. Be calm. Chapter 163. The sun in the sky cleared the clouds and mist, and the light shone on the area. All scourges gone. Even the damage from his battle with Bai Luo seems to have been repaired. Rayleigh felt the changes around him, and everything became peaceful. After Rayleigh stopped, he was ready to find a place to stay. At this moment, a patch of déjà vu appeared on the surface of the sea not far away. This board. Seeing this ordinary board, Rayleigh couldn't hold back anymore, and went directly to the top of the board. He couldn't help touching the board. After careful observation, he was sure. This board was the foothold he temporarily chose before he started fighting with Bai Luo yesterday. He clearly remembered that the ordinary piece of wood he found at random didn't last long at all. It was quickly shattered into pieces in the aftermath of the battle between him and Bai Luo. But what happened to the board that appeared in front of his eyes now? Why is it exactly the same as the one he used yesterday? The feeling of stepping on it is exactly the same as yesterday. For a person with such a strong perception like him, it is impossible to feel wrong. Is it a coincidence? Rayleigh, who was skeptical about the restoration of the surrounding environment, combined with the situation of this board. Sudden. He frowned tightly, his pupils shrinking 79 times. He looked up at Bai Luo, who was still flying in the sky like a little sun. Rayleigh suddenly understood. All this is changed by Bai Luo. To be precise, it should be the changes that the Bai Luo fruit inadvertently brought to the surrounding environment after awakening. The surrounding environment has all been restored. Except that the mist did not spread for some reason, and other environmental items were restored to the scene before he and Bai Luo fought. Wait, my body! At this time, Rayleigh seemed to think of something, and began to observe his body and clothing. Not only did the body return to the state before the battle, but it also felt more relaxed. Clothes that had been severely damaged were completely restored. This is too pervert. Not only does it affect the surrounding environment and objects, but the state of the creature is also restored. Rayleigh noticed that not only himself, but also the marine life in the entire sea had returned to normal life. The fragments of creatures such as sea beasts floating in the sea before also disappeared. At this time, a huge sea beast happened to meet the eyes of Rayleigh, who was looking towards the sea. The sea beast stared at the huge fish eyes, didn't wait for Rayleigh to think about it, and went straight into the deep sea. BJ. This sea beast clearly remembered that the waves were rough here before, and then, there was no more. Because it was so close, it was stunned by Rayleigh and Bai Luo's conquerors. In the end, his body was devastated by the aftermath. Although the sea beast didn't know why it appeared here intact, but now it suddenly saw Rayleigh, a terrifying human being, it didn't dare to stay here any longer. Straight into the deep sea. It's horrible here. The sea beast hadn't realized that it had already died once, and even the corpse had been turned into countless pieces. But it still knew about being stunned by Rayleigh. Under the strong momentum of Rayleigh and another bright and dazzling human, it managed to last a few seconds before fainting, a mighty sea beast. The sea beast ran away quickly, but Rayleigh recognized the sea beast at a glance. After all, he stepped on such a large corpse several times as a foothold. Later, the body became more and more broken, until it was too broken to support his body, so he found another place to stay. But even such a huge sea beast has been restored to its integrity. Appeared completely in front of his eyes. Gulu. Rayleigh couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It's not just about impacting and restoring the environment. Is this going back in time? Or resurrection? This ability is too pervert. It's beyond his comprehension. It was completely different from the fruit awakenings he knew. Rayleigh himself is not demon fruit power though. But he still knows that after devil fruit awakens, some abilities will affect the surrounding environment. There are many kinds of paramecia fruits, and there are several situations after awakening. Some paramecia devil fruit will assimilate the surrounding environment after awakening. But he didn't expect that Bai Luo's fruit is obviously Zoan's phantom beast. Why can it affect the surrounding environment like paramecia after awakening? Doesn't Zoan have the greatest impact on the body after awakening? Just like Bai Luo's powerful body now. He can't do much damage to Bai Luo anymore. Even if I am injured, I recover instantly. His attack has no threat to Bai Luo. The body is already so perverted, is it possible to affect or even control the surrounding environment like paramecia's awakening? Rayleigh also doesn't know why the Bai Luo fruit is so strong after awakening. For the first time, he felt that his knowledge was so shallow. But there is one thing he can be sure of. That is the situation after the awakening of phantom beasts. He has also heard of it. But none of them will be as powerful as Bai Luo after awakening. Maybe this is talent. Rayleigh can only think that this is due to Bai Luo's talent. After all, Bai Luo's talent is very pervert, very unreasonable. Then the talent is so powerful, it seems to be able to explain the ability to be more powerful after developing the fruit. Bai Luo Rear Admiral also has a huge weakness, otherwise he will be really invincible in the future. I hope that Bai Luo Rear Admiral will become stronger in the future, and don't act recklessly, otherwise no matter how strong a person is, he will not be invincible. This world has a powerful ancient weapon, and there are even other powerful weapons that are unknown. Rayleigh already understood that with Bai Luo's speed of progress, he would definitely become the strongest among the people he had ever met in the future. Even Roger, his former captain of the One Piece, can't match his individual strength alone. However, he knew that Bai Luo still had the weakness of being afraid of the sea. This is the weakness that every ability user has. No matter how powerful a person is, once he has a weakness, it will be much easier to deal with. Moreover, the water in this world is very deep, and there are many powerful secret weapons. He hoped that Bai Luo would keep a low profile in the future. Of course, this was Rayleigh's idea. He didn't know that Bai Luo was different from other ability users. Bai Luo is not afraid of the sea. Moreover, the strongest that Rayleigh can understand is at most the upper limit of this world. No matter how powerful a single body is, it cannot surpass the upper limit of this world, and if it is targeted and besieged, it can only escape. But Bai Luo is different, his talent and fruit potential have already broken through this world. His future strength will not be at the same level as the strongest in this world. If the strength gap is too large, it is impossible to use the strategy and the number of people to compete. After the strength is invincible, even if he waves again, it will be fine. The kind of situation that Rayleigh feared for Bai Luo was simply not going to happen. Chapter 164. Sigh. I thought I could teach Bai Luo a lesson this time, but now it seems impossible. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed this time, and there will be no chance in the future. Looks like I'm sure of this loss. Rayleigh thought a little unwillingly. He still remembers the scene where Bai Luo blamed him in the auction house. Originally, he wanted to let Bai Luo experience his strength in this sparring. By the way, Bai Luo took advantage of the teaching lesson. Let Bai Luo know that even though he has already washed his hands, he cannot be manipulated at will. But what Rayleigh didn't expect was that Bai Luo improved so fast. Not only failed to teach Bai Luo a good lesson, but also awakened Bai Luo's fruit. His attack no longer poses a threat to Bai Luo. Let alone teach Bai Luo a lesson. And not only fruit awakening. Both Bai Luo's armament haki and conqueror's haki are taken up a notch. It can be said that with his help, Bai Luo's strength has been improved in all aspects. Thinking about it this way, Li suddenly felt that he was a big figure. It's okay to be a potback, and I came here to teach people for free. Forget it, everything is fate, I'd better slip away first. I hope Bai Luo Rear Admiral will stop thinking about me in the future. Now that I have a family, I can't afford it. Oh, when a person reaches middle age, he can't help himself. Rayleigh saw that Bai Luo didn't move for a while, and he had no intention of staying here any longer. He just wants to stay away from Bai Luo now, for fear that he will be used by Bai Luo again. But if he wants to live a stable life for the rest of his life, he can't clearly reject such a powerful marine as Bai Luo. Otherwise, if Bai Luo has nothing to do, he will cause trouble for him, and he can't afford to accompany him. He now has a wife too. Can't wave any more. You can't beat it, you can't provoke it. But if you can't provoke him, can you still hide? Rayleigh took a last look in the direction of Jhin. There was an extra woman inexplicably there. But none of this has anything to do with him. Rayleigh threw himself directly into the sea, swam away. And Jhin in the distance is standing on a complete ghost ship with a dazed expression. There was also a strange little girl beside her for no reason. Jhin clearly remembered that the surrounding environment suddenly became very harsh. What's more, the huge Uzumaki releases a powerful suction force to suck her to the center of the battlefield. There are also waterspouts sweeping everything on the road. She knew that this was caused by the fighting momentum affecting the surrounding environment. I didn't find it strange, I just lamented the strength of Rayleigh and Bai Luo. After untold hardships, she finally managed to destroy a waterspout that was constantly using the sea to regenerate. But at this moment, the powerful suction suddenly disappeared. Not only that, all the natural disasters around were inexplicable in an instant. If this is the case alone, although she doesn't quite understand it, she won't care too much. Only when the battle is over. But the current situation has greatly exceeded her comprehension. Why is there a whole ghost ship suddenly appearing next to her? The key is that the ghost ship that suddenly appeared is very familiar. It wasn't until she saw the dilapidated but still recognizable pirate flag on the ghost ship that she suddenly realized that wasn't this ship the one she used as a foothold yesterday? But she clearly remembered that the ship had already been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. She also remembered that there were many fragments of ghost ships around. Her footprints are found on many fragments. But after looking around for a week, Jhin did not find those numerous fragments. Could it be? The ghost ship has been repaired. Jhin sees no traces of debris around her, yet a familiar ghost ship suddenly appears beside her. This made Jhin think about it, and it can only be explained if the ghost ship is repaired. But how was such a large ship repaired in an instant? Jhin couldn't understand it. But at this time, she built another ship in Daewoo. Such a small escape boat, she was sure she had never seen it before. Maybe it was drawn nearby by Uzumaki's powerful suction. Jhin quickly figured out why, because there were some other ghost ships around. Apparently sucked in from afar by Uzumaki. After Uzumaki disappeared, he naturally stopped nearby. A small lifeboat, of course Jhin didn't care. But what Jhin cares about is that there are people on the lifeboat. Ask for her flowers. It turned out to be a little girl who looked like only 2 or 3 years old. Although she didn't know the reason, she couldn't let a little girl go. She directly rescued this cute little girl with tears in the corners of her eyes and a bewildered look, and took her to the ghost ship where she was at the beginning. She didn't have time to think about why a little girl was in the Devil's Triangle. After all, she is also very confused now. Did she feel that the time around her was speeding up? Otherwise, why would there be so many things that didn't exist all of a sudden? Rayleigh also jumped into the sea and swam away. The battle should have ended. Could it be that Luo was responsible for all of this? At this moment, Jhin looked at Bai Luo who was motionless in the sky, and fell into deep thought. Rayleigh is not a person with abilities. No matter how powerful he is, he will only destroy the sky and destroy the earth. It is impossible to have the ability to restore the environment and the ghost ship in an instant. This is obviously caused by Devil Fruit's strange ability. Besides her and Rayleigh, only Bai Luo owns Devil Fruit here. In other words, the person who caused all the phenomena around him is Bai Luo. As for the little girl who had just been rescued by her side, she was directly excluded. No matter how strong a little girl is, it is impossible for her to possess such great power. I didn't expect Xiao Luo's angel fruit to have such a strange ability. Jhin looked at Bai Luo, who was shining brightly in the sky, and first suppressed the many questions in his heart. We will wait until Bai Luo comes back. She didn't ask herself what was going on with the little girl next to her. Because the little girl is too young. I guess I didn't understand even if I asked. It's not good if a child is scared to cry. This is not the time to comfort a child. Just let the little girl play there by herself. However, this little girl is quite cute. Looking at the style of its clothing, it looks a bit like West Blue's. It should be that West Blue's ship is in distress. Jhin thought after observing the little girl's appearance. This little girl is wearing a princess dress with a crown on her head. She has long pink hair tied into twin ponytails. Still hugging a teddy bear tightly in my arms. Chapter 165. Perona is hugging the doll bear tightly at this time, praying for more security. She is terrified now. She didn't know whether the beautiful big sister who suddenly appeared beside her was a person or a ghost. This big sister took her to fly in the sky. She has never seen anyone who can fly. If she hadn't possessed the ability to create spirit bodies and had seen unknown powers, she would have been scared to tears. All around are ghostly ships. In this terrifying environment, a flying big sister suddenly appeared. It's hard not to get cranky. She felt lucky to be saved, but also a little scared. Now she dare not cry out loud. I'm afraid that the big sister will suddenly turn into a ghost and eat her in one bite. You can only hold the doll bear in your hand tightly. Ah! Just when Perona didn't know what to do, the warm sun shone on the sea area, and also on Perona. Immediately, Parrot 923NA felt warm in her body. Most of the eerie atmosphere around him also disappeared. Following the warmth, Perona raised her head. She saw Bai Luo flying in the sky. White wings, dazzling light. Like an angel. When Bai Luo was fighting before, he had been paying attention to Jhin's situation to prevent Jhin from being accidentally injured by him and Rayleigh. Fortunately, Jhin's strength is good, and he can handle it with ease under the devastating natural disaster. And what surprised him was that Jhin actually saved a strange little girl. Bai Luo was also curious about what was going on. Where is this little girl from? But since they were all fine, he didn't go to confirm. Because he felt that, except that the body became stronger after the fruit awakened. His body had another strange change. Let's wait until he understands his physical condition first. At the same time, Bai Luo also noticed Rayleigh's departure. But he didn't care. He has gained a lot now, even if Rayleigh doesn't leave by himself, he doesn't intend to continue fighting. After this battle, all aspects of him have improved significantly. One of his original purposes was to increase the strength of conquerors, as well as his control over conquerors. Unexpectedly, not only did he complete the goal, Devil Fruit unexpectedly awakened. Plus high-tier armament haki and pervert body. His strength has truly entered the ranks of the top powerhouses. It was a surprise. It is not in vain that he passively defended for a day and a night. It's hard work, but worth it. He originally planned to get the Thunder Fruit first, and after making up for his own attacking shortcomings, he would take his strength one step closer and reach the ranks of top powerhouses. But I didn't expect my talent to be too pervert. The goal of strength promotion was achieved a few months ahead of schedule. You have to know from the time he started practicing to the present. It took me only a few months to practice. And most of the time he is fishing. In this case, his strength can be promoted to the ranks of top powerhouses. One can imagine how powerful his talent is. Originally, he wanted to make a good plan to control the power of the major forces including Marine, and use it to fight against Marie Joyce together in the future. The result is that the plan has only just begun, and his strength is so strong. If it continues like this, maybe in another year at most, his hard power will be invincible. Maybe there is no need to form forces or use the power of other forces at all. Stay safe first, who knows if Marie Joyce is hiding any secret weapons. In case I encounter the regular paramecia ability that can trap people, or the unreasonable paramecia ability like ghost fruit, I don't have the means to fight it yet. I don't even have a system, but I don't have a second chance. It's better to be more stable. And the more followers I have, the longer my lifespan will be. I will have enough time to deal with Marie Joyce slowly, so there is no need to worry. Bai Luo's heart swelled after his endurance increased. He felt that the safest way to deal with Marie Joyce was to let others test the water first. Like the future revolutionary dragon, or Luffy who wants to be the freest man alive. It is safer for him to be a behind-the-scenes controller, or directly steal the final fruits of victory, than to get up there by himself. After all, he doesn't have a system to cover himself. Be steady, that's right. Of course, this is just his current thinking. Who knows what will happen next? If he can use the fruit of paramecia and his own resurrection ability to resurrect the strong of all ages for his own use, he will not need the help of other forces. Also, if he can use the purified paramecia fruit to travel to other worlds and get help from people or forces in other worlds, then his plan will also change. He has the perfect bloodline factor to purify devil fruit, and after the ability of various strange fruits is improved, everything in the future is possible. And he can completely use the believers who are 100% loyal to him to control various forces. There are many ways, it depends on which one he chooses. In short, it is better to have your own power than to fight alone. You don't have to do everything yourself. Therefore, Bai Luo felt that he should continue to act according to the original plan. First of all, he should control Marine first. Just when Bai Luo was thinking, his wings suddenly unfolded automatically. Bai Luo quickly checked the changes in himself. All parts of his body are covered with light and fire. These lights and fires no longer just cover the surface of the body, but slowly merge with the body. This? Could it be that when I eat the angel fruit, the flame of my body turns into a white flame with healing power? After Bai Luo noticed the change in himself, he was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. When he just ate the purified angel fruit, the flames on his body merged with the angel's healing power, turning into a healing fire that also has the power of purification and healing. The color of the flame also changed to white. At that time, it was only the flames of the body fused with healing power. He is in the same situation now as he was then. But it is no longer just the healing power of flame fusion, but all over the body. Wrap the inside of the body. Moreover, all parts are directly fused with the healing power of the healing light and the healing fire. After the fusion, it will be even stronger. With the fusion of the two healing powers in the body, Bai Luo is now in a strange state. He felt that his own healing power had increased dramatically, which was much higher than the healing effect of the superposition of the two abilities before 4.0. And it is more handy to use. It's like changing from an active skill to a passive one. Become one of the instincts of the body. Isn't it my ability to become similar to Marco's phoenix fruit? Bai Luo felt it carefully, and found that the ability of the fruit of the phoenix is still different. Marco's fruit ability is the resurrected blue flame that can nullify a certain amount of damage. And my flame form is more like absorbing all the damage directly. Bai Luo continued to feel the changes in his body, and found that after he was attacked in the future, he no longer had to actively release the healing light or healing fire to heal his injuries. After being attacked, the body will automatically turn into a flame form. All the enemy's attacks will be absorbed by the flame like nothing. As long as you have enough physical strength, you will never get hurt. Chapter 166. As long as you have enough physical strength, all the damage will be automatically absorbed by the flame, and you will never be injured. And because of my race and the Phantom Beast's fruit, my physical strength is very sufficient. My Phantom Beast fruit has awakened, my physical strength has greatly increased, and my physical strength and resilience have also been upgraded to a higher level. My current physical capacity should be at the top level in the entire world. so it should be difficult for me to get seriously injured in the future. Even getting hurt is hard. Bai Luo has already noticed the weakness of his flame form, that is physical strength. But for him, can physical strength be considered a weakness? Currently in this world, it is estimated that there are not many people with stronger physical strength than him. Arguably, this isn't even considered a weakness. It should be said to be a strong point. Unexpectedly, under the connection of the healing fire, the healing power of the fruit would completely fuse with my body, allowing me to have such a powerful flame form. Let's not talk about my recovery power and defense power of 19, but the ability of the flame to absorb damage is comparable to or even surpasses the ability of Marco's phoenix fruit. As far as he knows, after Marco is attacked, the wound will be surrounded by resurrected blue flames and then revived, making the attack ineffective. However, regeneration is limited, and it is not absolutely impossible to get injured. After being injured beyond a certain level, it will die even in the fruit form. And his flame form is obviously stronger than Marco's fruit ability. After all, the upper limit of Marco's fruit ability is not as high as his flame form. And his flame form is only limited by physical strength, and has no other weaknesses. But Marco's phoenix fruit has many weaknesses. Physical strength is one aspect. Without physical strength, fruit abilities cannot be activated. The most important thing is that Marco's fruit ability will be limited by various factors such as haki and sea stone. And his flame has become one of the instincts of his body. Not only not afraid of the nemesis of these fruits of sea stone. And as the instinct of the body, even haki can't limit the flame form. It can be said that he can hang Marco's phoenix fruit with just one flame form. Ah! Luck is here, and I can't stop it. Really not bad. Bai Luo felt the power of the flame form, and thought of Versailles. Flame is the product of the combination of body and fruit ability. It is no longer affected by powerful haki like other fruit abilities. Getting such a powerful ability for nothing. It can be said that it was a complete surprise. If Marco knew the power of his flame form, he would definitely scold his phoenix fruit garbage. With the flame form, I am indeed stronger, but after the fruit is awakened, my stronger resilience and physical defense seem to be useless. Bai Luo suddenly discovered that his body's strong resilience and defense power were no longer needed. Because all damage will be automatically absorbed by the flame. No, even if the flame form is very powerful, it still cannot change the fact that resilience and defense are very important. Bai Luo quickly figured out that even if the flame form is powerful, recovery and defense are still very important. Because if the recovery power is strong, the recovery speed of physical strength will be faster, and it will be able to continuously provide sufficient physical strength for the use of the flame form. Make yourself last longer. And one's own defense is also very important for the flame form. Because the damage absorbed by the flame form is the part of the damage that exceeds his body's defense. If he doesn't have a strong defense, then other people's attacks will cause him a lot of damage just like real damage. Although Guanjun can directly absorb these large amounts of damage, the more damage he absorbs, the more stamina he will consume. In this case, it won't last long at all. But if the defense is strong, it's different. No matter how powerful other people's attack power is, after being protected by his body's strong defense power, they can't cause much damage to him. At this time, Guanjun absorbs the few remaining injuries, and only needs a small amount of physical strength. Will keep him going longer. Become more durable. So even if he obtains the unsolvable flame form, recovery and defense are still the most important. In short, the stronger the body's abilities in all aspects, the better. Since the better my abilities in all aspects of my body, the higher the blessing to the flame. Then should I eat another devil fruit for my second fruit? In this way, maybe my body will become stronger easily. After Bai Luo experienced the benefits of being strong in all aspects of the body, he thought about it. Among the various types of devil fruit, only the Zoan Phantom Beast devil fruit has the greatest blessing on physical strength. That's why he came up with the idea of eating the second devil fruit. No, in this case, my shortcomings in knowledge and attack range are too great. Bai Luo quickly ruled out the idea of continuing to eat phantom beasts. Although the phantom beast fruit can greatly enhance the physical strength of the ability user. But he has already eaten a phantom beast, and if he eats another phantom beast, it will not be able to make a qualitative change in the strength of his body. His current physical strength has reached the ceiling of this world. No matter how strong your body is, it won't help much. Just got Meteor, 853 points. The passive defense or the passive defense. In the face of the top strong, it will always be the passive side to be beaten. His current physical strength at the ceiling level is sufficient. No need to work on physical strength at all. His most important thing now should be to make up for his shortcomings. Attack power has always been his shortcoming. With all his means, his attack power can barely reach the level of a top powerhouse. But still not enough. Compared with those powerful swordsmen with top-level attack power, and those who have natural disaster-like powerful attack methods, they are still a bit worse. Those powerful swordsmen can split dozens of miles of sea area with one sword at every turn. Those powerful people can change the environment and climate in a radius of dozens or even hundreds of miles at every turn. Compared with these powerhouses with powerful attack capabilities, he can only hammer people with his fist, and at most a single punch can collapse a small island several miles away. Though once his armor and conquerors get stronger, he might be able to crush some of the larger islands with one punch. But the attack range is still too small. Compared with those who can send out tens of hundreds of miles of destructive power at every turn, it still looks weaker. At least the attack range is very far behind. Chapter 167. The second devil fruit is more suitable to choose Logia. Although the phantom beast devil fruit can not only bless the person's physical strength to the greatest extent, but also allow the capable person to obtain other special abilities. But whether it's physical strength or special abilities, it doesn't matter to Bai Luo now. What he needs most is to obtain the means of manipulating natural disasters in a large area. Compared with Zoan and Paramecia, it is obvious that Logia devil fruit is the most suitable for him. Logia is recognized as the strongest line among the three lines of devil fruit. Having a Logia in a marine will often grow into a marine with a relatively high rank. Currently several monsters in Marine, Vice Admiral, are all powerful Logia demon fruit power. The mighty Logia all have the power to destroy the world. If it is well developed, it will be a walking natural disaster. Aokiji's Trick Ice Age can easily freeze the sea surface hundreds of miles away into ice blocks, and it won't melt for a week. Bai Luo thought of Aokiji's Logia frozen fruit. Is a mighty Logia devil fruit. Freeze everything at your fingertips. Don't talk about attack power, just talk about the range that the ability can affect. It is one of the best among all devil fruits. This is exactly what his target needs. Of course, Bai Luo needs more than just attack range. Definitely prioritize the mighty Logia devil fruit over that. Like Logia snow fruit, although it is also a Logia, and the range of influence of the ability is also very large, but he will definitely not choose it. Because snow fruit is a lower level fruit of frozen fruit, no matter how it is developed, its strength will be the same, and it will never exceed frozen fruit. It's better to use thunder fruit. As one of the most powerful devil fruits, Logia Thunder Fruit has a very comprehensive fruit ability. It fits all his needs perfectly. It was his best choice. And the purified Thunder Fruit will definitely be stronger. It can make up for his shortcoming of weak knowledge and limited attack range, so it can be said that it is the most suitable Logia devil fruit for him. When the time comes, just wave your hand casually, and a radius of dozens of miles can be turned into a minefield in an instant. Smash everything with thunder. I feel handsome just thinking about it. Sure enough, the Logia Thunder Fruit best met his needs. His weak points are observation haki and attack range. And Thunder Fruit can greatly enhance the strength of observation haki. In terms of attack range and destructive power, there are not many fruits that can match the power of thunder like a natural disaster. He is looking forward to how powerful the thunder fruit will become after being purified by him. Moreover, to what extent will Logia's ability to elementalize the body and render physical attacks ineffective? Could it be that even Haki won't be able to capture his Logia's elemental body after being purified by his abilities? Everything is unknown. He is looking forward to it. Meet Jun-san first, then it's time to go to Sky Island. The Logia Thunder Fruit on Sky Island is his next goal. Bai Luo put away the dazzling light on his body, spread his wings and flew towards the ghost ship where Jun was. After landing on the deck, Bai Luo first shared the news of his Haki promotion and fruit awakening with Jun Fei. Jun was shocked. Jun has long been shattered by Bai Luo's powerful talent, so facing Bai Luo's rapid improvement in strength, she has become numb. Now she no longer expects her own strength to catch up with Bai Luo. Just thinking about how to hold Bai Luo's heart more closely. Because she found that Bai Luo seems to be very interested in the little girl next to her. This made her feel more of a crisis. There will be more and more women around Bai Luo in the future. Since she is currently unable to give Bai Luo much help in battle, then you can only work hard in other areas. Thinking of this, Jun came over and hugged Bai Luo. Let Bai Luo experience what is the tenderness of a sister. Bai Luo enjoys the service of Jun and communicates with Perona next to him. The reason why Perona cooperates so well is because Bai Luo directly purified Perona with ease. After the fruit is awakened, the purification ability of the fruit is stronger. For a person with little strength like Perona, he can purify his body in a few seconds at most. But although Perona has no strength, Perona ate the Paramecia ghost fruit. If you want to purify together with the ghost fruit that has been integrated into Perona's body, it will take a little more time. But it wasn't too much trouble, he completed the purification of Perona in just a few minutes. Whether it is the body or devil fruit, the corresponding potential has been improved. At the same time Perona also became his new believer. Added some lifespan to him. After Perona became his disciple, she was visibly no longer afraid of him. So he was able to communicate with 3-year-old Perona friendly. After understanding, he already knew the cause and effect of Perona's presence here. As a little homeless girl, Perona finally brought her only partner, a pet bear named Kumai, from West Blue to Grand Line. Unexpectedly, the adults on board saw her cute and thought she was worth a lot of money, so they became malicious. He even wanted to sell her to a trafficker. Perona's pet bear died to protect her. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she suddenly took control of an unknown ability. Able to create spirit bodies to penetrate human bodies. At that time, everyone on board was affected by her ability and became negative. In the end, he didn't want to live anymore, and threw himself into the sea directly. And without human control, the ship she was on strayed into the sea area of the Devil's Triangle. Good King Zhao ended up getting sucked nearby by Uzumaki from his fight with Rayleigh. After Bai Luo and Jun heard Perona's tragic experience, Jun direct spot maternal love overflowing. I want to hug Perona and comfort her. But I didn't expect that Perona was frightened by Jun's sudden shot, and directly released the spirit body that would cause negative emotions. Because the distance is too close, Jun's reaction is not urgent at all. The body is instantly pierced by the spirit body. Jun bowed his head on the spot, put his hands on his bent knees, and said very depressing words. I'm actually jealous of my brother's woman. I'm really an incompetent sister. I'm such a weak waste, my younger brother is about to step on me, only in this way can I be of some use to my younger brother. Jun's very negative performance allowed Bai Luo to see with his own eyes the unreasonable power of the ghost fruit. Chapter 168. Jun became very negative after being passed through the body by the negative ghost made by Perona. He spoke a very embarrassing inner heart. Especially the sentence "brother step on me" made Bai Luo almost unable to hold back. He didn't expect Jun to have such a habit. He's not the type to make fun of his own people. So he could only pretend that he didn't hear what Jhin just said. Otherwise, after Jhin recovers, with Jin's self-esteem, he will definitely feel ashamed in front of him. At the same time, the ability effect displayed by the ghost fruit caught Bai Luo's attention. Perona is still so small, the ability to activate it can even affect a strong person like Jhin. What a pervert ability! You must know that Perona is only 3 years old, so she has no strength at all. Very weak, very weak. Can't even beat a chicken. After all, it's just a child. He didn't expect it to have much strength either. And Jhin is about to become a strong swordsman. An existence that splits mountains and seas at every turn. With such a big gap between the two, Jhin will be affected. It is conceivable how powerful the ghost fruit is. This kind of strength is not strength in hard power. It is powerful in special effects. It is a kind of ability similar to rules. 503 ability effects are not affected by the strength of both parties. The ability of ghost fruit that can make people negative is an unreasonable rule type ability. Not just ghost fruit, but some paramecia devil fruit as well. For example, the barrier fruit known as absolute defense. The created barrier cannot be broken by any means. There are also many paramecia fruits that are very pervert. Of course, these rule-like pervert abilities are not absolutely invincible. Although negative ghosts can make others enter a negative state, they cannot fight back. But for this ability to take effect, the negative ghost must first pass through the person's body. And for people who are already extremely negative, this ability is useless. On the contrary, it will increase the self-confidence of negative people. Usopp is a very negative person. After being hit by the negative ghost, not only did he not become negative, but he became more confident. People like Usopp are just right to counter the negative ghosts. The same is true for the absolute defense of the barrier fruit. Each activation of the barrier requires a specific gesture. And the opening barrier area is limited. Only one barrier can be opened at a time. In short, no ability is absolutely invincible. Even the paramecia fruit, which has more perverted abilities like childlike fruit and timely fruit, requires certain conditions for its ability to be activated. If the judgment condition is not met, the ability will not take effect. Of course, even so, it is undeniable that its ability is powerful. Even superpowers may be successfully attacked by these abilities if they are not paying attention. Like a Jhin who has just had a negative fruit go through his body. If his body was pierced by a negative fruit just now, he will also fall into a negative state. These rule-based abilities can be regarded as one of the few abilities that can restrain him. Therefore, Bai Luo pays special attention to this powerful paramecia devil fruit. Just like the ghost fruit in front of him, he has already grasped it in his hands now. And want to make the ability to restrain yourself less. He needs to get as many powerful paramecia devil fruits as possible. This is also one of his next goals. Although the negative ghost is powerful and unreasonable, it takes effect for a short time. Soon Jhin stood up straight and returned to normal. At this time, Jin's face was slightly red, and he knew his embarrassment just now. She sneaked a glance at Bai Luo, and found that Bai Luo had no unnecessary reaction, and was comforting Perona who had just been frightened by her. This warmed Jin's heart. At the same time, she looked curiously at Perona next to Bai Luo with a frightened expression. She didn't expect a child as young as Perona to be a fruit, judge, capable person. And it's still so powerful. She didn't have much defense at the beginning, so she fell into Perona's way so easily. Seeing that Jhin had almost returned to normal, Bai Luo took the initiative to walk towards Jhin with Perona in his arms. Perona, since you have always been alone and have nowhere to go for the time being, you can just follow me from now on. Perona wants to follow you, you are Perona's father. Perona was in Bai Luo's arms, holding the doll bear in one hand, and tightly wrapped around Bai Luo's neck with the other. After purification, Perona is very close to Bai Luo. Acknowledge Bai Luo directly as foster father. Father. Seeing Perona's expectant expression, Bai Luo didn't refuse her address after thinking about it. Perona has been alone since she was a child, so she probably lacks fatherly love. So after getting close to him, I directly recognized him as my father. He can understand. Father be father. He had claimed other daughters anyway. One more is never too much. It's nice to have such a lovely daughter. Just let Robin and the others keep Perona company. Like Jhin, Bai Luo felt sorry for this cute little girl. If Perona hadn't met him, she would have been adopted by Moria in the Devil's Triangle. He lived in a dark environment for half his life. Now that he was met by her, he would naturally not be indifferent. And today is different. Now he has many women around him who can help him take care of Perona, who is still young. He doesn't have to worry about it at all. However, because Perona is still young, she only gets close to him now, otherwise she won't activate her ability on Jhin who is close to her. So now he wants to get Perona and Jhin to get to know each other and cultivate their relationship. Then let Jhin bring Perona and Rouge to meet them. In this way, he can directly act as the hands-off shopkeeper, which will be much easier. After all, you can't let him come every time. It's fine now. When there are more women in the future, he won't be too busy. Just leave it to Rouge and the others. After coming to Jhin, Bai Luo first let Jhin and Perona get to know each other. After his enlightenment, Perona quickly accepted Jhin. Jhin also played with Perona, and didn't care about Perona's ability to activate her before. Sister Jhin, use the phone bug to contact Sister He and Rouge first. I'm going to take you and Perona to Sky Island first, and I may have to postpone my return for a few days. The angel fruit was unexpectedly awakened, and the development of the fruit has fallen into a bottleneck in a short period of time. He couldn't wait to get his second devil fruit. Chapter 169. Bai Luo's goal is a sky island called Birka. Logia Thunder Fruit is on this sky island. He intends to get the Thunder Fruit first and then return to Marine headquarters. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to come out after going back. There are actually a lot of islands in the sky. And the sky island he intends to go to is near the Devil Triangle Sea area. It just so happens that he can fly directly over now. As for Perona, there is only Sister Yuan taking care of her, which will not affect him. Sky Island. Jhin was a little surprised when he heard Bai Luo's destination. Most people don't believe in the existence of Sky Island, just like many people in the world don't know about Devil Fruit. Jhin, as a Rear Admiral of Marine, still has a background, although she has not been to Sky Island in person, but she has heard some information about Sky Island. She has even seen a pirate with wings on her back, and her hometown is on an unknown Sky Island. So she is sure of the existence of Sky Island. What she didn't understand was, why did Bai Luo go to Sky Island? Know where Sky Island is? Could it be that Bai Luo spent some time on Sky Island as a child? While thinking about Bai Luo's purpose, Jhin walked to the side and took out the phone bug from his pocket to make a call. In fact, she also wanted to see the legendary Sky Island. After all, she hasn't been there herself. Jhin went to the side to make a phone call. After Bai Luo picked up Perona, he began to look around the surrounding environment. There is no more fog in a large area nearby. If it weren't for the existence of many ghost ships nearby, this sea area would have been no different from the normal sea area. It can be said that his battle with Rayleigh completely changed the surrounding environment. Originally, not only the environment has been changed, but all the nearby existences, including a large number of ghost ships and various fishes, have actually been destroyed. But after his fruit awakening, it directly affected the surrounding environment. Restores all surrounding creatures and parts of the environment. That led to the current situation. He has currently mastered this ability to restore the environment. This ability is actually quite pervert. No matter where he fights in the future, even if naval headquarters is destroyed, or his future base is destroyed, he doesn't need to waste manpower and material resources to repair it. Direct activation of the ability restores these destroyed environmental buildings, and even all the dead people to their original state. The power of this ability is more reflected in the world of pirates. A powerful attack may be just as threatening to a strong tank per capita. He fought against each other for several days and nights at every turn, and did not suffer many injuries until his physical strength was exhausted. But the surrounding environment is different. Being destroyed on a large scale, it will change upside down at every turn. It just so happens that his ability can instantly restore these destroyed environments. His angel fruit has the ability to heal and revive, and it is not surprising that the surrounding life and environment can be restored to their original state after awakening. After all, Luffy's Nika fruit has the characteristics of Paramecia and Zoan. Such a comparison, his ability is not exaggerated. After all, it is a purified angel fruit. How can it affect the surrounding environment? If there is a big battle like Summit War, I will directly activate the ability after awakening to restore the surrounding environment and everyone to the state before the battle between the two sides. Hiss. In this way, it is equivalent to coming directly once, or the kind with memories before death. I don't know if the people on both sides will be directly confused. At that time, continue to fight again. Good guy. A world where no one gets hurt has been achieved. Bai Luo thought of various uses of this ability. With this ability, he doesn't have to worry about his men and base being destroyed. There is no need to worry about the future. As for whether to use it in other places, it depends on the situation. At least it's good for you. Sister He and Rouge have already been informed. They didn't say much, but let us go back early. When are we going to leave? After making the phone call, Jhin came to Bai Luo and asked. Go now, go early and return early. Sky Island is at an altitude of 10,000 meters, you hold Perona, I hold you, and I will take you up. Bai Luo handed Perona to Zaiwan, and then picked up Daywan. After everything was ready, Bai Luo directly left the Devil's Triangle Sea area and flew towards Sky Island at high speed. When he first came to the Devil's Triangle Sea area, he planned to collect Moria's Paramecia Shadow Fruit and Brook's Underworld Fruit. However, after the accidental awakening of the Angel Fruit, he can't wait to get the Thunder Fruit now. Ask for flowers. The Shadow Fruit and the Yellow Spring Fruit are not a threat to him. And these two fruits will remain in the Devil's Triangle Sea area for 20 years. He didn't have to rush to get it. Wait until someone needs to talk. Up to now, he still has 7 devil fruits that he has not used. 3 Paramecia, 4 regular Zoan. Except for the fruit of Paramecia Paper Arts, which he has already identified as the user, there are no other suitable candidates. The fruits of Paramecia Paper Arts must be left to her. If Ms. Jhin chooses Phantom Beast, Superman Lion Fruit will be free. Paramecia Sweet Fruit depends on the situation. The other 4 Zoans are reserved to form a girl group with abilities. Bai Luo analyzes how to use these devil fruits. Miss Jhin, you must have seen the power of the Phantom Beast fruit. For a female swordsman like you, the Phantom Beast species can make up for your weakness as a girl who is weaker than a boy. Of course, Lion Fruit is also very powerful. Both, one is melee and the other is long range. Look at your choice. Bai Luo brought Jhin here to watch his fight with Rayleigh. It is because he is a Phantom Beast, and Rayleigh is a powerful swordsman. It can give Jhin a reference on whether to choose Phantom Beast or Lion Fruit. Although I didn't see Rayleigh's powerful swordsmanship. But Sister Ji Yuan must have seen the power of the Phantom Beasts. Little Luo, I also want to be like you. In Bai Luo's arms, Jhin looked at the sea area of the Devil's Triangle that was getting farther and farther away and expressed his choice. There was a large area free of fog. It is the result of the battle between Bai Luo and Rayleigh. At the same time, Jhin thought of Bai Luo's strong body and pervert's resilience. There is also the powerful ability to revive everything around after the fruit is awakened, which makes her very incomprehensible. Are these the abilities of phantom beasts? No. Certainly not. Jhin knew that even the phantom beasts would not be so powerful. All this must be because of Bai Luo's powerful talent. Still, she was sure. Just choose phantom beast. Even if she can't be as strong as Bai Luo, she still wants to walk the same path as Bai Luo. Son.